When a plane crash strands Lu Zhe and his university classmates on a remote, deserted island, their world shrinks to a pristine beach and a mysterious jungle. As the physical committee member, Lu Zhe's strength is vital. But his most unexpected advantage is the mysterious system that only he can see, a guide that grants him survival knowledge and unique abilities. He is not alone. With him are his classmates, the capable class president Ning Shu, the gentle beauty Lin Qianqian, his childhood friend Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaoguo, who hides her feelings behind its tsundere attitude. Together, they are joined by Shen Bing, a police officer posing as a flight attendant, who becomes their group's pillar of strength and reason. Forced to rely on each other, this group of friends must navigate the challenges of their new reality. They will build shelter, find water, and forge a new life, all while the bonds between them are tested and transformed in ways they never imagined. On this island, the greatest adventure isn't just survival, it's the journey of their hearts. Chapter 1. A calamitous beginning on a deserted isle. Note: this book has undergone meticulous refinement. 1. The system settings have been adjusted, reducing their predominance. 2. Sections that were previously edited and resulted in narrative discontinuities have been rewritten to enhance the coherence of the storyline. Some areas may remain unfinished, but they do not hinder reading in the future. I will seek permission from the editor for further revisions. 3. Survival knowledge has been corrected, with contentious segments removed. Referencing survival knowledge. Videos from Yi, Bei, and Ma Kjia. The anime Did You Encounter Misfortune? The films Robinson Crusoe and Castaway, as well as the book. Extreme Survival, Self-Rescue Skills Manual by Chris McNabb. Any inaccuracies discovered could be corrected, and the author will be grateful. However, please refrain from using erroneous knowledge for corrections, as the author will choose to ignore them. Special note: this book does not delve into schemes, resource hoarding, or moral dilemmas involving human nature. IT narrates the story of 6 companions united in their efforts to survive on a deserted island, gathering resources and building a home. There exists a minor system, devoid of outsiders or savages. The focus remains on survival and agriculture. The male protagonist is a handsome and radiant figure, not a loser. The 5 protagonists are all members of the class committee from a certain university, well acquainted as both classmates and friends, often engaging in playful banter yet genuinely caring for one another. Additionally, a flight attendant joins the team, whose true identity is that of a police officer. The conclusion is perfect, devoid of violence. Those seeking moral dilemmas or ostentatious displays are advised to look elsewhere. Furthermore, this book has been revised multiple times, promoting healthy and uplifting content, free for violations. I kindly request leniency from esteemed readers. Brief character introductions. 1. Lu Zhe, male, university student, standing at 1.80 meters, a physical committee member from the 5th class of a certain transportation university. Note: some claim that universities do not have class committees, but the author experienced such structures during university, although other members besides the class leader and physical committee member merely held nominal positions without any actual responsibilities. 2. Ning Shu, an athletic girl, a member of the tennis team. 3. Lin Qianqian, gentle and introverted, possessing striking beauty. 4. Jiang Yao, Lu Zhe's childhood friend, former desk mate in high school, and dance partner in college, known for her cleanliness obsession. 5. Tang Xiaoguo, harbors a secret crush on the male protagonist, exhibiting tsundere traits, prone to jealousy, and displaying childlike behavior. 6. Shen Bing, a police officer disguised as a flight attendant. She is an authoritative figure, just, and serves as everyone's confidant. Now that the introduction is complete, I kindly ask all survivors to fasten their seatbelts as we commence the narrative. Whoosh, whoosh. Waves lapped at his pant legs as the scorching sun bore down, casting Lu Zhe's eyelids in a crimson hue. He extended his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, gradually adjusting to the brightness before struggling to sit upright. In the distance lay a canvas of azure sky and white clouds, accompanied by an expanse of boundless ocean. Nearby, a golden, soft beach sparkled under the sun's rays, with grains of sand shimmering like tiny jewels. Turning his head, he beheld a dense, primordial jungle not far behind. The sun-baked sand felt searing, and the air above the ground appeared distorted from the heat. He exerted himself to rise, stumbling towards a broad-leaved plant, seeking refuge in its shade. At last, he felt a semblance of coolness. Where am I? How did I end up here? He closed his eyes, deep in contemplation, as flashes of memory surged from his mind, revealing the last moments before his unconsciousness. A sudden collision, an emergency landing, skimming just above the water surface. Before him, a gaping hole had formed, and the haunting sounds of howling winds and the screams of women still echoed in his ears. He vaguely recalled representing his school at an international academic summer camp. He and several female classmates had missed the school's charter flight and had to purchase tickets for the next available flight. Fortune smiled upon him with an upgrade, yet misfortune struck with calamity. Thank goodness he was still alive. He wondered about the fate of his classmates and fellow passengers. Reflecting on this, he let out a self-deprecating chuckle. How could he concern himself with others when he was barely clinging to life? Though he had not succumbed, it appeared that death was not far off. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sign-in system. 1. Survival Manual will provide survival advice at critical moments. 2. Ability to identify by touching objects and contemplating, gain information related to them. 3. Poison resistance immunity to natural toxins. Additionally, signing in daily will randomly grant an ability enhancement. Following this, a dimensional attribute panel appeared in Lu Zhe's mind, corresponding to 5 abilities: strength, stamina, constitution, agility, and focus. A sign-in system? How does one complete a sign-in? Can he sign in for supplies? He was utterly clueless. The system offered no explanations. However, with the presence of this system, he felt a tad less isolated. He licked his cracked lips, parched with thirst. By the way, where might he find a coconut or something similar? He scanned his surroundings, letting out a disappointed sigh. There wasn't even a coconut tree in sight, let alone coconuts. Moreover, even if he found coconuts, he lacked the strength to crack them open. He should consult the survival manual for assistance. It might prove beneficial. Lu Zhe focused his thoughts. The system's manual automatically flipped to a certain page. Some abandoned water bottles may have residual fresh water. Water bottles? Fresh water. Water bottles on a deserted island usually drift from human habitation if there are empty bottles. There may also be discarded ones still containing liquid. If fortune favors him with a half-full bottle, tightly sealed, he could have water to drink. However, the sun blazed fiercely, and returning to the beach required immense courage. Yet if he didn't venture forth, he would surely perish from thirst here. With determination, he bit his lip, tore off a broad leaf from a tree to shield his head, and proceeded towards the direction indicated by the system. Covering just over 100 meters felt akin to running a marathon, it took him a full 5 minutes. Indeed, he discovered several stranded bottles nestled behind a few rocks. All bore unknown foreign labels. He picked them up one by one, shaking them, and found 2 contained liquid. One bottle of mineral water held more than half its volume filled with clear water, and he eagerly twisted the cap off, but paused before drinking, cautiously licking with his tongue. Salt water. Thank goodness he had tried it first. Had he swallowed that mouthful, he would have been met with a salty demise. With a resigned sigh, he opened another mineral water bottle that also contained liquid, inhaling deeply without detecting any odor. A spark ignited within him. He cautiously sampled it. It was crystal clear and sweet, albeit with a hint of salt at the neck of the bottle. He could ascertain that it contained indeed fresh water. In that moment, he felt as if he had entered paradise. There was approximately 150 milliliters of fresh water within. Not to mention 150 milliliters, even 1,500 milliliters would be consumed in one gulp. However, the more he approached this moment, the more he admonished himself that to survive, he must exercise restraint. He carefully sipped 1/3 of the bottle. After resting for a while, he felt his spirits rejuvenated significantly. At that moment, he noticed something lying on the sand not far away. Initially startled, he shielded his eyes from the sun and squinted, taking a closer look. It appeared to be a person. Thinking it could possibly be one of his classmates, whom he had shared many days with, a wave of sorrow washed over Lu Zhe. Walk over and take a look. She might still be alive. He tightened the cap on the water bottle and tucked it into his pocket as he approached it. As he drew nearer, he noticed the khaki vest, the checkered skirt, the black knee-high socks, and the brown leather shoes. This attire, reminiscent of a JK uniform, seemed oddly familiar. Then he observed the deep chestnut hair adorned with a crystal kitty cat hairpin. His heart sank suddenly. Lin Qianqian. She was a classmate of Lu Zhe and a friend with whom he shared a good rapport. Chapter 2. An odd system task. Lu Zhe was engulfed in worry. Could it be she has already perished? Uncertain whether it was the sorrow of a classmate's potential demise or the nausea induced by the sight of a body, Lu Zhe retched a couple of times. However, he steadied himself and gritted his teeth, moving forward. He turned her body over. A dirty yet delicate face was still clinging to seaweed, devoid of color, yet still remarkably beautiful. Lin Qianqian was undoubtedly the school belle, gentle and charming, quiet yet introspective. Few boys pursued her, as her exquisite beauty intimidated many. Yet, numerous secret admirers existed. At least 3 of Lu Zhe's acquaintances regarded Lin Qianqian as their dream girl. However, Lin Qianqian had never accepted any boy's confession, leading many to speculate that she was a lily, uninterested in boys. Regardless, the thought that a classmate with whom he had a decent relationship might be dead pierced Lu Zhe's heart like a knife. He wiped away the seaweed and dirt from her face. Yet, at that moment, as his fingers brushed against Lin Qianqian's cheek, a line of text suddenly flashed in his mind. Lin Qianqian, hey, wake up. Classmate Qianqian. Lu Zhe gently patted Lin Qianqian's face. No response. He probed her mouth with his fingers, finding no obstruction. He checked her nose. There seemed to be faint signs of breathing, yet it was uncertain. Finally, he pressed his finger against the left side of her jaw. A feeble pulse resonated there. The protagonist employed the ABC assessment method for the injured, evaluating her condition and proceeding with necessary life-saving measures. A. Airway. B. Breathing. C. Circulation. Apologies, certain processes cannot be described in excessive detail, otherwise the narrative would become overly lengthy. Trust me, most people do not comprehend detailed professional knowledge and lack the patience to read it, so please refrain from nitpicking. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy, and his spirits lifted. The presence of a pulse indicated she was still alive. Perhaps there was hope. If he could save her, at least he wouldn't be alone on this deserted island. With a stroke of luck, a rescue team might arrive soon, and they could be saved together. Even in the worst-case scenario, they could survive on the island, with a lovely companion to alleviate the solitude. Qianqian, please don't die. Lu Zhe tucked the remaining water into his pocket and lifted Lin Qianqian into his arms. As the sports committee member, he found it effortless to carry a girl weighing around 50 to 60 kilograms, especially after regaining his strength. He brought Lin Qianqian back to the edge of the forest and laid her down in the shade before commencing rescue efforts. First, he opened her airway by unbuttoning her collar, revealing a charming light pink bra. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, diverting his attention. He then utilized the head tilt chin lift maneuver to open her airway, followed by administering artificial respiration. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's check-in. Stamina 1. Stamina 11. In an instant, Lu Zhe felt invigorated, his strength not only restored but seemingly enhanced. Although still parched, his mobility had significantly improved. Was this the effect of checking in? Could it be that saving someone counted as completing the check-in? Lin Qianqian's lips were soft and sweet. Despite the urgency of the situation, the act of giving artificial respiration to such a beautiful girl left Lu Zhe somewhat flustered. What could he do but endure? Following the system manual, Lu Zhe performed 30 chest compressions followed by 2 breaths, repeating this cycle. After 3 sets, Lin Qianqian's throat finally emitted a response, and she began to breathe autonomously, albeit weakly and gently. Lu Zhe was ecstatic. Unable to contain himself, he quickened the pace of artificial respiration. Just then, he heard familiar voices approaching. Lu Zhe, Qianqian. The familiar voices filled Lu Zhe with joy. He looked up to see 2 astonished girls not far away. One was dressed in a dirty white tennis outfit, brown skirt, white socks, and tennis shoes, carrying a backpack. With a tall ponytail, exquisite features, and a poised stature, she exuded an air of a young lady. It was the class monitor, Ning Shu. The other girl wore a tea-colored dress, black stockings, and high-heeled shoes. Her attire and stockings were torn, her wavy long hair slightly disheveled, and her fair face was dirted like a kitten just awakening. Yet Lu Zhe recognized her instantly. Tang Xiaoguo, he had heard from his friends that Tang Xiaoguo seemed to harbor some feelings for him, but Lu Zhe had never paid it much mind, thinking they were merely teasing him. Class monitor, Tang Xiaoguo? Lu Zhe was pleasantly surprised to see living classmates in this place and greeted them with enthusiasm. However, their reaction was somewhat unexpected. Tang Xiaoguo approached angrily. Lu Zhe, are you molesting Qianqian? Huh? I think the term molesting is a bit exaggerated. Ning Shu glanced at the crime scene and sighed. Sigh. Lu Zhe, you should explain yourself. Lu Zhe looked at Lin Qianqian's open shirt and pink bra on his arms and indeed felt a sense of wrongdoing. I mean, what is there to explain? Lu Zhe took a breath and added, Qianqian wasn't breathing, I was performing artificial respiration on her. What? The two girls hurried over to examine Lin Qianqian's condition. At that moment, although Lin Qianqian remained pale, she had begun to breathe on her own, weak but steady. She also murmured indistinctly. Oh. Lu Zhe quickly retrieved the remaining water, carefully pouring it into Lin Qianqian's mouth. She coughed twice, and her breathing became stronger. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhe. So, we misunderstood you? Of course. Tang Xiaoguo blushed. I'm sorry, Lu Zhe, I thought you were taking advantage of Qianqian. Is that really how you see me? Tang Xiaoguo frowned slightly. You never had a good image anyway. You always seem foolish, yet you're more cunning than anyone else. Humph. You lost your first kiss and still don't know how to cherish it, idiot. I was trying to save her, not for anything romantic. Ning Shu added, Yes, Guar. Let's not dwell on such matters. Quickly, check on Qianqian.o. The three individuals observed for a while and discovered that Lin Qianqian's breathing was steady and her pulse was normal, indicating a gradual recovery. At last, they felt reassured. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and then inquired, By the way, how did you come down? Is a plane still nearby? Have you seen Yao Yao? Yao Yao referred to Jiang Yao, the fifth companion who had joined them on this summer camp. She had known Lu Zhe since childhood. They attended elementary school, middle school, and high school together, ultimately enrolling in the same university, thus embodying a childhood romance. Ning Shu's response was disheartening. Lu Zhe, we have not seen Yao Yao either. Chapter 3. Placing hope in the rescue team. Ning Shu earnestly recalled her experiences. I was awakened by Guaer's cries for help. When I came to, I found myself beneath a broadleaf tree. I believe it was the cushioning of the branches and the soft ground that saved my life. And what about her? Lu Zhe pointed at Tang Xiaoguo. She was quite fortunate. At that moment, she was dangling from a tree, having lost her shoes. Surviving in such circumstances is indeed a stroke of luck. Lu Zhe was filled with concern, anxious about Jiang Yao's safety. Ning Shu continued, After rescuing Guaer, I thought the rescue team would arrive shortly. We made our way towards the beach, as it was an open area, and if a helicopter flew by, it should spot us quickly. Just as we reached the beach, we encountered you and Qianqian. Is that so? Lu Zhe nodded and recounted his own experience of finding Lin Qianqian in detail. At that moment, we were indeed engaged in a rescue. Ning Shu nodded. I apologize. However, that scene was quite easy to misinterpret. It is your minds that are at fault. Tang Xiaoguo protested. Regardless, my first kiss is gone. Whose first kiss are you referring to? Tang Xiaoguo pouted. It was obviously Qianqian's. What do you have to cherish? Ning Shu sighed. Guaer, what time is it? And you are still being willful. Can you not be a bit more sensible? Hearing this, Tang Xiaoguo recognized her words were somewhat inappropriate and sheepishly said to Lu Zhe and Ning Shu, I was wrong, all right? At that moment, a faint, delicate voice emerged. Suddenly, Lu Zhe, Ning Shu, and Tang Xiaoguo realized something and turned in unison to see Lin Qianqian struggling to prop herself up with her hands. Weakly gazing at them, she has awakened. Though still weak, it was a cause for celebration. Wonderful, Qianqian, you're awake. Ning Shu hurriedly rushed over to support Lin Qianqian's shoulders. Lin Qianqian looked around. Class leader, Lu Zhe, Guaer, where are we now? Lu Zhe sighed. There was an issue mid-flight. Unfortunately, we fell, but fortunately, we are all alive. Lin Qianqian recalled the chaotic scene in the cabin, her eyes reflecting terror and helplessness, as if haunted by a nightmare. Ning Shu felt it was necessary to change the subject. There is no need for anyone to worry. The rescue team should arrive shortly. I hope so. Lu Zhe noticed Ning Shu carrying a backpack. There must be something in there. Quickly, take it out and replenish our energy. We're nearly dying of thirst. Ning Shu forced a smile as she unzipped her backpack, revealing its contents one by one. Goodness. A novel titled Yu Fu Gao Shou, a 100 milliliters bottle of Vaseline hand cream, a bundle of high-end hair ties, a pencil case, a diary, 2 packs of tissues, a set of keys, a whistle, and an unopened pack of sanitary pads. Food. Well, there is something. A can of sugar-free gum and 5 packets of spicy strips. Lu Zhe picked up a packet of spicy strips. Gum is one thing, but why bring this? Ning Shu sighed. They don't allow chili sauce on the plane. I was worried I wouldn't be able to eat the in-flight meal, so I brought some spicy strips. Lu Zhe helplessly sighed. This girl really loves spicy food. He was parched and couldn't even stomach the thought of spicy strips. After much effort, he found a 1L cup, but only managed to pour out 2 drops of water. I say, there's no water. Ning Shu shrugged. There was some before, but we were too thirsty. Guair and I drank it all. The water is gone, leaving only a backpack full of useless items. Ning Shu reassured, but there's no need for everyone to panic. Let us hold on a little longer. This incident must be known nationwide by now. I believe the rescue team will be here soon. Then we can enjoy hamburgers and juice while being interviewed by the media. Ning Shu's reasoning was quite sound. But exceptions exist. What if they don't come? Lu Zhe expressed his deep concern. If the rescue team hasn't arrived in 5 hours, we might as well embrace our fate here. At that moment, Lin Qianqian regained her composure, weak yet resolute. Everyone, let us not lose heart. I believe what Xiao Ning said is true. With such a significant incident, the government will surely take action. We just need to wait patiently. No, we cannot sit idly by. Lu Zhe suddenly had an idea and began rummaging through his pockets. Everyone, check for your phones. Prompted by Lu Zhe, they all searched for their mobile devices. Lu Zhe's phone was already lost. He dug around, but found nothing. Tang Xiaoguo had also lost hers. Lin Qianqian's phone was intact. She searched her pockets and produced her new iPhone. But the water gushing from the charging port indicated that it had been submerged in seawater for too long and was undoubtedly ruined. After trying, it was indeed unresponsive. Ning Shu proudly waved her shiny phone screen. See, in a critical moment, it's still up to our class leader. Enough talk. Who are we calling? Obviously 110. Will there be a signal on the island? Lu Zhe remarked. It's worth a shot. Doing nothing is worse. Besides, 110 has a dedicated maritime police channel. If we are close to the mainland, we might just get a signal. Ning Shu hurriedly unlocked her phone, only to be greeted by a terrifying notification that every mobile user dreads. Warning, battery depleted. The phone will shut down in 30 seconds. Chapter 4. The fifth victim. The 4 exclaimed in unison. No way. Lu Zhe acted swiftly, snatching the phone, dialing 110, but at that moment, the screen abruptly blacked out, offering no further response. Damn it. Lu Zhe dropped the phone, gazing skyward with a sigh of despair. Ning Shu patted the phone, saying, Hey, it hasn't even been 30 seconds. Why did it shut down? Lin Qianqian explained. If the battery is too low, making a call will accelerate its depletion, causing it to shut down even faster. Tang Xiaoguo couldn't help but complain. Why do we always encounter such unfortunate events? Class leader, why didn't you charge it fully? Ning Shu mumbled. I thought they wouldn't allow phone usage on the plane, so I played with it a lot before boarding. Who knew this would happen? Tang Xiaoguo sighed dramatically. What should we do now? Lu Zhe attempted to seek answers from the system, but aside from improving abilities through sign-ins, the only resource available was a survival manual. What should we do? Rationally thinking, we should utilize the survival manual to endure on the deserted island, ensuring basic survival conditions before waiting for rescue, which would significantly increase our chances of survival. Lu Zhe encouraged the 3 girls. Before the rescue team arrives, we cannot just wait idly. We must do everything possible to survive here. Ning Shu nodded. Lu Zhe, what are your thoughts? We need to find fresh water first. Lu Zhe stated earnestly. A person can survive for over 20 days without food, but only a few days without water. If we want to hold out until the rescue team arrives, we must find fresh water at all costs. Tang Xiaoguo expressed doubt. Can one really survive over 20 days just by drinking water? Which book said that? Ning Shu patted Guair on the shoulder, gravely saying, This isn't from a book. It's from the inhumane human experiments conducted by Unit 731. Tang Xiaoguo shivered, indignantly muttering. Those despicable little devils. Fresh water. Ning Shu glanced around. Where can we find it? On this island, where coconut trees are a common sight, it is rather disheartening to find none. Lu Zhe recalled the meager remnants of mineral water found by the seaside. Although scant, it alleviated a significant issue. We can search along the shoreline. Some bottles may contain traces of fresh water. Even if we cannot find fresh water, we can collect some bottles and plastic bags. The sun is plentiful. We can use it to distill seawater. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. The concern arose when Lu Zhe inquired of Lin Qianqian. Qianqian, can you walk? I'll give it a try. Lin Qianqian managed to stand with Ning Shu's assistance, though her frail state required support. Lu Zhe attempted to lend her additional support, but Tang Xiaoguo quickly intervened, pushing Lu Zhe aside. No need for your help. I can manage. In her anxiety to keep Lu Zhe from touching Qianqian, She inadvertently bumped into him several times. Lu Zhe reminded. Remember to walk along the edge of the jungle to minimize energy expenditure. Ning Shu chuckled. Lu Zhe, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, the more one reads, the more one knows. The four of them scavenged along the beach like foragers, discovering 2 intact plastic bags and 11 clean plastic bottles. Fortunately, they also stumbled upon a Nongfu spring bottle and a Maidong bottle, indicating that the island might not be too far from their homeland. Regrettably, none of the bottles contained drinkable water. Exhausted, Lin Qianqian contemplated giving up, but just then, she spotted a dark object lying ahead on the sand. Look over there. Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. Could it be a stranded dolphin? Lu Zhe squinted. What do you mean? It's clearly not. Lin Qianqian frowned. It looks somewhat familiar. Could it be Yao Yao? Ning Shu rubbed her eyes. It indeed might be her. Let us go check. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Zhe had already dashed towards the 5th survivor. Chapter 5. Cooling down the companion, she was dressed in a white leisure outfit, a denim skirt, lace princess socks, and little leather shoes. Her complexion was exceptionally fair, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, and her long, pale legs were slightly reddened from sun exposure. It was none other than Jiang Yao, the life committee member and also a partner in their club. Recognizing a fellow student and companion, Lu Zhe rushed over and lifted Jiang Yao's neck, calling out, Hey Jiang Yao, Yao Yao. He checked her breathing. It was faint. Unfortunately, the situation was dire. As she was fully exposed to the scorching sun, her face flushed and overheated, severely dehydrated. Thankfully, she was still alive. Lu Zhe found it easier to carry Jiang Yao due to his newfound stamina from the sign-in. Tang Xiaoguo muttered. Seeing Yao Yao makes him eager to help. Ning Shu interjected. Guo, let us not waste time and just assist. As Lu Zhe carried Jiang Yao, their skin inevitably made contact, revealing her alarmingly high body temperature. Let's find some shade, he decided, carrying her to the cool shelter of a broad-leaved tree and laying her down gently. Consulting the survival manual, he noted that excessive clothing hinders heat dissipation and they needed to remove Jiang Yao's clothes to help cool her down. He anticipated that suggesting this would lead to misunderstandings from Tang Xiaoguo, yet time was of the essence. While loosening Jiang Yao's clothing, he adopted a serious tone. Jiang Yao's clothing is excessive. It hampers breathing and heat dissipation. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. Are you sure you have no ulterior motives? Lu Zhe replied coldly. Her body temperature is dangerously high. If we don't cool her down, she will soon succumb to dehydration. If there is an ulterior motive, it is solely to keep her alive. Ning Shu remarked. It seems her condition is quite critical. Feel her. Both Ning Shu and Tang Xiaoguo touched Jiang Yao's arm. Quickly recoiling. Goodness, she's burning up. Lin Qianqian helped Jiang Yao remove her shoes, gently massaging her delicate feet. Lu Zhe is right. We must act quickly to cool Yao Yao down. Let's get her clothes off. All right. Ning Shu agreed. Guo, come help. Tang Xiaoguo wanted to tell Lu Zhe to turn around and not peek, but found he had already turned away to check Jiang Yao's phone. Unsurprisingly, it was waterlogged and unresponsive. Meanwhile, with Tang Xiaoguo's assistance, Ning Shu removed Jiang Yao's sailor suit and skirt, loosening her bra to rest lightly against her chest. The next priority was to cool her down. Ning Shu suggested it would be best to use a towel soaked in cool water on her forehead. Cool water. Lu Zhe suddenly recalled that seawater, due to constant evaporation, would be cooler than the air temperature and could serve as a substitute. Lin Qianqian cautioned. But the salt will cling to her skin and dehydrate her further. The intent was to cool her down. So a plastic barrier could be placed between the seawater and her skin. Ning Shu nodded and asked, does anyone have a towel? A handkerchief would suffice. The three exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Lu Zhe suddenly noticed Lin Qianqian's knee-high socks. These long socks are perfect as a substitute for a handkerchief. Quickly, Qianqian. Take them off. Lin Qianqian, bewildered, responded, Huh? We are running out of time. Blushing, Lin Qianqian removed her shoes and pulled off one sock, revealing her fair and delicate foot, bashfully hiding the other leg behind it. She looked adorably shy, but Lu Zhe had no time to admire her. He hurried to the sea, rinsed the sock in seawater, wrung it out partially, folded it into a small square, and placed it on Jiang Yao's forehead. Tang Xiaoguo found a leaf to fan her, while Lin Qianqian rubbed her palms and soles. Gradually, Jiang Yao's temperature began to decrease. At that moment, Jiang Yao's cracked lips moved slightly. Chapter 6. Verifying supplies. This subtle movement did not go unnoticed. Yao Yao's lips moved. Did you see that? I saw it. Yao Yao. Can you hear us? Jiang Yao Yao Yao. She uttered a faint word from her throat. Water. Lu Zhe expressed his concern. Simply cooling her down is insufficient. We need fresh water as well. She has been exposed to the sun for too long and must be parched. To save her life, we must provide her with water immediately. Water, Lin Qianqian whispered weakly, but we have searched so far and found not a drop. Ning Shu lamented, what do we do? I and Guo drank it all. Had I known, I would have saved some. Lu Zhe sighed. There's no point in lamenting now. We must devise another plan. Despite his words, Lu Zhe felt helpless. Fresh water was a scarce resource on this island, and given their current stamina, finding water quickly to replenish Jiang Yao's fluids seemed an insurmountable challenge. Consulting the survival manual again, he found an alarming suggestion. Though exasperated, the urgency of the situation left him with no choice. He raised his head to look at Ning Shu and Guo. Ning Shu, feeling the weight of his gaze, asked nervously, Lu Zhe, what are you planning? You've both had water, right? Yes. Then go and get some. As he spoke, Lu Zhe produced a pulsating bottle he had found and handed it to Ning Shu. If there were water, there would be no need to delay. Hey, Lu Zhe, what do you mean? Lu Zhe replied sternly, at this moment, life takes precedence over everything else. So do not ask questions. If you believe something is right, muster your courage and act upon it. Remember, you are saving a companion's life. Tang Xiaoguo wore a distressed expression. Really? Ning Shu furrowed her brow, seemingly resolute. As she accepted the bottle, the situation is urgent. Let's prioritize our rights and actions. Come on, she said, pulling Guo along. A few minutes later, the two returned. Ning Shu offered a full bottle, but as Lu Zhe reached for it, she withdrew it. Remember, if Yao Yao asks, tell her it's water from a seaside mud pit. Lu Zhe responded with sincerity, isn't that the case? Yes. Ning Shu nodded in satisfaction before finally handing the bottle to him. Lu Zhe cautiously administered a third of its contents to Jiang Yao, who reacted with resistance. Beginning to spill some from the corner of her mouth, Tang Xiaoguo blushed and suggested, that should be enough. Let her rest for a while. Ning Shu laid her down gently. After replenishing her with fresh water and resting in the shade for a while, Jiang Yao appeared to have improved significantly. They merely awaited her awakening. Qianqian pointed to the remaining half bottle. Can I have some? Lu Zhe handed it over. Qianqian made an effort to drink half. Then asked, Lu Zhe, would you like some? No, I can manage for now. Tang Xiaoguo sat at the base of the tree, glancing at Ning Shu with a pleading look. Ning Shu shrugged, conveying a sense of helplessness. Lu Zhe felt they could not simply remain idle. They needed to find something to do. He contemplated and said, I think we should verify our supplies to ascertain what useful tools and resources we have on hand to better survive on this island while awaiting rescue. This time, everyone cooperated willingly. Ning Shu emptied her bag. You've seen these items: a novel, hand cream, hair ties, tissues, a space cup, a pencil case, a diary, a spoon, keys, and a package of snacks that you don't need to know the purpose of. There's also a can of chewing gum and a few packets of spicy strips. Additionally, I have a dead phone. Lu Zhe opened the pencil case, which contained 3 water-based pens, a mechanical pencil, 2 boxes of pencil leads, an eraser, and a plastic ruler. The notebook had only 3 pages used, the rest blank. And it was quite thick. The cover depicted a Chinese girl and a Western girl leaning against each other, with an abstract world map in the background. The pen and diary could be used to document important locations, species of flora and fauna, tidal times, and other vital information. They could also create a message in a bottle, chart coordinates, and sketch a map of the deserted island. Ning Shu remarked, you actually thought of all this? Lu Zhe retorted, what did you think of? Ning Shu candidly replied, shouldn't it be something like a farewell letter? Lu Zhe gave her a weary expression before grabbing a spicy strip. Spicy strips are made from soy products and can provide a small amount of protein. But they are very salty and spicy, which would only increase thirst, so everyone should avoid eating them for now. All 3 nodded, and Ning Shu inquired, what about the chewing gum? That's decent, but if it were pure sugar, it would be more beneficial right now than xylitol. He then picked up a whistle and blew it twice. The sound was quite loud. Class leader, why did you think to bring this? Ning Shu explained, I was worried about my classmates getting lost at the airport, so I bought it on purpose. Lu Zhe nodded. The whistle can serve as a communication tool for close-range actions. He then picked up a keychain, 2 large keys, 3 small keys, a magnetic door card. Their utility seems limited. The only practical use I can think of for the keys is to open clams. Fortunately, there's also a nail clipper on the keychain, so we won't have to worry about trimming our nails. This summarized all the supplies and their uses in Ning Shu's backpack. After verifying Ning Shu's supplies, Lu Zhe turned to Qianqian, what about you? Lin Qianqian rummaged through her pockets and produced 3 items, a water-damaged phone, a card holder containing several bank cards, a student ID, and plastic cards from a shopping mall membership, totaling 11 cards, along with a few coins. Apart from that, she had nothing else. Lu Zhe nodded. The cards can be used to scrape off water stains after we rinse off seawater, reducing the salt residue on our skin. As for the coins, I'm not sure what they're useful for yet. Perhaps they will come in handy if we encounter a vending machine on the deserted island. What about you? Tang Xiaoguo blushed, startled when Lu Zhe called her name, and quickly removed her items, a Givenchy necklace, earrings, and a Longines watch on her wrist. Fortunately, the watch was unharmed and still ticking. Lu Zhe examined it, noting, I'm not sure what the necklace and earrings can be used for right now, but the watch is crucial for keeping track of time. Ning Shu asked, Lu Zhe, what do you have? Lu Zhe searched his pockets, which had been emptied out, and after a lengthy search, he produced a dead hermit crab that had somehow crawled in. Right now, my pocket is cleaner than my face. He then shook his wrist. I have a Casio mechanical watch. It tracks time, records dates, and can set alarms. Tang Xiaoguo glanced at her watch. Let me check the time. It's 1:30. Lu Zhe looked at his watch and confirmed. Indeed, it's June 10th, 1:30 in the afternoon. I remember we boarded the plane at midnight. Ning Shu recalled clearly. To be precise, we boarded at 1:55. Lin Qianqian added. I remember we had a late-night snack at the airport at midnight. Tang Xiaoguo interjected. Didn't we just have barbecue together yesterday afternoon? Who would have thought we'd end up in such a dire situation? Lu Zhe frowned slightly. He found it odd that all the survivors from the plane crash were classmates. Where were the other passengers? Not a single body was in sight. His mind wandered back to the inexplicable upgrade they received after boarding the plane. The aircraft had sustained a sudden breach in the first-class cabin during flight. Could it be that only those in first class suffered misfortune, while others remained unharmed? A nagging feeling of having been deceived loomed over him. Yet, Lu Zhe pushed such thoughts aside. Finally, he checked on Jiang Yao, who, apart from a useless phone, had nothing else on her. Lu Zhe exhaled deeply. This is all our supplies. Next, we must utilize these items to survive on this island until help arrives. While this statement sounded easy, the reality was far more challenging. Lu Zhe understood that most supplies appeared to be of little use at present. It could even be said that in the wild, all these items combined were worth less than a lighter or a machete. Moreover, they were accompanied by 4 girls in poor condition, making this beginning more daunting than starting out completely unprepared. What should they do now? It was too hot. They needed to find a location to set up a temporary camp and create a relatively comfortable and cool space. But where to establish the camp? Considering that Jiang Yao was still unconscious and Lin Qianqian was very weak, they were not suited for a lengthy trek. Drawing from his survival manual, Lu Zhe proposed an idea. We are currently positioned at the intersection of the beach and the jungle. Ahead lies a beach that can provide marine resources, while behind is a jungle where one can evade the scorching sunlight. If a helicopter were to fly by, we could swiftly reach the beach to seek assistance. Instead of undertaking a long trek, it would be wiser to set up a cooler camp here. Ning Shu inquired. How should we arrange the camp? Should we set up a tent? Lu Zhe shook his head. We currently lack the strength and energy for that. We can only create a relatively simple, cool, and restorative shelter. Then, we can rest, distill fresh water, and await rescue. Lu Zhe's clear plan inspired trust among the girls. Ning Shu was the first to respond. All right. Lu Zhe, we will do as you say. We must rescue Yao Yao and return home together when the rescue team arrives. Tang Xiaoguo raised her small fist. Exactly. We came out together, and we must return together. Though weak, Qianqian's spirit was uplifted. Lu Zhe, I can contribute as well. Chapter 8. 2 water extraction devices. Seeing that everyone was energized, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction, assessing their surroundings before assigning tasks. There are many broadleaf plants here. We will gather some nearby to lay on the ground, as their leaves have transpiration effects, making them cooler than the air. This will also help reduce bites from ants and other insects. During this time, Guo went to collect seawater in plastic bags. Seawater has a high heat capacity and is cooler, which can help lower Jiang Yao's body temperature when placed against her skin. Lu Zhe endeavored to keep the tasks simple so that everyone could enthusiastically complete them. Qianqian asked, Lu Zhe, what should I do? You should rest. And if you have the energy, you can wipe Yao Yao's face and fan her. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu took about 10 minutes to lay broad leaves over an area of approximately 4 square meters. They then gently placed Jiang Yao on the leaves, lying flat, while Qianqian stayed by her side, wiping her face and fanning her. Tang Xiaoguo bravely dashed under the blazing sun to fetch a few bottles of seawater, which she found slightly cool, but not in abundance. She set the bottles beside Jiang Yao. Whether it was a psychological effect or genuine relief, everyone felt a hint of coolness as they sat or lay on the leaves. The sun outside the shade remained fiercely hot, scorching the sand beneath their feet. Lu Zhe realized that this could serve as a distillation device. He selected clean bottles, burying one with a narrower mouth halfway in the hot sand filled with seawater, while bending another with a wider mouth into a U-shape to rest delicately on top of the smaller bottle, carefully propping it up with branches. The heat from the sand combined with the direct sunlight would cause the water to evaporate, and the vapor would condense into droplets, collecting at the bottom of the bent bottle, yielding fresh water suitable for drinking. Regrettably, he only had 3 bottles that could be used in this manner, and without a cutting tool, he couldn't create numerous distillers. However, he knew that it would take several hours for the distillation to yield fresh water. He needed to consider other methods. The survival manual contained various techniques for obtaining fresh water, but they all required specific conditions. Lu Zhe raised his head, surveying the surroundings, the beach, the jungle, the palm trees, the grass, and countless unknown plants. Wait, palm trees? He looked up and saw no coconuts hanging from the branches. However, the absence of coconuts did not imply a lack of water sources. He approached the tree and touched its trunk. Receiving information in his mind, palm trees are widely distributed in tropical and subtropical regions, valued for their aesthetic appeal, craftsmanship, and the production of palm fibers for ropes. Possessing significant economic value, their sap is rich in tannins, has a bitter taste, and is unpalatable, but can provide hydration in critical moments. Though large quantities are not advisable to consume, Lu Zhe mused, if only it were a birch tree. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, as long as we can survive. That is what matters. Qianqian, may I borrow your key? Oh, what do you intend to do? Lin Qianqian asked, already handing over the key. I am going to try another water extraction device. Lin Qianqian looked puzzled. Can a key really be used? Meanwhile, Lu Zhe selected a suitable spot on the palm tree and began drilling and twisting with the key's tip. After nearly 20 minutes, he managed to create a small hole. He then retrieved a pen from his pouch, removed the tip and ink, and inserted the pen tube into the hole. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaoguo curiously leaned in to observe. Tang Xiaoguo asked, are you attempting to extract water from the tree? Ning Shu expressed skepticism. Can it be consumed? The sap from palm trees contains tannins. The taste is dreadful, but it could be life-saving in dire situations. It's worth a try. Lu Zhe spent another 10 minutes securing the pen tube and using small stones to stabilize the surrounding area, forming a makeshift bowl to catch the water below. After half a minute, a drop of water indeed coalesced and fell into the plastic bag. Tang Xiaoguo nodded. There's actually water. Not bad, young man. Ning Shu agreed. At this rate, we might gather a bottle cap by tomorrow morning. However, the rate of evaporation is likely faster than our collection. Lu Zhe nodded. The initial rate is slow, but it should speed up soon. Every drop of water could save a life. Indeed, after a while, the dripping became more frequent, occurring every 3 seconds. Should I make another one? Lu Zhe glanced at his sore palm from drilling and decided against it. His companions lay or sat on the broad leaves in the shade, managing to maintain a semblance of survival, avoiding utter disarray. At that moment, Tang Xiaoguo and Ning Shu crafted 2 simple headbands from branches and leaves. Although rudimentary and lacking in color, they effectively shielded their heads from the blazing sunlight. Lu Zhe, this is for you. Tang Xiaoguo handed him one. Despite often teasing him, she was always the first to share good things with Lu Zhe. In Lu Zhe's eyes, she could be annoying at times, but also quite considerate, making her a rather unique girl. Lu Zhe accepted the headband, finding it well made. It could indeed protect his face from sunburn. Thank you. The girls sat under the green canopy, chatting as they continued weaving headbands, with little else to occupy their time. Ning Shu attempted to imitate Lu Zhe by drilling into the tree bark with the key, but quickly grew fatigued after 2 minutes. As they sat on the grass leaves, a sense of tranquility began to wash over them. Lu Zhe continued to ponder. Given the current situation, if the rescue team arrived within 24 hours, they might just make it. But what if they did not come? Lu Zhe understood that one must always prepare for the worst. If, by chance, the rescue team failed to arrive, they would need to find more vital survival resources. Fresh water remains paramount. They could not rely solely on tree sap and distillation. Alternative methods were essential. Lu Zhe resolved to venture into the jungle in search of a steady water source and food. Only then could they truly escape the clutches of death. Chapter 9. The first foray into the jungle. Having made his decision, Lu Zhe stood up. You 3 stay here with Jiang Yao. I will explore the jungle and see if I can find more fresh water and food. Ning Shu expressed concern. No. It's too dangerous. You cannot go alone. Lu Zhe remarked. Having too many people makes it rather inconvenient. I won't stray too far. If anything arises, you can simply blow a whistle. That won't do. Ning Shu stood up, resolutely declaring, it is quite a feat for us 5 companions to come together. If we allow you to venture into the woods alone and danger befalls you, how shall we explain it to your parents? Not to mention, if we don't go, we might all perish here. Tang Xiaoguo, filled with urgency, added, even if you have a bit of a reckless streak, you are still our classmate. I will not allow you to take risks alone. If you must go, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Lu Zhe scoffed. Tang Xiaoguo, who are you calling reckless? Tang Xiaoguo sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Perhaps I should go with Lu Zhe, Ning Shu suggested, standing tall. Where, you've lost one of your shoes. You've experienced the difficulties of walking in the woods just now. Tang Xiaoguo recalled the awkwardness of one bare foot and one clad in a high-heeled sandal, and nodded helplessly. You stay at the camp and look after Qianqian and Yao Yao. If any real danger arises, just blow the whistle. We won't venture too far. Ning Shu seemed to have made her decision. Tang Xiaoguo, somewhat unwilling, nodded. Just be careful. Lu Zhe also felt that having a sensible girl like Ning Shu along might be helpful, so he nodded. All right, let us set off. Which way should we enter? Lu Zhe surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a relatively flat area in the southwest. Entering the forest from here will be easier. Our main targets for searching are small rivers, streams, berries, or tubers. Ning Shu frowned. Rodents? Surely not mice. It refers to sweet potatoes and cassava, of course. However, catching mice would be even better, as they provide a decent source of protein. Ning Shu shuddered in distaste. Ugh, I despise mice. No worries. If you see one, just call for me, and I'll handle it. You'd better keep your word. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu donned newly woven simple headbands to shield themselves from the scorching sun and set off into the jungle with a plastic bag containing 2 empty bottles they had collected. The terrain in the jungle was elevated, overgrown with weeds, and uneven, making traversing it quite exhausting. After searching in the grass for a while, Lu Zhe noticed that Ning Shu was having difficulty moving. Class monitor, do you want to take a break? Ning Shu, leaning on her knees and panting, nodded. I haven't been exercising much lately. That's fine. I could use a rest as well. Ning Shu hesitated, her words lingering. What's wrong? I drank some water earlier. And I feel like I shouldn't say this, but truth be told, I'm a bit thirsty. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lu Zhe realized that over 2 hours had passed since they met, with Ning Shu and Tang Xiaoguo constantly occupied with cooling Jiang Yao and setting up the camp. Even though they had consumed plenty of fresh water earlier, the exertion had led to a decrease in hydration. Lu Zhe handed her a bottle of electrolyte drink and gestured. Is there any left? Ning Shu, blushing, replied, none. It seems most of it has been sweated out. Perhaps I should escort you back to the camp then. Ning Shu shook her head. No, it's fine. I can hold on. It's just that my throat feels parched. Perhaps resting a bit will help. All right. You sit here for a while, and I'll look around nearby. Hey, don't wander too far. I'll stay within 20 meters, within your line of sight. If I go too far, just call for me. Good. Lu Zhe began searching nearby, but found nothing. Approaching a thicket of bushes, he stumbled upon something. Clearing away the weeds, he uncovered a small patch of damp soil. This area was lower, and Lu Zhe surmised that rainwater must have pooled here. The dense foliage delaying evaporation. He dipped his finger into the mud, rubbed it, and tasted it. It's not salty. This means the water in the mud is fresh. Class monitor, come look. Have you discovered something good? Ning Shu leaned in with curiosity. Lu Zhe held his finger with the wet soil to her nose. Ning Shu wrinkled her brow. What is this? Damp soil, and the water within is fresh. Don't tell me we can drink this? Perhaps if we filter it. Filter it with what? We don't have filter paper or measuring cups. True, but we can use pure cotton socks to contain the mud and squeeze it to filter. Ning Shu gazed at Lu Zhe in astonishment. Lu Zhe, how did you come up with such a crude method? Lu Zhe replied earnestly. Bear Grylls used socks in Arizona to acquire fresh water. To survive, one cannot be overly particular. Now, the question arises, should we use yours or mine? Chapter 10. Extracting fresh water from mud. Lu Zhe's suggestion made Ning Shu feel somewhat uneasy. I must say, Lu Zhe, I've seen survival shows too. Isn't it said that water from mud shouldn't be drunk directly? It contains microorganisms that could infect us with parasites. You're right, Lu Zhe nodded. But remember this. You must survive first to have the chance of infection. Right now, we haven't found a source of fresh water. Nor do we have the means to boil it. To survive, we must resort to makeshift methods. Ning Shu grimaced. Must it be this way? Infection is a matter of probability, but without water, we are certain to die of thirst. As he spoke, Lu Zhe removed his shoes and socks. My socks have been soaked in seawater and aren't suitable for filtering. What about yours? Ning Shu, both annoyed and shy, replied, I say, Lu Zhe, why do you always come up with such extreme ideas? That previous incident was already outrageous. Can water filtered through socks be drinkable? Of course. Lu Zhe donned his socks again. Let us not forget that earlier outrageous incident helped restore Yao Yao's bodily functions. If Yao Yao is fortunate enough to survive, you will be her savior. Let us not speak of that, shall we? Ning Shu protested, frowning. Her stance seemed to soften a bit. I'm just curious. Where on earth did you learn these peculiar survival tips? Survival shows, survival anime, and of course, 100,000 whys. Are you certain you aren't just pulling my leg? Absolutely not. I am quite serious. If possible, I would like to borrow one from you. Ning Shu blushed. No way. Giving a sock to a boy to drink water? Just the thought is bizarre. Lu Zhe nodded and lay down on the grass. Then you drink it yourself. But if I die of thirst, remember to bury me. So I want to have to rise on the 7th day to look for you all. How can you say that? Ning Shu was at a loss for words. Yet, despite her complaints, she understood that Lu Zhe had done so much for their classmates and had expended considerable energy. It was only right for her to contribute as well. Moreover, she enjoyed watching survival programs, recalling that Bear Grylls indeed employed such a method. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed, I feel utterly insane for even considering this. With that, she removed her sports shoes and little white socks, hesitated for a moment, and bashfully handed one of her white cotton socks to Lu Zhe. Here you go. Don't complain. Lu Zhe accepted it, inspecting the sock. Despite their long trek through the jungle, the bottom remained pristine white. He sniffed it. It didn't smell bad. Just faintly of sweat. Don't sniff it. Ning Shu scolded, swatting at him. I merely wish to ascertain my own acceptance. And it appears you possess the essence of a goddess, rendering it rather easy to embrace. Complimented by LZH, Ning Sh felt a flicker of pride, indeed. Subsequently, LZH picked up a piece of tree bark, scooping some damp earth into a small white sock. He then tightened the opening and gently squeezed, and to their astonishment, relatively clear droplets of water began to coalesce beneath. Initially perplexed, Ning Sh was soon amazed. Water truly manifested. LZH raised it above his head, tilting back to catch the dripping clear water in his mouth, which indeed quenched his thirst. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Sh followed suit, and to her delight, she too tasted the water. How does it feel? Quite refreshing. However, you mentioned it was fresh water. Why does it still have a hint of saltiness? That's merely the sweat from your sock. Ning Sh gagged slightly. LZH teased. Haha, even you disdain yourself? It has nothing to do with ownership. Everyone finds faults. Imagine yourself as a fairy. After all, that is precisely what you are. The two sat back to back on the grassy ground, engaging in playful banter while sipping the sock-filtered water. The afternoon sun bathed them in its warmth, creating a scene that bore a touch of sweetness and romance. After 3 rounds of exchanging wet earth, they could extract no further water, yet their extreme thirst was alleviated. LZH nodded. Let us proceed and continue our search. He shook the dirt from his sock and tucked it away. He then pulled her up, and they resumed their exploration through the grass, finding neither fresh water nor tuberous plants. At that moment, LZH spotted a cluster of shrubs adorned with dozens of small yellow fruits, resembling jujubes in size. He pondered their edibility. Plucking one and holding it in his hand, he briefly contemplated, and information about this fruit surfaced in his mind. Ning Sh leaned closer. What is this? A small jujube? LZH shook his head. This is called YSHZ, scientifically known as J. Qianqian. It is a wild fruit. When ripe, it is edible, but currently, it is unripe, too tart, and may cause diarrhea. We should remember this spot and return in a few days when it ripens. However, before LZH could finish his thought, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Following this was a series of urgent whistles, and both LZH and Ning Sh gasped in alarm. Oh no, something has happened at the camp. Chapter 11. Tang Xiaoguo has been bitten by a snake. LZH had no time to ponder further and grasped Ning Sh, sprinting toward the camp. Upon arriving, they found Lin Qianqian cradling the unconscious Jiang Yao in a corner, while Tang Xiaoguo sat before them, terrified and crying. A meter away from them lay a large snake, approximately 1.5 meters long, with its head raised and flicking its tongue upon the leaves. As LZH approached, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, LZH, a snake. He had spotted it. LZH forced himself to remain calm. Do not move. Recalling a method his grandfather had used to catch snakes in his childhood, he removed his long pants, tied the legs together, and stealthily approached the snake from behind. Using the pants as a bag, he lunged forward. Snakes are adept at attacking but lack evasive skills. It was swiftly ensnared within the fabric. As it sought to bite, it found no opening within the pants and desperately attempted to escape into any lighted space. Just as its head emerged, LZH promptly seized it. Grasping the snake, information surged into his mind. New species, Southeast Asian silver-ringed snake subspecies, primarily feeds on birds and rodents, occasionally pilfering seagull eggs. Known for its aggressive nature and propensity to attack mammals. System designation, BM silver-ringed snake. Its venom is neurotoxic, with a lethality rate of 10. It is edible and rich in protein. The snake thrashed about, eliciting an unsettling sensation. LZH quickly secured it within the pants, fastening the waistband to create a closed bag. He then hung the makeshift pouch on a tree and turned back to Ning Xiaoguo. Tears streamed down Ning Xiaoguo's face, and upon seeing LZH, she sobbed. LZH, I was just bitten. What? LZH rushed to her side. Where were you bitten? Ning Xiaoguo bit her lip, stifling the pain. My foot, my toe. LZH grasped her right foot, revealing two tiny puncture wounds on her delicate big toe. Moments earlier, the foraging snake had traversed this path, approaching Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian. In a panic to protect her companions, Ning Xiaoguo had attempted to kick the snake away, only to be bitten on her right big toe. Ning Sh sighed. Thankfully, it's not a triangular head. This snake shouldn't be venomous. However, LZH's expression darkened. Not all oval-headed snakes are harmless. This is a subspecies of the silver-ringed snake, and its venom is considerable. What? Upon hearing this, the companions were thrown into confusion. Ning Xiaoguo cried out, Am I going to die? No way. LZH reassured her, though time was of the essence, and he could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly rolled down Ning Xiaoguo's stockings and pinched the base of her big toe to restrict blood flow. He then gently pushed forward to expel the venom from the wound. He applied slightly more pressure than intended, causing Ning Xiaoguo to yelp. Ouch. Oh. LZH admonished. Ning Xiaoguo, focus. This time, she refrained from retorting, her cheeks flushing as she meekly acquiesced. Finally, no more blood was expelled. It seemed most of the venom had been cleared, yet this did not imply Ning Xiaoguo was out of danger. The survival manual suggested, use tannic acid to neutralize the venom. This could effectively alleviate the poisoning. Tannic acid? Yes, that substance can counteract the alkaline proteins in snake venom, making it the optimal antidote in nature. But where could it be found? Suddenly, LZH recalled palm juice, known for its astringency, due to a high tannic acid content. He inspected the small amount of tree sap collected in a plastic bag, realizing that even this little bit could potentially save her life. Carefully, he applied the tree sap to her wound. Ning Xiaoguo observed her tiny foot in LZH's hands, her face reddening like a ripe apple. Once he had tended to the wound, he asked, Can someone lend me a rubber band? Ning Sh rummaged through her backpack, while Lin Qianqian offered her hair tie. Use mine. LZH took it, fastening it around Ning Xiaoguo's toe to minimize blood flow. Gooer, how does it feel? Ning Xiaoguo shook her head. I don't feel much. LZH exhaled in relief. Even if some venom has entered your system, it shouldn't be significant. It hasn't compromised your sensory or respiratory functions, and you should survive. Chapter 12. This snake will be our dinner tonight, and Ning Sh also relaxed, inquiring. LZH, what is the significance of applying tree sap to the wound? LZH briefly explained. Snake venom is alkaloid-based, and the tannins in plants can effectively neutralize it. Palm sap is astringent, and nearly all astringent foods contain tannins, such as unripe persimmons. And Ning Sh nodded, suddenly recalling. By the way, do you remember the Jiang Yao we saw earlier? You mentioned it was unripe and would be astringent. Precisely. Wait here, I'll gather a few. Good, let us keep some for precaution. Be careful. No problem. 2 minutes later, Ning Sh returned with a small cluster of Jiang. Once again, Tang Xiaoguo applied the ointment. The crisis had, at last, been temporarily averted. However, there were now 3 frail girls left in the camp, with only Ning Shu able to contribute. It seemed that the forthcoming survival challenge had just become considerably more arduous. Tang Xiaoguo nodded, observing Jun Qianzi's endearing demeanor. She placed one in her mouth and chewed, only to find it so bitter that she nearly took flight. She promptly spat it out, exclaiming, Wow, that is so sour and astringent. This isn't meant for you. Are you hungry? Lu Zhe pointed behind him. This snake can serve as our dinner. Lin Qianqian expressed her concern, but wild snakes can carry parasites. Consuming them could lead to illness. No need to worry too much about that, Lu Zhe assured her. The snake species on this island are relatively isolated, so the chances of infection are low. Nonetheless, we should cook it thoroughly to be safe. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo exchanged glances, both harboring a deep-seated fear of consuming such slippery creatures. Ning Shu nodded. I have eaten snake before, and it was spicy, but how do we prepare this one? I'll handle it later. Tang Xiaoguo prayed. May the gods bless us. I hope we can find other food. Lin Qianqian added. Catching a tuna would be wonderful. And I could settle for coconut crabs. Ning Shu sighed. How could we be that lucky? I'm not asking for much. Catching a wild rabbit to roast would be perfect. Tang Xiaoguo grew anxious, but rabbits are so adorable. Wouldn't eating one evoke guilt? Ning Shu sighed again. Given our situation, we shouldn't be too sentimental about the rabbit. Having food at all is a blessing. Lin Qianqian remarked. I've heard that rabbit meat is low in fat, and eating too much can actually leave one feeling hungrier. Ning Shu nodded. Therefore, in the wild, the rabbit's skin and innards are more valuable than its meat, as the highest fat content is found in the subcutaneous and visceral layers. Yet it pales in comparison to pork or beef. Tang Xiaoguo stroked her chin, contemplating. So, it turns out rabbits are a weight loss delicacy. Lin Qianqian queried. Didn't you just say rabbits were cute? Tang Xiaoguo nodded. But if they could maintain their figure, that would be a different story. Lin Qianqian gently touched Tang Xiaoguo's calf. Guo, you are already quite slender. Ning Shu sighed. I miss the spicy rabbit heads from my hometown. By the way, why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, although he had used his casual pants to store the snake, was fortunate to be wearing a pair of athletic shorts underneath. This was because he had originally worn shorts when boarding the plane, but the air conditioning was too chilly, prompting him to put on another pair of pants in preparation for a nap. He thoroughly checked the surrounding forest, ensuring no other snakes were present, which put his mind at ease. Just then, Tang Xiaoguo clutched her stomach, her brow furrowed in discomfort, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Ning Shu noticed the change. Guo, what's wrong? I'm fine. Guo forced a strained smile, whispering, class monitor, do you happen to have any toilet paper? Ning Shu instantly understood. Young Miss Guo was in need of a restroom. Chapter 13. Lu Zhe's realization. Lu Zhe had long recognized Tang Xiaoguo's predicament. To spare her embarrassment, he suggested, I'll take a stroll by the seaside to see if I can find any seafood. He then set off alone toward the shore. At that moment, the tide was rising. The beach yielded only a few tiny hermit crabs, with no other seafood in sight. Lu Zhe picked one up to examine, noting that while the larger ones were acceptable, these tiny shells contained more shell than meat, providing insufficient calories to warrant their consumption. He sought a sharp stone or an oyster shell to fashion into a tool, but found nothing suitable after searching for quite some time. Indeed, true survival was nothing like the so-called survival experts portrayed on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. Yet, Lu Zhe ultimately discovered a valuable resource, a large patch of seaweed floating ashore. This seaweed was rich in vitamins and carbohydrates and could be consumed, though its hardness posed a challenge for direct consumption, potentially straining the stomach. Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing. He rolled the seaweed up and stored it in a plastic bag, bringing it back to the camp, thus not returning empty-handed. Tang Xiaoguo seemed to have completed her first restroom endeavor, yet her furrowed brow and uncommunicative expression suggested it hadn't been an easy task. Given her foot injury and the painful sting from the snake bite, there was no proper toilet, making squatting nearly impossible. Merely managing to relieve herself was commendable. Guo, how are you doing? I'm okay, just a bit uncomfortable, it will pass. At that moment, Lu Zhe's system unexpectedly chimed with an alert. Ding. Important resource detected within a 100-meter radius. Strawberry seeds. Lu Zhe was elated. Strawberries were among his favorite fruits. He realized that if strawberries could grow on this island, their quality of life would elevate significantly. Following the system's guidance, he walked about 40 meters to the marked location, where he found a broad leaf. The seeds were indicated to be beneath that very leaf. Curiously, he approached and lifted the leaf. To his astonishment, he was left dumbfounded, nearly collapsing in despair. In that instant, he felt as if he might faint. What on earth have I done to deserve this? Beneath the leaf lay a small pit containing a puddle of yellow substance, dotted with several black specks and a few pristine tissues. Lu Zhe couldn't suppress a gag reflex, quickly understanding the situation. It appeared Guo had recently consumed strawberries, and the seeds had made their way to the island. Due to the seeds' resistance to digestive enzymes, coupled with her possible diarrhea hastening their expulsion, they had not been broken down by gastric juices. The question arose, what should Lu Zhe do now? Should he abandon the idea or courageously seek out those seeds and find them a suitable planting site? Initially, he thought of giving up, hoping the rescue team would arrive soon. Yet, with rationality, he shook his head. What if the rescue team didn't arrive on time? They might need to endure prolonged survival here. Life with strawberries and life without them would be two entirely different worlds. No, he could not compromise his principles for strawberries. Resolutely, he clenched his teeth. I absolutely will not do such a thing. Never. Lu Zhe steeled himself for the challenge. Yet, closing his eyes, he envisioned countless plump, glistening strawberries swirling around him. Chapter 14. Discovering new freshwater resources. Ultimately, Lu Zhe conveyed his thoughts with a serious tone. As castaways on this deserted island, we must gather every available resource. Before boarding the plane, we consumed various fruits, and the seeds would have entered our bodies, arriving on this island with us. As seeds possess antioxidant enzymes, they are not completely digested. With these seeds, we can clear land for cultivation and grow fruit. Even if we are rescued later, Our living conditions will not be dire. Upon hearing this, the two girls exchanged glances, finding his reasoning quite compelling. I understand the logic, Lin Qianqian timidly inquired. But how peculiar is the thought of searching for seeds and excrement? Ning Shu remarked. By the way, has Bear Grylls or Les Stroud ever done something so bizarre? Lu Zhe shrugged. Yi would roast and consume the undigested beans from his own excrement when driven to the brink of starvation. And Yi would extract water from the dung of an elephant. In comparison, our situation appears rather trivial. The two girls simultaneously recoiled. That is quite bizarre. A pivotal question struck Lu Zhe. By the way, what have you two eaten on the plane? Did you have any fruit? Lin Qianqian frowned in rejection. I don't want to tell you. Ning Shu chimed in, hands on her hips. Humph, no way you're finding out. Lu Zhe chuckled. It's fine if you don't want to share, but if we don't receive rescue in a few months, we'll either be gnawing on tree bark or feasting on various fruits. You can choose. The girls, upon hearing this, were slightly swayed. Ning Shu whispered to Lin Qianqian. You know, he has a point. Lin Qianqian blushed. But we can't let the boys rummage through our things. That would be mortifying. Just then, a feeble call from Tang Xiaoguo reached them. Class monitor, Qianqian, Lu Zhe, where are you? Coming. They decided to set aside the discussion of excrement for now. Upon returning to the campsite, they discovered Tang Xiaoguo's complexion was pale, her body warm, and her breathing somewhat labored. Lu Zhe realized that a small amount of snake venom had indeed infiltrated Tang Xiaoguo's heart and lungs. Without an antidote, the unripe wild persimmons were toxic and should not be consumed in large quantities. All she could do was hydrate to accelerate her metabolic processes and expel the toxins. He hurried to check the distillers. After more than 4 hours, each of the 3 distillers yielded approximately 10 milliliters of fresh water, totaling around 30 milliliters, barely a sip. He quickly made her drink it. As for the misunderstanding regarding the excrement, he decided to let time take care of it. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Darkness would soon descend. He understood that to survive, they could not rely solely on distillation. He needed to find more fresh water before nightfall. He resolved to venture deeper into the forest. This time, he instructed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to tend to Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao while he went into the woods alone. Climbing through a steeper area, he entered the northern forest. This area was evidently denser than the southern part, filled with the buzzing of unknown insects. He searched cautiously. To his immense fortune, he discovered a small cluster of fish mint beneath a tree. Carefully, he uprooted a handful. This plant possessed a unique flavor, rich in nutrients, capable of providing vitamins and carbohydrates, an exceptionally valuable wild vegetable resource. More importantly, it bore certain detoxifying properties, albeit limited in effectiveness. The discovery of this cluster indicated that this island supported such a species. With further diligence, he might find more. He felt elated. However, he had nearly depleted the nearby fish mint. Continuing his search, his efforts bore fruit. Finally, he stumbled upon a freshwater pool at the base of a small slope. The pool was modest, with an estimated capacity of about 2 liters. It appeared to be rainwater collected from the mountains. He dipped his finger in, tasted it. No flavor. Freshwater. Indeed, this was a moment of great joy. Unfortunately, the water was rather murky. He required a more effective means of filtration. Checking the system manual for recommendations, he found, for excessively turbid water, a cotton pad from a bra can be utilized for filtration. Chapter 15. Look, another misunderstanding. The method was sound, but executing it posed a challenge. Should he ask to borrow? The 2 girls had already begun to suspect they possessed some peculiar tendencies. Seeking to borrow such an item from others was out of the question. Whether the person would even lend it was uncertain. More importantly, his own peculiar reputation might be irreparably tarnished. Yet, upon reconsideration, he realized that without such an action, acquiring clean freshwater would be impossible. Without it, not only would Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao be in peril, but he, Lin Qianqian, and Ning Shu could also meet a dire fate. There was no room for hesitation. For the sake of survival, he steeled himself. Returning to the campsite, he found only 2 of the girls remaining. Looking up, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian gathering sticks to construct a snake-proof barrier around the camp. Inside, Jiang Yao remained unconscious, while Tang Xiaoguo had succumbed to sleep. Perhaps fatigue had taken its toll. Explaining his situation would require considerable effort, so he decided to act swiftly. While Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were occupied, he stealthily approached Jiang Yao. Gently, he touched her forehead. Her temperature had lowered, and her breathing was steady and strong. She would surely awaken soon. Her clothing lay beneath her, and the strap of her bra had loosened, merely resting across her chest. If he acted quickly, he might finish everything before they awoke. Lu Zhe gently removed it. A blinding light. He quickly shook his head, dispelling that inappropriate thought, covering her with her clothing. He now had what he needed to filter the fresh water. If time permitted, he could return it without anyone being the wiser. Nodding to himself, he hurried away. Reaching the water hole, he crouched down, stacking 2 bowls together, using leaves to scoop the murky water and pour it atop. The dirty water filtered through the 2 layers of cotton pads, slowly flowing out from beneath. The turbid water gradually became clear. Truly a miraculous filtration method. This was incredibly useful. He quickly filled his bottle. Minutes later, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian returned, only to be met with a bizarre sight. Ning Shu's expression changed as she pointed at the reclining Jiang Yao. Don't you think something seems amiss? It was her bra. Lin Qianqian panicked. Could it be that even on a deserted island, there are thieves? After pondering, she mused. Could it be a squirrel? What would a squirrel want with such things? I have no idea. How embarrassing. Qianqian, lend a hand. All right. The 2 girls carefully retrieved Jiang Yao's sailor outfit from beneath her and covered her more securely. This was truly odd. What a strange occurrence. Just then, Tang Xiaoguo woke up, yawning. Ning Shu hurriedly asked, Guo, did you see anyone take Jiang Yao's bra? What? Tang Xiaoguo's eyes widened. The bra is missing? Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian nodded. Tang Xiaoguo quickly checked her own and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, mine is still here. After a moment of reflection, she expressed her concern. Could it be Lu Zhe? Ning Shu shook her head, confidently stating, although Lu Zhe's behavior has been a bit peculiar lately. He always approaches problems from a survival standpoint. I don't recall him being the type to steal women's clothing. Tang Xiaoguo pouted, but he's the only male here. Who else could it be? Ning Shu hesitated. How about I ask him directly? By the way, where did Lu Zhe go? Lin Qianqian recalled. He mentioned he was just wandering nearby, so he shouldn't have gone far. Ning Shu imagined a scene of Lu Zhe engaging in unsavory activities and shivered. He wouldn't have gone back to that, would he? Tang Xiaoguo was puzzled. What sort of activity? Ning Shu was certain that if she revealed that Lu Zhe was playing with the feces of Guo, Tang Xiaoguo would surely faint on the spot. So she casually replied, oh, just insects and such. Tang Xiaoguo frowned and asked, do boys really enjoy that kind of stuff? Yes. Ning Shu sighed. Why does he have to be so worrisome? Class monitor, don't fret. Lin Qianqian comforted. Lu Zhe is usually quite reliable. He shouldn't stray too far. Let's just wait patiently. In this unfamiliar wilderness, how could one not feel anxious? At that moment, Tang Xiaoguo seemed to hear something. Hey, do you hear that sound? It seems someone is whistling, and the tune is rather inappropriate. After listening closely, she exclaimed, it's Zhu Beiji carries his wife. Ning Shu straightened up. I'll go take a look. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had filtered 4 entire bottles of fresh water by the waterhole. Feeling elated, he could not resist the urge to whistle a cheerful tune. As he filled his pockets with water and headed back, his mood buoyant, he couldn't help but praise. 35D, with that familiar milky scent. It turns out my deskmate is truly authentic. If I were to use Guo'er's words, it would probably take an extra hour. However, before he could reach the campsite, he suddenly spotted Ning Shu emerging from behind a tree, with her hands on her hips and eyes narrowed. She shook her head in dismay. Her expression resembled that of a weary mother who, upon discovering her son downloading inappropriate content, was filled with sorrowful disappointment. Lu Zhe's heart sank, and instinctively, he hid the bottles behind his back. 3 minutes later, 3 girls sat across from Lu Zhe. Ning Shu was furious, Qianqian appeared perplexed, and Guo was on the verge of tears. Jiang Yao's bra lay before them like a piece of incriminating evidence. Is it really necessary to go this far? Tang Xiaoguo lamented. Since arriving on this island, Lu Zhe has transformed from a normal boy into a pervert, even resorting to stealing girls' clothes. Who knows what he might do next? Lu Zhe felt helpless. I've said it countless times. I used this to gather fresh water from the waterhole. He shook the water bottle. Look, the evidence is right here. Tang Xiaoguo continued. Fine. Even if I understand you used this to obtain fresh water, you should have at least discussed it with us first. Secretly taking it is no different from being a pervert. With the situation laid bare, Lu Zhe grew emboldened. Would you have agreed if I had confided in you? Ask your hearts. Would any of you lend me something? Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu exchanged glances, both conveying a definite refusal. See, I risked being wrongfully accused of being a pervert to save everyone. And you? In this life and death situation, you wouldn't even lend a bra. And still blame me. Who said that? Tang Xiaoguo pouted. If you spoke to me nicely, perhaps I might lend it to you. This unexpected response caught Lu Zhe off guard. Your cup is too small. Even if I used yours, it wouldn't be enough in an hour. Tang Xiaoguo looked down at her not-so-prominent chest. A wave of intense inferiority, combined with rage, surged within her as she raised her head, fists clenched. Lu Zhe. What do you mean by that? At that moment, Lu Zhe looked up and saw Tang Xiaoguo's furious expression. I will strangle you. Chapter 16. Jiang Yao awakes. Helping you overcome your cleanliness obsession, the little girl lunged at him, straddling him with both hands around his neck, playfully threatening him. Lu Zhe exaggeratedly shouted for help, which only amused Tang Xiaoguo as she pinched him. Stupid Lu Zhe, I wasn't even using any force. Just then, a muffled call came through. Lu Zhe? Everyone froze. For it was Jiang Yao's voice. They all rushed over, believing she had awakened, only to find her eyes closed, her lips trembling slightly. Lu Zhe, Yao Yao. They all called out together. Yet Jiang Yao did not respond, merely mumbling Lu Zhe's name repeatedly. Tang Xiaoguo asked angrily, Lu Zhe, why does Yao Yao keep calling your name? How would I know? Lu Zhe replied, puzzled. He had known Jiang Yao since childhood, and they were partners in the dance troupe, but their relationship was not such that she would dream of calling his name. Do you two have something going on? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. No, right? But if there is, then there is. Tang Xiaoguo pounded her small fists in frustration. Enough of this. I just want to know. Lu Zhe grasped her hand. And even if there were, what does it have to do with you? Tang Xiaoguo glared at him. I don't want to see you deceive an innocent girl. Ning Shu interjected. Stop arguing. Listen carefully. Then they heard Jiang Yao mumble again. Lu Zhe, wash your hands before you touch me. Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief. This was a common phrase in their daily interactions. As dance partners, it was inevitable they would hold hands or embrace during competitions, and Jiang Yao always insisted Lu Zhe wash his hands multiple times. She often said, I like cleanliness. My partner must be clean too. With the misunderstanding cleared, it was time to save her. Lu Zhe handed her a bottle of water. Use this. Okay. Ning Shu took it, clumsily unscrewing the cap to pour it into Jiang Yao's mouth, but mismanaged it and ended up spilling. Lin Qianqian said, let me do it. She carefully poured water into the bottle cap and then into Jiang Yao's mouth. Before long, Jiang Yao slowly opened her eyes and saw her dirty classmates. Ah, she exclaimed, nearly fainting again. The others quickly fanned her, offered water, and pinched her to revive her. After a while, Jiang Yao finally regained consciousness. What kind of water is this? Tang Xiaoguo blurted out. Nothing much, just water from the muddy pit. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao began to retch uncontrollably. Yes, having washed up on a deserted island, the first thing Jiang Yao did upon waking was to vomit. Disgusting. Jiang Yao screamed in frustration. What do we do now? For a moment, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo were at a loss, and even Ning Shu had no idea. However, Lu Zhe remained quite clear-headed. While everyone could usually tolerate Jiang Yao's cleanliness obsession, in this wild environment, where conditions were harsh and resources scarce, they could not allow her whims to run rampant. With this thought, Lu Zhe stood up and said solemnly, everyone, step aside. Let me talk to her. Ning Shu hesitated. Are you sure you can handle it? Lu Zhe responded confidently. Don't worry, I know her best. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo stepped aside. Jiang Yao, stay away from me. Jiang Yao protested. Lu Zhe scoffed and forcefully turned her body, pinning her arms and lifting her up. Jiang Yao, puzzled, exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? This isn't the time for dancing. Lu Zhe domineeringly pushed her against a tree, firmly holding her shoulders, and gravely stated, Everything I am about to tell you is the truth. Although it may sound unbelievable, these are the very things that saved your life. Jiang Yao had never seen Lu Zhe like this before. She shrank her arms, her face flushed, her big watery eyes wide with helplessness, and she nodded slightly. We really gave you muddy pit water, and furthermore, I must tell you that the bottle we used to collect the water was also scavenged. What? Jiang Yao's face flushed even more, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Lu Zhe let out a cold laugh, covering her mouth with one hand to prevent her from speaking. She struggled desperately, but how could she possibly resist Lu Zhe? The three other girls stood by, dumbfounded, unsure of whether to intervene. Yet even the water in the muddy pit was insignificant. Lu Zhe spoke with remarkable calmness. In order to cool you down, we soaked socks in seawater and placed them on your forehead. Socks on your forehead? Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with despair. This evoked a twinge of pity in him, yet he understood that softness at such a moment would only harm her. Gritting his teeth, he continued, You might find this unbearable, but I must tell you that there is something even more outrageous. Ning Shu exclaimed, Let us not mention that. Lu Zhe ignored her and pressed on. When we first found you, you were severely dehydrated and on the brink of death. We had to feed you something even dirtier to save you. Crack. It struck Jiang Yao like a lightning bolt, leaving her dizzy. The other three girls were equally stunned, too afraid to imagine what would happen next. Jiang Yao clutched Lu Zhe's wrist, unable to articulate her thoughts, only able to emit whimpering sounds. Yet Lu Zhe was not finished. Even the hand I used to cover your mouth had, not long ago, rummaged through animal feces for over 20 strawberry seeds. The impact of this revelation was akin to a nuclear bomb on Jiang Yao. Tang Xiaoguo mumbled, "What kind of wild animal?" Lu Zhe, serious and solemn, continued, "But I must inform you. While you were unconscious, we faced numerous troubles, all of which we overcame one by one. Qianqian fanned you and wiped your body, while I and the class monitor searched for fresh water and food, and Guo suffered a snake bite on her toe while trying to protect you. Everyone is striving to survive, exerting every ounce of strength to find limited resources to endure the upcoming hardships. I ask you, what right do you have to be finicky? What right do you have to waste?" These piercing questions flushed Jiang Yao's cheeks and alleviated her urge to vomit. Lu Zhe knew his tactics were effective. "Next, I will lower my hand, and I permit you to vomit. But I must tell you, whatever you vomit, you must eat again. Remember, this is not child's play. This is true wilderness survival." Chapter 17. The first retreat of the tide. Having spoken these words, Lu Zhe slowly lowered his hand from her mouth. Jiang Yao stood there in a daze, her pupils trembling, her nausea returning, and she quickly covered her mouth, ultimately refraining from vomiting. Jiang Yao had never witnessed such a side of Lu Zhe before. In her eyes, he had always been the easygoing, responsible, yet carefree boy. Even when girls bullied him, he never retaliated. But today, she witnessed a different side of him. For a moment, she was bewildered. Is this still the Lu Zhe I know? She thought she should detest his rudeness. Yet, in reality, she felt not a hint of disgust, but rather a peculiar sensation. "Xiaozhe." She blushed slightly. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lu Zhe smiled lightly, his tone softer than before. "I understand that it is unrealistic for you to change completely in such a short time. But you must learn to adapt. Only then can you survive. Do you understand?" Jiang Yao nodded. "I will do my best." Ning Shu stood up and extended her hand warmly. "Welcome, Jiang Yao, to officially become a member of the survival team at Jiaoda's School of Management." Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment, reached out, and shook Ning Shu's hand. "Thank you, class monitor." Then she expressed her gratitude to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo as well. "Thank you both." Lin Qianqian smiled cheerfully. "The conditions are a bit harsh. I hope the life committee member doesn't mind." Jiang Yao glanced around. "Well, it's a bit dirty, but it's okay. This is everyone's contribution." Suddenly, she looked down and felt something was missing. "Where's my Victoria's Secret?" That question was a bit difficult to answer. Lu Zhe scratched his head and pointed towards the beach. I think I saw something over there. I'll go take a look." He then decisively slipped away. Seeing Lu Zhe leave, Ning Shu sighed helplessly. She handed over the bra. "I removed it for you because it was affecting your breathing." Jiang Yao took it and looked at it, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "Why is it so dirty inside? So much mud, I can't wear it." Ning Shu smiled wryly. "To be honest, those few bottles of water were filtered using it." Whose idea was that? To avoid unnecessary embarrassment between the genders, Ning Shu gritted her teeth and decided to take the blame for Lu Zhe. "It was me." Jiang Yao was taken aback. "Class monitor you?" "Yes." Expecting Jiang Yao to react furiously, she instead appeared somewhat calm, as if tasting a hint of disappointment. "Oh, so it was you, class monitor. I thought it was Lu Zhe." Yao, you're not mad at me, are you?" "Of course not. The class monitor's idea was quite good. I initially thought I was useless, but it turns out I contributed to the team even while unconscious." As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest. Tang Xiaoguo glanced at her impressive figure, feeling a bit sour, said, Hey, girls should be a bit modest. Don't forget there's a boy here." "Are you talking about Xiaozhe?" Jiang Yao looked at Lu Zhe's distant figure and shrugged. "But what can I do? I can't just blindfold Xiaozhe." Jiang Yao referred to him as Xiaozhe so intimately, which irked Tang Xiaoguo. "By the way, Guo, I heard your foot was bitten by a snake. How is it now?" Seeing Jiang Yao inquire, Tang Xiaoguo extended her little foot to show her wound, pitifully saying, "The snake's venom is very potent, but thankfully, Xiaozhe helped me suck out the venom. It's much better now." He personally sucked out the snake venom?" Jiang Yao exclaimed. Tang Xiaoguo, with a hint of mischief, said, "It was quite embarrassing, but there was no other choice. The situation was critical, and if he hadn't acted, I might not have survived. I wonder if his future girlfriend will think less of him for it." Jiang Yao pondered for a moment, smiling faintly. She won tea. He did it to save a life. If she asked the kind-hearted type like me, she would not only understand him, but also take pride in him. Tang Xiaoguo suppressed her annoyance and forced a smile. "Why does it sound like you are already his girlfriend?" "Just a hypothesis. But even as his childhood friend, I think his actions were very manly, don't you think?" This left Tang Xiaoguo speechless, frowning. She felt that since being stranded on the deserted island, she had encountered a real crisis. Internally, she compared herself, compared to Jiang Yao, Aside from being a bit shorter and having a smaller chest, her looks were not inferior. In terms of cuteness, she was perhaps slightly ahead. Furthermore, she could sing and dance, possessing an elegant demeanor, leaving no reason to lose to this cleanliness freak. Oh, who knows what this big lug Lu Zhe is really thinking. As for Lu Zhe, he was lost in thought, walking alone on the beach, carefully observing the sand and waves. Soon, he discovered an important piece of information. The waves had recently reached their highest point, and now they were no longer washing up there. This meant that the tide was beginning to recede. Look, the tide is retreating. The girls turned to look in unison. At this moment, the sun hung low in the west, drawing ever closer to the horizon, and the air finally turned somewhat cooler. Seagulls and terns began to appear, soaring along the coastline in search of food. Indeed, exclaimed the girls with delight. Ning Shu sighed, but there is still no sign of the rescue team. Lu Zhe returned, glanced at his watch, and addressed the four girls. Ladies, it is now 4:30 in the afternoon, which marks the time of low tide on this island. Lin Qianqian quickly took out her notebook to jot down the information. Lu Zhe continued his analysis. The tide will begin to recede at 4:30. And estimating based on the twice-daily tidal pattern, it will reach its lowest point around 10:30 tonight, then begin to rise again. The second low tide will occur around 4 or 5 in the morning tomorrow, followed by another rise at 10. Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. Impressive. How do you know all this? Tang Xiaoguo cheerfully remarked. With the tide going out, doesn't that mean we can scavenge for treasures? Just like those Douyin tide-chasing influencers, who return with baskets full of seafood every time. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, but do not get your hopes too high. Much of what those influencers show is fabricated. The reality of tide hunting is far more challenging. Oh, perhaps we might be lucky. Tang Xiaoguo replied eagerly. If we find a king crab, we won't have to eat that wretched snake. A king crab? Ning Shu queried in surprise. What is wrong with that? It's not impossible, Lu Zhe said with a serious expression. I can assure you that the probability of finding a king crab on this beach is about the same as stumbling upon a box of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Why is that? Lin Qianqian timidly inquired. If I remember correctly, king crabs live in the cold depths of the ocean, right? Chapter 18. Misunderstandings from fire by friction. Tang Xiaoguo felt a bit disappointed, but soon regained her enthusiasm. If we don't find a king crab, finding a hairy crab would still be wonderful. Finding a hairy crab on the beach? Jiang Yao expressed her disbelief. I'm certain I've found one before, Tang Xiaoguo asserted confidently. Ning Shu chuckled. Are you sure it was a hairy crab and not a swimming crab? After pondering for a moment, Tang Xiaoguo replied. What is the difference? Aren't all crabs essentially the same? Lin Qianqian retorted. Of course not. Some are sea crabs while others are river crabs. Lu Zhe, not wishing to delve into the feasibility of finding hairy crabs on the beach, stated, the question is, can your feet walk? Let me try? She attempted to lift her little foot, waddling like a penguin for 2 steps. See, no problem. But after just 2 steps, the sand kicked up by her 3rd step accidentally brushed against her injury, causing her to cry out in pain. I think you should stay at the campsite. No, I want to go, Lin Qianqian suggested. How about we take turns supporting Guo? Wherever looks fun, we can let her sit there for a while, all right? The girls all raised their hands in agreement. Jiang Yao smiled and playfully invited, Xiao Zhe, come join us. Frankly speaking, searching for supplies by the seaside could indeed be a delightful endeavor, but Lu Zhe knew he had more pressing matters at hand. No, you all go have fun. But remember not to stray too far from the campsite, and if there is any danger, blow your whistle. Jiang Yao pouted in disappointment and cautioned, please be careful. Tang Xiaoguo pouted, Yao Yao, come help me. Lu Zhe smiled and made an okay gesture. Watching the 4 girls frolic in laughter, Lu Zhe felt a sense of joy himself. Now, with a makeshift campsite established and a few bottles of life-sustaining fresh water, rational thought led him to conclude that the most urgent task was to create a fire. A campfire not only cooks food but also brings light, warmth, and hope. It could also burn wet wood and plastic to produce black smoke, signaling for rescue teams and fishing boats. The campfire was as crucial as fresh water in their survival. He realized it was essential to start a fire before nightfall. However, he did not smoke and had no lighter. Even if he did, it would not be permitted on the plane. What methods are there to start a fire outdoors? One could either seek flint for friction or utilize a convex lens to concentrate light. The most common method, however, is fire by drilling wood. Oh, battery ignition is the simplest. But now, 3 cell phones were either out of power or had been submerged in seawater for too long, rendering their batteries useless. What about the other methods? He had no idea where to find flint and lacked any convex lens-like devices. The only viable option was to drill wood. Drilling wood, however, has several techniques: hand drilling, the Iroquois pressing method, bow drilling, and the rubbing method. Lu Zhe weighed his options carefully in his mind. Hand drilling would be ineffective. It would leave his hands blistered within minutes. The Iroquois pressing method was also impractical due to its complexity, requiring a drill bit he did not possess. Nor did he have a knife to carve one. The rubbing method, also known as the fire plow method, was the technique Tom Hanks used in his survival movie and was rather inefficient. The most suitable method for him was bow drilling, the technique often employed by the renowned master, De Go. This device was relatively simple to construct. Find a flexible piece of wood and a length of string to fashion a bow. Then procure a small stick to wrap the string around, pressing it onto a piece of wood. With the bow's motion, the small stick would spin rapidly. Yes, bow drilling it was. Having devised his plan, he began to implement it. First, he sought a sheltered spot to prevent the fledgling flame from being extinguished by the wind. He decided to set the fire point under a tree 40 meters away from the campsite. Once the fire was stable, he would move it back to the campsite. Next, he needed to find suitable twigs, which proved no challenge. Within 5 minutes, he located a 30-centimeter long twig with just the right amount of flexibility. As for the string, there was no time to weave one, so he used his shoelaces. Tying one end securely, he bent the stick and fastened the other end. In less than 3 minutes, a compact and simple bow drill was complete. Preparing the tinder was also straightforward. He found 2 dry leaves, rubbed them together in his palm, and it was done. He then sourced a dry stick about 15 centimeters long and a thicker piece of wood. He rounded the ends of the stick against a rock, wrapped the shoelace around it twice, placed the thick wood underneath, and pressed down with a shell. Although the materials were not perfect, they would suffice. With his left hand pressing down on the shell and his right hand pulling and pushing, the stick began to spin rapidly. His arms were starting to ache. After a brief effort, his shoulders began to feel sore. He had no choice but to change his position. He switched to holding the end of the bow with his right hand, moving it up and down while using his arms to pull back. Remarkably, this adjustment felt much more comfortable. Before long, a small pit had formed in the thick wood from the drilling. However, this was just the beginning. To truly ignite a fire would require enduring patience and perseverance. After half an hour, Lu Zhe had produced a significant amount of wood shavings, which had darkened in color, indicating that the tip of the drill had begun to heat up. At this moment, one must not slacken their efforts. The journey must continue. Meanwhile, several girls stumbled upon a trove of delightful treasures. A small bottle was filled with hermit crabs of various sizes, while a plastic bag contained a vibrant assortment of shells. Perhaps to them, the nutritional value was of little concern. What mattered most was the aesthetic appeal. With such a bounty in hand, surely Lu Zhe would no longer underestimate us. Alas, we did not manage to find the big hairy crabs. However, we did discover an abundance of little crabs. They must be the tiny sea crabs, indeed so small that one might mistake them for a 1-cent coin. By the way, do you know how to eat hermit crabs? I don't know, perhaps Lu Zhe knows how. Let us go take a look at him together. The 4 girls supported one another as they made their way back to the campsite, yet they found no sign of Lu Zhe. Ning Shu stood on tiptoe, scanning the surroundings until she spotted Lu Zhe sitting on the grass, seemingly engrossed in some task. Over there, let us go. The 4 girls approached, but they halted unexpectedly when they were still about 30 meters away from Lu Zhe. Huh, what is he doing? Not far off, Lu Zhe sat on a rock, his back turned to them, vigorously waving his right hand up and down, engaged in an unknown endeavor. The girls exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Xiaoguo inquired, "Who knows what he is up to?" Lin Qianqian, bewildered, shook her head. "Why don't we just go ask him?" "No." Ning Shu suddenly seemed to grasp something profound. Her expression turned grave, her brows furrowed, her face pale yet tinged with a hint of redness. Jiang Yao, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong, class monitor?" Ning Shu bit her lip and, with a pained expression, said, "I never expected. He is actually doing that legendary thing." "What does that legendary thing entail?" The 3 girls were utterly bewildered. Lin Qianqian, filled with curiosity, pressed, "What on earth is it?" Tang Xiaoguo added, "Yes, class monitor, could you clarify a bit? That is." Ning Shu stomped her foot in frustration. "Oh, I can't bring myself to say it." Jiang Yao shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, since the class monitor 1T spill, let us just go take a look." Tang Xiaoguo nodded in agreement. "Yes, perhaps we will discover something amusing." Ning Shu immediately dashed ahead, positioning herself in front of them. "I said, you cannot go. Even if what Lu Zhe is doing is inappropriate, we must afford him a modicum of respect." Lin Qianqian gently remarked, "But class monitor, the more you say that, the more curious we become. What is it really? Fine, I will tell you. But we must first return to the campsite." Ning Shu led everyone back to the campsite, retrieved a book titled Mastering the Art of Husbandry, and opened it to a specific page. "Oh, naive maidens, take a look at this page. Lin Qianqian, dubious, picked up the book and read aloud a selected passage in her clear voice. When Shi Minxiang was 14, he discovered a mysterious action under the cover of night. Subsequently, his comprehension of the word tremble diverged from that of his peers, thus bringing him closer to the intentions of Goethe. This long-deceased German sage once stated, "Fear and trembling are the ultimate virtues of humanity." The three girls lifted their heads, their large, glistening eyes reflecting profound confusion. Ning Shu sighed anxiously. "This is a peculiar bad habit unique to boys. Regardless, we must save him." As the girls chattered animatedly, discussing how to aid Lu Zhe in overcoming this detrimental habit, Lu Zhe had finally coaxed a thin wisp of black smoke from the wood ash. Elated, he neglected his aching arms and hurriedly poured the ash onto the meticulously prepared dry leaves, blowing fervently upon it. Moments later, a flame leapt forth, igniting the dry leaves. "Ha ha, perseverance bears fruit. I have finally kindled a fire." This success was undoubtedly aided by the rejuvenating effects of Qianqian's sign-in. Otherwise, in his current state, he would never have managed to spark a flame. He carefully nurtured the fire, eager for it to grow stronger before relocating it closer to the campsite. He wondered how the girls would react upon seeing the fire he had ignited. Once the fire had stabilized, he intended to inform the girls to gather more stones and wood, so they could construct a proper fire pit nearby. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he retraced his steps, only to find the girls seemingly engaged in hushed discussion. Lu Zhe felt a twinge of curiosity. What were these girls secretly deliberating? Approaching them cautiously, he was unexpectedly discovered. Tang Xiaoguo let out a terrified scream. "Ah, Lu Zhe is here." The four girls instantly huddled together in alarm. Lu Zhe was perplexed. "Hey, what is going on with you all?" Lin Qianqian, flustered, dropped her notebook, and Lu Zhe, quick as a flash, caught it. The girls chorused, "Don't look." Lu Zhe was taken aback. Could it be that there were photos of girls tucked within? Why would they not want him to see? Was it their privacy? No. That's not it. Lu Zhe discerned that the girls were hiding something from him, and driven by an insatiable curiosity, he stole a glance at the notebook. Ah, the girls' faces turned ashen. In elegant script, it read, "Plan to help Lu Zhe overcome bad habits." Below was a cartoon drawing of a boy carrying a seated figure, with wavy lines drawn on his arm to represent movement. In an instant, Lu Zhe comprehended everything. Then, beside this illustration, various methods for cessation were listed: balanced diet, healthy exercise, and distraction techniques. How detailed! Lu Zhe was instantly petrified, a statue of shock. What in the world? Realizing their secret was out, Ning Shu adopted a serious tone. "This is all for your benefit, Lu Zhe?" Tang Xiaoguo added, exasperated. "Lu Zhe, this isn't right. You must quit." Jiang Yao expressed concern. "Xiao Zhe, although it's embarrassing to have such habits known to others, especially girls, trust that we all have your best interests at heart." Lin Qianqian timidly implored, "Please, Lu Zhe, prioritize your studies and refrain from engaging in harmful activities." Lu Zhe felt tears welling up. The feeling of being suspected of harboring bad habits by girls was utterly overwhelming. Even worse, these young ladies were united in their efforts to help and save him. He was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Just wait. 3 minutes later, Lu Zhe relocated the fire to the campsite. He stated emphatically, "Ladies, I trust you have all recognized that I was merely kindling a fire." The four girls sat in a row before the fire, staring at the flames in stunned silence. A fire pit? No, that was not merely a fire pit. It was akin to a site of collective social execution. We thought, "Oh dear, stop talking. I'm about to die of embarrassment. It's all the class monitor's fault for leading us astray. How could you blame me? Anyone would misunderstand in such a situation. You're the only one who thinks that. We certainly do not. Oh, how will we ever face anyone again?" Lu Zhe was both amused and exasperated. However, witnessing the four school beauties awkwardly digging their toes into the ground was a sight not often beheld. What to do at this moment? Should he graciously forgive them? Impossible. Seizing this opportunity, let us rectify the prevailing survival mentality. Lu Zhe deliberately adopted a serious tone and cleared his throat. "To ensure our survival, I have tirelessly engaged in the arduous task of friction firemaking, to the point of exhausting my arms. Yet, I find myself misunderstood by you as indulging in undesirable habits? Pray tell, whose thoughts are so impure?" The fingers of the three girls pointed unanimously at Ning Shu, the class monitor. Ning Shu chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I admit my fault. However, Lu Zhe, you must understand my position. As the class leader, I have a duty to care for the physical and mental well-being of each student. Look at all you have been through recently. As a male, it is not easy to maintain composure." Lu Zhe inquired curiously, "What do you mean by maintaining composure? Are you well versed in the male psyche?" Ning Shu sighed. Not particularly, but I have read a few online novels targeted at female audiences, which detail such matters quite thoroughly. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. What do you mean by a few? If I recall correctly, you spend all your spare time reading novels, class monitor. Jiang Yao nodded, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. During the last sports meeting, I accidentally caught a glimpse of a rather risky scene. Lin Qianqian blushed. I saw it too. Ning Shu, feeling helpless, protested. Why are you all acting like this? It occurs only occasionally. I read for the captivating plots, exquisite prose, and passionate romances. Not for that kind of content. Jiang Yao replied languidly. Who can say for certain? Ning Shu, irritated, retorted. Hey, you all. Enough. Lu Zhe sensed that if he did not intervene, the topic would veer off course. Let us set aside literary appreciation for now and address how you four plan to resolve the misunderstanding regarding me today. How to resolve it? What else can be done? Ning Shu, in a state of inner conflict, said, Lu Zhe, is it not sufficient for us to apologize to you? Jiang Yao playfully twisted her body and approached Lu Zhe, squeezing his arm. Yes, deskmate. We are merely ignorant girls misled by dull books. Do you truly have the heart to punish us? Tang Xiaoguo, with an air of entitlement, added, even if we were at fault, as a boy, you should exhibit a bit more magnanimity. Lin Qianqian whispered, during PE class, you have always looked out for us girls. Lu Zhe feigned a pained expression, clutching his chest. Back then, I was not wronged. Now I am unjustly accused. Do you comprehend the extent of the emotional trauma I, as a male, am presently enduring? Tang Xiaoguo pouted, her tone proud. Is it only through punishing us adorable girls that you can soothe your wounded spirit? Lu Zhe affirmed confidently, precisely. In that case. At this moment, Ning Shu rose to her feet. She assertively patted her chest. As the class monitor, I am the mastermind behind this matter. They are merely accomplices and should not bear the burden of responsibility. If punishment is necessary, let it fall solely upon me. Chapter 21. The method of punishing the class monitor. Upon witnessing Ning Shu's sense of responsibility, the other three girls cast her admiring and grateful glances. Yet Ning Shu was acutely aware. What could Lu Zhe possibly impose as punishment? It would likely entail extra work or attending to companions. What else? Currently, she was the only girl in good physical condition. Even without punishment, she would have to work, so it was better to take the initiative and earn some goodwill. Lu Zhe raised his thumb in approval. Truly commendable, class monitor. You possess great responsibility. Ning Shu, with a charming fist salute, replied, You flatter me. Lu Zhe nodded. I initially intended to punish all four of you, but since the class monitor has taken full responsibility, I shall only penalize her. Ning Shu resolutely inquired, What shall the punishment be? What shall it be? Lu Zhe pondered. What is our most pressing task? Cooking? Building a shelter? Both appeared urgent. Yet neither was the most challenging task. The most formidable undertaking must be that particular matter. Lu Zhe nodded. Very well, let the class monitor search for seeds for everyone. No problem, Ning Shu replied nonchalantly, but soon felt something amiss. What kind of seeds? Lu Zhe elucidated. Before boarding the plane, you likely had experiences with fruits. Should you have consumed watermelon or cantaloupe, you might unwittingly have swallowed seeds, which you would then bring to the island. Ning Shu suddenly envisioned Lu Zhe searching for seeds in Tang Xiaoguo's excrement, and her complexion turned pale. You cannot be asking me to search in excrement. Lu Zhe raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Is it any wonder you are the class monitor? You grasped the situation immediately. Ning Shu was left speechless. At that moment, a gentle breeze tousled her hair. She glanced at her delicate, fair hands, which seemed almost fragile. Surely, these hands could serve as models. Must I really seek out such things? Is this the burden that a blossoming young lady like me should bear? Ning Shu could not help but gag slightly. Lu Zhe, perhaps the rescue team will arrive before we even manage to cultivate any fruit, rendering such efforts unnecessary. Lu Zhe retorted bluntly, If the rescue team arrives, that would be splendid, but what if they do not? Ning Shu hesitated. Is there not a black box? Lu Zhe responded, But is the black box near us? Do we know how far the plane skidded after we fell? Even if, hypothetically, the black box were right beside us, would it necessarily be found? Ning Shu fell silent, realizing that Lu Zhe's words were not mere intimidation. Indeed, the odds of locating a black box in the ocean are exceedingly slim. Hearing these words, Tang Xiaoguo began to cry. My parents and Lu Xiaozhe must think I am dead. Lu Zhe frowned. Who is Lu Xiaozhe? My pet Bichon. Lu Zhe, irate, exclaimed. Tang Xiaoguo, your pet's name is quite over the top. It is merely a coincidence. Jiang Yao sighed in a melancholic tone. Now? No one can stop my parents. They can comfortably plan for a second child. Lu Zhe sincerely remarked. I say, everyone, We need not be blindly optimistic. Yet there is no need for such pessimism either. After all, we are all still alive, and as long as we live, there is hope. His voice was not loud, yet it imparted an extraordinary sense of reassurance. Ning Shu nodded in understanding, wiping her nose. Classmates, rest assured, I will attend to that matter. However, Lu Zhe, she lifted her head, posing a rather pragmatic question. I want to have to sift through your. Shall I? Lu Zhe shook his head, apologies. But I have not consumed any easily transportable fruit for the past week. If you wish to search through my excrement, you might be disappointed. Ning Shu retorted angrily. Who would be disappointed? I am utterly relieved. Thank you very much. Suddenly, she recalled something. Since Lu Zhe had not eaten any easily transportable fruit in a week, if the other companions had also abstained from such fruits, perhaps there was no need to undertake this task. Right. What fruits have the three of you consumed? Lin Qianqian, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaoguo shook their heads vigorously. None. Lu Zhe, exasperated. Jiang Yao and Qianqian claiming they haven't eaten any is one thing, but Tang Xiaoguo, you are not being truthful. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. I haven't tea either. Lu Zhe produced a small plastic bag containing strawberry seeds. Then tell me, what is this? Tang Xiaoguo feigned ignorance. What? How would I know what it is? Who knows where you got it from? Surely, you are aware that these strawberry seeds were found in your excrement. Not at all. It is evident that you have sourced this from elsewhere and deliberately claimed it as your own. How could a fairy behave like Lu Zhe and relieve herself indiscriminately? Tang Xiaoguo, let us abandon the pretense of being a fairy and simply be human, shall we? No, that would be far too embarrassing. Lu Zhe sighed. It seems everyone has resigned themselves to the notion that in 4 months, we will have to resort to gnawing on tree bark for carbohydrates. At this moment, Lin Qianqian remarked, I believe what Lu Zhe is saying holds merit. Life on a deserted island is drastically different with or without fruit. Moreover, planting and nurturing can bring anticipation and hope to our existence. Lu Zhe nodded in approval. See, the class representative understands. Now, let us turn our attention to you all. Lin Qianqian, what did you consume before boarding the plane? I had pineapple, peach, and I also drank passion fruit tea. The seeds of the passion fruit might still be viable. Lu Zhe responded with delight. With strawberries included, we now possess 2 types of plantable seeds. Jiang Yao, what about you? Jiang Yao, blushing, pondered for a long moment before saying, starfruit, sweet orange, and watermelon. Do they count? Of course they do. The seeds of watermelon might survive. That's 3 types. Class leader, what about you? It seemed there was no escape from this inquiry. Ning Shu sighed. All right, I had banana, cherry tomato, pineapple, and cantaloupe. Cantaloupe? Did you discard the seeds? Ning Shu shook her head. Actually, I quite enjoy the seeds and flesh of cantaloupe, so. Why sigh? This is a good thing. Class leader, are you prepared for what lies ahead? Ning Shu glanced at her delicate hands, shivering slightly. This means I must search through the excrement of all the surviving girls for seeds. She looked up at the sky, tears brimming. Oh, rescuers. When shall you come to save me? Chapter 22. Tang Xiaoguo's dilemma. Seeing the class leader in such a state, Lin Qianqian sighed. How about we spare the class leader from this burden? We shall all accept the punishment and search for our own seeds. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. I concur. The thought of making someone else find their own seeds feels sinful. I would rather search myself. Lu Zhe agreed. That sounds plausible. But we must conduct a thorough search and not overlook a single seed. Tang Xiaoguo spread her hands. Since you have already searched through mine, does that mean I am exempt from searching? Lu Zhe waved his finger. No, we must gather as many seeds as possible. Rest assured, I have already emptied my bowels. Just as she completed her sentence, Tang Xiaoguo's stomach grumbled, and the overwhelming urge struck once more. Blushing, she thought bitterly, cursed while persimmons. You have caused me great distress. Ning Shu inquired curiously. What are you about to go again? Tang Xiaoguo felt a pang of despair. She had just claimed to be empty, yet the urge returned. This was too embarrassing. She could not admit it. She must endure until Lu Zhe was otherwise occupied. With flushed cheeks, she shook her head. How could that be? I said I was empty. I'm just a bit hungry. Lu Zhe, oblivious, continued, speaking of which, we must all be hungry by now. The other 3 girls nodded in agreement. Lu Zhe glanced at his watch. It was 6:30 in the evening, with the sun just at the horizon. He noted the date and time of sunset, then closed his notebook. Now, let us prepare dinner. Hooray, I can hardly wait. What shall we eat? Snakes. As he spoke, Lu Zhe produced a bag containing a snake from his pocket. Having witnessed his grandfather handle snakes in his youth, he knew that once the head was properly dealt with, the snake would lose its ability to attack. Lu Zhe's method was straightforward yet brutal. He observed the snake's head and used a stone to crush it. After a few strikes, the snake began to convulse, and he extracted it, noting that the head had become quite unrecognizable. Next, he pressed the snake against a rock, took another stone, and began to grind at the neck until the head was completely severed. For safety, he dug a hole and buried the head along with the fangs. The headless body of the snake continued to writhe. Lu Zhe remained unfazed. He gripped the snake's skin and pulled forcefully, stripping it off with ease, akin to a skilled butcher. Tang Xiaoguo watched in horror, but fear was a luxury she could not afford at this moment. She sought an opportunity to send Lu Zhe away so that she could discreetly ask the class leader to accompany her to the restroom. Lu Zhe, please go handle the snake elsewhere. It's cruel and disgusting to do it here. Before Lu Zhe could respond, Jiang Yao countered, it's almost dark. Where do you expect Xiao Zhe to go? Yao Yao, do you enjoy witnessing such brutality? Ning Shu interjected, stop fussing. Lu Zhe is doing this for everyone's sake. Class leader, you are biased. In truth, Tang Xiaoguo did not intend to oppose Lu Zhe. Her stomach was growing increasingly restless. She furrowed her brows, struggling to hold on. However, she could no longer endure. A resolution was imperative. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Class leader, I cannot bear to witness such cruelty. Please take me away. As she spoke, she glanced towards Ning Shu, only to find her transfixed by Lu Zhe. Class leader, why are you like this too? Ning Shu shrugged. It's already done. Why are you in such a rush? Just then, a sound of utter despair echoed, and everyone turned in unison to look at Tang Xiaoguo. Her disheveled hair, pale face, and eyes filled with desperation would evoke sympathy even from the most indifferent observers. Chapter 23. Harvesting strawberry seeds given the current predicament. The only option was to rinse with seawater. If they filled bottles with seawater and washed nearby, they could preserve the seeds perfectly. Ning Shu, at a loss, asked, what should we do? Lu Zhe replied with a wry smile, class leader, find some clean bottles to collect seawater. He then addressed Jiang Yao, Yao, go fetch some large leaves. We need whole ones. All right. Finally, he instructed Lin Qianqian, use your cards. There's no time for lengthy explanations. Everyone, follow my instructions. The three girls, sensing Lu Zhe's seriousness, understood the gravity of the situation and hastily complied. Tang Xiaoguo lamented, what about me? Lu Zhe pointed at her abdomen. Is there more? Tang Xiaoguo, feeling wronged, nodded. Can you still squat? Tang Xiaoguo pouted and shook her head. At that moment, Jiang Yao had already returned with the leaves. Lu Zhe spread the leaves on the sand, stand on it, and remove everything that clings to you. How do I do that? Tang Xiaoguo stomped her feet in anxiety. Realizing her distress, Lu Zhe turned his back. Is it all right now? It can be done. Yet, the once self-proclaimed fairy Tang Xiaoguo was now utterly embarrassed. She wished she could transform into a hermit crab, retreating into a shell and burrowing into the sand, never to emerge. But there was no choice. The overwhelming sensation in her stomach forced her to comply. A few minutes later, she completed the monumental task of social embarrassment. Subsequently, Ning Shu and Qianqian prepared the seawater in bottles. They poured seawater over her to cleanse her body. Oh good. Ning Shu hurriedly followed suit, but paused midway. Puzzled, why not just let her wash in the sea? Lin Qianqian discerned the crux, whispering, perhaps they are concerned about washing away the seeds? The seawater from the bottle splashed onto Tang Xiaoguo, washing away the dirt that settled upon the leaves. A gentle sea breeze carried away the unpleasant odors, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe was in the sea, cleansing his hands as he continued to prepare the snake meat. He hung the snake's skin on a branch, meticulously removed the internal organs, and placed them in a tattered plastic bag. Then, he retrieved the large piece of kelp he had collected earlier, wrapping the plump, white snake meat in it, and twisted the snake's skin into cord, securing it segment by segment, thus creating a kelp snake meat roll. Finally, he arranged the kelp snake around the campfire, allowing the heat to evenly permeate both the kelp and the snake meat, which soon wafted a delectable aroma. Tang Xiaoguo diligently washed herself several times at the seaside, while Qianqian used a card to help her scrub the seawater away. Although she was now clean, her clothes were still soiled. Qianqian lent her khaki vest, but it covered the top, leaving her exposed below. Tang Xiaoguo continuously tugged at the hem of the vest, attempting to shield her modesty, a sight both uncomfortable and endearing. The other girls exchanged glances, equally unsure of how to proceed. Just then, a pair of shorts was tossed over. If you don't mind, were mine. Tang Xiaoguo was taken aback to find that they were Lu Zhe's athletic shorts. A boy's shorts, but he just gave them to me. What will he wear? Turning to look, she was surprised to see him donning the casual pants he had worn while handling the snake. Tang Xiaoguo gazed at Lu Zhe, an overwhelming sense of gratitude swelling within her. Despite witnessing her numerous embarrassing moments, he still didn't disdain her. Among all the girls, it seemed she held the most significance in his eyes. She smiled sweetly, feeling a warmth in her heart. Quickly putting on LZH's shorts and tightening the drawstring at her waist, she felt a sense of comfort, despite the clothing being slightly oversized. With her body now clean, her spirits lifted as well. Thank you, LZH. Ning Shu sincerely expressed her gratitude. However, LZH's response was, now, you can pick out the seeds by yourself, right? Yes, she replied. Her heartfelt thanks had been met with an expectation of generous understanding, leading to a reconciliation where they would become inseparable friends. Ideally, this would evolve into a romance that transcended mere friendship, filled with passionate love. This was how sweet love stories were often written. Following that, they would escape danger together, graduate side by side, and pursue further studies, eventually walking into the realm of marriage under the blessings of their classmates. The maid of honor would surely be the class monitor, Jiang Qianqian, along with Jiang Yao, for after all, their bond was one of revolutionary friendship. Once married, they would delay having children for 3 years, traveling the world. And in the 4th year, they would welcome a son and a daughter. The son would need to be slightly more impressive than LZH, named SHNGZH, while the daughter should be as adorable as herself, named Egu. Indeed, at the moment Ning Shu donned LZH's shorts, she had even named their future children. Yet, LZH's words abruptly grounded her romantic fantasies in reality. Searching for seeds ultimately meant bearing burdens beyond her years. Well, I shall just consider this a sacrifice for love, she resolved. She walked back to the broad-leaved plant nearby, where a layer of yellowish murky water rested. Floating atop were some small black sesame-like seeds. Could these be strawberry seeds? She closed her eyes to gather her thoughts, then picked up a small stick, crouching down. Holding her nose with one hand and the stick with the other, she carefully picked each sesame seed and placed them onto a tissue, wiping them clean. At last, she could no longer see any floating black sesame seeds, and tears streamed down her face. Finally, it was done. She found another stick to dig a small hole in the sand and buried the broad leaves along with the murky water. An innocent little hermit crab was inadvertently trapped in the process, prompting her to apologize. I'm sorry, little hermit crab. Yet, to her surprise, the crab approached the yellow substance, not fleeing, but rather, it extended its tiny pincers and began to eat joyfully. Ning Shu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, suddenly feeling quite peculiar, and she immediately developed a psychological aversion to the hermit crab. Regardless, the most challenging task had been accomplished. She approached LZH, bashfully presenting the small pouch of seeds. I've completed my task. LZH accepted it, inspecting the contents. There were about 30 seeds, each one meticulously cleaned. He nodded in satisfaction. Guer, you did quite well. Qian teased, indeed. Only a delightful girl like Guer could preserve such sweet strawberry seeds. Enough of that. Qian, Ning Shu pouted. I truly wish I could avoid eating seeded foods for a lifetime. At that moment, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon. The sky not yet dark, but the moon had already made its appearance. LZH noted that the temperature was rapidly dropping. The long-awaited rescue team had yet to arrive. The campfire became the brightest source of light, bringing warmth and solace to everyone's hearts. It was hard to imagine the kind of night they would face without the fire. The snake meat was perfectly roasted, emanating an irresistible aroma. Dinner is ready. Let us eat, LZH announced with anticipation. I just wish it weren't snake meat. He used a stick to lift the kelp-wrapped snake and placed it on a clean stone. By now, the kelp had turned crispy, with the salt and savory flavors seeping into the snake meat, creating an enticing fragrance. LZH peeled back a piece of roasted kelp and popped it into his mouth, the crunch echoing delightfully. So delicious. It appears I have a talent for cooking. Would you like to try? The 4 girls exchanged glances, each taking a small piece to taste. Soon, they all exclaimed in surprise, wow, this is incredibly delicious. This is just the kelp. You haven't even tasted the snake meat yet, but it's a venomous snake. Haven't you heard the saying? The more poisonous the snake, the better it tastes. This is a delicacy among snakes. Oh, Lin Qianqian quickly jotted down notes. LZH pulled apart the kelp, revealing tender snake meat that was perfectly cooked, radiating heat, soft and white. He tore off a piece, burning his fingers, and blew on it before taking a bite, followed by a mouthful of spicy strips and fish mint. The flavor was exquisite. Initially, the girls hesitated at the thought of eating snake meat, but they could not resist LZH's enthusiasm and the tantalizing aroma of the snake meat. They cautiously took a small bite, and in that moment, they all erupted in joyous cheers. A snake, a piece of kelp, a handful of fish mint, and a bag of spicy strips. boiled with some muddy water from a can, culminated in the 5 of them sharing their first dinner on the deserted island. Delicious food, a warm fire. Felt more like a delightful camping trip with friends, bringing a sense of happiness. However, LZH understood that this was merely the beginning. If the rescue team did not arrive, they would face even graver survival challenges ahead. After finishing the snake and kelp, everyone felt somewhat satiated. Lin Qianqian inquired, LZH, can we eat the hermit crabs? Lu Zhe picked up a small hermit crab, and a wealth of information about these creatures flooded his mind. To provide some insight, the flesh of a hermit crab's abdomen is edible, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor. And unfortunately, the ones you have caught are too small. They do not provide enough energy to warrant consumption. Jiang Yao, curious, picked up a hermit crab and sniffed it, then disdainfully tossed it aside, exclaiming, it really doesn't smell good at all, like something left in the toilet. Tang Xiaoguo recalled the image of hermit crabs feeding on waste, covering her mouth and retching slightly. Ning Shu, intrigued, asked, Lu Zhe, how do you know so many strange things? Naturally, Lu Zhe could not reveal that it was his system providing this knowledge, so he casually replied, when I was young, I often read 100,000 Whys. And as I grew older, I watched survival shows, so I naturally learned a bit more. Tang Xiaoguo nodded, just like the class monitor, who always reads peculiar stories and even knows the strange preferences of boys. Ning Shu retorted, it is purely literary. I am not some fangirl. And Shallow also often reads novels. By the way, Shallow, what do you read? Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and casually mentioned a few titles. I read Deep Sleep, Dream Command, and Thump for You. Those warm-hearted stories. Ning Shu paused, oh, those seem to be Yuri stories. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed in surprise, Yuri stories? Lin Qianqian, slightly flustered, defended herself softly, just because I read a certain genre does not mean the reader identifies with it. Ning Shu nodded, true, I occasionally read them too. Then she turned to Lu Zhe and asked, Lu Zhe, what are you most concerned about right now? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe responded with 2 words, temperature. Coincidentally, just after he spoke, Ning Shu sneezed. Was it a psychological suggestion? No. The other 3 girls also sensed it. The temperature had unexpectedly dropped, and the sea breeze brought a hint of chill. Jiang Yao hugged her shoulders. I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Why has it suddenly become so cold? Lu Zhe shook his head. Is it due to the large temperature difference between day and night on the island? Ning Shu scoffed. Aren't we in a tropical location? Even if there is a significant temperature difference, it shouldn't be this cold. Lu Zhe was unsure of the cause, but speculated. Perhaps there are cold and warm currents alternating near this island. Lin Qianqian looked at the fire pit, disturbed by the wind's chaos, and added, the convergence of different temperatures can also accelerate air circulation, hence the stronger winds at night. Jiang Yao exclaimed, what should we do then? Tang Xiaoguo huddled closer. We're definitely going to catch a cold tomorrow. Lu Zhe glanced at his watch. It was already 8 in the evening. He spoke in a serious tone. At this hour, everyone would typically be lounging on the couch playing on their phones or reviewing notes. But now, we must unite our efforts to confront the chilly night. How do we confront it? Ning Shu inquired. Should we build a shelter now? It's too late. Lu Zhe shook his head. Even if we had the time, we have already expended a great deal of energy today in search of food, fresh water, and fire. It would be challenging to construct a shelter now. We can only implement basic countermeasures. Lu Zhe, what are your plans? Lu Zhe considered gathering some firewood to enlarge the fire pit for additional warmth. However, upon seeing the seemingly bottomless jungle, he hesitated. Venturing into the jungle alone at night posed too great a risk, and bringing a girl along would only hinder progress. Reluctantly, he had to abandon that idea. Consulting the survival manual, he noted that it suggested boiling water to create warm water bottles. Suddenly, Lu Zhe's eyes brightened. I have an idea. Ning Shu asked, what is it? The sand on the surface is cold, but the sand near the fire is warm. Jiang Yao remarked. But we can't stay too close to the fire forever. Tang Xiaoguo added. Even if we stay near the fire, it only warms our hands and feet. Our bodies still feel cold. All right, let me explain further. Lu Zhe continued. This task is divided into 3 steps, and each step is not particularly difficult to execute. However, I need everyone's unconditional cooperation. The girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. First, we need to dig a sand pit where we can all sleep, surrounding it with broad leaves to shield us from the sea breeze. Ning Shu nodded. Digging a pit in the sand isn't too challenging. Placing broad leaves is simple too. What comes next? The small pebbles we dig up can be heated in the fire. Tang Xiaoguo questioned. Heat the stones? Aren't we the cold ones? Exactly, but we need to use the heated stones to keep warm. Lin Qianqian nodded. I understand now. The third step is to layer the heated stones in the sand pit, raising the temperature inside the pit compared to the outside. Lu Zhe shook his head, not quite. If we scatter them, the heat will dissipate quickly. Jiang Yao asked, then what should we do? Lu Zhe picked up a bottle. We can fill the collected bottles with seawater and place several hot stones inside. We will then have warm water bottles at around 50 to 60 degrees. Chapter 25. Everyone sleeps. I will keep watch. What a brilliant idea. Ning Shu praised enthusiastically. Lin Qianqian counted the bottles. We collected 20 bottles in total, which is equivalent to having 20 warm packs. These should help us survive the cold night. What a fantastic idea. Jiang Yao also commended. Most importantly, it is easy to execute and can be replenished at any time. Tang Xiaoguo nodded. I still have the flair of my youth. Lu Zhe cautioned. Just remember, when placing the small stones into the bottles, be careful not to burn the bottle's mouth, or it won't seal properly. Jiang Yao replied, don't worry. I'll handle this. With the plan set, they began to implement it. The beach sand was quite soft, making it easy to dig. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu were responsible for excavation. Tang Xiaoguo gathered stones, and Jiang Yao placed the stones into the fire to heat them. Lin Qianqian was in charge of fetching seawater, carefully using branches to pick up the heated stones and gently placing them into the bottles. As soon as the hot stones were added to the bottles, the seawater hissed as it boiled, but upon a gentle shake, it mingled with the seawater to create hot water at about 50 to 60 degrees. Though it felt a bit hot to the touch, it wouldn't damage the bottles. Within just half an hour, Jiang Yao had prepared more than 10 warm water bottles. To keep them warm, she buried them in the sand. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Ning Shu had dug a square sand pit measuring 2 meters by 2 meters, drying it with fire. They then leaned the broad leaves that were initially laid on the ground at an angle around the pit, using them as a blanket. The warm water bottles in the pit emitted waves of heat, akin to radiators, driving away the chill of the night. Tang Xiaoguo lay in the sand pit, exclaiming with joy, wow, it's warm and cozy. Jiang Yao lay down too, imagining, it feels a bit like sleeping in a grave. Do you think a native will jump out and bury us in the middle of the night? Tang Xiaoguo screamed in fright. Ning Shu shivered. Yao Yao? Can you not tell scary stories in the middle of the night? Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue. How thrilling. Tang Xiaoguo yelled. Thrilling? It's terrifying. At that moment, Ning Shu noticed a new issue. The 2-meter-wide sand pit can barely accommodate 4 people. There's no way Lu Zhe can fit in. Lin Qianqian blushed and said, besides, it's fine for girls to sleep together, but it might be a bit awkward for a boy. Jiang Yao, lying at the edge, pushed aside the broad leaves and scooted closer. Xiao Zhe, squeeze in. You can sleep next to me. Tang Xiaoguo, feeling a bit cramped, protested. Yao Yao? Don't push me. Jiang Yao dismissed the concern. I merely feel sorry for Xiao Zhe, wishing for him to be able to sleep. Can't you show a little leniency? Tang Xiaoguo retorted in frustration. Is it only you who can feel for others? Jiang Yao smiled gently. Of course, unlike you, who only brings trouble to Xiao Zhe. Ning Shu chuckled wryly. Why are you two so petty? She turned to Lu Zhe and quipped. Why not dig a bigger pit? Because it is unnecessary. Lu Zhe gazed out at the distant sea. Why not? Has the rescue team arrived? Where are the people? Lu Zhe explained. Because tonight, the 5 of us cannot all sleep. One must keep watch. Upon hearing the term keep watch, the 4 girls exclaimed in unison. Do we really need to keep watch? We are utterly exhausted. Who can stay awake? I am so sleepy. I want to sleep until the mountains crumble and the heavens collapse. Only Ning Shu spoke seriously. Do we genuinely need to keep watch? Lu Zhe nodded. This is our first night stranded on the deserted island. If any unexpected situation arises in the middle of the night, we must be ready to respond. Additionally, someone needs to tend to the fire, add wood, and change the hot water for our companions. If the rescue team truly arrives, we must be able to signal them swiftly. Therefore, someone must keep watch. But everyone was too fatigued. Either we draw lots or take turns keeping watch. If no one is willing, I shall do it. Ning Shu contemplated and resolutely declared. Lu Zhe, you have worked the hardest today. How can we allow you to keep watch? If someone must do it, let it be me, as the class monitor. Ning Shu's sense of responsibility moved everyone. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and added, Class monitor, you are weary as well. I have done nothing since I woke up, so I shall keep watch. Tang Xiaoguo was also touched and said, Actually, I'm not that tired. I can easily keep watch. Leave it to me for tonight. Seeing this, Jiang Yao joined in. Everyone, stop arguing. I woke up the latest and did the least work, so if someone must keep watch, it should rightly be me. Lu Zhe understood that although these girls often chattered and laughed, they were quite sensible and considerate during critical moments. As for himself, with the enhancement of the system, his physical capabilities had surpassed his original limits. Although he had used some energy, he was not yet exhausted. With that in mind, he decided not to let them take on the burden. Suddenly, Lu Zhe stretched and said, I just realized, if a prehistoric giant python or Godzilla crawls out at midnight, you wouldn't know how to respond, so I will personally keep watch tonight. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. Stop scaring us. Jiang Yao expressed concern. But you can't stay awake all night. Lin Qianqian added worriedly. Your health will deteriorate. Lu Zhe chuckled. I will take a nap when the sun rises, and then you can relieve me. Ning Shu thought for a moment. No need to wait. I will wake up in 4 hours to take over, allowing the rest to sleep soundly. Lu Zhe considered this and agreed. All right, everyone. Sleep early to gather your strength for tomorrow's challenges. I believe there will be no challenges. The rescue team's boat will surely come to fetch us. That would be best. Thank you, class monitor and Lu Zhe. Let's sleep. Good night. Qianqian, you're hugging me too tightly. I'm sorry. The 4 girls nestled against each other in the sand pit, quickly falling into a sweet slumber, utterly exhausted. Lu Zhe sat before the fire, warming his hands as he gazed at the 4 delicate beauties before him, a sense of protectiveness and responsibility blossoming within his heart. I should add more wood to the fire. Lu Zhe broke several branches and fed them into the flames. The flickering flames crackled, casting a gentle warmth against the tranquil night. Lu Zhe picked up a hot sand bottle and tucked it into his clothes, feeling the warmth spread across his chest. This was destined to be a challenging night. Since there was no time during the day, he took advantage of the quietness of the night to access the system and review his data. Chapter 26. It was not my intention to touch a girl's foot. Host, Lu Zhe. Age, 18 years. Abilities, 1. Survival manual. 2. Discerning power. 3. Poison resistance. Lu Zhe had a solid understanding of the characteristics and usages of these 3 abilities. The survival manual was an encyclopedia of survival knowledge he could consult at any time in his mind, while discerning power allowed him to identify the properties of objects through touch, and poison resistance granted him immunity to toxins. Now, let us examine the specific data. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Agility, 11. Mentality, 10. Physique, 10. Note, 10 represents the host's original physical attributes. Each additional point corresponds to an increase of 110 over the baseline of the original Lu Zhe. The following is a detailed explanation. 1. Strength. Enhances limb strength. Explosive power, bite force, jumping power, throwing power, and other tangible displays of strength. This data can be infinitely accumulated. 2. Stamina. Increases stamina limits, reserves, recovery speed, and endurance. Each additional point can instantly restore 1 unit of the host's initial stamina. This data can be infinitely accumulated. 3. Agility. Enhances running speed, reaction speed, jumping speed, climbing speed, dodging, etc. This data can approach the biological limits of carbon-based life forms. 4. Perception. Strengthens the sensory system, including vision, which includes the ability to freely adjust for distance vision, night vision, etc., and throwing and shooting accuracy. Hearing. The biological limits of carbon-based life forms. Sound localization. And smell. The biological limits of carbon-based life forms, allowing for a switch between initial and enhanced states. 5. Physique. Increases muscle strength, bone density, skin toughness, as well as resistance to viruses and infections, and recovery speed from injuries. This data can approach the biological limits of carbon-based life forms. These are my 5 abilities. Appearing quite impressive, yet the rate of accumulation seems rather slow. By signing in once each day, I randomly gain 1 point, so despite a busy day, I only added 1 point of stamina today. If I were not stranded on this island, in 3 to 5 years I could attain the physique of Captain America. Speaking of which, when can I sign in for the second time? Every day at midnight, you can initiate sign-in for the following day. Additionally, there are weekly, monthly, and annual sign-ins. Weekly sign-in. After signing in for 7 consecutive days, you will receive an important tip. Monthly sign-in. After signing in for 1 month consecutively, you can randomly gain 1 skill at a proficiency level of 1 year. Special note, if you fail to sign in within 24 hours, it is considered a missed sign-in. Missed sign-ins cannot be compensated, and while they do not affect daily sign-ins, they will impact weekly and monthly sign-in rewards. Please be attentive, host. So that is how it is. But how exactly is a sign-in defined? Such an important matter, and the system has not clearly explained it. Or have I overlooked something, and the system assumes I already know how to sign in? Lu Zhe recalled that his first successful sign-in occurred when he rescued Qianqian. Could it be that saving someone counts as a sign-in? That seems excessively difficult. Lu Zhe sighed, pondering the system's contents but finding no further clues. Forget it. Relying on this feeble system is less promising than relying on myself. He then began to contemplate what to do tomorrow. As always, the same thought lingered. If the rescue team arrives, all problems will be resolved. But what if they do not come? The pursuit of fresh water and sustenance remains of paramount importance. Whether to seek a more suitable campsite warrants further contemplation. Upon locating a campsite, the construction of a decent shelter must be prioritized. An abundance of firewood is certainly advantageous. Gathering branches can be cumbersome. Thus, if feasible, crafting a stone axe for lumbering would be prudent. Additionally, it is essential to collect resources washed ashore before the tide recedes at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, including water bottles, plastic bags, cans, and various forms of refuse. Collecting as much as possible is imperative. A vantage point for signaling for help must also be established, ensuring that rescuers on helicopters or speedboats can spot it without delay. Furthermore, further exploration of the island is necessary, circumnavigating the coastline and identifying the highest point to map the terrain. It is unnecessary to dwell on thoughts, yet once one begins to reflect, an overwhelming number of urgent and significant matters emerge. It appears that surviving on a resource-scarce deserted island is far more complex than initially imagined. For now, focusing on the immediate tasks is most prudent. He prepares to retrieve several chilled bottles and refill them with warm seawater. As he reaches into the sandpit through the leaves, he inadvertently brushes against a delicate foot. It radiates warmth, slender and inviting, stirring his heart. Judging by the position, it must be Yao Yao. My apologies. This was not an intentional act of touching a female classmate's foot, merely a quest for a sand bottle. He extracts the bottle beneath her foot and replaces it with a warm one. Changing locations, he encounters another small foot. Lu Zhe feels a jolt. This one is as cold as ice. Further probing reveals a trembling calf. He gently pats it. Is that Guerre? No response comes, but beside him, Jiang Yao rubs her eyes and sits up. Pouting, she remarks, Xiao Zhe, if you're going to touch, do it discreetly. I'll pretend not to see. Why call out to Guerre? I thought you were asleep. She adds with a soft smile, playfully nudging him with her foot. I was just woken by you. Sighing, she continues, how come I never noticed before how much you like to touch girls' feet? Lu Zhe, feeling helpless, exclaims, it's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? You didn't just touch mine, you went on to Guerre's too, did you? Lu Zhe's head aches from the confusion. I was merely swapping sand bottles. And that is how I discovered Guerre's foot was cold. Is that so? Jiang Yao probes, touching Tang Xiaoguo's foot and recoiling in shock. Wow, it's so cold. Her exclamation stirs Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian, who also rub their sleepy eyes and sit up. What is happening? Guerre seems unwell. Wake her up. Tang Xiaoguo lies between Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao, and the two call out to her. She trembles continuously, mumbling incoherently. Oh no. She is having a fit. But wait, this isn't a fit. He reaches for Tang Xiaoguo's forehead. Recalling her condition, a small amount of snake venom has compromised the patient's immune system, leading to severe chills and a cold. So that's it. The ability to discern also allows for disease detection. This isn't a fit caused by a seizure, but rather a cold due to a compromised immune system. A cold? Jiang Yao exhales in relief. Isn't that just a common cold? Ning Shu shakes her head. We lack medications and antibiotics. Even a common cold could prove fatal. Moreover, this is not an ordinary cold. Lu Zhe's expression turns grave. This is a complication resulting from snake venom attacking the immune system. Lin Qianqian adds, this means that until her immune system recovers, any slight disturbance could make her ill. Indeed. Ning Shu expresses her concern. What do we do now? Lu Zhe ponders. Without medicine, we must keep her warm. Everyone, gather the warm sand bottles together. The girls quickly bring over the remaining warm sand bottles and arrange them around Tang Xiaoguo. Yet she keeps her eyes shut, murmuring, her body trembling incessantly. The sea breeze continues to blow, and the group can still feel the chill, causing the girls to instinctively huddle closer together. Chapter 27. Rescuing Tang Xiaoguo. Tang Xiaoguo suffers from a cold due to her compromised immune system, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Qianqian weakly suggests, rubbing our hands can warm them. We can use this method to keep Guerre warm. Ning Shu nods, good idea. The group rubs their hands together, warming their palms before placing them on Tang Xiaoguo. However, even this feels inadequate, and it seems her condition has worsened. What should we do? Lin Qianqian expresses her sorrow, observing Tang Xiaoguo's delirium. Lu Zhe reaches into the sandpit, suddenly alarmed. He realizes that the temperature of the sandpit has dropped compared to before. He understands now. Although they placed the sand bottles around Tang Xiaoguo for warmth, the other three girls had sat up, unaware that they themselves were also stable heat sources. By lifting the broad leaves and distancing themselves from the sandpit, they inadvertently allowed heat to escape. Lu Zhe consults the survival manual, which offers a rather familiar suggestion. During cold weather, companions can huddle together to prevent heat loss. This evokes images from television shows, A woman falling into icy water, with a man using his body to keep her warm. Sharing body warmth, while it may sound kitsch, is indeed an effective solution. However, should he suggest it, it might be misinterpreted. Not to worry, there are 3 girls present. The priority is saving a life. I need you all to huddle together, using your body heat to warm Guaer. Ning Shu contemplates, that essay plan. I'll go first. Lin Qianqian blushes, saying, let me go first. If it can save Guaer, I wouldn't mind embracing her even without clothes. Ning Shu frowns, there's no need to be naked. Lu Zhe adds, it's best if 2 people position themselves, one in front and one behind, to retain her warmth as much as possible. No need to argue. Qianqian, you go in front, and I'll be behind. Lin Qianqian blushes, okay. Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu wrap around Tang Xiaoguo, generating warmth for their companion. Indeed, Tang Xiaoguo's condition appears to be improving slightly. Jiang Yao asks, what should I do? Lu Zhe, while changing the water and sand, replies, you can continue resting. I'll call you if I need your help. Jiang Yao contemplates, and then sits beside Lu Zhe. I might have slept too much during the day. Now I can't seem to fall asleep. Let me assist you. Without waiting for Lu Zhe's response, she begins to help. With her assistance, Lu Zhe's pace of heating stones and refilling bottles significantly increases. In no time, the next round of warm water bottles is prepared. Lu Zhe hands the last 2 warm sand bottles to Jiang Yao, saying, thank you for your hard work. Take a break. Hey, we've been friends for years. Why are you being polite? She places the 2 bottles at Tang Xiaoguo's feet and sits beside Lu Zhe. Truthfully, Xiao Zhe, I find you quite warm. Do you mind if I lean on you for a bit? We're the best partners. Of course I don't mind. Come here. Lu Zhe generously pats his shoulder. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly, linking her arm with Lu Zhe's and gently resting her head on his shoulder, resembling a young couple. They sat in silence by the fire. But after a while, Lu Zhe noticed that Jiang Yao had begun to sob quietly. Hey, what's wrong? He asked. It's nothing, Jiang Yao replied, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. It's just that seeing everyone working together to save Guer is very moving. I imagine that when I was asleep, everyone must have been desperately trying to save me too. Lu Zhe understood that despite their frequent banter, Jiang Yao and Guer genuinely cared for each other. Indeed, when we found you, you had been exposed to the sun for an unknown time. Your body temperature was scalding. If we had been 10 minutes later, you might have been cooked. How rude. Jiang Yao playfully pinched him and continued, and Guer, when faced with a snake, most girls would flee. But she chose to kick it away to protect me. She looked at Tang Xiaoguo with gratitude in her eyes. Guer, despite being a bit of a handful and headstrong at times, is truly a wonderful girl. This was the first time Lu Zhe had seen Jiang Yao so sentimental. However, it was understandable. In the face of overwhelming disaster, one's mindset inevitably shifts. Lu Zhe, do you think the other passengers will all die? Lu Zhe sighed. To be frank, since waking up, he had not seriously contemplated this question. It was not out of laziness, but rather fear of the painful conclusions that might destroy his will to survive. And now, Jiang Yao had brought it up. He could only shake his head. Honestly, I don't know. But with so many passengers on the plane, why did only the few of us survive? Jiang Yao mused. Yes, it's strange that only our class has these few survivors. Logically, we should have encountered different passengers. Some should have survived while others perished. Jiang Yao nodded. Could it be because we were in first class? What initially seemed a ridiculous statement sparked a thought in Lu Zhe's mind. He turned to Jiang Yao and said, you might be onto something. The summer camp organized by the school had a history of 7 years. The 16 universities in the region were friendly institutions, holding an international academic summer camp each graduation season. Each school sent dozens of student representatives to participate in various knowledge and physical competitions. Mo Du Jiaoda sent 1 to 5 outstanding students from each class. Due to flight issues, 5 spots were missing, and the other 50 students took a flight to Australia on June 9th, while the 5 from the management class could only board the flight on June 10th. At that time, the beautiful flight attendant had said, to compensate for the flight error, we will upgrade you 5 to first class for free. The students had anticipated reclining in genuine leather seats, sipping coffee, and leisurely arriving at their destination. However, unexpectedly, that very cabin suffered a catastrophic breach mid-flight. Lu Zhe nodded. This means it's possible that only we were sucked out of the plane while the others remained. That's a possibility, Jiang Yao contemplated before adding. But if only the first-class cabin was compromised, would the others continue to their destination? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and shook his head. Setting aside whether the plane could return to its original altitude, even if it could, a plane with a breach would likely break apart due to pressure differences and impact. So they wouldn't have a chance to survive? Lu Zhe thought again, not necessarily. If the plane were to make an emergency landing in the sea, Its lightweight structure would prevent water from flooding in through the breach initially. If rescue personnel arrived in time, everyone on board could be saved. Jiang Yao sighed. Do you think we are lucky or unfortunate? Lu Zhe smiled, perhaps lucky. Indeed, while the final hypothesis had a certain probability of occurring, the likelihood was minuscule. It was also possible that everyone aboard perished at sea. Lu Zhe's words provided Jiang Yao with some solace, as a faint smile graced her cheeks. Leaning against Lu Zhe, she adjusted into a more comfortable position and gradually fell asleep. Concerned she might be cold, he held her a bit tighter. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yao's hair cascaded over her beautiful face, stirring something in Lu Zhe's heart. He reached out and gently tucked her hair behind her ear, unable to resist placing a light kiss on her strands. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in. Agility 1. You have signed in for 2 consecutive days. Chapter 28. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Lu Zhe was startled, wondering how he had suddenly completed the sign-in. Glancing at his watch, it read 1:55 a.m. What triggered it? He did not know. However, it hardly mattered now. It seemed quite easy to complete the sign-in at the moment. At this point, what good was agility? Strength would be far more useful. Deep in thought, he could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter. His personal best in the 100 meters was 11.9 seconds. He wondered how much faster he could run now. Xiaozhe, Jiang Yao murmured in her sleep. Lu Zhe could sense Tang Xiaoguo's thoughts, just as he could Jiang Yao's. At this moment, he could establish a relationship with either of them. He inwardly questioned which one he favored more. After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. He found Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu quite charming as well. However, it was only natural. Each of the 4 girls possessed their unique sweetness and charm, making the choice akin to solving a global conundrum. Furthermore, once he committed to one, he would have to maintain distance from the others, complicating interactions and potentially affecting their relationships. Thus, the wisest course was to maintain the status quo. As he contemplated this, fatigue began to wash over him. Just as he was about to doze off, he heard a sneeze. Who sneezed? It was me, came Ning Shu's voice. Jiang Yao, unable to sleep soundly, also stirred awake. How's Guo doing? Unfortunately, Guo's condition had not improved. I sneezed too, she added, sneezing again. It was evident that she was also affected by the cold. She sat up, clutching a hot water bottle, shivering. What about Qianqian? Parting the leaves and using the firelight, she spotted Lin Qianqian cradling Tang Xiaoguo. Jiang Yao sighed. Reading too much Yuri literature must be messing with our heads. Ning Shu scratched her head. I read it too, but I wouldn't act like that. Jiang Yao reached out, feeling Lin Qianqian's hands and feet, which were icy. If this continues, Qianqian might catch a cold too. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qianqian also awakened. It's okay, she said with a sneeze. Lu Zhe remarked, it seems you've caught a chill. The 2 of you must stop moving around now. But Guo is still cold. Lin Qianqian lamented. Sigh, my constitution is too weak, she added. At that moment, Jiang Yao spoke. There's nothing we can do. Our bodies as girls are simply too fragile. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she slowly raised her head to look at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. What's going on? Despite the lingering unease in my heart, there is no alternative. The weighty responsibility of rescuing Guo now rests solely upon you. Me? Among us. You possess the most robust constitution. Even in this biting cold, you remain warm. Together, with me embracing Guo, we shall undoubtedly alleviate her discomfort from the chill. From a psychological standpoint, who would object to holding a charming young lady? However, to directly accept this task would come across as overly eager. A feigned reluctance is necessary to avoid any delays in aiding Guo. At this moment, Ning Shu interjected, although Guo might misconstrue the situation. Urgency dictates that we have no other options. Lu Zhe, you must take action. Lin Qianqian added, even if Guo were to be upset, I believe she would ultimately forgive you. Ning Shu scoffed. Humph, she wouldn't be angry at all. Seeing the 3 young women in agreement, I felt no further hesitation. I shall begrudgingly assist her this once. By the way, what about you, class monitor and Qianqian? Lin Qianqian replied, you need not worry. I can share warmth with the class monitor. Ning Shu exclaimed, who wants to cuddle with you? Lin Qianqian earnestly stated, survival programs suggest that embracing companions can minimize heat loss. Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao exchanged glances and nodded, encircling Tang Xiaoguo protectively. In the 2-meter-wide sand pit, the cold drove everyone to huddle together, reducing the personal space each required, and remarkably, all 5 managed to fit. Surprisingly, this arrangement allowed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to gradually warm up, while Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao provided a stable source of heat for Tang Xiaoguo. Her condition finally stabilized. Xiao Zhe, Jiang Yao remarked, biting her lip. Don't we resemble parents cradling a sick child? Standing at about 155 centimeters. Tang Xiaoguo appeared delicate and lovely, nestled in Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao's embrace, indeed resembling an ill child. I jested, your imagination is quite vivid. I mused. Had I such a daughter, I would certainly not desire a second child. Jiang Yao smiled, grasping Lu Zhe's hand. What do you think, Xiao Zhe? Lu Zhe nonchalantly replied, his mind elsewhere, preoccupied with the survival challenge ahead, as the crucial freshwater resources remained unfound. He understood the necessity of conserving energy and managing emotions. Indulgence would jeopardize Guo'er's safety and his own. What to do? Perhaps recite some classical literature. Having forgotten most things, he could still recall the Chu Biao. He recited it twice. Even while embracing a lovely young lady, he soon succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of how long he slept, Lu Zhe was roused by the system's notification. Lazily opening his eyes, he noticed the sky was overcast. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through, casting a warm glow on both his and Tang Xiaoguo's faces. It was a beautiful morning. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 5:45 in the morning. Goodness, he had slept for 11 hours. Tang Xiaoguo remained nestled in his arms, her nose merely 2 centimeters from his. Her breathing was steady, no longer plagued by delirium. And her body temperature had returned to normal. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy. It seemed Guo had pulled through. Only then did he take a moment to closely observe Tang Xiaoguo. Her delicate face bore no blemishes or scars, with long lashes framing her sweet breath. No wonder so many boys pursued her at school. Unconsciously, he found himself drawn closer to Tang Xiaoguo, but just then, she stirred, opening her eyes. Their noses nearly touched. Ah, Tang Xiaoguo murmured, puzzled. How was it that she had fallen asleep with her friends yet awoke in Lu Zhe's embrace? What had transpired? Her face flushed crimson. Huh, is he about to kiss me? Why did he stop? Lu Zhe, why can't you be a bit more courageous? She wouldn't blame you. Yet, Lu Zhe hesitated, fully aware that if he kissed Tang Xiaoguo, it would signal the beginning of a romantic relationship. After all, he still held Jiang Yao's hand. At that moment, Tang Xiaoguo suddenly leaned forward, colliding with Lu Zhe's lips. Ugh, she exclaimed, irritated, who bumped into me? Jiang Yao, waking in confusion, remarked, I didn't move at all. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. Yao, it was you who bumped into me, causing me to lose my first kiss. First kiss? And you, Lu Zhe? Tang Xiaoguo playfully punched Lu Zhe on the arm. You could have dodged instead of just standing there, clearly wanting to take advantage of me. Guo, please be reasonable. Even bandits wouldn't act so unreasonably. Really? Tang Xiaoguo's cheeks reddened. Regardless, my first kiss is gone. What should we do now? Chapter 29. The second day of survival begins. Tang Xiaoguo's antics left Lu Zhe feeling as though he had been taken advantage of. Why was I sleeping in your arms? I haven't even had my first love, and now I'm sharing a bed with you. I'll never get married. I don't care. You must take responsibility. Tang Xiaoguo's tiny fist pounded against Lu Zhe's chest. Stop being so willful, Gui'er. Who's being willful? You sneakily held me while I slept, and don't want to take responsibility? Jiang Yao sighed. You fainted from the cold yesterday and nearly faced danger. Everyone huddled together to keep you warm, and now you wake up causing a scene. I was shaking all over, like I had fallen into an ice pit. Was it that bad? Tang Xiaoguo recalled the chilling sensation from her slumber and still felt apprehensive. Didn't we have a fire? Fire? The mention of the fire suddenly jolted Lu Zhe's memory. Yes, the fire. He swiftly moved Tang Xiaoguo's head aside and pushed through the leaves. Don't be so rough, she protested. Ignoring her, Lu Zhe rushed to the fire pit. Oh no, the flames had vanished, leaving only a smoldering pile of charred wood, with wisps of smoke rising slowly. See, this is the consequence of neglecting the fire. Hastily, Lu Zhe added branches and blew fervently, and finally, flames flickered back to life. He broke into a cold sweat. That was close. Jiang Yao inquired. Xiao Zhe, what's wrong? The fire almost went out. Huh, but don't worry. It's been revived. Jiang Yao exhaled in relief. Then, Lu Zhe checked his watch. It's 6 o'clock. Today is June 11th. The second day on this deserted island. At dawn, the sun began to rise, and the waves crashed rhythmically. The vast sea stretched out before them, still devoid of any sign of a rescue team. Lu Zhe contemplated. The minimal difference in day-night duration indicates their location lies between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. The significant temperature fluctuations suggest a potential intermittent cold current in the vicinity. Although the temperature isn't very high yet, it would not be long before the island's warmth would intensify. What about the other two girls? Pushing aside the leaves, he found Ning Shu sprawled on the sandy mound. while Lin Qianqian lay with her arm draped over Ning Shu's chest, her leg resting atop Ning Shu's. The atmosphere was thick with reliance. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu awoke, rubbing their eyes as they sat up from the sandpit. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and softly greeted, "Good morning, everyone." Ning Shu stretched lazily, exclaiming, "Ah, what a beautiful day. Hey, Guer, are you all right?" Tang Xiaoguo smiled. "The little princess has fully revived." Jiang Yao praised. "It seems everyone is in good spirits." Lu Zhe nodded. "Congratulations to all. We have successfully endured our first day on this deserted island." After exchanging morning greetings, Ning Shu distributed chewing gum to everyone, and they began to discuss their survival plan for the next day. The tasks included finding fresh water, food, maintaining the campfire, constructing a shelter, creating a distress signal, and collecting seeds to craft tools. Each task seemed equally urgent. However, Lu Zhe believed that the three most pressing matters at hand were as follows. First, the search for fresh water. A normal person requires approximately 12 liters of fresh water daily, especially in the sweltering tropics, where the need is even greater. Having exhausted the fresh water from the muddy pit yesterday, they were now devoid of any water, necessitating the urgent search for sufficient fresh water before the temperature rose further. Second, maintaining the campfire. The fire was crucial for cooking food and distilling fresh water. It also provided warmth during the night and could produce smoke signals by burning plastic for passing ships. However, sustaining the fire required ample firewood, and their current supply was dwindling. Thus, gathering enough wood was paramount. Thirdly, establishing a distress signal was essential. Although only a day had passed since their ordeal, the authorities were likely aware of the situation and rescue teams might arrive shortly. Since the campfire could not continuously produce smoke signals, more visible distress signals were necessary, such as arranging an SOS signal in an open area or hoisting a prominent flag at a high point to facilitate detection by helicopters and rescue boats. If they missed the initial rescue effort, the chances of being found in the same location would significantly diminish, rendering further attempts futile. Lu Zhe concluded, "I have decided that our tasks for this morning will focus on three matters: finding fresh water and food, collecting wood to maintain the fire, and establishing a distress signal." With the plan set, it was time to execute the details. Ning Shu stretched and asked, "Should we work in groups or together?" After some thought, Lu Zhe replied, "We must divide into groups. To search for resources, we need to leave the camp, and Guer cannot travel far. Someone must stay with her. Who will remain with her at the camp?" Tang Xiaoguo volunteered, "I can stay." Lu Zhe shook his head. "No, your immunity is too low. If anything happens, we would be in dire straits. Moreover, with the limited branches available, the fire needs supervision, so you should remain at the camp." Lin Qianqian stepped forward. "I can stay with Guer." Jiang Yao nodded. "Then Qianqian and Guer will remain at the camp, while Lu Zhe, the class leader, and I will search for supplies." Agreed. Ning Shu inquired Lu Zhe's thoughts on the division, to which he affirmed, "That works. Where shall we begin?" Lu Zhe pointed toward the beach, since the tide is receding. "Let us walk along the shore to the west. It is unexplored territory. We should collect any useful items we come across: plastic bags, bottles, cans, edible shellfish, snails, and crabs." Ning Shu and Jiang Yao simultaneously expressed their agreement with an okay gesture. Thus, the three bid farewell to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo, shouldered their empty backpacks, and strode westward. The sun had recently risen, but the sky was already brilliantly bright. The gentle morning sea breeze caressed them, the sky a deep azure, the nearby waves foamy white, and the distant clouds resembling cotton. The clear sky was occasionally graced by unknown seabirds soaring overhead, their calls invigorating. Ning Shu spread her arms. "If our clothes weren't so filthy, I would think we were attending a beach summer camp party." Jiang Yao concurred. "Indeed, if it weren't for the plane mishap, we would be across the ocean." Lu Zhe glanced at his own attire, covered in grayish-white sand, appearing quite dirty. However, he shrugged it off, thinking that shaking it out would suffice. Jiang Yao teased, "Lu Zhe, boys can easily shed their clothes and shake off the sand. What about us girls?" Lu Zhe chuckled. "I can turn around and not look." Jiang Yao smiled coyly. "I long for a bath." With that, she dashed to the water's edge, leaping joyfully into the sea. The morning water was surprisingly warm and refreshing, not cold at all. She swam with delight, the sand and mud washed away. Emerging from the water, her hair clung to her face, droplets cascading down her chest, creating an ethereal image akin to a mermaid. Chapter 30. Stacking for coconuts. "Hey, Lu Zhe." She playfully splashed water at him, laughing brightly. Lu Zhe then noticed Jiang Yao's remarkable figure, a detail he had overlooked during their time together. Ning Shu, facepalming, remarked, "Yao Yao, have you forgotten something essential you're missing?" Jiang Yao suddenly remembered the state of her bra, having only her outer garment soaked and clinging, accentuating her alluring silhouette. You splashed water all over my face. Oh dear, I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Jiang Yao rushed to Lu Zhe, offering. Let me help you wipe it off. As she lifted her garment to dab his nose, she inadvertently revealed her delicate waist. Was this truly just a wiping gesture? Was it intentional? I said, can we not fool around? Though Lu Zhe was somewhat flustered, he recognized that this was not the time for flirtation. He feigned annoyance. Furrowing his brow, we don't have much time. If we cannot find fresh water by noon, everyone could be in danger. Jiang Yao nodded. Oh. Let us continue forward and keep an eye out for supplies. With that, Lu Zhe walked ahead, deliberately avoiding looking back, as he wished to prevent Ning Shu from noticing any changes in his trousers that might lead to peculiar assumptions. Jiang Yao pouted, muttering, fine, and followed suit. The trio continued their journey, collecting several bottles, cans, plastic bags, and even a few flip-flops. Fortunately, they found 2 pairs of flip-flops, one red and one yellow, both size 34, forming a matching pair. Ning Shu tried them on, commenting, they're a bit small, but Guer can wear them. She won't have to wear high heels anymore. They also stumbled upon a small bag of mussels and a few crabs and conchs. Barnacles clung to the rocks. But without a suitable tool, they were unable to pry them open. They reluctantly moved on. Soon, they encountered the long-awaited sight, coconut trees. 2 trees stood tall, each bearing 15 or 16 ripe coconuts, alongside clusters of immature ones hanging from the branches. Several ripe coconuts lay on the ground, exhibiting a faint coffee hue. This discovery was exhilarating. In that moment, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao high-fived and laughed joyfully. Jiang Yao cheerfully remarked, a single coconut contains approximately 200 milliliters of coconut water. With around 30 coconuts, that amounts to approximately 6,000 milliliters of coconut water. Ning Shu snapped her fingers, declaring, today's freshwater supply is resolved, coupled with distilled water. It should suffice. Lu Zhe also felt elated, knowing that although the fresh water provided by these 2 coconut trees could not sustain them for long, it confirmed the existence of coconuts on this island. This raised the possibility of finding more. The fallen coconuts were manageable, but how to retrieve those higher up? The fallen ones needed inspection, as some might be spoiled and inedible. Lu Zhe observed that the 2 coconut trees appeared to be of different varieties. One was tall and slender, while the other was shorter and stockier. The tall tree had a diameter of about 30 centimeters and soared over 10 meters high, its trunk bending at a certain angle. Rubbing his palms together, Lu Zhe embraced the trunk and effortlessly climbed up, plucking coconuts one by one and tossing them onto the beach, collecting a total of 15 coconuts in one go. The other coconut tree stood only 5 meters tall, but had a diameter nearing half a meter, laden with even more coconuts. However, due to the trunk's girth, climbing it proved impossible. What to do? Should they strike it with stones or wait for the coconuts to fall? Lu Zhe shook his head, saying, we cannot afford to wait. After pondering for a moment, he devised a plan. Standing at 1.8 meters, while Ning Shu was 1.67 meters and Jiang Yao 1.64 meters, the 3 could form a human pyramid, potentially reaching the coconuts. Let us coordinate, Lu Zhe suggested. Class leader, you will stand on my shoulders. And then Yao Yao can climb onto you. Ning Shu's eyes brightened. What a splendid idea. Yet she hesitated. But Lu Zhe, can you bear the weight of 2? Lu Zhe chuckled. This weight is trivial. The key is whether you can handle it. Of course I can. Jiang Yao exclaimed. Standing on the class leader's shoulders feels a bit awkward, she added. Ning Shu waved dismissively. It's a small matter for survival. Lu Zhe nodded, instructing. When I bend forward at the trunk, class leader will go up first, followed by Yao Yao. Remember to lean forward and lie against the trunk. Do not lean back. The 2 girls nodded in understanding. Lu Zhe positioned himself at the base of the tree, bending down. Ning Shu removed her shoes and stepped barefoot onto Lu Zhe's shoulders. All right, it's your turn, Yao Yao. Sorry, class leader, Jiang Yao said as she took off her shoes, grasped Lu Zhe's arm, and climbed atop him before clambering up to Ning Shu. Finally, Lu Zhe straightened his body, followed by Ning Shu, and then Jiang Yao. Ning Shu stood on Lu Zhe's shoulders, while Jiang Yao held onto the trunk with one hand and stretched the other upward to grasp the coconuts. To everyone's delight, she easily retrieved one, which landed with a thud on the beach. Haha, perfect. Yao Yao, you're amazing. Keep it up, cheered Lu Zhe. This is quite easy. Yao Yao is best at standing tall, he added. With a light laugh, she secured another coconut, which bounced off a protruding rock before landing on the sand. As more coconuts accumulated, excitement filled the hearts of all 3. Just a bit more to the left. Lu Zhe, Jiang Yao called out. All right, hold steady, Lu Zhe replied as he slowly shifted left, but as he did, Jiang Yao nearly lost her balance. Hey, you two. Watch out. I'm not ready yet. Lu Zhe instinctively looked up, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Ning Shu, wearing a tennis skirt without undershorts, revealed a white base with pink trim adorned with a cartoon bear. It was an unintentional glimpse, purely accidental. Ning Shu sensed something was amiss and looked down, only to see Lu Zhe's upturned face, realizing the situation and trembling involuntarily. Ah, pervert, she exclaimed. This was an accident, truly. Hey, don't look, she protested, instinctively adjusting her skirt, inadvertently losing her balance and toppling backward. Lu Zhe, fearing for their safety, reached out to catch her, but the bear design obscured his vision as it came crashing towards his face. Chapter 31. A bear to the face. Ah. They all screamed in unison as they fell. Ning Shu rubbed her waist, complaining of the pain, but Lu Zhe's voice boomed beneath her. The one who should be complaining is me. Ning Shu froze, realizing she was sitting squarely on Lu Zhe's face, feeling his breath distinctly. That must be his nose, she thought, her face turning crimson. Ah. Startled, she jumped up. Lu Zhe, are you alright? Lu Zhe rubbed his sore nose. Don't mind me. Check on Yao Yao. Oh, it hurts. Jiang Yao cried out, her voice laced with tears. Ning Shu suddenly remembered that compared to her, Jiang Yao's position was higher, and her fall could be more severe. Yao Yao, how are you? She hurriedly inquired. My foot hit a rock, Jiang Yao replied, and Ning Shu gasped as she noticed a large red bruise on Jiang Yao's ankle. Oh no. Lu Zhe rushed over to gently examine Jiang Yao's ankle. Ouch, it hurts so much. The system relayed information, ankle ligament sprain, commonly known as a twisted ankle. A sprain could be serious, but thankfully, it was not a fracture. Oh dear, Yao Yao. Ning Shu felt a mix of guilt and concern. Jiang Yao shook her head. Class leader, it's not Lu Zhe's fault. I asked him to look up. Ning Shu hesitated, wanting to argue but sighed. Actually, I understand. Lu Zhe frowned. Understand what? I know that if you want to move, you must look up, but it's natural for a normal boy to glance longer at something enticing. Ning Shu explained. Jiang Yao nodded. Exactly, it just shows how charming the class leader is. Yao Yao, can you not think normally? Ning Shu retorted, then added, but honestly, it's my fault for letting you get hurt. It's fine, Jiang Yao replied, though her brows were tightly knitted, clearly in pain. Lu Zhe, how is Yao Yao? Lu Zhe examined Jiang Yao's ankle. This level of sprain will take at least a week to heal. During this time, she must keep the foot rested and apply herbal treatments daily. What? Does this mean I can't walk? Jiang Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Zhe nodded, to be frank. Yes. Ning Shu continued to blame herself. I should have worn undershorts, and even if seen, I should have prioritized our safety first. Lu Zhe acknowledged. Recognizing this shows you're not beyond hope. Feeling helpless, Ning Shu pleaded. Lu Zhe, think of a solution. The situation was dire. Lu Zhe contemplated. Now that Yao Yao cannot walk far, and with Guo and Qianqian also unable to move much, we need to make a choice. Either bring Yao Yao back to the camp or bring Guo and Qianqian here. Without hesitation, Ning Shu decided. The camp is over there, with the bonfire also over there, so we must bring Yao Yao back. Jiang Yao inquired. What are we to do with all these coconuts? Ning Shu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, with so many coconuts, even if we carry 4 or 5 at a time, it would require numerous trips. Lu Zhe contemplated for a moment, estimating Jiang Yao's weight to be around 90 jin, while Tang Xiaoguo weighed less than 80 jin. Thus, he concluded that it would be more practical to move Xiaoguo instead. Jiang Yao shrugged. However, if we do that, Xiaoguo, that little rascal, will certainly complain again. How about you all help me back instead? We can transport the coconuts bit by bit. After all, there is no one else on this island to steal them. Little rascal? Ning Shu's focus was rather peculiar. Yao Yao, what kind of fierce vocabulary is that? That's not the point. Lu Zhe interjected, rising to scan the surroundings. Have you noticed that the types of vegetation here surpass those at the camp? There are also more stones. Ning Shu took a closer look and acknowledged. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. It's true. The abundance of plants indicated a higher likelihood of finding food here than at the camp, and the plentiful stones suggested it would be easier to set up a signal for rescue. Jiang Yao nodded, I see. Oh, it hurts. Lu Zhe, with solemnity, directed, class leader, you stay here to look after Jiang Yao and gather some firewood and stones. I will go back to find Qianqian and Xiaoguo and bring the campfire over. Ning Shu gave an affirmative gesture. Having arranged for Ning Shu and Jiang Yao, Lu Zhe set off alone. He moved swiftly, returning to the camp in less than 10 minutes. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo were surprised to see Lu Zhe returning alone. Lu Zhe, did you lose the class leader and Yao Yao? Exclaimed Tang Xiaoguo. Lin Qianqian frowned. Xiaoguo, don't say such ominous things. Xiaoguo immediately covered her mouth. Lu Zhe spoke in a serious tone. Yao Yao injured her leg, and cannot move over long distances. I believe it's more efficient to bring you over instead while relocating the camp. Upon hearing about Jiang Yao's injury, Lin Qianqian grew anxious and inquired, "Is it serious?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "It's not very serious, but it's not light either. She cannot move for the time being." Tang Xiaoguo protested. "Why must we move? Look, my foot is still injured. Do not feign injury. The environment over there is better than here, with coconut trees, making it more suitable for a camp." Lin Qianqian exclaimed, "Coconut trees? Are there coconuts?" Lu Zhe nodded. "We picked more than 20. Really? That is wonderful. When are we leaving?" "Now." Lu Zhe retrieved a can, filled it with dry grass, added half-burned charcoal, and packed it tightly with more grass to seal the opening. This way, the charcoal would neither extinguish nor burn quickly, lasting at least half an hour. He decided to leave the remaining items behind and return for them later. As Lu Zhe carried the items and a torch, Lin Qianqian supported Tang Xiaoguo as they moved forward. However, their pace was sluggish. Lu Zhe glanced at the fire source in his hand. At this speed, they would likely arrive with the fire extinguished. Should I carry Xiaoguo? Walking on the beach was already unsteady, and carrying a girl might lead to a tumble. Instead, he opted to hoist her onto his shoulder. "Xiaoguo, would you like a ride?" Tang Xiaoguo's expression brightened with anticipation. "Oh, why are you being so kind today? We're moving too slowly. We must hasten, or the fire will go out before we reach our destination." Tang Xiaoguo tilted her head. "Are you going to carry me?" "No." With that, Lu Zhe crouched down, grasped Tang Xiaoguo around the waist, and lifted her as if she were a feather. "Oh." Tang Xiaoguo found her waist resting on Lu Zhe's shoulder, her fair legs dangling before him. "Why are you doing this?" "I said, big brother, you can't princess carry." Lu Zhe retorted, "Be quiet, or I'll drop you." "Oh." Tang Xiaoguo obediently fell silent. With Tang Xiaoguo on his shoulder, Lu Zhe steadied her with one hand while carrying a bag of empty bottles and cans in the other, exerting minimal effort. Lin Qianqian tended to the fire source. She smiled. "It feels like carrying a little pig." After approximately half an hour, the trio arrived at the spot with 2 coconut trees. Ning Shu had gathered a pile of wood and prepared a fire pit, currently laboriously attempting to crack open the coconuts. At that moment, Lin Qianqian noticed the fire source was dwindling, prompting Lu Zhe to hastily set Tang Xiaoguo down and rekindle the fire. Lin Qianqian, having set her belongings aside, checked Jiang Yao's sprained ankle, which had swollen considerably. "Does it hurt?" she asked with concern. "A bit," Jiang Yao replied. "By the way, Xiaoguo, you are quite unreasonable. Xiaozhe is exhausted, yet you continue to tease him." Tang Xiaoguo retorted proudly. "It was Xiaozhe who insisted on carrying me. He refused my requests several times. But perhaps he was worried and insisted that I shouldn't walk on my own. Xiaoguo, I implore you to act like a decent human being." Lu Zhe sighed in exasperation. "It was indeed my decision to carry you, but it was because you were moving too slowly on your own. I feared it would take too long and the fire source would extinguish, hence the reason I brought you along." Tang Xiaoguo sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Jiang Yao appeared enlightened. "Oh, I see now. Haha, it feels like a father carrying his daughter." Tang Xiaoguo protested indignantly. "Who is the daughter?" Jiang Yao replied airily. "Whoever is adorable is." This left Tang Xiaoguo momentarily speechless. While they bantered, Lin Qianqian spotted more than 20 coconuts on the ground and exclaimed with delight. "There are indeed so many coconuts. Now we have something to drink." Tang Xiaoguo urged, "Quick, open one. I'm parched." Ning Shu rubbed her sore arms and remarked, "Don't celebrate too soon. I've been trying for ages and Haven team managed to crack open a single one." Lu Zhe asked, "What are you using to break them?" Ning Shu pointed to a protruding rock on the beach. "This. I saw you do it in a survival show." He used rocks to crack coconuts. Lu Zhe inspected the rock. "It's a method, but this rock isn't sharp enough, and your strength isn't sufficient to break it. Can you do it?" "Of course." But as Lu Zhe glanced at the more than 20 coconuts, he mused, "While I can crack them open, doing so for all these coconuts would be exhausting. Is there a tool available?" "Nothing at all." Just then, Tang Xiaoguo blew a small bubble with her chewing gum. An idea struck Lu Zhe. "Class leader, give me your chewing gum. You need more than one piece." "Just one will suffice." Ning Shu hesitated but eventually blushed as she handed over the gum she was chewing. "I meant the one in the box." "Oh." Embarrassed, Ning Shu tossed the gum over. Lu Zhe took a few pieces, chewed them briefly, and shaped them into a cone on the rock. He then lifted a coconut and forcefully struck it with the cone. With a pop, the gum vanished, and upon inspection, only a small white dot remained at the bottom of the coconut, where the gum had embedded itself. Lu Zhe pried the gum out and discovered a small hole. "Haha, success." Lu Zhe held it up to his mouth, and coconut water flowed down into it. Ning Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, Lu Zhe, you are remarkable." Who would have thought of such a ridiculous method? Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed, that is utterly unscientific. Lin Qianqian remarked, it's quite scientific. This is a non-Newtonian fluid. At the moment of impact, it becomes remarkably solid, grounded in scientific principles. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Strange knowledge indeed. Hey, buddy. How come I never realized you had such intriguing thoughts before? Lu Zhe, unabashedly confident, replied, that's only because you weren't paying attention. Had you observed keenly, you would have discovered it sooner. Wait a moment, I'll open a few more for everyone to enjoy. With that, Lu Zhe utilized chewing gum to create a sharp object and successfully opened 5 coconuts in succession. Cheers. Each person received a coconut, and they drank heartily, relishing the refreshing taste. Everyone replenished themselves with approximately 200 milliliters of coconut water. However, this was limited to the juice. They still could not consume the flesh inside. Nevertheless, it was a welcome reprieve. Finally, we've savored the coconut water. I told you, what survival in the wilderness is complete without coconut juice? Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed with delight. Jiang Yao expressed concern. But does that mean we have to use several pieces of chewing gum each time? Ning Shu shook the gum container. There are still over 40 pieces left. We can use them for another 7 or 8 times. Lu Zhe weighed a stone in his hand. Don't worry. There are no sharp stones here, but I'm sure there are some elsewhere. As long as we have enough strength, opening coconuts is not an issue. Tang Xiaoguo added. As long as we can hold out until the rescue team arrives, that's all that matters. Why haven't those rescue team uncles come yet? Have they really abandoned us here? Ning Shu interjected with worry. What if the rescue team arrives, but the landing point happens to be where our former adversaries were? Lu Zhe reassured her. It's of no concern. As long as the rescue team can discern the signs of our habitation, they will come ashore to search. I left our route information on the rocks when we departed the camp. If the rescue team passes by there, they will certainly see it. Ning Shu inquired. So what should we do next? Just wait here? Lu Zhe contemplated. We cannot afford to wait idly. I intend to create a landmark and gather some tools. Regardless of the outcome, we must prepare for the possibility that the rescue team may not arrive. Lin Qianqian timidly stated, Lu Zhe, we are uncertain about what to do. Ning Shu echoed, we will follow your lead. Lu Zhe nodded. Now, while the sun isn't too intense, let us gather some stones nearby. This will serve 2 purposes. 1. To create a distress signal, and 2. To search for sharp stones to craft tools. Additionally, I noticed some cow tendon grass at the beach's edge. We should pull some and lay it on the rocks to dry. With enough sunlight, it will turn into dried grass in just a few hours. Ning Shu asked, what use is dried grass? For fuel? Lu Zhe held 2 blades of grass in his hand. Dried grass can be twisted into rope, fashioned into grass shoes. And even if we do nothing else, we can lay it down as a blanket. It's far more comfortable than sleeping directly on the beach. Ning Shu stroked her chin. That's a good idea. Sleeping in the sandpit yesterday was quite uncomfortable. Indeed, now that we have found ourselves here, we must not only survive but also strive to live as comfortably as possible. Otherwise, eczema and dermatitis might very well claim our lives, Lin Qianqian added. I'm becoming rather eager to get to work. Jiang Yao exclaimed. Then, Guir and I should not be idle either. We need to do something. Yao. You can boil seawater using a soda can, then place it aside with a plastic bag over it. After a while, the steam will condense on the plastic bag, yielding drinkable freshwater. We do have coconuts, don't we? These few coconuts won't last us long, so until we find a sustainable freshwater source, we must collect every drop of usable freshwater. Tang Xiaoguo asked, should I do this as well? Lu Zhe took out Ning Shu's plastic bag and poured in some collected mussels and small crabs. Where? Can you roast some seafood for breakfast? Sure. We run a restaurant at home. I'm skilled at this. With that, they divided tasks and set to work. Chapter 34. Creating distilled water. The beach was strewn with stones of various sizes, and soon the nearby stones were nearly all collected, over 80 of them in total. Lu Zhe arranged these stones to form a large SOS signal measuring 5 meters wide and 8 meters long. He was confident that if a helicopter were to circle the island in search, even without fire or smoke, this signal would be visible. Qianqian gathered 3 bottles and 2 soda cans, various types of plastic bags, and a beer bottle cap from the vicinity. Ning Shu spent a considerable time pulling grass. Her hands nearly numb from the effort, resulting in only a small pile. The efficiency was not particularly high, as the temperature climbed quickly during the day. Nearing 30 degrees by 10 in the morning, Lu Zhe assessed that continuing to labor under such heat could lead to heat stroke. Proper rest and conserving energy were also crucial for survival. He called his companions to gather under a tree to hydrate and cool off. The coconut water, rich in electrolytes and sugars, helped to rejuvenate their energy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao had successfully distilled 50 milliliters of freshwater using steam. Although it wasn't a substantial amount, It represented a second source of fresh water. Tang Xiaoguo's roasted crab and mussel skewers were also ready. Everyone endured the overwhelming fishy odor as they partook in a rather unpalatable seafood feast. However, they could hardly blame Guo. Cooking seafood without spices over an uncontrollable fire resulted in a mix of burnt and undercooked flavors, which was hardly appetizing. Yet, on a deserted island, this was the best available sustenance under the circumstances. After consuming this breakfast, their strength was somewhat restored. The sun rose high in the sky, and the heat intensified. They could no longer work under the sun. Lu Zhe decided to use this time to craft a tool. What should he make first? He rummaged through their supplies and spotted a 20-centimeter plastic ruler. While a plastic ruler could be sharpened into a knife, what utility would a plastic knife serve? He tossed the ruler to Ning Shu. Class monitor, sharpen one edge of the plastic ruler. It can be used for cutting grass. That's a good idea. My hands are about to give out. Don't sharpen the centimeter side, focus on the inch side. It might come in handy later. Understood. Ning Shu found a stone and began to grind it. If only it were a metal ruler. Suddenly, Lu Zhe noticed the beer bottle cap that Qianqian had collected, and an idea struck him. Flattening the cap and sharpening its edges would yield a small knife. By securing it with a wooden stick and binding it with grass rope, he would have a handle for the knife. But what would this small knife be useful for? Certainly not for chopping wood or hunting, but it could easily cut fish or shrimp and skin small animals. Moreover, it could be used to sharpen twigs. And once they possessed sharp branches, they would have a means of defense and a true hunting tool. Lu Zhe gathered 2 stones and began carefully hammering the cap to flatten it. Then, he ground its edges on a stone, occasionally pouring seawater to lubricate it, ensuring the blade became even sharper. Jiang Yao observed for a while before tying her hair back with a leather strap. Lu Zhe, this is simple. Let me take care of it. That works. Lu Zhe handed the flattened cap to Jiang Yao. Just sharpen one side. Got it. With tasks delegated. Lu Zhe did not wish to remain idle. He continued searching for stones along the beach, hoping to find suitable materials for crafting an axe. While the ideal stone may not be found, he could only select the most suitable ones from what was available. Chapter 35. The commencement of tool crafting. Lu Zhe meticulously examined the stones intended for SOS, yet found none suitable for his purpose. Nevertheless, he encouraged himself not to lose hope. If he could not find the right stone, he would create one instead. He picked up a hefty stone weighing 5 to 6 jin and struck it vigorously against another. With a resounding crack, the 2 stones collided, scattering fragments around. Upon closer inspection, he discovered only a large white patch on the stone, which was remarkably hard. He picked it up and struck again. After 3 successive blows, Lu Zhe finally managed to fracture the stone. However, he still had not found a suitable material for crafting a stone axe. Tang Xiaoguo, puzzled, inquired of Jiang Yao. What is Lu Zhe doing? Jiang Yao, equally perplexed, pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps he is attempting to utilize the impact to create airwaves, steering the satellite off its predetermined course so that the rescue team can traverse through a temporal rift to locate us. Your theory is utterly absurd. Can you propose something even more ludicrous? Perhaps he is simply making stone tools. Tang Xiaoguo sighed exasperatedly and glanced at the object in Jiang Yao's hands. Then what are you crafting? Jiang Yao studied the polished small disc, unsure of its purpose. However, after a moment's contemplation, she earnestly proposed. It might be a quantum key generator operating at a microscopic level, resonating with the ripples of dark matter in the universe due to its uniquely polished surface. Yet, at this moment, it resembled nothing more than an ordinary, smoothly polished metal disc. Tang Xiaoguo, fatigued, remarked, I say, Yao Yao, can we speak in human language? Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Whatever Xiaozhou instructs me to do, I shall strive to accomplish without questioning his motives. Tang Xiaoguo, feeling overwhelmed, shouted in frustration, Lu Zhe, find me something to do. I cannot endure this green tea any longer. Lu Zhe glanced at Tang Xiaoguo and earnestly advised, you still have snake venom within you. Strive to survive, rest diligently, and just do not perish. With that, he brought his stone down with force once more. With another loud crack, another stone shattered. This time, upon clearing the debris, Lu Zhe joyfully discovered a piece resembling a hand in size and over 3 jin in weight, strikingly similar to an axe head. With diligent polishing and binding it to a wooden handle, it could serve as a functional axe. Elated, Lu Zhe began to refine the stone. Meanwhile, Ning Shu, utilizing a sharp ruler, exhibited significant efficiency in cutting grass, though the ruler wore down quickly. Qianqian was crafting a distiller from a newly found bottle, diligently recording the distillation results in her notebook. With no one paying attention to her, Tang Xiaoguo resorted to fanning Lu Zhe with a large leaf. Lu Zhe felt a warmth in his heart. The typically proud and aloof girl displayed an endearing side at times. The edge of the stone was naturally formed from the strikes, serving as an axe blade. However, it should not be too sharp. A deliberately duller edge would ensure the axe's durability. Lu Zhe effortlessly polished it to an ideal state. Jiang Yao, on her side, had sharpened the edge of the bottle cap remarkably well. "How is this, my friend? Am I doing well?" Lu Zhe inspected it and responded, "Excellent, just what I need." He gathered several wooden sticks, used a small knife to peel off the bark, and removed it. Then, utilizing a thicker stick as the axe handle, he tightly bound the stone axe head with bark strips, securing it with several firm knots. "You truly fashioned a stone axe?" Lu Zhe wielded it, swinging it with ease. "This tool will surely enhance our efficiency in gathering firewood." Jiang Yao picked up the small disc, and this? "Wait," Lu Zhe instructed. He chopped a segment of a branch, approximately 20 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb, using the stone axe, then smoothed its surface with the circular blade. He split it in half, inserted the circular blade, and tightened it with a strip of bark, crafting a uniquely shaped knife with a handle. "This marks our second tool, does it not?" Ning Shu waved her slender ruler. "This is indeed the first tool. Lu Zhe, we cannot continue polishing, it will break. Could we not fashion a sickle or something?" "That will not suffice." Lu Zhe surveyed the abundant cow tendon grass on the ground. "Once dried, this grass can be laid down for a comfortable night's sleep. Let us put the ruler aside. Perhaps it will have other uses in the future." Chapter 36. Crafting a slingshot and calculating coordinates. After toiling for much of the day and producing 2 serviceable tools, hunger struck the group once more. They had not ventured to the seaside for food, nor had any sign of the rescue team appeared. However, with the axe in hand, they could begin to explore alternative food sources. Lu Zhe gripped the stone axe, feeling as though he held the world within his grasp. He summoned his strength and struck down upon a coconut with fervor. With a satisfying thump, the coconut yielded a notch, and coconut water spilled forth, which he eagerly drank. He struck a few more times until the coconut was fully split open, revealing its snowy flesh. "Everyone, have a taste," he urged, pulling out a piece. Tang Xiaoguo took a small bite. "It does not compare to the crispness of canned coconut meat." Ning Shu sampled it and nodded. "The flavor is acceptable, albeit a bit greasy." Lu Zhe cracked open another coconut. "For us, the oily coconut flesh holds greater value. Consume as much as you can." After indulging in a few raw pieces, he used the small circular blade to carve the flesh into smaller portions, placing them on a stone to roast. Before enjoying even more, as warmth filled his stomach, energy surged through his limbs. With renewed vigor, Lu Zhe wielded the axe to fell a small tree. With minimal effort, he brought down a dead tree, approximately the thickness of his wrist. He broke the branches into segments for firewood for the night, while reserving the long trunk for a potential shelter. Then, he stumbled upon a fascinating find. "Ah, this tree fork is splendid." It was a branch fork, with the main branch measuring around 25 centimeters in diameter and 2 thinner prongs, slightly thicker than a thumb. Such a perfect form could not go to waste. It was ideal for crafting a slingshot. Observing the seagulls and terns soaring in the distance, and surrounded by pebbles, Lu Zhe felt compelled to attempt this venture. He set out to gather materials. The tree fork would serve as the slingshot's body. Next, he needed elastic bands. Oh. He recalled that Ning Shu had a bundle of high-quality hair ties, 20 in a pack, of which several remained. It was uncertain whether they would suffice for the slingshot's bands. Lu Zhe extracted one, slicing open the decorative exterior with the sharp circular blade. Inside lay a ring of rubber tubing, akin to a valve core, circular and significantly thicker, boasting far greater elasticity. The ring fit perfectly around a slender female wrist, measuring 15 centimeters when disconnected, stretchable to a maximum of 40 centimeters. Moreover, its rebound quality was exceptional, making it an ideal material for the slingshot. He fashioned a pad from the sole of a beach sandal he had collected. With everything in place, he rounded the edge of the broken fork on the stone, then stripped the bark off the prongs, leaving them smooth. To enhance the slingshot's power, Lu Zhe dismantled 8 elastic bands, binding 4 together. Then pierced the pad with a ballpoint pen, attaching one end of the elastic to it. Thus, a perfect slingshot was crafted. Lu Zhe pulled back on it and exclaimed, "Goodness, this has some serious power." He picked up a round pebble, drew back the slingshot, and aimed at a tree 20 meters away. Releasing his grip, the stone flew forth with a sharp crack, striking the trunk and leaving a conspicuous white mark. Lu Zhe hurried over to observe, only to discover that the tree bark had been severely damaged. Had that struck a bird, it would have been quite a painful experience. Lu Zhe attempted a few more throws, but regrettably, the scarcity of perfectly rounded pebbles hindered his accuracy, resulting in a mere 30% success rate. He recalled the system's ability, precision. It could enhance his accuracy and would certainly assist in his slingshot endeavors. However, When he would be able to apply it effectively remained uncertain. Meanwhile, several girls were not idle. They utilized this time to wash the dirty clothing and socks that everyone had soiled, albeit with seawater. The freshly laundered garments were hung on a makeshift clothesline crafted from tree branches, basking in the sun's rays. After drying, the clothes became stiff due to salt deposits, and a simple rub or shake would cause a significant amount of dry salt to fall away, although wearing them still felt slightly coarse. It was far preferable to being caked in filth. Tang Xiaoguo's formal dress was also clean, but she expressed a preference for the comfort of a light camisole and Lu Zhe shorts. Despite the occasional wardrobe malfunction, she seemed unconcerned. Comfort was paramount. As the afternoon wore on, the cerulean sky and white clouds cast a serene backdrop over the azure sea, yet the rescue team remained conspicuously absent. It appeared that waiting for rescue today might be futile, leaving everyone feeling quite despondent. Physical exertion had become unbearable. Lu Zhe's attempts to hit birds with the slingshot also ended in failure. The oval pebbles appeared to have a mind of their own, stubbornly deviating from the trajectory he envisioned. Now that they were airborne, perhaps it would be easier to strike them down. Nonetheless, idleness was not an option. Lu Zhe began to ponder whether he could calculate the island's location given the current conditions. Chapter 37. Casting a message in a bottle to ascertain the island's coordinates. A compass was necessary. The thought of crafting a compass seemed daunting, yet upon further contemplation, it appeared feasible. To make a compass, one would need a magnetic needle. What items at hand possessed magnetism? Ning Shu's magnetic door card, Lin Qianqian's bank card magnetic strip, and even the phone contained magnet-like elements. It seemed there were multiple avenues to create a compass. Opting for the simplest method, Lu Zhe retrieved a bank card and used a ruler and pencil to mark 2 lines across the magnetic strip, approximately 3 millimeters apart. He then employed a small circular blade to score along these lines repeatedly. After about 50 strokes on each line, he successfully severed the magnetic card, resulting in a slender plastic strip measuring 54 millimeters long and 3 millimeters wide, with a magnetic piece in the center. He trimmed away the excess plastic at the other end of the magnetic piece, leaving him with a magnetic needle roughly 35 millimeters long. Finally, he took a half bottle, filled it with water, and delicately placed the magnetic needle on the surface. In no time, the needle oriented itself in a specific direction. Lu Zhe tested it several times, and the direction remained consistently accurate. Meanwhile, the girls were seated in the shade, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Tang Xiaoguo lamented, "It seems we won't be seeing the rescue team today. They must think we are dead and are unwilling to expend time searching for us." Qianqian chimed in, "It has only been half a day. They might not begin their search until the afternoon." Ning Shu listened for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Listen, I think I can hear the sound of a helicopter." This statement sparked excitement among the group as they strained to listen. Ultimately, Jiang Yao sighed, "What helicopter?" "That's just your stomach growling, squad leader." Upon further listening, it indeed was. "Sigh, eating so little has had no effect. There's still coconut meat over there. But I can't eat any more. It's too rich." "I feel the same way." Tang Xiaoguo clutched Ning Shu's stomach in exasperation, exclaiming, squad leader, hurry and summon the helicopter to rescue us home." Ning Shu retorted, "Get away from me." At that moment, everyone noticed that Lu Zhe had been silently engrossed in drawing something in Ning Shu's notebook. Curious, Ning Shu asked, "Hey, our esteemed class representative, what are you up to?" Lu Zhe replied, "I am calculating our location." Location? Is that even possible? Though not very precise, Lu Zhe believed it should be theoretically achievable. His statement intrigued the others, and they gathered around. Ning Shu urged, "Quick, tell us where we are. Start with your reasoning." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhe continued, "In the northern hemisphere during summer, the days are significantly longer than the nights. Here, the night and day differ by less than half an hour. Do you understand what that implies?" Tang Xiaoguo looked bewildered. "Are we in the southern hemisphere?" Jiang Yao pondered, "Are we not on Earth?" Lu Zhe gave a disdainful look. "Then where are we?" Jiang Yao retorted, "Aren't you the one calculating?" Lu Zhe fell silent, and it was Lin Qianqian who provided a plausible answer. "The closer one is to the poles. The greater the difference in day and night. Conversely, the nearer one is to the equator, the smaller the difference." "Precisely." Lu Zhe nodded approvingly, pointing to the background map on the notebook cover. "Today is June 11th, around the summer solstice. Here, the day and night differ by about 2 hours, indicating that our latitude is quite small, likely between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer." He carefully drew a horizontal line on the hand-drawn map. Impressive attention to detail. Ning Shu patted Lu Zhe's shoulder. "I didn't even realize this notebook contained a map of the Pacific Ocean. Plus, you filled in the obscured areas." "Well, the obscured part is the Indian Ocean, which is not particularly significant, Lu Zhe remarked, glancing at the map again. Although it may not be entirely precise, it should be fairly accurate overall. Ning Shu observed, at this latitude, we should be between 15 and 30 degrees, approaching Indonesia. Jiang Yao inquired. Now that we have the latitude, how do we determine the longitude? Simple. Lu Zhe drew a vertical line on the map. By connecting the flight paths from Pudong Airport to Kingsford Smith Airport, we can find the intersection with the latitude line, revealing our approximate location. He marked a small circle at the intersection of the two lines. The four girls looked at it. Where's this? To the west lies the Philippines. To the east should be Palau and Micronesia. To the south is Indonesia, and to the northeast are the Mariana Islands. If you ask me which island we are on, I honestly do not know, Jiang Yao remarked. So, the black box might have indeed fallen into the Mariana Trench. Ning Shu inquired. If we don't know which island it is, can we determine which country's territory it belongs to? Lu Zhe shook his head. That is also unclear. Most likely. We are in international waters, but one thing is certain. We are definitely outside of our country's jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, the girls felt both disheartened and disappointed. Tang Xiaoguo sighed. No wonder the rescue team hasn't found us. It turns out we are stranded out here. Indeed, based on the perimeter of this circle, we could be over 800 kilometers from any nearby country. Tang Xiaoguo mused. 800 kilometers? That doesn't seem too far. Lu Zhe nodded. True, it's not far. It's roughly the distance from our capital to Seoul. Tang Xiaoguo, not very sensitive to numbers, suddenly felt the weight of the distance upon hearing the city name. Her face turned pale. That's dreadful. There is still one thing I don't understand. Lin Qianqian tilted her head in contemplation. Since we are in the tropics, it shouldn't be so cold at night. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be cold, but if we are at the confluence of cold and warm currents, such a phenomenon could indeed occur. Jiang Yao, curious, inquired. Is this area part of the Pacific warm pool, which also experiences cold currents? It cannot be ruled out. Lu Zhe adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. I hypothesized that the Kuroshio current, flowing from north to south, splits into two branches upon reaching the Philippines, with one small portion of cold current flowing here, intersecting with the north equatorial current, thus creating a significant temperature difference between day and night. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's explanation, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, I recall studying this in world geography. The Galapagos Islands in South America experience a similar phenomenon, where the cold Peruvian current from the south meets the warm equatorial current from the north, resulting in a vast temperature fluctuation in this tropical archipelago, which is home to both tropical rainforests and penguins. Jiang Yao gasped. Tropical penguins? That seems rather abstract. Lu Zhe nodded. Compared to the Galapagos Islands, the warm current here is stronger and the cold current weaker, hence it is not as cold. However, in comparison to other tropical islands, the temperature difference between day and night here is still quite considerable. Lu Zhe's expression grew serious, just as the girls had feared, being outside their homeland. The complexities of procedures and restrictions for the National Rescue Team to enter the territorial sea greatly diminished the probability of being found. Moreover, in this vast expanse of ocean, there are nearly 1,000 islands, large and small. They themselves are unaware of which island they are on. Even if the rescue team has all the necessary paperwork, can they truly search every small island? Tang Xiaoguo spoke with a quivering voice. So, we won't be found, right? Lu Zhe reassured them. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Let us not lose heart. We can send messages to the rescue team in our own way. The four girls exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 38. Discovering new economic crops. We all know we need to contact the rescue team, but our phones are either broken or out of battery. What can we do? Jiang Yao asked. Then we shall resort to the most primitive method. Lu Zhe picked up a bottle and shook it. Let us create drift bottles. Drift bottles? The four girls looked at one another. Yes, we can find plenty of garbage bottles on the beach. We have notebooks as well, where we can write messages to stuff inside. More importantly, we can sketch a map to indicate our approximate location. Thus, we possess all the necessary elements to launch a drift bottle. However, Jiang Yao still held some skepticism. But how much will the probability of being discovered actually increase? Lu Zhe replied. To be frank, it may not significantly boost our chances of rescue, but it is certainly better than doing nothing at all. Even a 1% increase in the probability of being found is worthwhile. So what do you think? Shall we proceed? Ning Shu nodded. Absolutely. Qianqian added. Yes. Just as our teachers said during university entrance exams, every little effort increases the hope of success. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo also nodded in agreement. All right then. Let us begin. Ning Shu raised her small fist. United we stand. Let us not leave it to fate. Jiang Yao said. At this moment, perhaps we should place some faith in destiny. What if someone really does take care of this matter and delivers our drift bottle to the rescue team? Tang Xiaoguo remarked. Perhaps it is Ma Zhu or the Dragon King of the East China Sea who oversees this. Jiang Yao nodded. Then let us all pay our respects. After all, they are deities, and we should not offend them. In crafting drift bottles, the most crucial element is the bottle itself. It must be sturdy and possess good sealing properties, enabling it to traverse the ocean and reach land. Given their need for survival, they do not have many bottles at hand, ultimately managing to find 3 relatively clean ones. Lin Qianqian sketched 3 maps on the covers of their notebooks, then marked the location of the incident with an SOS symbol. She also noted their numbers, names, and other essential information in both Chinese and English. Once the notes were prepared, Lin Qianqian handed them to Lu Zhe. Please take a look and see if anything else needs to be marked. Lu Zhe reviewed them and acknowledged that Lin Qianqian had included a great deal of detail, but an essential piece of information was still missing. Qianqian. Add one more detail. Today is June 10th. The sun set at 6:30 last night and rose at 5:45 this morning. With the date and the precise times of sunrise and sunset, the rescue team can more accurately determine our position. Lin Qianqian held the pen against her lovely face. This information will greatly assist the rescue team in accurately pinpointing our location. Lu Zhe commended. Precisely. Following Lu Zhe's suggestion, Lin Qianqian added the times of sunrise and sunset to each of the 3 notes. Now, should we toss the drift bottles? It is currently high tide, so if we throw them, they will likely come back. We should wait until low tide to cast them off. Of course, there is a chance they might still wash back, but there is also a considerable probability that they will enter the ocean current, which would certainly yield a better outcome. Lin Qianqian nodded. Yes, I understand. Jiang Yao drew a cross on her chest and fervently said, Amit Ba, may the Almighty protect us. And may the rescue team discover our drift bottles. Ning Shu inquired. So, do we just wait for the tide to recede? After waiting for the tide to go down, we can throw the drift bottles and then gather some seafood for tonight's meal. She then turned to Lin Qianqian. By the way, how much water did we distill earlier? Lin Qianqian shook her bottle. We have around 300 milliliters now. There is a thick layer of salt crust forming in the jar, which makes it a bit challenging to scrape off. Otherwise, we could have boiled more. Lu Zhe nodded. Not bad. Later, we can use a small knife to create a few more natural distillers. And we might manage to distill an additional 100 to 200 milliliters of fresh water in a day. We can make soup for dinner. Lin Qianqian replied with joy. I am looking forward to it. Considering the time, it has been over 24 hours since they awoke. The afternoon sun on the beach is blistering hot, making it unsuitable for searching along the shore. They decided to explore the vicinity of their campsite for a while and then throw the drift bottles later. As Lu Zhe walked around the camp, he noticed a small pile of black pellets beneath some bushes. Picking one up and pinching it revealed a faint fishy odor. Information flashed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have discovered healthy mouse droppings. What? This stuff is mouse droppings? Well, it would be unusual for an island to be devoid of mice. Lu Zhe understood that while mice in urban areas are synonymous with viruses and diseases, not all mice are like that. Disease-carrying mice are not common on islands. And in the wild, they could even be a delicacy for survivors. They provide protein and amino acids that aid digestion. Compared to inferior seafood, the taste of mice is actually far superior. Of course, Lu Zhe had never eaten them. He had only heard stories from De Yi and Bei Yi. Yet, having only stumbled upon mouse droppings without seeing a single mouse, how could he catch them? Smoke them out of their burrows? Doing so without knowing how many burrows exist would only alarm them. Ah, snakes. Remembering the snake, he recalled the remnants of its innards, originally intended as fish bait. They could serve as bait for mice instead. He recalled an old saying, snakes eat mice for half a year, and mice eat snakes for half a year. In other words, during summer, snakes catch mice, and in winter, when snakes hibernate, if discovered by mice, they can become a meal. They are interdependent, each preying on the other, and both are delicacies on each other's menu. Using the snake's innards as bait is sure to attract mice. And then he could set traps to catch them. Perfect. But how to construct the traps? Lu Zhe opened the survival manual and discovered a method for using DNZH to create traps. First, he needed a long, thin, and flexible rope. Ning Shu had a small bundle of rubber bands in her pencil case, so he took 3 of them, which, when combined with branches, could serve as a substitute for the rope. He fashioned a slack knot and tied it to the end of a branch. Next, he found a resilient branch to insert into the ground and used a small piece of branch to create a trigger resting on a stone. Subsequently, he poured the snake's entrails onto the ground to serve as bait. As soon as any hungry rodents passed by and triggered the branch, it would spring up, ensnaring the rodent's foot or tail with the rubber bands. After testing the trap twice and confirming its efficacy, Lu Zhe set out to create traps in other locations. He spent over half an hour constructing 3 rodent traps. However, rather than idly waiting for the rodents to take the bait, Lu Zhe decided to take further action. Checking the time, he realized it was not yet time to launch the message in a bottle. After a night spent sleeping on the sandy ground, Tang Xiaoguo had nearly succumbed to the cold, so it was high time to build a proper shelter. Armed with a stone axe, he ventured into the forest in search of small trees suitable for constructing a shelter. The undergrowth was thick with weeds, and various unnamed insects scuttled about among the bushes, provoking a sense of distaste. Lu Zhe cautiously drove them away. The forest boasted a variety of plant species, but finding suitable would prove challenging. Fortunately, with the stone axe in hand, it became significantly easier to fell any appropriate trees he encountered. After an hour of labor, he had successfully chopped down several long branches, each measuring 2 to 3 meters and roughly the thickness of a thumb. Just as he was preparing to bundle them together and return, he heard a whistle from the camp. Chapter 39. The Method for Girls to Establish Territory. Something was amiss. Lu Zhe hastily dropped the logs and sprinted towards the camp, only to see several girls beckoning him excitedly. Lu Zhe, come and take a look. His first impression was that a rescue team had arrived. Rushing to the seaside, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Turning back, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian each holding a bunch of green bananas, their faces brimming with excitement. Did you find bananas? Bananas are a high-calorie fruit, rich in carbohydrates and vitamins. In certain circumstances, they can even serve as a staple food. This was indeed a thrilling discovery. Lu Zhe approached, asking, where did you find them? Just over there in the forest. Lu Zhe was taken aback. What were you doing in the forest? Ning Shu playfully nudged him. Boys are so clueless. I was accompanying Qianqian to the restroom. By the way, did you find any seeds? Is that all you can think about, seeds? Can't you think of something more important? Like bananas? This is called MGO, a smaller variety of banana. Ning Shu explained knowingly, breaking off a piece and offering it to Lu Zhe. Try it. As Lu Zhe took it, he immediately received a message from the system in his mind. Ding. Important tool resource discovered. MGO. Below was a lengthy introduction about. However, Lu Zhe clearly saw that it stated, not edible. Hey, have you eaten any? No. We were waiting for you to share. Look how considerate we are. Indeed. Xiaozhe, you're quite fortunate. Lu Zhe nodded. It's good you haven't eaten it. What do you mean? Lu Zhe weighed the item in his hand. You indeed found a significant resource, but this is not 11 GO, and it is not edible. Tang Xiaoguo blinked. Cauliflower, flower cabbage. Is there really a difference? Ning Shu, somewhat skeptical, peeled one open. Inside was white flesh, indistinguishable from a banana. As she broke off a piece, a swarm of tiny black insects suddenly surged out. Startled, Ning Shu screamed and immediately discarded the banana. Ah, there are bugs. How disgusting. The other 3 girls also tossed away their bananas, huddling together. No need to panic, Lu Zhe remarked with unusual calmness, picking up a half-eaten banana and explaining, the black spots are not insects, they are seeds. Both the fruit and seeds are toxic and inedible. Hearing this, the girls leaned in to inspect, noticing that the black specks were indeed motionless. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, they really are seeds? Jiang Yao sighed. Why is it that this banana-like plant is inedible and looks so repulsive? Tang Xiaoguo asserted, because it's not proper. Lu Zhe collected some seeds and placed them in an empty bottle. Lin Qianqian remarked, Lu Zhe, you just said this is also an important resource, right? Indeed. Lu Zhe affirmed, since it cannot be consumed, what can it be used for? This plant is known as, or Manila hemp. Its fruit resembles a banana but is actually one of Southeast Asia's most important economic crops. Its stems and leaves are rich in plant fibers and can be used to make ropes, fishing nets, and other items. Ropes made from it are far superior to ordinary bark ropes. Ning Shu nodded. Very useful. Tang Xiaoguo questioned. But we need food and fresh water. What do we need ropes for? Lu Zhe explained. Gui'er, ropes are an indispensable resource in survival scenarios, equally as crucial as flint, knives, cookware, and tarps. They are essential for making safety lines, shelters, bamboo rafts, and hammocks. Is that so? Let's go check out the. Ning Shu said. Qianqian, take care of them while I lead Lu Zhe. Following Ning Shu, Lu Zhe entered the forest from another direction and, sure enough, did not walk far before spotting a plant. It stood about 2 meters tall, with a stem as thick as a thigh and long. Thick leaves adorned with clusters of banana-like fruits. A rough estimate indicated that this single could yield dozens of meters of fibrous material. Surely, there were more such plants in this forest. Just as Ning Shu was about to move forward, Lu Zhe abruptly pulled her back. What's wrong? She began to ask. But Lu Zhe covered her mouth and pointed ahead. Ning Shu peered closely and soon saw a large rat cautiously poking its head out nearby. Had Lu Zhe not covered her mouth, she would have undoubtedly cried out. "Don't shout," Lu Zhe whispered in her ear, then quietly picked up a stone. He planned to wait for the rat to approach and then throw the stone. However, the rat took a few steps forward, noticed 2 puddles on the ground, sniffed the air, and panically disappeared into the underbrush. Lu Zhe tossed the stone in frustration, having missed his target. Ning Shu frowned. "Does the rat have a cleanliness obsession? You and Qianqian just urinated there." Ning Shu retorted, "Yeah, right." Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and concluded, "Many mammals use the scent of urine to gauge the size of others, often believing they have intruded upon another's territory. Clearly, it thought it had wandered into your designated area. Establishing territory?" Ning Shu immediately conjured a mental image of dogs marking their territory at the base of a tree. Shaking with indignation, "Come on, Lu Zhe. Girls just need to relieve themselves. Is that really establishing territory?" Class monitor, don't be angry. But honestly, my statement isn't incorrect. In certain situations, human urine can indeed deter some animals, but this is limited to smaller, sensitive rodents. Generally speaking, the deterrent effect of male urine is greater than that of female urine. However, if we 5 were to gather together and lie beneath the roots of a tree, it would be sufficient to frighten off some medium-sized carnivores. Ning Shu helplessly remarked, "I truly cannot comprehend where you acquire such peculiar knowledge." Lu Zhe, of course, could not disclose that he possessed a survival manual within his system. Instead, he casually replied, "It's 100,000 wise. Didn't we all read those as children?" Ning Shu retorted, "I read books too, yet I did not acquire such bizarre knowledge. While others were lighting fires, you were busy helping a group of girls study how to assist boys in overcoming bad habits. Speaking of which, your knowledge seems even more peculiar." Upon hearing this, Ning Shu immediately lost her temper, muttering, "Your actions were precisely as described in those books. It's rather suspicious, isn't it? What kind of books have you been reading? Why do they contain such content?" Lu Zhe responded, "I believe that in life and death situations, what we previously read becomes irrelevant. Let us focus on the Jiao Ma instead." In Chapter 40, the accumulation of strange knowledge continued. Lu Zhe approached, snapped off a leaf, and pulled at the leaf's base, extracting a long fiber. By removing the flesh of the leaf, soaking it, and drying it, he could twist several strands together to create rope. The fibers detached from the leaves could be fashioned into thin ropes, while sturdier ones could be taken from the stem, albeit at the cost of time and effort. As he spoke, Lu Zhe began to systematically strip the Jiao Ma of its fibers. Indeed, Ning Shu assisted in clearing away the remaining leaf flesh. In a short time, the two had harvested 10 strands of Jiao Ma fiber. Ning Shu, seeing their ample collection, commented, "This should suffice. We need at least 60 strands." "What do we need so many for?" Lu Zhe inquired. "To construct a shelter," she replied. "Are we finally starting on the shelter?" Ning Shu's spirits lifted. "Having a dormitory is certainly preferable. Let us get moving." Half an hour later, they had stripped over 60 strands of fiber, each over 2 meters long. They then braided 3 strands together to create thicker ones for binding. Afterward, Lu Zhe went to retrieve the 7 long branches he had previously cut. Ning Shu found a relatively sheltered spot between 2 naturally growing small trees. "Friends, we shall construct our shelter here today." Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. "What if the rescue team arrives while we are halfway through?" Lu Zhe chuckled. "Then we shall celebrate. Nevertheless, I believe we should prepare for the worst." Jiang Yao sighed. "Yes, I do not wish to sleep in a sand pit again." Ning Shu stated firmly, "Let us not waste any more words. For the sake of our dormitory, let us get to work." Lu Zhe picked up the longest branch, instructing, "Class monitor, hold that end for me. We will tie the longest branch between the 2 small trees and then place the other branches atop it." Understood. Lu Zhe began to bind the branches together. Lin Qianqian approached, eager to help. "What can I do?" "Go gather a large number of leaves. The more, the better, as we will use them for windbreaks." "All right." Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo asked, "What about us?" "Yao Yao, weave the leaves together." "Guer, continue collecting fresh water," Lu Zhe instructed. After a moment of thought, he added, "Be careful not to burn yourselves." "Got it." As the group worked together, despite the exhaustion, their collaboration and encouragement helped them temporarily forget their feelings of despair. Lu Zhe first erected 2 sturdier branches, deeply embedding them in the sandy ground, and then, 3 meters away, constructed another 2 branches. At the top and bottom of the 2 sets of branches, he bound another branch, creating a relatively stable tent frame. He then tied the thin strands of grass rope between the 2 structures, layering the leaves that Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao had prepared on top to serve as a windbreak. Finally, he spread the dried wild grass inside, completing a functional shelter. Although this shelter appeared rudimentary, Its practicality was impressive. During the day, they could leave one side open for ventilation while using the other side to provide shade from the sun. At night, they could pull all sides closed with ropes and hang leaves for warmth. Once completed, several girls immediately sat inside. Tang Xiaoguo was stretched. Wow, it feels much cooler. Lin Qianqian rubbed her dirty little face. I feel less afraid now. Ning Shu reclined in the tent. This has the vibe of a summer camp. But I am so sleepy. Jiang Yao stretched her legs, picking up a dried coconut fruit. We find joy in hardship. I still miss the snacks and drinks at home. Shifting her position, she added, Lu Zhe, you should come in too. Lu Zhe entered, feeling a significant improvement in comfort. Gazing at the sky beyond the tent, he noted, the sun is leaning westward. Everyone can take a moment to rest. Let us conserve our energy until the tide recedes. Then we can throw the drift bottles and explore the shore. Just then, Jiang Yao slightly furrowed her brow. Leaning closer to Ning Shu, she whispered something, to which Ning Shu shook her head in response. After a moment's hesitation, she relayed something to Lin Qianqian, and the two girls nodded in agreement. Lin Qianqian pulled out 10 tissues from her backpack, handing 5 to Jiang Yao, then helped her up. You all rest for a bit. I'll accompany Yao Yao to handle a small task. What small task? Lu Zhe speculated that the two girls might need to use the restroom and quickly reminded them. Remember, seeds. Jiang Yao replied helplessly, I know. Lin Qianqian supported Jiang Yao as they ventured into the forest, and soon, a shriek erupted from Jiang Yao. Oh, is danger imminent again? Ning Shu and Tang Xiaoguo immediately grew tense. Lu Zhe spoke in a low voice, stay here, I'll check it out. Be careful, they cautioned. Concerned about encountering wild animals or snakes, Lu Zhe seized a stone axe and hurried towards the sound. Ultimately, it was a false alarm. Jiang Yao had merely stumbled and sat down awkwardly, getting herself dirty. After a bout of unpleasantness, Lin Qianqian assisted her in washing off by the sea. Lu Zhe realized that asking her to collect seeds was now unrealistic, so he thought he would have to handle it himself. Experiencing such moments leads one to discover that even the most adorable little girl is not as delightful as a crystal macaron, especially when accompanied by a fruity scent. Just one glance could be overwhelming. However, this very glance allowed Lu Zhe to discern the small black seeds inside. He recalled Jiang Yao mentioning that she had eaten dragon fruit before. Were those seeds alive dragon fruit seeds? Carefully, he used a twig to extract one and gently touched it with his finger. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered an essential resource, viable dragon fruit seeds. Indeed, it was as he had suspected, and Lu Zhe found himself both amused and exasperated. Should he break it open and crush it to extract the seeds? No, there was a better method. He removed one of his socks and, using 2 twigs, carefully picked up the item and placed it inside the sock. Lu Zhe understood that in wilderness survival, excrement also serves as a crucial resource. It may sound unbelievable, yet it is indeed the case. Human feces contain a significant amount of fat, which serves as an excellent nutritional source for various wild animals. For instance, Bear Grylls and other survival experts often use their own waste as bait to catch small fish. Additionally, feces carry a certain warning function. In the African savanna, survivors gather everyone's waste, mixing it with blood and bone fragments, and pile it near their camp to deter lions and hyenas. A large mound of feces, with its strong and bloody scent, resembles the presence of enormous, fearsome carnivores. This will deter lions and hyenas. Furthermore, the excrement of many animals possesses various utilities. Some can be used for medicinal purposes, others for fuel, some can mask human scent, and there are even those that can be transformed into sunscreen. Lu Zhe has heard the most outrageous yet authentic tale of how the people of the grasslands utilize cow dung to wash their plates and bowls, a privilege reserved solely for esteemed guests. Now, regarding the matter of the sock, Lu Zhe has conceived a dual-purpose idea. One is to use it for capturing small fish, and the other is to separate seeds with his own sock. Chapter 41. Suspicious objects appearing on the sea. He returned to the campsite, where the coastline had risen to its peak, partially submerging the SOS signal. Lu Zhe knew that just ahead of the distress signal, there were several large rocks. A cluster of rocks, once the tide receded, would form enclosed puddles. If any fish failed to escape with the retreating tide, they would be trapped, awaiting the next high tide to liberate them. Was this not an ideal fishing spot? I need to borrow your stockings. Tang Xiaoguo, who was distilling water, blushed instantly. Lu Zhe, what do you intend to do with them? Fishing. While fishing is permissible, it must not be inappropriately suggestive. She voiced this, yet internally, she felt a delightful thrill. Lu Zhe sensed an inclination within her, as if she secretly yearned for something more. Lu Zhe took a pair of stockings, examined them, and although some areas were frayed, there were no holes. The quality of Balenciaga was indeed commendable. He found some resilient branches and fashioned them into a circle, binding them tightly with banana hemp rope. Thus, he created 5 circles, each approximately 15 centimeters in diameter. He then placed the stockings over the circles, leaving a space of about 10 centimeters between them. The branches supported the stockings, resembling a fishing net. However, a net alone would not suffice. Bait was also necessary, which was readily available. Lu Zhe placed the socks containing Jiang Yao's gift into the net and weighed it down with stones at various points to prevent it from floating. With this task completed, he awaited the arrival of small fish. Lu Zhe thoroughly washed his hands several times, then enjoyed a coconut. At this moment, the sun began to set, the temperature became pleasantly mild, and the tide had begun to recede. It was time to go clamming once more. Would they all go together? With 3 girls already tending to Tang Xiaoguo, it would be quite inconvenient. Furthermore, with 2 girls nursing foot injuries, it was indeed a challenge to provide adequate care. Jiang Yao remarked, "I'll refrain from causing trouble. I will tend to the fire at the campsite." Tang Xiaoguo had intended to join, but, upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, also declared, "Then I shall stay behind to continue distilling fresh water." Lu Zhe felt it unnecessary as well. Too many people weren't needed for clamming, and the 2 injured girls needed someone to look after them. He could manage alone today. No. Ning Shu wiped her small dirty hands on her clothing. "Although you are a boy, venturing alone could still pose dangers. How about I accompany you?" "All right, let me prepare." "What else is there to prepare?" Lu Zhe placed the dried sea salt on a stone and smashed it into fragments, then stored the salt in a bottle. "Let us see if we can catch some razor clams." Lu Zhe and Ning Shu walked side by side along the evening beach. Watching the sunset cast a crimson hue across the sea, their shadows elongated. This scene brought Ning Shu a sense of joy, igniting the desire to hold hands with the boy before her. However, she quickly shook her head, silently admonishing herself. "What am I thinking? In such circumstances, I should not entertain such frivolous thoughts. Besides, as the class monitor, I must not behave like Guer or Yao Yao, who are infatuated." Yet, when she glanced sideways at Lu Zhe, she found him strikingly handsome, growing more appealing with each glance. It seemed Guer indeed had discerning taste. If he were not a bit hentai, he could truly be considered as a potential boyfriend. Clearly, both Yao Yao and Guer had shown interest in him. Whom did he prefer? If he favored none, could it be that he was interested in someone else? Perhaps Qianqian, or even herself. Why not inquire? If the 4 girls were to ask him to choose one as a girlfriend, whom would he select? Lu Zhe. Ning Shu hesitated before asking. "What is it?" "I have a question for you." Lu Zhe nodded, responding seriously, "I know what you wish to ask." Ning Shu felt her cheeks flush. "Is it convenient for you to share the answer?" "Of course." "Then, please tell me." Lu Zhe earnestly stated, "Look closely." He pointed to a small hole in the sandy ground. "Right here." He then poured the crushed salt into the hole, and before long, a bamboo clam emerged. Lu Zhe quickly reached out, grasping it carefully, and waved it before Ning Shu, explaining, "See, this salt powder is used to catch these." Ning Shu's jaw dropped, her eyes twitching. Did he think she was curious about the purpose of the salt powder? Not every small hole would yield a bamboo clam. Some contained sea snails or hermit crabs, but they would not emerge on their own. They required excavation. Without proper tools, digging deep may yield nothing. As he spoke, Lu Zhe began digging in another hole devoid of life, and soon unearthed a sea snail. He held it up, exclaiming, "Look, I'm truly fortunate." Ning Shu took it. Examining it, this sea snail was the size of an infant's fist, the largest she had caught since being stranded on the deserted island. The white flesh shrank back into the shell, releasing jets of seawater. Remarkable. Lu Zhe praised her understanding. The class monitor is truly wise, focusing on survival, while those other girls merely ponder trivial matters. Ning Shu awkwardly smiled. Just a minute prior, she had considered asking Lu Zhe something rather silly. Given the situation, it was better not to. The two walked approximately 2 kilometers, collecting numerous empty bottles, tattered swimsuits, old flip-flops, and plastic bags along the way. Lu Zhe also discovered a bundle of seaweed, revealing over 20 mussels of various sizes clinging to it. In total, they had caught 5 bamboo clams, over 20 mussels, 2 sea snails, and a few starfish. Ning Shu inquired, "Can starfish be eaten?" Lu Zhe nodded, "Certainly. You should have mentioned that earlier." Ning Shu immediately grabbed a plastic bag, eager to scour the beach for starfish. "Wait." Lu Zhe quickly intervened. "You can't just pick up starfish." "Why not?" "Only females are edible. How can you tell male from female?" Lu Zhe produced a starfish, pointing to its mouth at the center of the underside. "Observe its mouth. Females are orange, males are white. Moreover, not all females are edible. Only those in the breeding season can be consumed, so we must seek heavy females." Ning Shu looked at the flower-like, wriggling mouth, feeling a sense of unease. They had flipped over 50 or 60 starfish along the way, managing to select merely 3 suitable ones. Indeed, it was not such an easy task. Standing up and supporting her waist, Ning Shu then noticed something unusual: a boat. Upon hearing her exclaim about a boat, Lu Zhe rushed to the shore. From a distance, on the horizon, something indistinct lingered there. It was difficult to discern what lay ahead. Ning Shu shouted desperately. Lu Zhe called out a few times, but soon realized something was amiss. "Stop shouting. It's too far. They can't hear us," he exclaimed. "What should we do?" "We don't have a fire," Ning Shu replied. "Wait here. I'll climb a tree to take a look." Lu Zhe scanned the surroundings, but found no suitable trees to ascend. In a moment of urgency, he lifted Ning Shu onto his shoulders. "Stand on my shoulders." "All right." Ning Shu precariously balanced herself atop Lu Zhe, who grasped her ankle to help steady her. With her hands shielding her eyes, she peered into the distance. Just then, the sun dipped below the horizon of the island, casting a gray haze over the landscape, rendering it indistinct. Ning Shu, in a panic, cried out, "Why is the sun setting now?" Lu Zhe lowered her down, explaining, "The sun hasn't set below the horizon. We've merely moved to the other side of the island, obscured by the elevation." "But is that a ship?" Ning Shu inquired. Lu Zhe shook his head, candidly admitting, "Honestly, I'm not sure. What do we do now? We have 2 options. Either wait here or return to the camp. If we stay here, we might freeze to death tonight." Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. Ning Shu continued, "If we head back and miss this chance for rescue, we might never have another opportunity." Lu Zhe agreed. "However, we could create a distress signal here, using small stones to spell out our names to indicate that we are here. We can check back tomorrow. That's all we can do. Let us hurry." They both set down their belongings and quickly gathered stones to form a makeshift landmark. After more than half an hour of labor, they finally completed a sizable SOS signal. They also arranged smaller stones to spell out, 5 people on the island. Need help. Ning Shu gazed at the words, realizing that as darkness enveloped the area, even if a ship passed by, it might not see them. Rescue boats typically don't search at night. We should head back. They began to return when suddenly, Lu Zhe noticed something flicker in the distance. Chapter 42. Eating roasted rat meat. It was subtle and fleeting, a mere moment. "Did you see that?" Lu Zhe asked. "What?" Ning Shu inquired. "That thing seemed to flicker. I didn't notice." Ning Shu tiptoed to peer into the distance. "There's nothing there. Perhaps you're seeing things." Lu Zhe gazed at the rising moon and mused. "Perhaps." An hour later, they returned to the camp, only to find no one by the campfire. "Where is everyone? Did the rescue team take them away?" "Surely not." Upon closer inspection, they discovered 3 girls huddled inside the shelter, trembling in fear. Lu Zhe questioned, "What is going on with you all?" A voice from within revealed, "There's a ghost. It's screaming." "Screaming? What ghost?" Lu Zhe retorted. "We heard you 3 cowards screaming," Jiang Yao interjected. "No, really, there's a ghost," Lin Qianqian insisted. Yes, listen, it's still screaming." "Are you imagining things?" "There's nothing there." Just then, a rustling sound emerged nearby, followed by high-pitched screams. Ning Shu's hair stood on end as she clung to Lu Zhe. There really is something. Lu Zhe finally heard it too. The sound, though not loud, was piercing and mournful. At first glance, it indeed resembled a ghostly wail. However, Lu Zhe quickly realized the source of the commotion. He was not frightened. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. "Haha, that's not a ghost. Just wait." The 3 girls peeked out, sensing that Lu Zhe seemed to know what was happening. "Why doesn't he tell us?" they wondered. "Is he trying to scare us?" It was not gentlemanly to frighten girls, and while Lu Zhe found it somewhat perplexing, he was not so petty. As the girls speculated, Lu Zhe had already ventured into the jungle with a torch. Moments later, he emerged holding a large rat, which had been making the strange noise. The girls gasped in horror. Lu Zhe waved the rat, saying, "See? It's just a rat. This fellow fell into the trap I set. I understand the logic, but why does the rat make human-like sounds?" Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. Jiang Yao speculated. "Could it be that the rat has transformed?" Upon hearing this, the girls huddled together in fright. Many rodents emit such sounds in emergencies as an instinctual means of protecting their kin, signaling them to stay away from danger. Lin Qianqian marveled. Life is truly remarkable. Ning Shu reflected. Incredible. Even rodents can communicate in foreign languages. The grandeur of life often manifests in the preservation of the species. A commendable spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. Thus, I shall grant it an opportunity to showcase its worth, Lu Zhe declared, lifting the rat by its tail and slamming it against a rock. With a resounding thud, it ceased its cries. "Let us eat it." Ning Shu stared in disbelief. "Shouldn't it be grateful to you?" "Gratitude is unnecessary. However, It should take pride in being the first rodent on this island with the chance to become human food. As he spoke, Lu Zhe skillfully skinned the rat with a small round blade, pulling the skin off in one swift motion. He then removed its head, tail, and claws, inserting his fingers into its bloody cavity to extract the entrails, which he discarded aside, rinsing the body with seawater. In no time, the rat was transformed into a rat steak. Next, Lu Zhe pried open a sea star, scooping out its yolk into a spicy snack bag, shaking it to mix the leftover spicy oil with the sea star yolk, which he then smeared onto the rat meat. Finally, he placed the rat meat over the fire to roast. Jiang Yao whispered to Qianqian, "Just a few minutes ago, it looked utterly disgusting. Why does it now seem somewhat appetizing?" Lin Qianqian chuckled, "I consider myself a decent cook, but I never thought I could make rat meat look like this." Tang Xiaoguo declared, "Regardless, I will not eat that." Ning Shu nodded in agreement, "I despise rats." Lu Zhe shrugged, "This is the reality on a deserted island. Even if no one else eats it, I will." Ning Shu sighed, "I prefer to prepare something else." Tang Xiaoguo asked, "Class monitor, what else did you find?" Ning Shu emptied the contents of her plastic bag. The girls gasped upon seeing the bamboo clams. "How did Lu Zhe catch these while we only found hermit crabs and sea snails?" Ning Shu smiled. "He used a special method. I can teach you later." The girls began to work together on food preparation, roasting mussels, and combining bamboo clams, seaweed, and snail meat into a can to make soup. They roasted coconut flakes over the fire as a staple. Compared to their first night, the quality of their meal had significantly improved. Before long, the aroma of the rat meat wafted through the air, its protein-rich scent distinctly different from seafood, evoking a hint of chicken fragrance that tantalized everyone's appetites. Lu Zhe tore off a small leg and began to devour it voraciously, exclaiming, "It's truly delicious. Would you care for a bite?" The four girls exchanged glances. And it was Lin Qianqian who spoke first. "Please, give me a piece." Lu Zhe then ripped off a sizable leg from the mouse and handed it to Lin Qianqian. While it could not compare to a chicken leg, it was nonetheless the meatiest part of the creature. Lin Qianqian tore off a piece and placed it in her mouth, declaring, "This is delightful. It tastes just like chicken." Seeing Lin Qianqian indulge, Tang Xiaoguo swallowed hard and said, "I want some too." Lu Zhe tore off another leg and offered it to Tang Xiaoguo, who took a bite, her mouth filled with grease, and exclaimed, "Wow, this is really tasty." Lu Zhe, feeling quite proud, remarked, "I told you, it's irresistible." Ning Shu and Jiang Yao exchanged glances, chuckling as they quickly snatched the remaining mouse meat, dividing it into 3 portions. Though each person only had a bite or two, the taste of the mouse meat brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction to everyone. After their meal, Ning Shu used a blade to cut open several bottles, crafting bowls from their bottoms and spoons from shells, distributing seafood soup and grilled coconut meat among them. Although the seafood soup had a slight fishy odor, it was still quite delicious. The fear of the future felt less overwhelming. Lin Qianqian mused, "Life in the wilderness is not as dreadful as I had imagined." Ning Shu smiled, patting Lu Zhe on the shoulder. "In truth, we owe a debt of gratitude to our physical education representative." Jiang Yao added with a grin, "Indeed. Xiaozhe has never allowed me to feel embarrassed." Tang Xiaoguo frowned. "Hey, Xiaozhe belongs to everyone. Why do you speak of him as if he were family?" Ning Shu replied, "Guar, you might be onto something. After this experience of being stranded on this island, I truly feel as if we are family." Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. "The class leader is right. Lu Zhe has given me a new perspective on boys." Intrigued, Lu Zhe asked, "What perspective?" Lin Qianqian beamed. "Boys can sometimes be quite wonderful." Jiang Yao eyed her suspiciously. "Qianqian, you don't have feelings for Xiaozhe, do you?" Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. "Hey, Qianqian, aren't you into girls?" Chapter 43. Catching small fish. Guar finally voiced a question that piqued everyone's curiosity. "Is Qianqian truly into girls?" Lin Qianqian blushed and furrowed her brow. "Absolutely not. Not quite convinced," she added. "I just think girls are a bit cuter." Ning Shu, with one arm around Jiang Yao and the other around Guar, asked, "Then who do you think is cuter among us 3? Lin Qianqian looked at the 3 girls, who, despite their disheveled appearance, were undeniably charming. She unconsciously swallowed hard. "You all are so adorable. By the way, Lu Zhe, if it were you, whom would you choose?" "Choosing is for children," Lu Zhe chuckled, extending his right hand in a grasping motion. "I want them all. Dream on." "You greedy boy," the 3 girls exclaimed in unison, launching a playful assault on him, pinching and poking. Lu Zhe quickly covered his head in defense, well aware that the girls were not genuinely using any force. Their jovial antics served to alleviate the despair and pressure brought on by the island. The girls giggled as they caused the newly erected tent to sway. "Hey, stop. The little tent is going to topple." "Well, you can just set it up again," one teased. "Yeah, who cares about that?" Although the three girls feigned indifference, they did indeed cease their antics. Once finished, their cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, and their hair was slightly tousled. Lin Qianqian stood frozen, her heart racing. Guar, feeling a bit haughty, waved her small fist in front of Lu Zhe. Humph, I'll let you off this time, but if you speak carelessly again, you'll see what happens. Jiang Yao, blushing, tied her hair back again and asked, by the way, have you encountered any amusing occurrences recently? Lu Zhe and Ning Shu exchanged glances. Actually, we have. We came across something strange, but it was too dark to see clearly at night. It resembled a ship. Ning Shu proceeded to recount the mysterious object they had spotted on the horizon. Jiang Yao speculated, could it truly be a rescue fleet? Tang Xiaoguo voiced her concerns. What if they come to this island, and we're not there? Wouldn't we miss the opportunity? Ning Shu reassured her. We have also made a distress signal on the island. If they are indeed a rescue team, they will surely notice it. Lu Zhe continued. If it were merely a passing merchant or fishing vessel, given the distance, even if we shouted at the top of our lungs, they would not hear us. Lin Qianqian nodded. Lu Zhe, what do you plan to do? Lu Zhe set an alarm on his watch. Tomorrow, I will rise early and go check the situation. Ning Shu offered. I'll accompany you in the morning. Lu Zhe nodded. That sounds good. Today's dinner finally provided everyone with a semblance of satiety. The girls then squeezed into the shelter, inviting Lu Zhe along. As companions stranded together, they did not isolate him due to gender differences. Lu Zhe, come inside, they urged. It's quite chilly outside on your own. You're like a little heater. With you here, the temperature will rise a couple of degrees. There's enough firewood today, so we don't have to worry about the flames dying down. Besides, you built the shelter. It wouldn't feel right to make you sleep outside. Lu Zhe did not refuse. Since you all are so sincerely inviting me, I shall not be polite. The group gathered warm sand and seawater to create some warm bottles, placing them around themselves. Outside, the sea winds howled, yet within the shelter, it felt as warm as spring. Ning Shu organized. To avoid any unnecessary awkwardness between boys and girls, we 4 girls will lie in a row, and Lu Zhe, you can sleep upright. Is that all right? Tang Xiaoguo, blushing, protested. What if I catch a chill at night? How about I let Xiaozhe sleep next to me instead? Ning Shu frowned. You're not harboring any inappropriate thoughts, are you? The tent is small, and there are others present. Of course not. I'm just being innocent, she replied. Jiang Yao shot Tang Xiaoguo's skeptical look. Sorry, but I don't see that at all. Lu Zhe understood Tang Xiaoguo's desire to be close to him, but remembering the overwhelming feelings from that night, he rationally concluded that what he needed most was quality sleep. So he declined. The temperature here is higher than yesterday's sand pit, and with you in the middle, you generally want to catch a chill. It's better if we don't disturb each other. He then lay down. However, Tang Xiaoguo was not one to remain still. She playfully nudged Lu Zhe's stomach with her chilly little feet. Lu Zhe caught her foot, asking, what are you doing, Guar? Your hands are so warm. Warm me up, she replied. Lu Zhe feigned annoyance, sighing as he held both her feet. That's rather dismissive, I assent it. If you find it lacking, then take it away. No. After a while, soft, sweet snores filled the shelter as the girls drifted off to sleep. Eventually, Lu Zhe felt the drowsiness wash over him and gradually closed his eyes. Morning arrived. The alarm on his watch beeped, and Lu Zhe sat up. It was June 12th, the 3rd day of their being stranded on the island. The 3 girls were still enjoying their slumber, while Ning Shu had already left the shelter. He pushed aside the grass curtain and saw Ning Shu grilling coconut meat over the fire. Good morning, class leader. You're awake, Lu Zhe. Yes. Is breakfast still grilled coconut? LZH, stretching lazily, felt rejuvenated from a night of rest. What is wrong with that? Having food is already a blessing. After all, it was a small matter. He emerged from the shelter and noticed that the tide had receded. The spot where he had set traps with YOYO had transformed from ocean to a small pool of water. Looking into the distance, he realized that the scenery had become significantly clearer. Relaxing further, his vision reverted to a mild nearsightedness of 200 degrees. What could be the reason? Delving into the system, LZH discovered that the data had been updated. Strength, 10, stamina, 11, physique, 10, agility, 11, perception, 11. Checking the system log, he noted that he had completed a check-in at midnight, granting him an additional point in perception. No wonder his eyesight had improved. With a slight meditation, his hearing and sense of smell also became more acute. How he had completed the check-in remained a mystery, but at least it had been accomplished. He inspected the traps set the previous day. The mouse trap yielded no results, but when he lifted Ning Shu's pantyhose trap, he was overjoyed to find 2 to 3 dozen small fish, each about an inch long, bouncing inside. Ning Sh came over to take a look. You caught so many small fish? What did you use for bait? LZH retrieved his sock from the trap. My sock combined with Yo's ingenuity. What? Ning Sh's lovely face twisted in disbelief. Her entire demeanor seemed off. How could such adorable little fish be attracted to that? Human waste contains a wealth of fats, which are a rare source of nutrition for them, he explained, turning the sock inside out. Moreover, there's something even more crucial. Ning Sh noticed tiny black specks adhering to the fabric. Look, most of the waste has soaked away through the sock seams, leaving behind dragon fruit seeds. Using seawater, we separated the waste from the seeds. Ning Sh retched slightly. The method is indeed clever, but what about those fish? You're not planning to eat them, are you? Of course, they are meant for consumption. Ning Sh's eyes widened. You can't possibly be unaware of what they eat. LZH remained unfazed. In fact, many marine creatures feed on the waste of others. Including the seafood we consume in cities, it is quite normal. And what about their insides? LZH understood Ning Sh's concern. It's simple. We slice open their bellies with a small blade and extract the innards, and the unwanted material will come out. However, these fish are quite small, so it might take a bit of effort, but it can certainly be done. With that, LZH took a small round blade and carefully cut open one of the fish, delicately extracting the intestines with a twig. He then sharpened another twig and threaded it through the fish's mouth. Just like this, we can skewer them for roasting. The fish, now devoid of their innards yet still wriggling, caused Ning Sh some discomfort. By the way, we have 2 bags of spicy strips left. We could spread some spicy oil on top for a unique flavor. Ning Sh hesitated, whispering, "All right. But don't tell them how you caught them or what bait you used." Understood. With a total of 30 small fish, after removing the innards, he skewered them 6 at a time, resulting in 5 skewers. Coated with spicy oil and placed over the fire, the aroma of grilled fish soon wafted through the air. The delightful scent reached the shelter, enticing the 3 girls to emerge. Is that the smell of fish? Wow, it smells amazing. I want to have some. LZH, where did you get the fish? Just as LZH was about to respond, Ning Sh pinched his arm, interjecting. LZH caught them by the sea. Dinner is ready. Come out and eat. LZH is incredible. Thank you for your hard work, class leader. You've done well, LZH. On behalf of all the lovely girls from MDGOD, I sincerely thank both of you for your efforts. By the way, is there anything else to eat? Ning Sh replied with a smile. Besides the spicy grilled fish, we also have roasted coconut meat and crab kelp soup. This is our last bit of spicy strips. The situation remained dire, but breakfast was quite satisfactory. As they enjoyed their meal, casual conversations ensued. Ning Sh broached an important question. LZH, what are your plans for today? LZH glanced at the clock, noting it was 7:40. Soon. I need to check the other side of the island. I wonder if that object is still there. Chapter 44. The Objective. The highest point of the island the object LZH referred to was suspected to be a rescue team or something related to the island. Everyone understood the significance. Ning Sh agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, this matter is crucial. If what we saw yesterday was indeed a rescue team, we could return home today. Let us pray. By the way, how many coconuts are left? There are 5 with water and 11 without. LZH pondered. We need to find more fresh water. Ning Qianqian, could you distill some more? We also need to gather more supplies. The more cans and bottles, the better. Ning Qianqian tilted her head with a smile. No problem. And what about you, class leader? Ning Sh savored the last bit of spicy oil on a twig. I can't let LZH go there alone. I'll accompany him. I might not be able to stay with the sisters at the camp. The other girls were indeed concerned about LZH venturing alone. Jiang Yao patted Ning Sh's shoulder. I entrust little ZH to you. LZH and Ning Sh prepared briefly, taking half a bottle of coconut water and an empty backpack, embarking once more to explore the other side of the island. Along the way, they gathered additional supplies, cleaning and carefully stacking everything they deemed useful. The previously unexplored beach was littered with various refuse, bottles, plastic bags, torn fishing nets, and pieces of rope, alongside a solitary flip-flop. Ning Sh joked while picking up bottles. When we return, we could set up a recycling station. Do I look like a waste collector? Ning Sh scrutinized him closely. LZH had once been the epitome of a handsome, sun-kissed youth with abs, but after these few days of hardship, he appeared somewhat haggard and disheveled. Yet, his inherent charm remained undeniable. Ning Sh teased, you resemble one too much. You could follow the path of a sharp-eyed collector. LZH nodded. Fine, I'll be the boss, and you can be the employee. Why should I be the employee? What would you like to be then? The boss lady? Ning Sh playfully nudged him. Hey, don't take advantage of me. See if I don't pinch you. LZH quickly withdrew his arm. Why do you always pinch? Are you a big white goose? LZH, Why are you so infuriating? She complained, though her eyes continued to sneak glances at him. Frankly, LZH was quite handsome. Disregarding his occasional quirks, he would make for a fine partner. However, with Gu Air and Yo competing fiercely, inserting herself would likely complicate matters. Yet, the question she had been meaning to ask lingered in her mind. Hey, can I ask you something? Go ahead. It's clear that both Yo and Gu Air have a crush on you. LZH nodded candidly. Indeed, many girls have shown interest in me since childhood. My mother says I have no deficiencies except for my charm with women. A fortune teller once told me I have a fate with romantic entanglements, a rare phenomenon. LZH? Ning Sh looked at him earnestly. If you weren't boasting, we could still be friends. Boasting? I'm quite humble. Don't give me that. Let us talk seriously. Adopted a more serious tone. If Guer and Yao both asked you to choose one as your girlfriend, whom would you select? Lu Zhe chuckled. Must it be just one? Would it be permissible to have both? Quite greedy indeed. Ning Shu extended her finger. I am serious. You should answer me earnestly. It was rare for Lu Zhe to witness the class monitor's seriousness. What is this? Are you managing classmates' romantic entanglements too? Will you report to the teacher when you return? Am I really that sort of person? Lu Zhe pondered. To be honest, I am uncertain. I wish to say I like both, but I fear you might label me as fickle. Yet, in truth, Ning Shu retorted, is it not that you genuinely like both? Not entirely. Lu Zhe shifted to a serious demeanor. I actually like all four, including Qianqian, as well as you, class monitor. What? Upon hearing this, Ning Shu felt a twinge of surprise. She believed she ought to be quite angry, yet the feeling eluded her. Why? She could not fathom. You wish to have your foot in four boats? Lu Zhe sighed. I am aware that this is not ideal. However, each of you possesses your own merits, distinct charms, and minor flaws. If I must choose one, it would be preferable for me to perish. Ning Shu feigned anger. Humph, then go die? She then muttered. Asking you a question only reveals your indifference. Not a single honest word. Lu Zhe scratched his head, feeling he had responded sincerely rather than dismissively. The two conversed as they walked, and before long, they arrived at the same spot they had visited yesterday. Hey, Lu Zhe, look. Lu Zhe gazed at the object, which indeed remained there. Has it not moved at all? It appears slightly closer. Perhaps the lighting was poor last night. Is it a boat? Not likely. This time, Lu Zhe observed with greater clarity than the night before. With a slight concentration, it felt as though he donned a pair of exceptionally fitting, high-quality glasses. He then discerned that the green apex confirmed it was indeed a small island. Have you discerned what it is? Ning Shu inquired. It is a small island. Not a rescue boat. No wonder it remained still. Ning Shu sighed in disappointment. The island was somewhat distant, obscuring its specific features. And due to the curvature of the horizon, the lower half of the island was concealed. To gain a clearer view, one would need to ascend to the highest point of the island they currently occupied. He turned back to observe the dense tropical jungle. Venturing into the jungle was no simple task. One would have to contend with insects, snakes, and unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, it was a necessary endeavor. Even without observing the distant island, it was essential to gather information about their current island. For instance, where rivers flowed, where bamboo groves were located, and where arable land might be found. Thus, from any perspective, ascending to the island's pinnacle was imperative. With this in mind, Lu Zhe addressed Ning Shu, class monitor. I intend to enter the jungle. Why? I need to reach the highest point of the island. Firstly, to gain a clearer view of the distant island's condition. Secondly, to better understand the circumstances of our current island. Ning Shu nodded. All right, let us go together. Lu Zhe felt it unwise to leave Ning Shu behind. After some contemplation, he added, Indeed, we shall enter the jungle together. However, we must exercise utmost caution, for there may be many dangers within. We have explored jungles together before. That time we merely skirted the edge. This time we must delve into the jungle's depths. The level of danger is quite different. Ning Shu nodded earnestly. Rest assured. I will heed your words and be very cautious. Lu Zhe nodded and extended his hand. Ning Shu was taken aback. What are you doing? Let me hold your hand. In case of any sudden situations, we can assist each other. Oh. Ning Shu hesitated before placing her hand in Lu Zhe's palm. At that moment, as their fingers touched, Ning Shu felt her heart race as if struck by a gentle fawn. Chapter 45. A grand misunderstanding. This was a sensation Ning Shu had never experienced before. She was momentarily stunned, her heart thumping. What is happening? I recall that the last time we entered the jungle, we also held hands. Yet I did not feel this way. Could it be that I have developed feelings for this fellow? Surely not. This is survival, not a social gathering. Blushing, Ning Shu followed Lu Zhe, stepping carefully into the jungle, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. The terrain was treacherous, and Lu Zhe proceeded with utmost caution to ensure safety. He used a branch to clear the grasses ahead, driving away any resting venomous insects or snakes. As they traversed the jungle, Lu Zhe stumbled upon a delightful discovery. He spotted a bush adorned with small red fruits, and upon closer inspection, he recalled their name. Shmi. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy. This was a sweet and sour berry. Though its taste was mediocre, it possessed properties that quenched thirst and detoxified. It was an excellent wild fruit. He and Ning Shu gathered a small pouch, each indulging in several berries. After walking further, a troubling situation arose. Ning Shu suddenly clutched her stomach. A pressing urge to relieve herself overtaking her. Curse it, why now? What is it, class monitor? Ning Shu offered a sheepish smile. I need to use the restroom. Lu Zhe glanced around, nodding. Right here should suffice. I will turn my back. Oh no, that one do. Why not? Ning Shu's face flushed red as she struggled with her words. It's a number 2. A number 2? Lu Zhe exclaimed in delight. Heavens! Is the seed of the cantaloupe finally making its grand entrance? Ning Shu playfully punched Lu Zhe. Do not speak of seeds. Just wait. I will find a spot myself. As she spoke, she searched for a secluded area. Lu Zhe discovered a protruding rock, inspecting it for any signs of snakes or insects. This place seems perfect. Ning Shu assessed it, then pushed Lu Zhe. All right, go away. Keep your distance. I will handle the seeds myself. Understood, I shall leave. Hey, do not wander too far. All right, I will remain within your line of sight. Call me if you need anything. Do not turn around. I am not that bored. Lu Zhe stayed nearby, examining plants for edible wild vegetables and herbs. After a while, Ning Shu exhaled, relieved. Upon preparing to pull up her pants, she encountered a dire issue. Oh no, I forgot to bring tissue. What to do? Hey Lu Zhe, what is it? Did you bring any tissue? No. Ning Shu's voice trembled. Then what should I do? Lu Zhe proposed a straightforward solution. Simple. Do not wipe. Just pull up your pants. You can wash off by the sea later. Ning Shu fumed. Lu Zhe, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Lu Zhe responded calmly. I speak of the safest, most reasonable, and most scientific method. You cannot expect me to return to fetch you, can you? It is quite far. Ning Shu conceded. I will think of something. Suddenly, Lu Zhe recalled something and cautioned. Class monitor, I advise you to think of no other solutions, especially not to use leaves. Just pull up your pants and come out immediately. You need not worry. Ning Shu emerged, carrying a tightly tied plastic bag. All set. Lu Zhe grasped her wrist. Did you wipe? Ning Shu raised an eyebrow. Why do you care? As she spoke, Ning Shu attempted to move forward. But after taking just a couple of steps, an unbearable itch erupted at the root of her thigh. She yearned to scratch, yet was apprehensive that such an action would tarnish her feminine image. Enduring the discomfort was proving to be exceedingly challenging. At that moment, Lu Zhe noticed her distress. You used a leaf, didn't you? Ning Shu replied. I am a girl. Surely, I can't just leave it be. I was merely careless. Lu Zhe stated gravely. Even letting it air out for a while is better than suffering an injury. Do you know that in the past, the army in Southeast Asia used leaves from an unknown source to clean themselves? And guess what happened? Ning Shu, bewildered, asked what happened. Lu Zhe formed a hand gesture resembling a gun and pointed it at his temple. Bang. They committed suicide. Quite amusing, isn't it? I thought they were poisoned. I've heard similar jokes before. A dog died from eating mushrooms, and the owner vomited, only to find it was flattened by a car. Lu Zhe continued. Do you know why they committed suicide? His serious tone made Ning Shu feel anxious. She stammered why? The unbearable itch made her feel as though she would rather die. Ning Shu shivered, and as she contemplated the discomfort below, cold sweat instantly cascaded down her. Which leaf did you use? Just as she contemplated moving closer, it felt as if 100 tiny insects were crawling upon her, and despite stamping her feet, she found no relief. Lu Zhe, with a sense of resignation, approached her, picking up a leaf smeared with excrement. Information about the leaf surfaced in his mind. New species, S. Genus of nettle. It has fine hairs that sting like bees, causing excruciating pain and itchiness. The purple variety possesses medicinal properties, with a pungent, bitter, and cold scent, highly toxic. It treats persistent vomiting, snake venom, and can be applied for initial wind rash, causing all symptoms to vanish overnight. It appeared that the purple leaves could detoxify, but this green specimen held no medicinal value. The crucial issue was that even a small application on the back of the hand would result in relentless pain. Using it on sensitive areas was unimaginable. Ning Shu cried out, quickly discard it. It's too disgusting. It was evident that she was at her wit's end. The discomfort was not merely physiological. Seeing the class heartthrob holding a leaf smeared with excrement made her feel utterly despondent. After reading the information, Lu Zhe felt reassured. despite the incessant itching. Fortunately, it posed no life-threatening danger. So how do we detoxify? He consulted the system manual, which provided 3 methods. 1. Wash with copious amounts of soapy water. But we lack that condition. 2. Use herbal remedies, such as artemisia, aster, hediotis, wild mint, etc., crush them, and apply to the affected area. There are no such herbs available now. 3. A field emergency method. Rinse the affected area quickly with urine. Chapter 46. How about we date? Half a minute later, Lu Zhe handed Ning Shu a bottle of warm water. Here, wash with this. Ning Shu examined the bottle and asked, Boss, what is this? Lu Zhe replied with an unfazed expression, Don't ask. Just know it's sterile water. Ning Shu, understanding, said, Lu Zhe you. Lu Zhe patted Ning Shu's shoulder. There are no other options now. This is the only choice. You can either continue to suffer or face it proactively. The choice is yours. With that, he placed the bottle down and walked away. Ning Shu, distressed, gazed at the bottle, muttering with a quivering voice, Heavens, why must I endure this? Just in my misery. Gritting her teeth, she began to rinse. The unbearable itch finally began to subside. Is it over? Then let us go? Yet she did not move her feet. Seeing she and T followed, Lu Zhe turned back, asking, What's the matter? How about we date? Lu Zhe turned around, noticing Ning Shu still standing there. The typically sunny and straightforward girl appeared somewhat gentle and shy today. What's wrong? Ning Shu sniffled and asked, tinged with a hint of longing. Could we date for just one day? What? We've crossed the boundary of friendship, and I find it a bit hard to accept. So, let's just date for one day and break up tomorrow. Lu Zhe discerned that although Ning Shu appeared quite bold, she was, in fact, a rather traditional girl. She cared deeply about transcending the limits of friendship with boys, unless they were her boyfriend. If she rejected this, it could cause her prolonged suffering. Lu Zhe, you wouldn't find me repulsive, would you? Lu Zhe chuckled. We agreed on one day. Fine, just one day. He then smiled and extended his hand. Now we can walk together, my class monitor goddess. Ning Shu, blushing, bit her lip, nodded vigorously, sniffled, and stepped forward, placing her hand in Lu Zhe's. The small island was not vast. Although the central area was somewhat steep, it was not overly high, and the two ascended within half an hour. Surveying the surroundings, they indeed found no higher ground. The ridge, over 200 meters high, was crowned by a large banyan tree. Lu Zhe removed his shirt and began to observe and document the island. Lacking a notebook, he took the opportunity to sketch a map of the island on his tank top. Ning Shu gazed at Lu Zhe's perfectly sculpted abs, feeling an unexpected rush of dizziness. Yet, Lu Zhe's thoughts remained focused on the island. Estimating the size of the island, it appeared to be only as large as 20 football fields, surrounded by sea on all sides. The interior was elevated, densely forested, with beaches and coastlines encircling it. There were no lakes, streams, or even puddles in sight. The scarcity of freshwater resources raised concerns about survival if the rescue team did not arrive. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Ning Shu pointed towards the west coast. Look, there are so many coconut trees on our island. Lu Zhe observed and analyzed. The current flows from north to south, carrying coconuts from that island over there, which then take root on this side, where they grow into coconuts. I see. Let's head over there and pick some to take back. We'll have fresh water for tomorrow. But what about fresh water after tomorrow? The island's freshwater resources were severely inadequate, insufficient to meet the daily needs of 5 people. What if they changed to another island? Once this thought crossed Lu Zhe's mind, he began to observe the opposite island. The 2 islands were distantly separated, and he could vaguely see a volcano. Its peak of vibrant green, clearly dormant for a long time. The island appeared to be quite large, at least significantly bigger than the one they occupied. For even from the summit, the furthest part of the island was not visible. At this moment, the sun blazed, making the ground shimmer, and the oppressive heat returned. A thin wisp of smoke slowly ascended from the northeast beach. That was the direction of their camp. Let us rest for a bit before heading back, Lu Zhe suggested. Ning Shu nodded. All right. The two settled beneath the banyan tree, gazing at the nearby beach, the distant waves, and the little island beyond the sea, lost in their thoughts. Lu Zhe, what if the rescue team never finds us? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and replied, We must survive. I believe eventually a fishing boat will pass by here. Will it take long? After a brief contemplation, Lu Zhe shook his head. I don't know. Ning Shu sighed. Staring out at the vast ocean, let us give this island a name. Lu Zhe felt a spark of inspiration. That is a splendid idea. Ning Shu pondered for a moment and suggested, Since the 5 of us have ended up here together, why not call it Wuren Island? Lu Zhe shook his head. That sounds like mooncake. It would be better named Egg Yolk Lotus Seed Island or Rose Red Bean Paste Island, both of which are far more delectable. Ning Shu couldn't help but chuckle, lightly hitting him. Be serious. I am quite serious, he replied. After further contemplation, Ning Shu mused. Yet, Wu Run does indeed resemble a mooncake. Observing the island's shape, it resembles a goose egg, so let's call it Egg Yolk Island. The volcano across from us shall be Volcano Island. Agreed. She then produced 2 thorny berries, offering one to Lu Zhe. With a cheerful smile, Ning Shu declared, Here's to the day when we shall return to our homeland and our school together. Cheers. Though Lu Zhe found it somewhat childish, he recognized that amidst their wilderness predicament, a positive and optimistic spirit was an essential element for survival. Thus he decided to play along. Cheers to never failing a class again after we return. They clinked their small berries together before tossing them into their mouths, exchanging glances that led to spontaneous laughter. Ning Shu remarked, I feel rather foolish. It's you. I've become more normal, Lu Zhe teased. How annoying. Ning Shu playfully pinched him again. Are you a big white goose? Why do you keep pinching people? I don't pinch just anyone. Ning Shu smirked. I only pinch those I have a good relationship with. I wouldn't even touch those I don't care for. So, does that mean I should feel honored? Of course. Unbeknownst to them, their proximity had diminished, their faces nearly touching. Both feeling a tinge of shyness and awkwardness. They adjusted their sitting positions, and Ning Shu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at the clouds in the sky, softly suggesting, How about a kiss? What? Lu Zhe replied, a hint of surprise in his voice, thinking he had misheard. Ning Shu's cheeks flushed as she looked up. After all, we have been a couple for a day. Since we are parting ways soon, why not seize the moment and do something couples do? It wouldn't be a wasted experience. There was some logic to her reasoning, but upon hearing but, Ning Shu immediately adopted a serious expression, extending a finger. Let me tell you, this opportunity is a one-time affair. Once it's gone, it's gone. Then this opportunity is indeed quite precious, he acknowledged. Enough of the unnecessary talk. Just answer me this. Will you kiss or not? Kiss, why not? Come on then. They closed their eyes, leaning in, their lips brushing lightly against each other. It was as delicate as a dragonfly touching the water. Yet it stirred a flutter within Lu Zhe's heart. In that instant, he sensed Ning Shu tremble slightly. What's wrong? Nothing, it's my first kiss. After all, it's a bit exhilarating. Me too. Stop pretending. I saw you kiss Qianqian and Gui'er. Qianqian was to save him. Gui'er was purely an accident. Ning Shu, undeterred by Lu Zhe's excuses, smiled. Then it's settled. They don't count. And mine is your true first kiss. All right, it's officially certified by me. Ning Shu grinned. You know, Lu Zhe, I've read so many romance novels, and I always wanted to experience a love story in university. Yet, I never found the right match until today. She exhaled deeply, tears brimming in her eyes, but a warm smile illuminating her face. I, Ning Shu, am fulfilled. With that, she stood, arms wide open, facing the wind, the blue sky and the sea, and shouted with all her might, Yohu. Her sweet cry was carried away by the wind and waves. Yet it did not erase the sadness and worries within her heart. In that moment, Lu Zhe felt truly moved. Chapter 47. Discovering new survivor information. Ning Shu's candidness ignited a spark in Lu Zhe's heart for the first time. However, he understood that while playing house was permissible, in their current situation, they could not afford to engage in a genuine romance. It could jeopardize their survival and disrupt the relationships among the girls. At this moment, nothing was more precious than unity and cooperation. Feeling fatigued, Ning Shu sat beside Lu Zhe again. Let me lean on you for a bit, she said, unceremoniously wrapping her arm around his and resting her head on his shoulder, soon drifting off to sleep. A gentle breeze blew atop the mountain, and Lu Zhe, fearing she might catch a chill, embraced her close. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she were lost in a sweet dream. Lu Zhe chuckled softly, estimating that she had fallen asleep, and gently placed a kiss on her hair. After a while, he too felt weary, leaning against a tree, closing his eyes, and quickly succumbing to slumber. When they awakened, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, the sun dipping low in the sky. It's time to head back. I'm starving. I wonder if Qianqian and the others have prepared any food. We still have berries here, Ning Shu remarked, picking a few to eat. Let us save the rest for the others. They haven't tasted these yet. These aren't exactly gourmet. They pale in comparison to the fruits of the city. By the way, Lu Zhe, we have the seeds now. When can we plant the fruit? Lu Zhe shook his head. We haven't found a stable source of freshwater or suitable planting ground. We must have these conditions to cultivate. Oh, Ning Shu sighed regretfully. If we do plant them, how long until we can harvest the fruit? Lu Zhe stood up. Strawberries take no less than 4 months. Cantaloupes usually bear fruit within 4 months. And if all goes well, as quickly as 2.5 months. Watermelons take around 5 to 6 months. So long. Indeed, surviving on a deserted island is not easy, and thriving with quality is even more challenging. We must prepare for the worst. Ning Shu nodded. It seems that for the first few months, we will have to make do with berries and coconut meat. As she spoke, she tossed another thorny berry into her mouth. Lu Zhe smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, everything will turn out fine. Let us go back, he suggested, retracing their steps down the mountain and returning to the camp from the other side, while also collecting more coconuts along the way. Absolutely. We are entirely reliant on coconuts now. The pair followed their original path back to the spot where they first observed the island, then strolled along the beach in the opposite direction. This route back to camp would complete a circuit of the island, allowing them to document all the information they gathered. By 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at a grove of coconuts. Although it was more of a cluster of 20 to 30 trees, it was still a cause for excitement. They decided to forego reaching for the coconuts in the trees and collected 8 ripe coconuts from the ground instead. While the water from these coconuts might not be the best, the flesh within was certainly delicious. For drinking water, they would need to find green coconuts. Any more would be too much to carry. Lu Zhe packed them into his backpack in a plastic bag. In addition to the coconuts, they also found some plastic bottles washed ashore. On a deserted island, bottles were valuable resources, and the more, the better. Ning Shu and Lu Zhe diligently picked out the clean ones. Suddenly, Ning Shu discovered a bottle, picked it up, and examined it. How strange. How did our message bottle end up here? Lu Zhe took it from her to inspect. The bottle had a red cap and was quite clean, with the label already torn off. Indeed, one of the 3 message bottles we prepared looks just like this. Could it be that Lin Qianqian tossed it during low tide, and it made a complete circle around the island to this side? Lu Zhe murmured. That doesn't seem plausible. Ning Shu confidently asserted. I was the one who tore off the label. Lu Zhe nodded. Let us take these back and, at another time, cast another wave. Agreed. The 2 of them hurried back to the campsite, laden with a plethora of coconuts and bottles, finally returning before darkness descended. Lin Qianqian, Tang Xiaoguo, and Jiang Yao were exceedingly anxious and nearly rushed to embrace them upon their return. You were gone for so long. We were almost frantic. Yes. We thought perhaps sea monsters had captured you. Wow, where did you acquire so many coconuts? Lu Zhe removed his vest and presented the drawn map of the island to everyone. Ning Shu then recounted their experiences along the way, primarily discussing that small island. Naturally, she remained tight-lipped about her bathroom escapades, the mishaps, and her day spent as Lu Zhe's girlfriend. Subsequently, Ning Shu produced a message in a bottle. It seems we are indeed fated. The bottle you cast was retrieved by us. Lin Qianqian was taken aback. How could that be? We tossed it several times, but it always returned, and we were about to discuss a different time to throw it. What? It didn't go out? Tang Xiaoguo shrugged. Indeed. Jiang Yao produced 3 message bottles. We are not deceiving you. All 3 of our bottles are right here. Is this the 4th? What is going on? 2 of them look identical. Suddenly, everyone realized a chilling possibility. One of the bottles does not belong to us. Could it possibly be from another survivor? Let us open it and see. The exterior of the bottle was the same, but the contents differed. Ning Shu took a look and exclaimed, Ah, it truly is different. We used pages torn from my diary, while this one contains tissue paper. Lu Zhe nodded. This is not the same bottle as ours. It's merely a coincidence that both are in similar containers. Ning Shu grew anxious. Then, does this mean there are others stranded on the island like us? It seems so. Let us see what it contains. Lu Zhe carefully unscrewed the lid and used a stick to gingerly extract the tissue. The moment it unfurled, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The paper was filled with writing in both Chinese and English. SOS. I am a survivor of Flight CZ-125 from Australia to China. I am currently stranded on a small island in the Pacific. The island is located approximately near the Philippines and Indonesia, though I am not entirely certain. It is quite large, featuring a volcano, bamboo groves, and banana trees. I am the only survivor, and my food supplies are limited. I do not know how much longer I can endure. I implore the kind soul who finds this message to deliver it to the Chinese embassy or dispatch a rescue team. I would be eternally grateful. Signed, Wan Bing, flight attendant of CZ-125. Ning Shu sighed. Goodness, we truly encountered another survivor like ourselves. Hey, Lu Zhe, did you not mention that only the first-class cabin was compromised? Yes, Lu Zhe pondered. But who else was in first class besides us? The girls exchanged glances, and Qianqian suddenly had a revelation. That beautiful flight attendant in black stockings. Chapter 48. The relocation plan. Jiang Yao proposed a hypothesis. Could it be that the flight attendant is on the same island as us? Ning Shu shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. We have circled around and seen no signs of human habitation. Lu Zhe examined the information on the tissue, Does it not state that there is a volcano on the island, while the island we are on has none? Ning Shu nodded. True. Lu Zhe thoughtfully considered. Remember? The coconuts here likely drifted over from that small island due to ocean currents. Thus, the message in the bottle probably originated from there as well. The girls looked at one another, realizing they were not the only survivors. One person stranded on an island is far worse than their situation. But she has food. Her starting point is considerably better than ours. We have only snakes to sustain us. Ning Shu contemplated. Lu Zhe, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Zhe had been contemplating one question: relocation. After all, the resources on their current island were severely lacking, while the island described by the flight attendant seemed to be far more abundant. Lu Zhe stated solemnly, today, the class leader and I ascended to the highest point of the small island to survey our surroundings, and we discovered that fresh water is extremely scarce. Not only is there insufficient water for cultivation, but even for daily consumption, it falls woefully short. Tang Xiaoguo interjected, but didn't you say there are several coconut trees on this island? The coconuts from those trees might sustain us for 2 weeks at most. And what then? Are we to rely solely on distilled water? That is far from practical. The 4 girls shared a look of concern. They understood that, despite their temporary comfort, the imminent depletion of fresh water would pose a dire threat to their survival. Jiang Yao remarked, so, do you mean we should move to that small island? Although it may pose challenges, for the sake of survival, relocating to a place with a consistent freshwater supply is necessary. Tang Xiaoguo skeptically noted, you're just drawn to that pretty flight attendant, aren't you? Lin Qianqian hurriedly clarified, no, that is not it. Tang Xiaoguo frowned. I'm talking about Lu Zhe. Ning Shu interjected, all right, from a survival perspective. Lu Zhe's assessment is sound. We cannot sustain ourselves here indefinitely and should indeed consider relocation. That island is significantly larger than this one. Perhaps it has lakes or small rivers. Jiang Yao scratched her neck. I can hardly wait to reach a place with abundant fresh water where I can take a bath. I feel as though I'm going to stink to death. But the problem is, if we leave this island and the rescue team comes, how will they find us? Lu Zhe contemplated. We can leave a message at our campsite to guide the rescue team. Tang Xiaoguo blinked. In that case, are we departing tonight or tomorrow? Lin Qianqian sighed. What, we don't even have a boat. Jiang Yao looked equally helpless. Forget about boats. We don't even have a swimming ring. Ultimately, Ning Shu turned to Lu Zhe. My friend, what is your plan? Lu Zhe pondered for a long while before revealing his strategy. I aim to construct a sturdy wooden raft, complete with oars, and prepare sufficient fresh water and food, along with essential supplies, within the next 5 days, so that we can row against the current to the volcanic island within 7 days. That is quite a distance. Can we really make it? Lu Zhe sighed. If we cannot reach it, we'll have to return and wait for death. During our exploration, only this island was visible, and it is our only chance for survival. What do you all think? Ning Shu raised her hand first. I support Lu Zhe. Lin Qianqian also raised her hand. Me too. After all, the flight attendant is quite nice and even made us coffee, albeit somewhat clumsily. Jiang Yao raised her hand as well. I long for days filled with fresh water. Using seawater for cleansing will surely turn us into salted fish. Finally, everyone turned to Tang Xiaoguo. Tang Xiaoguo looked bewildered. I have no objections. Wherever everyone decides to go, just don't leave me behind. Qianqian reassured her. What, You're too adorable. How could we possibly abandon you? With their future plans established, hunger began to gnaw at everyone once more. Jiang Yao roasted some coconut meat. Tang Xiaoguo prepared crab and kelp soup, and Lin Qianqian gathered some mussels and clams from the shore. Though it was insufficient to satiate their hunger, it barely alleviated their cravings. Tang Xiaoguo sighed. Eating roasted coconut meat at every meal was fine at first, but now the smell makes me feel nauseous. We can't possibly survive solely on this, can we? Lu Zhe shook his head. No, we won tea. Today, we acquired seeds for fragrant melons. If we were to journey to the volcanic island and locate suitable planting grounds, we could relish the taste of fragrant melons in just 2 to 3 months. Jiang Yao inquired, Class leader, have you completed that task? Ning Shu smiled sheepishly. Although there were a few minor setbacks along the way, everything has proceeded relatively smoothly. Now we possess seeds for fragrant melons, watermelons, and strawberries. Tang Xiaoguo remarked. It seems that only Qianqian has yet to fulfill her task. Indeed, Qianqian, it appears that since our arrival on this deserted island, you have been the only one who has not taken care of that business. Could it be constipation? No. Lin Qianqian's cheeks flushed instantly. This matter need not concern everyone. Ning Shu chuckled. Well, our only worry is the seeds for passion fruit. By now, it was already the evening of the 3rd day on the deserted island. Remarkably, Qianqian had yet to relieve herself. It is possible that she is experiencing constipation or perhaps some discomfort due to our island predicament. Perhaps she will be fine by tomorrow, and everyone is quite unconcerned. Let us all retire early. For tomorrow we shall collect supplies and construct a raft, initiating our relocation plans. That night, everyone nestled into the shelter early. Lu Zhe set his alarm clock for 11:55 p.m. and then closed his eyes, wishing to ascertain the specifics of the check-in process. The alarm's soft beeping was not loud, yet it roused Lu Zhe from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up. In the darkness, he could not discern the sleeping positions of the girls, but he felt a delicate foot resting on his abdomen, its touch soft and slender. Lu Zhe cautiously grasped the ankle, gently lifting it and placing it aside, as though afraid to disturb her dreams. He then slipped out of the shelter to relieve himself. The flames flickered in the night, illuminating the surrounding trees and casting shadows on the ground. The dancing flames breathed life into the desolate island. The sky was adorned with an astonishing number of stars, a sight Lu Zhe had never witnessed in the city. Ning Shu's languid voice broke the silence. "Where are you going?" "To the restroom." "Wait for me. Let's go together." Lu Zhe smiled bitterly, for it was the first time in his life that a girl had invited him to accompany her to the restroom. Seriously? They all seem to be sleeping soundly. I don't want to wake them. Going alone feels a bit daunting, so let's keep each other company. As they conversed, Ning Shu had already emerged from the shelter. Under the moonlight, her thick, tousled hair and languorous eyes accentuated her originally vibrant and refreshing visage, rendering her even more beautiful. In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhe's heart fluttered once more. "Hey, what are you staring at?" "At you." "Don't look. I must look terrible right now." "Not at all. You look quite lovely." Lu Zhe's compliment was sincere, not merely a polite gesture. Ning Shu beamed, playfully nudging Lu Zhe's arm. "Let's go." The duo walked to the edge of the jungle, approximately 20 meters from the campsite, maintaining an unspoken distance of about 3 meters. Lu Zhe faced a small tree, while Ning Shu crouched down nearby. Chapter 49. Everyone gets busy enjoying the tranquility of the late night. The sound of trickling water could be heard, without any deliberate avoidance or shyness. There was an ease between them, akin to an old married couple comfortable in each other's presence. "Hey, Lu Zhe, there are so many stars tonight. I've only seen this many in my hometown's countryside." "Indeed, with these stars, one can navigate without a compass. I mean, can't you think of something more elegant and romantic at this moment? Going to the restroom with the class leader isn't romantic enough? If I were to tell my dorm mates, they'd be green with envy. Haha, it's my first time going with a boy too. By the way, is it still itchy?" "Occasionally, but it's much better now. Don't ever use anything from an unknown source again. Rest assured, I shall never allow a leaf to approach my backside again." With that, Ning Shu stood up, and Lu Zhe adjusted his shorts. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 12:03 a.m. On the 4th day of being stranded on the deserted island, no check-in notification had arrived. What could possibly trigger the check-in information? The two slowly made their way back to the campsite. Today we're parting ways. To be honest, I feel a bit reluctant." Lu Zhe continued walking, but Ning Shu had already come to a halt. Lu Zhe stopped and turned back. Under the moonlight, Ning Shu's eyes appeared slightly red. "If one day you marry Yao Yao or Guaer, please do not forget me." Lu Zhe chuckled. "I won't." Ning Shu nodded, and then suddenly quickened her pace, leaping into Lu Zhe's embrace. Lu Zhe felt her hold him tightly. Yet, he did not resist. Instead, he gently embraced Ning Shu and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lu Zhe's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in completed. 1 strength. You have consecutively checked in for 4 days." Upon inspecting the system panel, strength, 11, stamina, 11, physique, 10, agility, 11, perception, 11. With a moment of contemplation, he sensed a significant increase in his strength, reminiscent of the state of his body after a month of intense workouts at the gym following his college entrance examinations last year. Lu Zhe was somewhat bewildered. What have I done? Yet, in the back of his mind, he seemed to grasp something. The first day's check-in was when he performed CPR on Qianqian. Their lips had touched, granting him 1 stamina. The second day's check-in occurred during the night watch with Jiang Yao, where she leaned against him, and he kissed her forehead by moonlight, earning 1 agility. The third day's check-in was when he held Guaer's little feet while sleeping, resulting in a mysterious 1 perception. The fourth day's check-in, which was now, was when Ning Shu embraced him, leading him to kiss her forehead, granting him 1 strength. Could it be that contact with companions triggers check-ins? Lu Zhe resolved to pay attention to this tomorrow. "Thank you, Lu Zhe." Ning Shu released him, sniffing slightly. "It's quite cold outside. Let us return to sleep." Lu Zhe nodded. "All right." They slept soundly until the alarm rang. Lu Zhe stretched and roused everyone before rushing to the sea to wash his face. The horizon revealed a faint light, yet the air still carried a chill. The rescue team was still nowhere in sight. Today marked June 13th, the fourth day on the deserted island. The girls had also begun to rise. Classmates, without sufficient strength. We cannot work efficiently, so our first task is to prepare breakfast. After checking the traps, they found no mice. And the snake's entrails had long since rotted and emitted a foul odor. Fortunately, Gui'er's stockings had captured over 20 small fish. These fish, along with roasted coconut meat, coconut water, and the last 5 spicy strips, constituted a rather meager breakfast for everyone. Following this, Lu Zhe began to assign tasks. Since Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao both had injuries and could not walk far, he assigned them to manage the campsite. Gui'er, please continue distilling fresh water. This tedious task again. Gui'er, fresh water is an indispensable resource on a deserted island, and distilled water serves an irreplaceable role compared to coconut juice. Thus, your task is of great importance. With that said, Tang Xiaoguo nodded. I see. Very well then. Yao, I will chop down some jute and bark shortly, and I need your assistance in crafting ropes to bind the raft. Additionally, lunch will also be entrusted to you and Gui'er. Jiang Yao contemplated for a moment. Making ropes is no problem, but it seems we have nothing for lunch apart from coconuts. Precisely. Lu Zhe continued. Class Monitor Qianqian. The two of you need to take backpacks and plastic bags to the coconut grove on the west coast and continue gathering supplies. Whether it be bottles, tattered clothing, flip-flops, or coconuts and seafood, gather as much as you can. But remember, do not risk climbing too high for coconuts to avoid injury. And do not take too much at once. Make several trips if necessary. Once you have procured food, give it to Gui'er and Yao so they can prepare lunch. Ning Shu signaled an okay. Lin Qianqian asked, no problem. But Lu Zhe, aren't you coming with us? Lu Zhe shook his head. I must chop down as many trees as possible, using the bark for ropes and the trunks for the main structure of the raft. I cannot accompany you. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhe with concern. Hey, you'll be going into the forest alone. Lu Zhe nodded. There's no choice. However, there is a patch of forest in the southwest of the camp where I have observed some suitably thick trunks that are not too far away. Lin Qianqian nodded, advising, Lu Zhe, be careful. Lu Zhe handed his watch to Ning Shu. Everyone, stay safe. At noon, Yao will blow the spoon, and we will gather here. Ning Shu took Lu Zhe's watch and placed it on her wrist. All right, noon it is. Everyone must return safely. Okay. The group then dispersed to carry out their tasks. Lu Zhe searched around but found no herbs, so he hefted his stone axe and approached the jute plants. To be precise, this was a cluster of trees. Each long leaf could yield hundreds of fibers, enough to twist dozens of fine ropes. By removing the structure and drying it, one could create hemp ropes comparable to nylon. Lu Zhe did not expend much effort in cutting down the jute plants. Then, he stripped some fibers and bound the cluster in 3 places before hauling it back to the camp to hand over to Jiang Yao. When handling it, he wore plastic bags on his hands to avoid direct contact. Understood. Lu Zhe then ventured into the forest to commence his tree-cutting endeavors. Chapter 50. Are you Xiao Baihe? Lu Zhe entered the jungle in search of tree trunks the size of a girl's calf, using his stone axe to chop them down, then removing the branches to create logs. It was a tedious and labor-intensive task. Fortunately, his physical stamina and strength had significantly improved. This was not a task suited for the girls, who might struggle to even wield a stone axe. With the assistance of the system, Lu Zhe alternated between chopping and resting. He dared not chop too forcefully, fearing damage to the stone axe, which was their most vital survival tool at this stage. Hence, his efficiency in cutting was not exceedingly high. After a morning's labor, he had procured 13 5-meter-long logs, which he then carried back to the camp one by one. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo looked on in astonishment. Wow, classmate, what did you eat to grow such strength? Tang Xiaoguo nodded. Must be from the elephants, haha. Lu Zhe dropped the last log to the ground, wiping his brow. Hee, I belong to Tang Xiaoguo. They are complimenting you, yet you jest with them. The jesting can wait. Could you refrain from standing with your legs apart while working? What's wrong? Sister, you're wearing my shorts. Don't you realize it's revealing? Tang Xiaoguo glanced down. Oh dear, how annoying. She quickly adjusted her posture to appear more ladylike. Jiang Yao sighed. I've reminded you several times before. Who knows if you were paying attention? Saying this, she shook her head and continued to twist the ropes. Lu Zhe had no time to indulge in Tang Xiaoguo's antics. By the way, has the class monitor and Qianqian returned yet? Jiang Yao replied. They have come back 3 times this morning, each time bringing a considerable amount of supplies. They should be back shortly now. Gui'er, what time is it? Tang Xiaoguo checked her watch. Just noon. Lu Zhe was worried something might have happened when he spotted Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian returning, dragging a large tarpaulin behind them. It turned out they had found a large tarp somewhere and used it as a stretcher, loaded with more than 10 coconuts, water bottles, and some debris that had washed ashore. Lu Zhe smiled approvingly. Well done. Whose idea was this? Ning Shu proudly hugged Qianqian. I discovered the tarp. And Qianqian came up with the idea. Qianqian's face flushed, as if lost in a cloud. Ning Shu urged. Oh, stop talking and hurry. Let us crack open a coconut. I'm boiling hot. The two girls, exhausted, sat down in the shade, fanning their necks incessantly. Their faces flushed, drenched in sweat. Their hair sticking to their foreheads, they gasped for breath. A different kind of scenery. Lu Zhe used his axe to crack open several coconuts, then fashioned a straw from a long piece of grass and inserted it into the coconuts, distributing one to each person. Reporting the progress of the work, I have chopped 1 jute plant and 13 logs. Jiang Yao waved the rope in her hand, 45 strands of hemp rope. Tang Xiaoguo shook her bottle, 1 bottle of distilled water and half a bottle of naturally sun-dried distilled water. We are currently boiling seafood soup. Ning Shu, hands on her hips, surveyed the ground. We collected 35 water bottles, 2 pieces of tattered clothing, 3 flip-flops, and a tarpaulin the size of a bed sheet. Lin Qianqian added, as for food, we have 21 coconuts, 37 mussels, 1 sea snail, 2 sea urchins, and some kelp. Quite impressive, everyone. Lu Zhe nodded. Glancing at the blazing sun, the afternoon sun is too intense. The gathering efforts will consume more water, which would be counterproductive. After lunch, let us take a break and do some simple tasks at the camp. We can tackle heavier work once the sun is less scorching. Qianqian wholeheartedly agreed. Yes. During the first return, I didn't feel too tired, but by the last trip, I felt like I was about to be scorched. The last time I felt this exhausted was during military training. Ning Shu chuckled. Military training pales in comparison to this. It's child's play. Drink plenty of water. Lu Zhe once more used the stone axe to split a few coconuts, distributing 1 to each person. After their lunch, they all sought refuge under the shelter to escape the heat, engaging in idle chatter. After resting for a while, Lu Zhe felt his strength had considerably returned. He decided to look for more tasks to occupy himself with. Currently, the amount of wood was insufficient. The 13 logs formed a raft that could only support 1 person. To ensure the raft was sturdy and stable enough to safely carry 5 individuals, more wood was necessary. However, the nearby suitable small trees had already been mostly felled. Thus, he contemplated venturing deeper into the forest in search of additional woods or bamboo groves. Everyone, stay at the camp. I will wander into the jungle. Going alone again, Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings. There are no suitable trees left. To construct a bamboo raft, I need to find other forested areas. No, it's too dangerous to venture into the jungle alone. If you insist on going, I will accompany you, Ning Shu said, rising again. But soon, that bothersome itch returned. So she grabbed a tissue and hurried behind a tree to relieve it. Lin Qianqian remarked, Lu Zhe, the class monitor seems to be in a bit of a predicament. Allow me to accompany you. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. No need, I can manage on my own. That won't do. We cannot venture deep into the forest alone. From behind a large tree, Ning Shu's voice chimed in. Also, here's a notebook for you. Lin Qianqian picked up the notebook and assured, rest assured, Lu Zhe, I won't be a burden. Additionally, I wish to learn survival skills from you to contribute more to our group. After considering her words, Lu Zhe found them sensible. The female classmates were eager to accompany him, clearly demonstrating their trust in him. How could he betray their faith? All right, but there's one condition. What condition? In the jungle, you must heed my instructions. Do not touch unfamiliar plants, and under no circumstances should you use unfamiliar leaves as tissues. Understood? Lin Qianqian blushed. Who would do such a thing? Lu Zhe chuckled nonchalantly. No one, just a friendly reminder. He emptied his backpack, deliberately bringing 2 tissues as he and Lin Qianqian ventured into the woods. Lu Zhe, are we mainly searching for suitable tree trunks this time? Lu Zhe nodded. Trunks are vital, but other resources are equally important. Remember these types of leaves. He took out the notebook and sketched several leaves based on the information in his mind. What leaves are these? This is sweet potato leaf. This one is cassava leaf, and this is potato leaf. These tubers not only provide substantial carbohydrates, but also a feeling of satiety and can be transplanted near the camp. Lin Qianqian was astonished. I never expected to learn so much in the wild. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. Is there anything else? Yes, there are also wild vegetables like fish mint, purslane, and berries such as thorny raspberries and black nightshade. All of these are significant food sources. It seemed there was quite a variety of edible items in the wild. However, finding them is no simple task. 99% of plants in the jungle are inedible for humans. Understood. As they walked and chatted, Lin Qianqian, being an academic prodigy with a strong desire to learn, displayed immense curiosity about everything Lu Zhe said, diligently jotting down notes. This instilled a sense of accomplishment in Lu Zhe. He pondered to himself, what a wonderful girl, if only she were not interested in girls. He held a lingering curiosity about Lin Qianqian's orientation and considered seizing the opportunity to inquire. Chapter 51. The Embarrassment of No Tissue. Hey, Qianqian, may I ask you something? It's a bit abrupt, so I hope you won't mind. Sure. Lin Qianqian bit her lip and smiled. It's not every day that a survival expert seeks my advice. I feel so honored. However, my knowledge of survival is quite limited, and I may not be able to provide many answers. It's not about survival. What is it then? Do you have a crush on any boys? Huh. Lin Qianqian was intrigued. Why do you suddenly ask me this? Just a casual inquiry. You need not answer if you prefer not to. Lin Qianqian glanced at Lu Zhe, hesitated, then nodded. I suppose I do. So, you're not interested in girls? Lin Qianqian blushed, hesitated for a moment, then finally confessed. I also like girls. So, you're bisexual? Please don't use such terms. It makes me feel abnormal. Lu Zhe chuckled wryly. Isn't that a bit abnormal to begin with? However, everyone has their little secrets, and if someone trusts you enough to share them, there's no need to view them with prejudice. Lu Zhe nodded in understanding. At that moment, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, drawing their attention to a cluster of shrubs adorned with white, pink, and purple flowers. They resembled dandelions, but emitted a much stronger scent. Lu Zhe, uncertain of the flower's identity, quickly cautioned, be careful. Lin Qianqian froze in fear. Lu Zhe, unfamiliar with the flower species, could only learn through experience. He cautiously extended his hand to touch a petal, and information about the flower flooded his mind. Ziyuanhua, Asteraceae. Following was a plethora of related details. Lu Zhe quickly skimmed over the information to get to the crucial parts. Toxicity, non-toxic. Pharmacological effects. 1. Can alleviate colds and expel phlegm. 2. Anti-itch and antibacterial properties. Lu Zhe felt relieved. It appeared that this flower was not only fragrant, but also served as an excellent herbal remedy for Ning Shu's symptoms. Since his hand was already extended, retracting it would seem awkward, so he casually plucked a flower and inhaled its scent before offering it to Lin Qianqian. Don't worry. This is Ziyuanhua, very fragrant, and it possesses commendable antibacterial and anti-itch properties. His intention was for Lin Qianqian to take note of this flower in her notebook. However, this time, she did not. Lin Qianqian blinked her large eyes at Lu Zhe and timidly expressed, Thank you, Lu Zhe. Blushing, she accepted the flower, took a whiff, and surprisingly tucked it into her chest. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she had misunderstood his intentions? Yet, stating the truth at this moment would only embarrass her further. After contemplating, he decided against clarifying. He pulled out a plastic bag. Let us collect some to take back. Lin Qianqian nodded, her lips pursed in delight. We can decorate our camp with them, making our home fragrant as well. Our home. Lu Zhe felt a warmth in his heart. That's a splendid idea. The two of them gathered Ziyuanhua and continued walking until they stumbled upon some wild mint, which also had mosquito-repelling and anti-itch properties. They plucked a few leaves and placed them in the bag. After walking several hundred meters further, Lin Qianqian finally spotted the important resource Lu Zhe had been seeking. A few sweet potato seedlings. Hidden among inconspicuous shrubs, they were overshadowed by other plants and deprived of sunlight and nutrients, resulting in poor growth. This discovery filled Lu Zhe with elation. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, Let us dig them up quickly. Be careful and hand me a card. I'm entrusting the economic power to you. Lin Qianqian cheerfully handed Lu Zhe a black bank card. Lu Zhe was aware that Qianqian's family was affluent, and this single card likely contained several million. Using it to dig up dirt felt rather ironic. He carefully cut away the surrounding weeds and began to excavate with the card. Lu Zhe, you don't need to be so cautious. Even if a little gets damaged, it won't affect our food supply. I'm not worried about damaging the sweet potatoes. I'm concerned about harming the stems and leaves. Are you planning to bring the whole plant back? Exactly. Here, the sunlight is obstructed by other plants. We need to find it a new spot to help it yield larger sweet potatoes. After an hour of careful digging, Lu Zhe finally unearthed the entire plant, which had 7 small sweet potato tubers, some the size of a fist, while others were smaller than an egg. He found a larger plastic bag to wrap the entire vine, leaving some soil to prevent moisture loss and wilting. However, despite his utmost care, a few leaves were damaged in the process. Is that sap? It's white. Lu Zhe picked up a leaf. Many plants exude white sap when damaged, and some contain toxins. Sweet potatoes do as well. Their roots, stems, and leaves contain a significant amount of white sap, but it is non-toxic and rich in vitamins, and it can also help relieve constipation. Upon hearing the term constipation, Lin Qianqian's face flushed as she exclaimed, "What?" Lu Zhe placed a leaf of sweet potato in his mouth, chewed it thoughtfully, and swallowed it before offering another leaf to Lin Qianqian. "What do you think? Would you like a piece?" Lin Qianqian hesitated for a moment, then accepted the leaf and took a small bite. "It's not particularly palatable. We lack any seasoning. If we had some, cold mixed sweet potato leaves could serve as a delightful dish." "Oh," Lin Qianqian quickly noted this down. Although they had yet to find a water source on this expedition, the sweet potato vine proved to be an invaluable resource. In the Ming Dynasty, a single individual smuggled a sweet potato vine from Southeast Asia, saving countless lives. The harvest was indeed commendable. As Lu Zhe glanced at his watch, he noticed it was nearly 5 o'clock. If they did not return to the camp soon, darkness would set in. Thus, he hastened back with Lin Qianqian. By 5:30, they returned to the camp, where Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao were still busy twisting ropes and distilling fresh water, but Ning Shu was absent. "Where has the squad leader gone?" Jiang Yao shrugged. "Not sure. She has been in and out of the woods several times today," Tang Xiaoguo added. "She won't say if you ask her." Lu Zhe nodded. "Lin Qianqian, organize the supplies while I go take a look." "Okay." Following the survival manual's advice, Lu Zhe split open a coconut and crushed some ziyuan and mint leaves, mixing them with coconut water to create an anti-itch herbal remedy, intending to bring it to Ning Shu to alleviate her discomfort. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he indeed found Ning Shu scratching away at herself. Although her appearance was rather disheveled, she quickly composed herself upon seeing Lu Zhe and frowned. "Hey, you could have announced your arrival." "All right, next time I'll whistle," he replied. "Forget the whistle. What are you doing here? Just look at you." Ning Shu, embarrassed, felt a tinge of annoyance at being caught in such a state. "Do you enjoy watching me in distress?" "Don't say that. I came to assist you." "Assist me?" Ning Shu immediately conjured an image of Lu Zhe helping her scratch her itch, which, while it should be more comfortable than doing it herself, felt rather inappropriate for a girl of her modesty. "Isn't that a bit much? What is wrong with delivering medicine?" As he spoke, Lu Zhe placed the prepared remedy beside Ning Shu. "Use this to apply. It can reduce inflammation and relieve itching." "Medicine?" Ning Shu chuckled awkwardly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Curious about the herbal concoction, she asked, "How did you learn to make this?" Lu Zhe nonchalantly replied, "I read why 100,000 times as a child. It mentioned this. I can teach you later." "Are you sure this will work?" "Its effectiveness may not rival that of pharmacy products, but it will surely provide some relief." "All right, I trust you." Chapter 52, A Suitable Toilet for Girls for Females. The absence of toilet paper can be deemed a calamity. As Ning Shu applied the ointment, Lu Zhe, ever the gentleman, gazed contemplatively at the distant waves. "Lu Zhe, what shall we do if we run out of toilet paper?" "You need not worry. Even without wiping, it will not endanger our lives. Merely a bit odorous." Ning Shu frowned. "That's still quite dreadful." Lu Zhe calmly nodded. "There are alternatives." Having finished applying the ointment, Ning Shu lifted her skirt. "What alternatives?" "In the wild, there are numerous substitutes for toilet paper. Clean wild mint leaves, bamboo leaves, leftover coconut flesh, or fish fillets. You understand all this. Do not forget. I am a man who has read why 100,000 times. I also read it as a child, yet I did not encounter such peculiar information. Different editions, perhaps. Once we return, you must show me your version of why." "That can be arranged." Lu Zhe smiled faintly, unconsciously shifting the topic. "By the way, I'm starving. The meal should be ready over there. It's the same small fish, crabs, kelp, and mussels, but today there is something extra: wild sweet potatoes." The girl's eyes lit up at the sight of the sweet potatoes, a joy that words could scarcely capture. Although wild sweet potatoes were considerably tougher and less sweet than those found in supermarkets, they were regarded as the finest food available at present. Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed, "After days of eating roasted coconut, and with the chili oil depleted, I'm utterly sick of it. Sweet potatoes are such a delight." Jiang Yao echoed her sentiments. "I've never found sweet potatoes so delicious in my life." Lin Qianqian proposed, "Let us eat half today, and I will prepare sweet potato porridge for everyone tomorrow." Tang Xiaoguo marveled, "Porridge? That is a delicacy only accessible to the divine." Lu Zhe suddenly remembered something. "Hasn't Lin Qianqian gone to the restroom yet?" Qianqian nodded, looking somewhat aggrieved. Ning Shu inquired with concern, "It's been 3 days, hasn't he it?" "Yes." "Was it like this before?" "It was quite normal before," Lin Qianqian replied. Her cheeks flushed. This was the first time she had so openly discussed constipation with her classmates, especially in the presence of boys. "What could be the cause?" Lin Qianqian, her voice barely above a whisper, suggested, "Perhaps I'm just not accustomed to squatting on the ground." The other 3 girls exchanged knowing glances, fully in agreement. Lu Zhe, however, felt that digging a deeper hole would resolve the issue, though it seemed girls had different requirements. Suddenly, an idea struck him to create a simple sitting toilet. It may appear rather peculiar. While others on a deserted island focused their efforts on finding fresh water and food, he was intent on constructing a makeshift toilet. However, upon reflection, the four girls were unlike him. They all experienced some discomfort and were not suited for prolonged squatting. For them, a temporary sitting toilet was indeed necessary. Moreover, constructing such a device would not demand excessive effort. It was quite simple. As darkness enveloped the island, the four girls gradually fell asleep. Lu Zhe, unable to rest as he pondered the sign-in method, crawled out of the shelter. He first gathered discarded tree branches, then bound them together with banana fiber rope. Using two slightly thicker 40 cm long branches, he horizontally secured them and attached several thinner 20 cm branches vertically along their lengths, leaving approximately 15 cm of space in the middle unbound. Thus, a simple board with a hollow center was constructed. Lu Zhe tested its sturdiness. It was remarkably solid. Next, he twisted some thicker ropes from banana fiber and extended them using sailor knots, creating two equal-length ropes. Climbing a bent coconut tree, he fixed one end of each rope to the trunk, then jumped down and secured the other ends to the board. Finally, he wrapped the board in a piece of discarded clothing, leaving a 15 cm square hole in the center. By nearly midnight, a rudimentary sitting toilet was completed. Lu Zhe sat upon it to test its stability and was pleased to find it quite robust. He decided to keep it as a surprise for the girls. When midnight came, Lu Zhe awaited the successful sign-in message, but it did not arrive. Confused, he re-entered the shelter, feeling for Ning Shu, then Jiang Yao, and finally Tang Xiaoguo and Lin Qianqian, but none responded. What happened to the sign-in? He wondered. Why isn't it working? Perhaps a brief rest would provide clarity. June 14th marked the 5th day of their ordeal on the deserted island. The sea remained as tranquil as ever, with no sign of rescue teams in sight. Lu Zhe grew increasingly anxious, wondering if the search and rescue team had truly overlooked this island. What perplexed him even further was the fact that he had yet to complete his 5th check-in. What could be amiss? At that moment, Tang Xiaoguo and Ning Shu, who had agreed to meet in the restroom, stumbled upon something peculiar, prompting them to scream in unison. Their cries roused the other two girls. What is happening? Has the rescue team arrived? Tang Xiaoguo shouted. It's a swing. Ning Shu exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Zhe, did you make this? Lu Zhe stretched lazily and replied, Indeed, it is I who created it. I must ask, why on earth would you create such a thing out of boredom? Tang Xiaoguo said, Don't belittle Lu Zhe. He made this for our enjoyment. We certainly want to be bored at the camp now. But why is there a large hole in the middle? Lu Zhe emerged from the shelter, stating, Although this appears to be a swing, it is, in fact, not. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes and curiously asked, What is it then? A nuclear reactor or a particle collider? Ning Shu nodded solemnly and pondered. Perhaps it's a rocket launcher. Laughter erupted among the girls. Ladies, stop your wild conjectures. Let me clarify, this is a toilet. At that moment, the four girls stood dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Upon glancing at the swing, they felt an unsettling dissonance. Lin Qianqian muttered, But it looks just like a swing. Lu Zhe felt it necessary to explain its usage, walking over to the swing's side. While it may appear to be a swing, it possesses all the functionalities of a toilet. Sitting on it alleviates pressure on the legs, regardless of whether your toes have been bitten by a snake, your ankles are swollen and sprained, or you are experiencing constipation, or have used unfamiliar leaves. Before Lu Zhe could finish, Ning Shu covered his mouth. If you're going to talk, then just talk. Stop bringing up embarrassing history, okay? It's so awkward. Guerrer sighed. The class monitor is considerate of our dignity, unlike Lu Zhe, who clearly lacks an understanding of delicacy. Qianqian blushed and remarked, It seems only the class monitor has no embarrassing history. Jiang Yao frowned and thought for a moment. Didn't Lu Zhe mention something about leaves just now? What is going on? There is nothing going on. Ning Shu laughed awkwardly and whispered in Lu Zhe's ear, Keep the leaf incident to yourself. Then she released her grip on him. At that moment, Lu Zhe was astonished to discover that as Ning Shu covered his mouth, the check-in notification in his mind finally chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the check-in. Strength 1. You have checked in for 5 consecutive days. Chapter 53. Final preparations before setting sail. Lu Zhe seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be that only lips could trigger the check-in? To summarize, on the first day, he saved Qianqian. On the second day, he gently kissed Jiang Yao's hair. On the fourth day, he shared his first kiss with Ning Shu. On the fifth day, Ning Shu covered his mouth. But wait, what about the third day? At that time, he merely held Tang Xiaoguo's foot. He hadn't done anything. Who had violated him while he was asleep? Surely not. Lu Zhe remained puzzled. However, he was relieved that the 5th check-in was successfully completed. His system data now read as follows: strength, 12, stamina, 11, physique, 10, agility, 11, perception, 11. Compared to before, he could distinctly feel a significant increase in his strength. Meanwhile, the girls noticed that this swing toilet, though absurd, indeed possessed most of the functionalities of a toilet. Firstly, it allowed for sitting comfortably, alleviating leg pressure and rendering the experience of using it almost epic. Secondly, it was quite hygienic. By digging a sand pit, the rising and receding tides would wash away waste into the sea, benefiting the marine life. Thirdly, it incorporated elements of romance that women often cherish. Just imagine the sensation of swinging on a beautiful beach while attending to nature's call. That is the quintessential posture for a fairy in the restroom. Yet, something felt slightly off. The four girls exchanged glances at the contraption, their expressions tinged with complexity. Jiang Yao voiced, "But Lu Zhe, if we actually use this to relieve ourselves, wouldn't that mean a lack of privacy?" Ning Shu concurred, "That is indeed a concern. With the door wide open, it's rather exposed, don't you think?" Lin Qianqian added, "And it seems too close to the campsite. The smell might be quite unpleasant." Tang Xiaoguo pressed on. "What if it splashes back on our feet?" Lu Zhe shrugged. "Come on, we're stranded on a deserted island. Should we really be worried about trivial matters? None of these concerns should be an issue." He then began to address each point. "As for privacy, when you're using it, I'll simply look away. Regarding the smell, the sea breeze will help, and we won't be here for long, just endure a bit. In 3 days, we'll set sail for the volcanic island. Don't forget, if we delay, the flight attendants might end up with their boxed meals." Ning Shu nodded. Lu Zhe makes a valid point. Jiang Yao recalled her own awkward experience sitting on the ground and nodded. Although it feels strange to use a toilet while on a swing, it's certainly better than the risk of sitting in something unpleasant. "I applaud this creative solution." Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. "I think it's pretty cool. Qianqian won't have to worry about constipation from squatting for too long." She turned red and asked, "By the way, Lu Zhe, you haven't answered my question yet." Lin Qianqian blushed further. "As long as you don't swing while using the toilet, there shouldn't be any mess, right?" Despite their words, the girls understood that this might indeed resolve a significant issue for them. Lu Zhe stretched lazily. "Once everyone has eaten, we'll begin a new day of work. I'll head back into the woods to chop down some trees. If anyone wants to try the new restroom, you can line up after the meal." The four girls chimed in unison. "You needn't worry about that." Lin Qianqian prepared a sweet and warming porridge made from sweet potatoes, accompanied by dried fish, offering a sense of comfort and happiness. Unbeknownst to them, their meals on the deserted island had vastly improved since their arrival. After finishing their meal, Lu Zhe found a patch of soft ground near the campsite, planted the sweet potato sprouts, and marked the area with a circle of urine to deter rodents. He then took up his stone axe and ventured into the forest to fell trees. By midday, Lu Zhe had cut down over 20 logs, neatly stacking them near the campsite. Just as he thought to fetch a couple of coconuts for refreshment, he spotted Tang Xiaoguo strolling leisurely. "You're walking now, boy?" Tang Xiaoguo shrugged. "I'm doing all right. What are you up to?" "I was getting thirsty, planning to chop a couple of coconuts." "Oh no, you can't go over there right now." Tang Xiaoguo clung to Lu Zhe's arm, producing half a bottle of distilled water. "Drink this first." Lu Zhe took it and had a sip. "What's the matter?" Guo whispered. "Lin Qianqian is using the toilet. You need to steer clear." Lu Zhe boastfully remarked. "Is she using the swing I made?" "Exactly. Haha. Finally, the fourth type of seed is about to be planted. I can hold off for a bit." After a while, Lin Qianqian returned with Ning Shu's assistance. Before Lu Zhe could speak, Tang Xiaoguo eagerly asked, "Is it a boy or a girl?" No, did it come out?" Lin Qianqian weakly shook her head. "My stomach feels uncomfortable, but it just won't come out." The weak demeanor suggested that she had indeed been trying for quite some time. Lu Zhe comforted her, saying, "Do not rush. Take your time." Lin Qianqian, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement. After a morning of chopping wood, Lu Zhe felt a slight ache in his arms and decided to engage in other tasks, continuing to gather supplies. As night approached, Lu Zhe stumbled upon a valuable find, a damaged plastic oil barrel, regrettably punctured at the bottom and thus unsuitable for storing fresh water. Beneath some rocks, he discovered a beehive. After driving away the bees, he was rewarded with a piece of honey. Dark and crumbly, it resembled a broken brick. And while it was harsh on the throat when tasted, it possessed a surprisingly delightful flavor. Such treasures must be preserved well. He also found a piece of rotten wood embedded with nails, counting over 20 of various sizes. The decay of the wood indicated its age, likely having fallen from a fishing boat's hull or mast during a storm. While the wood was of little use, the nails were invaluable resources for survival. They could be fashioned into useful tools, such as fish hooks or even weapons. Perhaps he could create a spear for fishing, enhancing their meals when they ventured into the sea. Lu Zhe split the wood with a stone axe and extracted the nails, selecting 2 that were 10 centimeters long to straighten with a stone and grind off any iron shavings. He then reserved 7 centimeters outside, driving one end into a slender stick and binding it tightly with a rag. Thus, a double-pronged spear was fashioned. Lu Zhe tested it, though simple in design. It felt quite satisfactory in his grasp. As for the oil barrel, despite its leak, it still held potential. He carefully cut the top off with a circular blade, filled it with soil, and gently transplanted sweet potato sprouts into it. After a busy day, Lu Zhe retired early. In the deep of night, he suddenly felt a constricting sensation, waking to find someone's calf resting on his neck. Checking the time, it was 2:30 a.m. He had missed his sign-in. With a mix of apprehension, he gently kissed the calf he did not recognize. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Sign-in completed. Strength 1. You have signed in for 6 consecutive days. Strength, 13 stamina, 11 physique, 10 agility, 11 perception, 11. Lu Zhe was astonished, realizing this was the true sign-in experience. What an absurd setup. Thankfully, his social connections were decent. Otherwise, he would still be puzzled about how to sign in. Knowing this brought him some relief, though he felt somewhat perverse for sneaking a kiss on a classmate's calf in the dead of night. Just then, the foot gently lowered, playfully nudging Lu Zhe's abs. He swallowed hard, sensing he might have been discovered, but there was no outcry. Surely, this wouldn't tarnish his image as a male idol. It was June 15th, the 6th day stranded on the deserted island, with no sign of a rescue team. Lu Zhe and 4 girls had been busy all day. The raft was nearly complete, needing only a few paddles before they could test it on the water. The island's coconuts had been mostly harvested, leaving over 20 after accounting for those consumed in the past few days. They had accumulated 5 bottles of distilled water, along with dried fish, sun-dried conch slices, cooked clams and mussels, and roasted seaweed. They had also preserved some purslane and fish mint, useful for supplementing their water and energy while at sea. Lu Zhe set the departure time for 4 p.m., hoping to sail when the sun was less intense, aiming to reach the volcanic island before nightfall. Chapter 54, Departure. Target, Volcanic Island. All was in readiness, yet one matter remained unresolved. Lin Qianqian had yet to relieve herself, a pressing concern for everyone. Her friends anxiously attempted to assist her, even trying to swing her, using centrifugal force to help, but ultimately, they failed. Tang Xiaoguo ended up drenched, screaming throughout the morning. Embarrassed, Lin Qianqian wished she could disappear. Lu Zhe glanced at his watch. It was already 4:30 p.m., half an hour later than anticipated. There was no time to wait any longer. They had to set off. What if Lin Qianqian needed to use the restroom? It would have to be on the raft. Well, as long as it can be done. It doesn't matter where, they concluded. After discussing, the group decided to leave immediately. Since the class monitor and Jiang Yao had difficulty walking, they would board the raft here and paddle around to the side of the Egg Yolk Island before heading straight to the volcanic island from there. All right, they agreed, checking for any supplies they might have forgotten. Don't forget to take down the swing. What about the fishing net and the mouse trap? The fishing net was taken apart long ago, and the trap's skin was also removed. Hey, why is there one less sweet potato leaf? The tissue is all gone. I used one to wipe Lin Qianqian this morning. Didn't you say sweet potato leaves were safe? Seriously? You spendthrift. Wiping. By the way, have the seeds sprouted yet? Not yet. She's still a little shy. Oh, forget it. How many bottles did we bring? 36. That should be enough. And what about the fire starter? Charcoal is packed in a can, pressed with wood shavings. It should last 2 hours. Jiang Yao looked at the fire, worried it might extinguish, leading to their collective demise. Okay, all is ready. The 5 companions settled onto the raft, gazing back at their former campsite, a hint of sadness in their eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this small encampment had solidified their friendships and instilled hope for survival. Farewell, our campsite. Farewell, Egg Yolk Island. Farewell, swing toilet. Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao positioned themselves at either end of the bamboo raft, paddling gently as it began to drift away. Half an hour later, they rounded the island's opposite side. There, they spotted the rescue messages Lu Zhe and Ning Shu had previously left. In the distance, the outline of the volcanic island became faintly visible. Look, that's out the place. Ning Shu exclaimed excitedly. There must be endless coconut juice, streams and brooks for freshwater baths. I can hardly wait. The girls gazed in curiosity and anticipation. As they chatted, they paddled joyfully against the current towards the volcanic island. Let us raise our paddles as the little boat glides over the waves, reflecting the beautiful white pagoda, surrounded by green trees and red walls. As they rowed, the girls harmonized in sweet song. Unbeknownst to them, They had already left the coastal zone behind. The raft drifted in the vast ocean, feeling solitary and minuscule. The surrounding azure waters evoked a sense of depth and oppression. Singing alleviated some of their collective fears. After a while, Jiang Yao looked into the distance and remarked, "At this rate, we might not reach the volcanic island before dark." Lin Qianqian nodded. "Because we can't see its full shape or know its height, we can't accurately gauge the distance." Lu Zhe replied, "Typically, islands like this do not exceed 200 meters in elevation. Calculating from that, we should reach our destination in no more than 4 hours, possibly even 2. Though he reassured them, uncertainty lingered in his heart. If the island's highest point were indeed taller than 200 meters, they might have to paddle for a longer time. Tang Xiaoguo remarked, "It has grown dark." Lu Zhe comforted her, saying, "Arriving at night has its advantages. At least the heat will not be unbearable." Suddenly, a shadow glided gracefully beneath the wooden raft, causing Lu Zhe's heart to tighten. Meanwhile, several girls continued their idle chatter, oblivious to the mysterious visitor. Could it be a shark? He refrained from alarming the girls, merely advising everyone to avoid splashing in the water and to paddle in unison. He understood that sharks possess extraordinary sensory perception. Even the slightest hint of panic would pique their predatory instincts, prompting an attack. However, maintaining a steady pace and rhythm while paddling would generally keep these predators at bay. Gradually, he noticed a growing number of dark shapes beneath the surface. In this area alone, there were no less than 30 to 50. It was unfathomable to consider the consequences if these sharks were to strike the raft simultaneously. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Lin Qianqian frowned. "It's coming." Tang Xiaoguo blinked. "What is coming?" Jiang Yao chimed in. "Silly, of course, it's about using the restroom." Ning Shu smirked. "Perfect timing, just offer it to the sea as a gift for the creatures within." Lu Zhe decisively interjected. "No way." "Why not?" Jiang Yao asked. "Silly, we need to collect the seeds." This was no longer merely a matter of seeds. Lu Zhe recognized that further concealment could lead to serious trouble. He explained, "There are sharks in the water. Human waste will attract their curiosity toward our raft, potentially leading to an attack. They might eat us. We needn't worry too much. We are not on their menu, as they typically do not consume humans." The girls sighed in relief, but Lu Zhe added ominously, "They might bite us out of curiosity." "Huh." The girls gasped, their faces pale as they peered into the water, spotting the dark shapes gliding beneath. Jiang Yao exclaimed, "Oh my, this is a shark den." Tang Xiaoguo expressed her concern. "They must be waiting to eat us." "No need to fret. Aside from the great white shark, bull shark, tiger shark, and hammerhead shark, other species usually do not attack humans." Ning Shu inquired, "But what if it is one of those 4? Lu Zhe shook his head. "Don't worry. Judging by their swimming patterns, they seem to be resting. As long as we remain calm and paddle slowly, they generally won't attack." Although Lu Zhe reassured them, he discerned that the sharks' heads were protruding sideways, resembling the description of a hammerhead shark. Yet, among the 4 species that pose a threat to humans, the hammerhead shark is considered the least dangerous. Lin Qianqian frowned. I can't hold it any longer, can I?" She nodded. Ning Shu suggested, "Use a plastic bag. That would be so embarrassing. But it's the safest option." Lin Qianqian's face showed clear reluctance, but it was futile. Tang Xiaoguo and Ning Shu exchanged glances. "Qianqian, it's an emergency. We must act." "Indeed, we all have our awkward moments. This is nothing." "All right, fine." The 2 girls picked up a plastic bag and secured it around Qianqian's legs. Guer encouraged, "Come on, Qianqian." Ning Shu reassured her, "Don't worry, Lu Zhe can't see." Lin Qianqian stared at the rudimentary plastic bag, her toes silently curling in distress. Chapter 55. Dancing with Sharks encouraged by everyone. Lin Qianqian hesitated before squatting down. It was hard to fathom that the most beautiful girl at the university would find herself in such a predicament. Yet, there was no alternative. This was better than being devoured by sharks. More importantly, she could not let her companions down. Qianqian steeled herself, but before she could exert herself, a small wave rocked the raft, causing her to tumble over. "This won't do. I can't maintain my balance." Indeed, squatting on a raft in the water seemed easy in theory, but the swaying made it exceptionally challenging in practice. Grasping the pole, everyone steadied Qianqian. "I'll help shield you with my clothes." "That's unnecessary now." "No, there's a boy. Girls shouldn't peek. It's too embarrassing." Lin Qianqian grasped the original support beam and finally managed to squat down. 10 minutes later, everything was finally resolved. The constipation that had troubled them for days was at last alleviated. She placed the plastic bag aside. Just as luck would have it, the raft was jostled by something, and the bag slid toward the water. "No, we can't let it fall in." Can you imagine the sight of several girls desperately lunging towards the edge of the raft to save a bag of excrement? It was twofold, to protect the seeds inside and to avoid attracting sharks. Yet, they still fell just short. As Ning Shu's fingers were a mere 3 centimeters from the bag, it ultimately slipped into the water. The girls stared in disbelief, unsure of how to react. Lu Zhe handed Ning Shu a paddle, saying, "Class monitor, help me control the raft." He then picked up a spear, preparing to retrieve the plastic bag with its iron tip. However, just as he was about to reach it, a large mouth suddenly emerged from the water, swallowing the bag whole. After swimming a short distance, it seemed dissatisfied and spat it out, scattering its contents across the ocean. The other sharks were immediately drawn to the scent. Oh no! Lu Zhe was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Observing the sharks as they became intrigued by the substance, their speed increased. "Quickly paddle away from here. What about the seeds?" "Forget the seeds. Our lives are at stake." The girls frantically paddled together, but another shark surfaced. With its flat head, protruding eyes, and a mouth devoid of sharp teeth, it appeared harmless, even somewhat silly. Yet, in that moment, cold sweat trickled down Lu Zhe's back. He recognized this species. It was a hammerhead shark. Lu Zhe had no desire to provoke this bothersome creature, so he gently nudged its face with the blunt end of the spear. The shark, startled by the contact, swiftly turned and swam away. Then, a third shark appeared, followed by the one he had previously chased off, which made a turn and returned. Soon, a fourth and fifth joined, all showing keen interest in the floating object above. Lu Zhe continued to poke at the approaching sharks, but their numbers only increased. The girls began to panic, hastily using their paddles to fend off the sharks. In the chaos, Guerrer's paddle was seized by one of the sharks, and despite her struggle to retain it, she was ultimately pulled toward the water. Enraged, she grabbed a stick and struck at the shark's eyes. Lu Zhe quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, urging, "Let go." Only then did Guerre release her grip. The shark dragged the paddle into the water, chewed on it briefly, then snapped it in two and swam away. Yet, the other sharks remained undeterred, maintaining their interest in the raft. Tang Xiaoguo, caught up in the moment, felt a wave of terror wash over her and burst into tears. In this scene, Ning Shu, Lin Qianqian, and Jiang Yao utilized their paddles to fend off the encroaching sharks. Soon, Ning Shu's wooden paddle is snatched away, followed closely by Jiang Yao's paddle falling into the water. More alarmingly, a shark bites down on their raft, causing several logs on one side to detach and scatter. Other parts of the raft also begin to loosen. If this continues, it won't be long before the raft collapses, and none of them will survive. What method can they employ? Lu Zhe suddenly conceives a plan. He seizes a coconut and strikes it upon the head of an approaching shark. The shark, momentarily dazed, soon notices the round object and angrily bites down on it. However, realizing that it is unpalatable, it chews briefly before spitting it out and swimming away, swishing its tail. Lu Zhe understands that the sharks here have never encountered a raft, so they do not attack recklessly. Their bumping into the raft is merely curiosity and probing, not a true predatory instinct. However, they are familiar with coconuts. Once they realize that the raft is merely adorned with unappetizing coconuts, their interest wanes. Using coconuts, the girls also begin to hurl them into the water. 30 coconuts are cast into the sea, creating a diversion. The sharks chase after the coconuts, but after a few futile bites, they lose interest. Once the scent dissipates, the sharks swim peacefully again, and tranquility returns to the waters. The group sits on the raft, panting heavily. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Lin Qianqian sobs. Ning Shu reassures her, who hasn't needed to use the restroom. "You cannot be blamed for this." Tang Xiaoguo laments, "It's my fault for placing things improperly." Jiang Yao sighs, "We are all companions. There is no need to assign blame. Thankfully, we are all still alive." Lu Zhe nods in agreement, stating, "Yao Yao is right. There is no need for self-reproach. Being alive is the most important thing." Ning Shu sighs, "But the coconuts are gone, and we have lost our paddles. How can we navigate to Huashandao?" Lin Qianqian glances at the sky, exclaiming, "It's getting dark." Tang Xiaoguo cries, "What should we do?" Lu Zhe contemplates and speaks, "Friends, the situation is dire, but there is still hope. We have a few bottles of distilled water remaining, and we can fashion paddles from some branches. As long as we are alive, we must keep our spirits high." Lu Zhe's words seem to possess a certain magic, igniting a flicker of hope within the girls. "Now, let us assess our supplies," Jiang Yao suggests. "The coconuts are gone, but we still have 5 bottles of distilled water, although we lost a few empty bottles. The rest of our supplies remain intact." Lin Qianqian adds, "Of the 4 paddles, only 1 remains. A quarter of the raft has disbanded, and we have lost some firewood, but there is still some left." Lu Zhe nods, analyzing their current predicament. "Although we have discarded the coconuts, we have also reduced the raft's load capacity. Thus, even with some logs lost, it can still support our weight." Chapter 56. A Night at Sea. Ning Shu inquires, What shall we do next? Lu Zhe ponders. Class leader, please gather our supplies together. Everything that can fit into a backpack, put into the backpack. For the items that cannot be packed, bundle them together, and I will carry them. Ning Shu responds affirmatively. Understood. Yao Yao, take care of the fire starter in the jar. Do your utmost to keep it from extinguishing. If it gets cold at night, we will rely on it. Jiang Yao nods in acknowledgement. Got it. Tang Xiaoguo, still shaken, has tears glistening in her eyes. Lu Zhe reaches out, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Are you afraid? Tang Xiaoguo nods through her sobs. Lu Zhe recognizes that the once delicate young lady, capable of wielding a stick to fend off sharks, has shown remarkable courage. Your performance just now was very brave. Tang Xiaoguo raises her dirty little face. Really? I scared away several sharks and even dared to snatch something from one's mouth, though I ultimately failed. She continues, at that moment, I thought, if it comes down to it, I could fight it, but then I became frightened. Lu Zhe comforts her, that is perfectly normal. In times of crisis, our bodies release more adrenaline, allowing us to ignore pain and danger. But next time, let us be steadier. If we lose our paddles, we can make more. But if we lose Guo, who will help us distill fresh water? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoguo proudly nods. She wriggles. What else do you need me to do? You and Qianqian check the raft for any looseness and inform me. I will secure it again. Tang Xiaoguo and Lin Qianqian exchange glances and reply in unison. You can count on us. The four girls approach their task with utmost seriousness, while Lu Zhe diligently repairs the loose parts of the raft. After 2 hours, the raft is finally restored. Although it is slightly smaller than before, it can still barely support the weight of 5 people. Tang Xiaoguo excitedly announces, it's done. Can we set off now? Lu Zhe, however, shakes his head in resignation. We cannot leave. Lin Qianqian sighs. Do we even know where to go? How could we not know? We are heading towards. Tang Xiaoguo intends to indicate the direction of Huashan Dao, but suddenly realizes a critical issue. The sun has long set, and the vast, dark sea reveals no signs of any islands. The volcano island ahead and the Danhuang Dao behind are now shrouded in the depths of night. Lu Zhe furrows his brow, gazing at the sky, attempting to discern 1 or 2 constellations to determine their direction. Yet the faint mist rising from the water obscures the entire sky. Lu Zhe retrieves his makeshift compass. But here on the sea, it spins erratically, failing to provide accurate direction. Is there a magnetic field nearby? Or is it merely the unstable waves? For any survivor, this is an unforeseen predicament. However, this is not the most pressing issue. The critical problem is their lack of reference points. They do not know if they are stationary or adrift aimlessly with the current. Perhaps by tomorrow's sunlight, they will find themselves hundreds of miles away in the Pacific Ocean, which would be disastrous. They must devise a way to secure the raft and prevent it from drifting with the current. Yet, while it is easy to speak of, how should they proceed? Even if the experts were here, they might be at a loss. Just then, Lu Zhe's keen eyesight catches sight of something floating on the water. It is roughly the size of a sunflower seed, pitch black. Curious. He reaches out to retrieve it, and suddenly, information flashes in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a passion fruit seed. A passion fruit seed? Isn't that from Qianqian's excrement? How wonderful. He had thought it lost forever, yet it has been fortuitously recovered. Shortly after, he discovers another passion fruit seed. A while later, he comes across an empty bottle. Ning Shu recognizes it as the very bottle they lost not long ago. Remarkably, it is quite a stroke of luck to retrieve it at such a time. After all, such a small object, submerged alongside the raft, should not have been encountered again due to resistance, buoyancy, and various factors, unless. In that instant, Lu Zhe realizes something. The presence of fog indicates a lack of wind. The raft's continued contact with the passion fruit seeds suggests that they are not far from the location where they encountered the shark attack. Surrounding the small island, there are typically numerous hidden reefs and minuscule islets scattered across the sea. If one could locate such a spot, they could secure the bamboo raft and wait for the fog to dissipate before continuing their journey to the volcanic island. Suddenly, Lu Zhe conceived a plan. He immediately began twisting 3 strands of rope together, making it thicker and sturdier, then connected and extended it. Lu Zhe, what are you doing? Making an anchor. We need this to secure the boat. As he spoke, he tied one into a stone axe and cast it into the water. I will use this to touch the underwater reefs. If the raft encounters a reef while drifting, the stone axe will get lodged in the reef, serving as an anchor. Jiang Yao expressed her concern, but what if we encounter a shark? Sharks tend to avoid hard objects like stones. Even if it brushes against the axe, it won't be provoked. It will assume it is just part of the natural environment. With a sigh, Lu Zhe added, unfortunately, the anchor rope isn't long enough to reach the bottom directly. We can only hope for submerged reefs. Ning Shu questioned, Are there such reefs nearby? I am uncertain. But nature is capricious. Any natural formation could potentially exist. If there are any, we must not miss them. With that, Lu Zhe tied the other end of the rope to the rear of the raft and submerged the stone axe into the water. Everything was set. Everyone was exhausted. I am so tired. Tang Xiaoguo stretched languidly. Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao leaned weakly against each other. Ning Shu opened a bottle of distilled water, distributing some dried fish and coconut meat to each person. There is no more work left to do, is there? The exhausting tasks are done. But there are still some easier ones. Ning Shu responded. What do you mean by easier tasks? Just use your eyes to observe. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and began assigning tasks. You can lie down and keep a close watch on the underwater situation. Underwater? Ning Shu peered through the gaps in the bamboo raft into the pitch-black water. I can't see anything. Even if you see nothing, you must still observe and report any situation immediately. Jiang Yao inquired, what about us? Yao, you can lie down and observe the sky. If you see any stars or the moon, tell me right away. That sounds simple. Lu Zhe handed the harpoon to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo. Qianqian, you two can lie on your sides and watch the water surface. If you spot a drifting bottle or coconut, use the harpoon to retrieve it. What if we fall asleep? That would be too tiring. If you fall asleep, then so be it. Rest is equally important. I will keep watch. No, that would be too exhausting. Let's take turns keeping watch. I agree. Chapter 57. We found the airplane. Lu Zhe and his companions drifted on the ocean. The girls engaged in idle chatter before gradually succumbing to sleep. Fortunately, the deep night on the sea was not as frigid as Danhuang Island, allowing them to huddle together and endure the dark hours. After 3 hours, Lu Zhe had gathered 3 drifting coconuts, 2 bottles, and 15 passion fruit seeds. It seemed that the last type of plant seeds had finally arrived. At that moment, Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning. Lu Zhe, hurry and get some sleep. I'll take over the watch. Feeling somewhat drowsy himself, Lu Zhe nodded. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, you are the one who has worked hard. Now sleep, quickly. Lu Zhe lay down in the spot where Ning Shu had just been and soon fell asleep. However, he had not slept long when Ning Shu's astonished voice jolted him awake. Lu Zhe, there's something underwater. Lu Zhe opened his eyes and gazed at the water's surface, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. Before him lay an unforgettable scene. The deep ocean, shimmering with neon lights, revealed a familiar shape. It was a passenger airplane, submerged beneath the water. Oh my God! Ning Shu covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. The other girls awoke, and upon witnessing the sight before them, they burst into tears. We found our airplane, but it has now landed on the ocean floor. Indeed, in the tranquil depths, a massive outline of the aircraft could be seen. The navigation lights on the wings and the anti-collision lights flickered intermittently. Lu Zhe had not expected to find their plane here, leaving him momentarily dazed. Lin Qianqian bit her lip. The plane still has its lights on. Could there be survivors? Lu Zhe shook his head. It's highly unlikely. Even if the economy class has great ceiling, it cannot provide enough oxygen for a week of breathing. Moreover, given the condition of the aircraft submerged in water, it is likely that the fuselage has already begun to leak. Tang Xiaoguo wept. How tragic. Lu Zhe felt the need to assess the situation of the airplane. He contemplated, I need to dive down and take a look. Ning Shu cautioned. Are you trying to rescue someone? That's too dangerous. Lu Zhe shook his head. I don't possess the ability to rescue anyone. I merely wish to see if I can access the first-class cabin. Perhaps I might find some usable supplies there. Even if I don't find anything, I can tie a rope to the plane to prevent the raft from drifting too far. Jiang Yao suddenly grabbed Lu Zhe's arm. No, it's too dangerous. Tang Xiaoguo seized his other arm. I won't allow you to go down either. Lin Qianqian added. There are sharks in the water. Lu Zhe surveyed the surroundings, rest assured. This area does not seem like one inhabited by sharks. Moreover, even if I encounter one, as long as I do not provoke it, it typically will not attack recklessly. I am well aware, but it is still too dangerous. I cannot shake off this unease without assessing the situation below. Trust me, if anything goes wrong, I will tug the anchor rope 3 times, and you all must pull me up with all your strength. With that, Lu Zhe saluted dramatically and flipped over. Diving into the water, the 4 girls gasped in unison. Lu Zhe was quite adept in the water. His enhanced physique included endurance, allowing him to stay submerged for an extended period. He swam downward, the sound of bubbling water resonating in his ears. The underwater realm was dim. He was certain that without the penetrating navigation lights still shining from the airplane, he would never have spotted it at night. The plane rested about 30 meters underwater. As he descended to around 20 meters, Lu Zhe felt immense pressure compressing his chest, the seawater stinging his eyes, inducing a sense of faintness. Should he cease his descent? He paused momentarily. Although he felt a bit suffocated, he could continue. Lu Zhe recalled that the record for unassisted free diving without equipment was 113 meters. While he might not reach that record, he believed he could endure. As the rope neared its limit, Lu Zhe finally reached the location of the aircraft. He peered through the front glass of the plane. It was a murky sight, and suddenly, a ghastly pale face pressed against the glass, causing Lu Zhe to release a stream of bubbles. He struggled to calm himself. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a uniform. Mouth agape as if trying to convey something. Surely, this was the captain. One could only imagine the pain his parents, wife, and children would feel upon seeing him like this. Behind him floated another figure, long deceased, obscured in shadow. As he had initially suspected, it was highly probable that the other passengers aboard the plane had not survived. Subsequently, Lu Zhe began to swim further back. At the rear of the aircraft, there existed a cabin door. Lu Zhe attempted to open it from the outside, but to no avail, as the survival manual did not provide any methods for manually opening the cabin door. Presently, the only means of entering the aircraft lay ahead. The forward section of the cabin was where he once resided. Lu Zhe discovered a damaged opening there. It was through this very aperture that he and his companions had exited the aircraft into the vastness outside. Now, as the navigation lights cast their angles, illuminating nothing within, Lu Zhe had no choice but to feel his way inside. However, during the emergency landing, most of the items within the cabin had been expelled into the abyss due to the immense negative pressure, leaving little behind in their compartment. What remained were primarily affixed to the aircraft structure, and even if they could be retrieved, dismantling them was impossible. Examples included the onboard television and the desk lamp. As Lu Zhe groped for usable supplies, he fortuitously stumbled upon a valuable item, a dining knife. This was a specialized implement designed for cutting steak, intended for first-class use. Lacking a pointed tip and featuring only a wavy serrated edge, it was somewhat smaller than standard knives, with a blade measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length and possessing average sharpness. However, the material was of exceptional quality, exhibiting remarkable corrosion resistance. Even after being submerged in seawater for 7 days, its surface remained smooth. A bit of sharpening would render it far more effective than a small round knife. Lu Zhe tucked it into his pocket. Next, he encountered a remote control. Originally designed to operate an LED screen, it was quite sophisticated. Upon pressing a button, a small red dot on the front illuminated, indicating that the battery still had life. He decided to keep it. He then discovered a plastic bowl, accompanied by a slender plastic tube and a fine string. Moreover, there was not just one, several others lay nearby. Lu Zhe instantly recognized this as an oxygen mask, which would deploy when the cabin pressure dropped too low. Tugging on the string, bubbles began to surface in the plastic bowl, revealing that it was still functional. This was indeed oxygen, a surprising find in such a place. He quickly secured it to his mouth, inhaling several bubbles, and instantly felt rejuvenated. Although the oxygen tank could not be removed, the plastic tubes, bowls, and string might prove useful. So he severed them with the small knife and kept them on his person. Continuing his search, he came across a thick curtain. As he lifted it, preparing to detach it for future use, he was astonished by the scene that lay behind. Through the glass, he beheld a vast partition, illuminated by several beams of navigation lights, revealing seats adorned with pale faces. Some individuals floated within the cabin, while the majority remained seated. It appeared that, apart from the few of them, all passengers on this flight had perished in the depths of the ocean. Lu Zhe refrained from removing the curtain, instead covering it once more, preserving a final semblance of dignity for those passengers. The suffocating sense of despair washed over him again. There could be no further delay. It was time to depart. Lu Zhe silently offered a moment of mourning for his compatriots, then swam out through the breach in the cabin. He tugged on the rope 3 times and immediately felt a force pulling him upward. Chapter 58. A fortunate encounter with a reef upon boarding the wooden raft. He found several young girls weeping profusely. What was the matter? Did they also comprehend the fate of the passengers? Why the tears? Ning Shu wiped her eyes and, in an irritated tone, exclaimed, "Lu Zhe, you truly are remarkable, managing to stay underwater for 5 minutes." He realized he had indeed been submerged for a full 5 minutes at a depth of 30 meters. Although he was a proficient swimmer, he hadn't anticipated reaching such a level of resilience. Lu Zhe wiped his face, striving to appear nonchalant. By the way, the world record stands at 22 minutes, right? I still have room for improvement. You nearly frightened us to death. I thought you wouldn't return, Tang Xiaoguo sobbed, embracing Lu Zhe. He felt a warmth in his heart as he gently patted Tang Xiaoguo's head. Don't cry, Guir. Lu Zhe, you mustn't take such risks again. We all depend on you, Ning Shu said earnestly, her nose still sniffling. Lu Zhe understood how significant his presence was to the girls at this moment. His prolonged absence had genuinely alarmed them. All right, I promise not to engage in such perilous activities again, especially seeing you all in distress. Moreover, with 4 stunning young ladies waiting for me, how could I possibly consider death? Humph, that's good to hear. So what did you discover? Lu Zhe produced the plastic tubing, remote control, and dining knife. These are all I managed to find. The dining knife can be sharpened into a weapon, but I am uncertain of the utility of the tubing and remote. Jiang Yao picked them up, examining them closely. Goodness, you truly made it inside the aircraft? Lu Zhe nodded solemnly. And the other passengers? Upon mentioning them, Lu Zhe's expression turned grave and serene. He shook his head. The girls' faces reflected their sorrow. Ning Shu exhaled deeply. It seems we are fortunate after all. Indeed. Jiang Yao suddenly had a thought. Since the plane crashed here, the rescue team should be able to locate us swiftly using the black box, right? Lu Zhe shook his head. The black box has a locator. But there are interference magnetic fields here that might obscure the signals it emits. Otherwise, the rescue team would have found us by now. Just then, the aircraft's electrical system succumbed to the corrosive effects of seawater, and with a sudden flicker, all lights extinguished. The remnants of the plane vanished into the abyssal depths, never to be seen again. At that moment, they lost their point of reference, which rekindled the girls' anxiety. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long. After aimlessly drifting for 20 minutes, Lu Zhe's stone axe anchor finally proved effective. The raft suddenly lurched violently to one side, and the rope tightened tautly. In the next instant, the raft shook violently. Lu Zhe's heart leapt with joy. They had encountered a reef. He quickly secured the fire jar. This is bad. We run aground. Don't be foolish. This is a good thing. Everyone, hold on tight. However, Ning Shu fell overboard with a splash. As Lu Zhe prepared to rescue her, he was astonished to see her standing up. What is happening? The water was quite shallow. Class leader, don't move while standing there. Lu Zhe cautioned. If you tell me to move, I wouldn't dare. Ning Shu replied nervously. Lu Zhe observed that the water barely reached her ankles, with small luminous fish swimming nearby. This indicated that the reef beneath was only 15 to 20 centimeters from the surface. His heart soared with elation as he cautiously jumped off the raft. The ground beneath felt uneven, with protruding coral and slick seaweed. A coral reef. Indeed, it was a coral reef. Alas, it did not breach the surface. Nevertheless, this was a fortunate discovery. Lu Zhe first stabilized the raft before retrieving the harpoon. Ning Shu, what is the situation? We struck a stroke of luck. This is a coral reef where we can secure the raft. Wonderful, we truly found it. And it's shallow here, so we need not risk diving. Hold on for a moment. I'll first check for any dangers nearby. LZH secured the wooden raft. Gripping a branch in his left hand and a spear in his right, cautiously probing the water beneath him as he waded forward. Below his feet, luminous algae and small fish danced, accompanied by the enchanting sight of the sea god slug. These tiny creatures flitted about without a hint of fear. Suddenly, a flatfish concealed beneath the surface darted a few meters away before settling still once more. After traversing over 10 meters, the water depth abruptly increased, prompting him to withdraw a branch and insert it into the coral reef. He explored the surrounding area, finding it consistently shallow, and marked it with additional branches as indicators. It appeared that this underwater reef was not extensive, encompassing merely 100 square meters near the surface. However, this was sufficient for them to engage in some activities. They were reminded to wear sandals or flip-flops to avoid cuts from the sharp stones. The excitement of arriving at a scenic spot was palpable. Understood. LDDOU. The girls had changed into the salvaged flip-flops and stepped into the water, where the refreshing sea waves caressed their calves and feet, providing immense comfort. That night, they would have to spend here, and at dawn, they could set off upon sighting the volcanic island. Tang Xiaoguo and Lin Qianqian frolicked in the water, collecting a few scallops and sea snails, while Ning Sh and Jiang Yao further secured the raft before resting on its edge. At that moment, LZH's foot brushed against something. He noticed a large fish, resembling a shoe in size, thrashing nearby before gliding forward a few meters. Next to it, another fish, startled, swam away. They were flounders. LZH felt a surge of joy. It seemed they would feast on some decent fish today. He grasped the spear and stealthily waded through the water, lunging at one of the fish. However, it evaded him with astonishing agility. After 2 more attempts, he still failed to strike the flounder. Although he sensed an improvement in his reflexes and speed, he remained unsuccessful. Reflecting on the series of events since boarding the vessel left him disheartened. He questioned whether he had acted impulsively in choosing to flee DNKDO, potentially endangering everyone in the ocean. What if, after all the struggles to reach the other side, there was no fresh water? These thoughts darkened his mood, evident on his face. At that moment, Jiang Yao, Feeling a pang of sympathy, approached with a handkerchief to wipe away the seawater accumulating on Lu Zhe's face. Unintentionally, her hand brushed against his lips. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind, congratulating him on completing a sign-in and granting an increase in agility. He realized that his judgment had been correct. Remaining on DNKDO would lead to certain demise, while daring to venture towards who SHNDO was the only glimmer of hope. With renewed determination, his survival instincts sharpened, Lu Zhe stealthily approached and hurled his spear, successfully piercing a flounder. Cheers and applause erupted from the girls behind him. He hushed them, urging silence to avoid scaring off the other fish. After eviscerating the flounder and removing its toxic pouch, Lu Zhe cleaned it and handed it to Lin Qianqian to roast over the fire pot. Though small, the cans could accommodate multiple sticks, ensuring that the flames could easily cook the fish. With his enhanced agility, he quickly caught 5 flounders. Although they could only roast one at a time, their slender bodies cooked thoroughly with little effort. The surrounding small fish emitted a dim blue glow, their vibrant colors offering a momentary reprieve from the fear of being adrift in the vast ocean. After finishing their meal, Ning Shu expressed concern, urging Lu Zhe to rest a while longer. Tang Xiaoguo echoed her sentiment, noting his evident fatigue. While munching on the fish, Lu Zhe meticulously adjusted his homemade compass, which continued to point erratically due to interference from unknown magnetic fields. He nonchalantly replied that he was fine. Yet Jiang Yao's concerned tone hinted at her worry, reminding him that he was the only male in the group. Lin Qianqian reassured him to sleep without worry, assuring him they would handle everything. Lu Zhe, feeling weary, conceded, "All right, I'll leave it to you." He lay on the raft, using his backpack as a pillow, but Tang Xiaoguo snatched it away, declaring she needed it. When he expressed surprise, she haughtily extended her legs, suggesting he could rest his head on her lap. Was this a privilege? Certainly, a grand one. Lu Zhe felt refusing would be impolite. So with a sigh, he acquiesced. Soon, he felt her gentle hands massaging his forehead, an unexpectedly delightful sensation. "I didn't know you had this talent," he mused. "Less talking. Just sleep," she replied. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and gradually drifted off. Hours later, as the sun rose above the sea, the gentle breeze cleared the lingering mist. Feeling well rested, he stretched and sat up, awakening the 3 girls beside him. "You're awake," Jiang Yao yawned, "likely the night watch." "Rest a bit longer," she advised. Lu Zhe, "Look over there." Following Jiang Yao's pointing finger, he spotted an island. Despite the change in angle, he recognized it as SHNDO, indeed larger than he had anticipated. Lu Zhe nodded, recalling their earlier journey towards the island, noting how they had drifted with the current overnight, causing a deviation in their course, yet thankfully remaining in sight. Lin Qianqian observed the water's flow and remarked that while they were still far away, they were now facing strong currents. Lu Zhe acknowledged the increased difficulty in reaching their destination. Relying on a single paddle was insufficient. They needed to construct additional hand paddles. But from what materials? They would have to dismantle some wood from the raft. Just then, Ning Shu gasped, "Hey, look in the water." Lu Zhe noticed a shark fin breaking the surface nearby, as if lurking. Upon closer inspection, he saw not just one but a dozen sharks circling the reef, appearing agitated and attempting to reach the shallows, yet unable to do so due to the depth. Their intentions were unmistakable. They had identified the 5 of them as prey. "What is going on? There were no sharks here yesterday." Jiang Yao seemed puzzled. "What is wrong with you?" "You're bleeding," she replied. Looking down, Jiang Yao noticed a crimson line trickling down her pale leg, dissipating in the seawater. "Oh no, has my period come?" No wonder the sharks congregated in swarms near the reef. It turns out Yao Yao's aunt's blood had mingled with the seawater, luring the nearby sharks. Lu Zhe was aware of the sharks' acute sense of smell. Even the faintest trace of blood would not escape their notice. Given that Jiang Yao might have bled for half the night, most of it likely seeped through the gaps in the raft and into the ocean. It felt akin to famished wild dogs catching a whiff of succulent meat bones. Jiang Yao lamented, "Oh dear, why did it have to be now?" Lin Qianqian interjected, "Stop talking, class monitor. Don't you have your 7 degrees of space?" Ning Shu hurriedly opened a small packet, using it to cushion Jiang Yao. She then washed away the blood on her legs. The sharks, having sensed the blood, grew increasingly frenzied, thrashing against the waves in an attempt to surge onto the shallows. The girls were paralyzed with fear. Just then, an even graver issue emerged. Lu Zhe noticed that the water level had risen significantly compared to the previous night. Last night, the water had barely reached their ankles, but now it was already up to their calves. At this rate, it was likely to reach their waists in half a day. By then, the sharks would undoubtedly charge in and tear them apart. Lu Zhe understood that in times of crisis, maintaining a calm demeanor was essential for devising a rational plan. Everyone, remain calm. Let me think of a solution. Upon hearing this, the girls quieted down, huddling together and gazing at Lu Zhe. He let out a sigh of relief. For now, we must keep as quiet as possible. Do not let any blood or bodily fluids enter the water. Tang Xiaoguo asked, what if we need to use the restroom? Hold it in, and if you must, use a bottle. Not a single drop should escape. In short, we must not allow them to detect our scent. The girls nodded in agreement. The water level continued to rise, but there was still time before the sharks could reach them. Lu Zhe needed to devise a strategy to fend off the sharks, so he entrusted the task of crafting paddles to the others. Let us strive to leave this place within 2 hours. The 4 girls exchanged glances. All right, let's pool our ideas. While they deliberated on making paddles on the raft, Lu Zhe fell into deep thought. He needed to find something to repel the sharks. At that moment, the ash in the jar was fully burnt, prompting Lu Zhe to pour some out and prepare to add more wood. As he poured a little, the blackwood ash mist began to waft across the water's surface, causing small fish to scatter in fright upon seeing the dark cloud. Suddenly, Lu Zhe had an epiphany. Yes, fish are extremely sensitive to dark water mists, which is why smaller cephalopods use ink squirting as an escape mechanism in the ocean. He quickly emptied most of the ash from the jar, let it cool, and bottled it. He then replaced it with fresh branches and debris for burning. Chapter 60. The swimwear party. Lu Zhe and the girls dismantled the shelter to create makeshift paddles from branches, tattered clothing, and tarpaulin. He tested one, and although it was not as effective as a crafted one, it would suffice for paddling. By now, the sun had risen high, and the heat began to intensify. The 4 shared a bottle of water, leaving only one final bottle of fresh water and a coconut. They needed to ration it carefully. Friends, although it's hot, we must set sail. The journey will be arduous, but I believe if we persevere, we will survive. The girls nodded in agreement. Lin Qianqian asked, but what if the sharks come after us? I already have a plan to deal with them. Lu Zhe replied confidently. It was now the 7th day since their stranding on the deserted island. The lost passenger plane lay not far away. Lu Zhe and the 4 girls found themselves stranded on a reef in the Pacific Ocean, needing to navigate through shark territory and row upstream to reach a place they named Huashan Island, several nautical miles away. At this moment, the girls sat nervously in the center of the raft, gripping it tightly, fearful of provoking the sharks and being tossed into the sea. Lu Zhe grasped a stone axe and stabilized the bamboo raft with a harpoon as they departed the reef. In that instant, a shark approached. Prepared for this, Lu Zhe lightly tapped the shark's forehead with the harpoon, causing it to swiftly turn away. This action alerted the other sharks, deterring them from launching a reckless attack. However, they still did not abandon the raft, attempting to ram it with their bodies. Lu Zhe swung the paddle, pushing a row of bags filled with wood ash into the water. The instant those bags hit the surface, the area turned black. The sharks, caught off guard, scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. Knowing his strategy had worked, Lu Zhe urged, now is our chance, quickly. The 4 girls immediately grabbed their makeshift paddles and began to row. Together, they paddled swiftly, even against the current. Yet, while they had escaped the reef, they remained within the sharks' territory. As the first wave of ash mist dissipated, the sharks seemed to prepare for another test. After a while, they appeared to forget the scent of blood they had detected earlier and resumed aimless swimming. Only then did Lu Zhe exhale in relief and take a seat. Are we safe? Ning Shu inquired. Lu Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. For now, we are safe. Lin Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Jiang Yao patted her chest. My heart nearly leapt out. Tang Xiaoguo wiped away her tears. I thought we were all going to die here. We must not let our guard down. We need to row steadily and not provoke the sharks again. The girls nodded in understanding. Having temporarily evaded the sharks' attack, they only needed to continue paddling toward Huashan Island until they reached their destination. Yet, they soon faced another grave issue: the oppressive heat, sun exposure, and lack of fresh water. After half an hour of paddling, the girls were drenched in sweat, their lips cracked, and their foreheads glistening with perspiration. Lu Zhe recognized the need to create a sunshade to minimize sun exposure and bodily fluid loss. But did they have any materials? The shelter that had served as a canopy was dismantled, and the sticks were repurposed for paddles. The tarpaulin that could have been used for a sunshade had also been torn apart by the girls to make the paddles. Thus, he found himself with almost nothing to provide shade. If they remained under the sun for another half hour, they would surely suffer from dehydration. Even if they avoided dehydration, it would not be pleasant for the delicate girls to turn into sunburned individuals. He examined what could be fashioned into a sunshade, a few tattered clothes he had salvaged. He pierced holes with nails, then tied them together with thin ropes, propping them up with wooden sticks. However, it wasn't large enough. To create sufficient shade, they would need everyone's clothing. Tang Xiaoguo's dress and Lu Zhe's t-shirt were tied together, but they still lacked enough material. Everyone had to paddle simultaneously on both sides of the raft, but the makeshift canopy was evidently inadequate to cover everyone. What to do? Take off whatever you can, Lu Zhe instructed. The girls hesitated, but seeing Lu Zhe's serious expression, they understood he was not joking. Lu Zhe was the first to remove his long pants, baring his torso while wearing only a pair of shorts. For young ladies shyly covered their eyes. After a moment, they quietly peeked at Lu Zhe, who had indeed propped up the shelter with his clothing. Just as he had indicated, even with his addition, it was still insufficient. At this point, a patch of shade was more precious to them than gold. Tang Xiaoguo suggested, "Shall I contribute my light vest?" "Qianqian, you won't mind, will you?" "No problem," Qianqian replied. Jiang Yao nonchalantly said, "I still have a pair of shorts. I can manage with just a bra and panties." "All right, let us consider it a swimsuit party." After some discussion, the girls removed all but their innermost layers of clothing, effectively sealing the last gap in the sunshade. This indeed felt akin to attending a swimsuit party. Despite their shyness, there was a sense of novelty, curiosity, and a hint of thrill shared by both boys and girls. "We have truly seen each other candidly now," Lu Zhe remarked. "Could you please stop staring? It feels quite rude," one of the girls said. Lu Zhe, striving to lighten the atmosphere with jokes, replied, "Honestly, you are all so adorable. To not glance at you would be the real rudeness." "That is true," they laughed. With the sunshade in place and the occasional splash of seawater on their bodies, everyone felt significantly cooler. However, this merely alleviated the surface heat. Further issues gradually surfaced. The continuous paddling had drained everyone's energy. Although they were nearing the volcanic island, signs of dehydration began to emerge. Lu Zhe cracked open a coconut, and after everyone took a sip, it was gone. The last bottle of water was divided, leaving each person with merely 100 milliliters, just enough to slightly quench their thirst. To replenish their fluids, alternative methods needed to be devised. Chapter 61, De Ge's Hydration Strategy. Lu Zhe paddled on one side alone, while the four girls paddled on the other side, the small raft steadily advancing towards the volcanic island. "Let us hang in there. When we reach the volcanic island, there will be plenty of coconuts," the girls assured one another. After half an hour of paddling, one of them exclaimed, "I can't go on anymore." "Me neither," another echoed. Lu Zhe looked up, seeing the volcanic island growing closer, only 200 meters away. "We can't stop now, let us push through. Just 200 more meters to our destination, and I'll provide everyone with coconuts," he encouraged. "Hold on, keep paddling. We must not let anyone down for the sake of survival and coconuts." But just then, an unexpected wave crashed against them. The negative impact was far beyond mere embarrassment. Jiang Yao's crimson blood mingled with the sea, drawing the attention of the bull sharks. This incited a frenzy, rekindling their curiosity about the raft. Bull sharks, fierce and voracious, feast on nearly any marine creature and harbor intense hostility toward beings that do not belong to their domain, including humans. Lu Zhe realized that there was no option but to flee swiftly. "Quick, paddle away from this area," he urged. Victory was within reach, the shore was in sight. Everyone exerted their remaining strength, paddling fervently. Yet, they were still besieged by the sharks. With a sea snake trailing behind them, the sharks attacked from either side. The raft, hastily repaired just the day before, was not sturdy, and much of the wood was already dislodged. If this continued, they would not reach the shore before the raft sank, leading to certain doom for all. As the number of attacking sharks surged, Lu Zhe understood that a direct confrontation was futile. His gaze darted around for an escape. Suddenly, he spotted a tiny island protruding from the sea not far ahead. Though small, merely 15 or 16 square meters, it offered a temporary refuge from the sharks. "Don't stop, paddle toward that island," he commanded. "There are too many sharks. It's going to bite me." "The raft is sinking." Lu Zhe turned to see, with astonishment, that at least 7 or 8 sharks were now attacking the raft. Half of the raft's wooden structure had been torn away, and the girls' legs were already submerged in water. In such dire circumstances, even seasoned adventurers would be confounded, let alone the girls. With no other choice, Lu Zhe swung his paddle, dislodging the fire canister that had been stuck on the raft, sending it into the water. As the burning charcoal met the seawater, a plume of steam erupted, and the black ash scattered, frightening the sharks away. "Now is our chance," Lu Zhe urged, paddling vigorously as the girls followed suit. Half a minute later, just as the sharks regained their composure and prepared to attack again, they successfully reached the diminutive island. The girls huddled together in the center of the tiny island, their faces pale with fear, sobbing uncontrollably. Thankfully, no one was injured. Lu Zhe dragged the remaining portion of the raft ashore and was fortunate to find that, although much of the rafts would have been torn away, over 20 bottles containing essential supplies remained intact, protected by plastic bags. The backpack, filled with vital resources, was also undamaged. The clothing used for the sunshade remained intact, as it was still attached to the support poles. Lu Zhe pulled the clothing onto the island to re-establish the sunshade. The girls cried silently, and letting them weep for a while seemed beneficial. Lu Zhe splashed seawater on his face, striving to calm himself and analyze the current situation while contemplating strategies. Chapter 62. Hand over your sanitary napkin. They were now merely 50 meters away from the sandy beach of the volcanic island, where shallow waters and sand awaited them. Lu Zhe could clearly see the numerous coconut trees on the island, with nearly 2/3 bearing ripe coconuts. If they could reach it, they would be able to indulge in the sweet coconut water. However, traversing the 50-meter stretch of ocean posed an extraordinary challenge. Numerous sharks lurked beneath the surface, and their raft was completely wrecked, with the remaining wood insufficient to support 5 people. Attempting to swim across recklessly could result in being shredded by the sharks. Staying put was not a viable option either. Checking the time, he noted that the tide would recede at 4 o'clock. It was currently 2 in the afternoon, still rising. In a few minutes, this area would be submerged, leading to a similar fate. Relying on the system was futile. They needed to devise their own solution. Taking a deep breath, he approached the girls. Don't be disheartened, we still have a chance. Lu Zhe appeared quite composed as he spoke. Ning Shu brushed her hair behind her ear and replied, "Stop trying to comfort us. If there is a possibility, you should go alone." Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. "You must have a way to escape, but we are merely dead weight." Tang Xiaoguo could only sob softly. Jiang Yao trembled as she wrote something. "Yao Yao, what are you writing?" "A will," she said, glancing at Lu Zhe with a faint smile. "It's a pity that I'll die a virgin." Lu Zhe sighed. "Ladies, this is hardly the time to ponder such matters. Can we muster some spirit? We should not concede so easily." Lin Qianqian sighed. "But it won't be long before the sea engulfs this place," Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. "At that moment, the sharks will devour us. Therefore, we must devise a plan before the seawater engulfs us. I promise I will not abandon you. If you perish, even if I survive, what meaning does life hold for me?" Lu Zhe's heartfelt declaration caused the 4 girls to lift their heads. "Indeed, you are all so beautiful and charming. I have long dreamed of marrying one of you." Ning Shu blushed. "Ah, you truly think that way?" "Of course. I even wish to marry each and every one of you," he replied. "That is quite greedy," she retorted. "It matters not." Lu Zhe's expression grew solemn as he continued. "Listen to me. In the face of danger, you all performed admirably, cooking, tending to the fire, gathering supplies, and fending off sharks. Now, I need you to continue cooperating with me. Dry your tears. Let us 5 land on that island together and survive there." Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, hope rekindled in the eyes of the 4 girls. "Lu Zhe, you have a plan, don't you?" "I wouldn't call it a plan, but at least it's worth a try." Ning Shu wiped her tears and stood up. "Tell me what to do. First, let's check our supplies to see if there is anything useful." They began searching around, and fortunately, the essential supplies were intact. Jiang Yao said, "A pencil case, a slingshot, a tightly wrapped novel, a whistle, and 3 unusable mobile phones." Mobile phones? Wait. Lu Zhe seemed to have an epiphany, and Lin Qianqian appeared to share the same thought as they both exclaimed, "Sharks are sensitive to electric currents. But is there any power left?" Ning Shu shook her head. "Mine is definitely dead." Lin Qianqian sighed. Having been soaked in seawater for so long, even if there was some power left, it would surely short-circuit. Jiang Yao added, "Mine too. Although the phone batteries are unusable, they do provide a clue. We have alternatives." Lu Zhe retrieved a remote control, stating, "The first-class items are indeed high-end. Even the remote control is waterproof." "I almost forgot this." He opened the remote, took out 2 AA batteries, and then tied them in different directions to the 2 iron nails of the harpoon. Lin Qianqian remarked, "The seawater is not highly conductive, but shark skin is quite conductive." Lu Zhe nodded. "Exactly, and sharks fear electricity. Even a small current can drive them away. Look, we have completed another device to repel the sharks." Jiang Yao lamented, "But I have my period." "Let us consider this from another angle," Lu Zhe said, his gaze steady and calm. "Could we use this menstrual blood to divert the sharks? Is that feasible? Just watch." Lu Zhe then dismantled some wooden pieces, tying them into a small makeshift boat. He took down the sunshade and instructed everyone to wear their clothes, using branches and collected rags to fashion a sail. Then, Lu Zhe extended his hand. "Now, please hand me your sanitary pad." Jiang Yao bit her lip, blushing as she turned away. She handed her sanitary pad to him, an experience that was undeniably awkward for any girl. Yet, there was no alternative. This was their only salvation. After a moment of fiddling, She presented a neatly folded small package to Lu Zhe. Here. Chapter 63. Successful landing on the volcano island. Lu Zhe unfolded the sanitary pad, revealing its unmistakable scent. This hardly needed explanation, and Jiang Yao's face flushed even deeper. Lu Zhe placed the sanitary pad on the back edge of the makeshift boat. In a moment, I will push this decoy boat toward the opposite direction of the island. The current is a southwest wind, which will carry the decoy away from the island. The scent of blood will attract the sharks, and we shall seize this opportunity to swim from the opposite side. Ning Shu nodded. That could work. Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed anxiously. But I cannot swim. Lin Qianqian shook her head. Neither can I. Jiang Yao, her face flushed, said, I can swim, but if I enter the water, it will attract the sharks. Remarkably, 3 out of the 4 girls could not swim. However, this was not a problem. Lu Zhe picked up a bottle in one hand and the anchor rope in the other. Let us separate the rope, bind the remaining empty bottles together, and tie them onto our arms and chests to create makeshift life jackets. This way we won't sink. What everyone needs to do is paddle forward with all their might. Ning Shu inquired, but what about Yao Yao? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. That can be managed as well. He bound the remaining pieces of wood together, saying, although these remaining pieces are insufficient to support the weight of all 5 of us, they can easily bear Jiang Yao's weight. Lin Qianqian mused, right, as long as Jiang Yao lies on top, using the new sanitary pad, the blood won't flow out. Precisely. Lu Zhe tied the bottles together to form life jackets and fitted them onto Ning Shu and the others. All right, Jiang Yao, lie on this bundle of wood, and we will entrust our clothes and essential supplies to you. Jiang Yao nodded. Remember to paddle evenly, and try not to panic. I estimate that after swimming about 20 meters, our feet should reach the beach. At that point, we will hold hands and walk onto the shore. Understood. Lu Zhe nodded, stood up, gathered his strength, and pushed the decoy boat, sending it gliding 10 meters away into the distance. Once the decoy was far enough, Lu Zhe pulled out the roundest stone, drew back the slingshot, and aimed at the boat's rear. With a sharp snap, he hit the boat's tail accurately, causing the sanitary pad to fall into the water. As expected, several sharks were drawn to it. Now is our chance. Lu Zhe propelled the bundle bearing Jiang Yao toward the volcano island. The other 3 girls followed him into the water. Tang Xiaoguo and Lin Qianqian, who could not swim, led the way, while Lu Zhe and Ning Shu paddled behind. Although Jiang Yao lay on the wooden raft, she too was vigorously paddling. The 5 of them gradually made their way toward the shore. Just as they neared the shallows, a shark indeed took notice of them. One shark swam towards them, and Lu Zhe was prepared. He turned and thrust the harpoon, with the batteries attached, toward the shark. It trembled and swished its tail, fleeing in terror. It truly works. One is manageable, but more would be problematic. Everyone hurry. Soon, another shark charged at them. Lu Zhe executed his usual tactic, but this time he pierced with greater force, driving the nail into the shark's skin. The shark thrashed and swam away. However, at that moment, a terrifying event unfolded. The injured shark left a trail of blood in the ocean, and the other sharks, sensing the scent, rushed toward it without hesitation. In a gruesome frenzy, they mercilessly tore their companion apart. Tang Xiaoguo was terrified, but Lu Zhe called out, "We have reached the sand." Gripping the harpoon, he planted his feet on the beach and pushed forward, sending the wooden segments gliding over 10 meters with the 4 girls. Turning back, a shark was charging toward him. In a split second, Lu Zhe dodged and jabbed the harpoon toward the shark's eye. The shark writhed in pain, thrashing the water surface and attracting more sharks. Lu Zhe dove under the water, disappearing from sight. The girls were horrified. Lu Zhe, come back. I must rescue LZH. 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 I too wish to save him. In the next scene, LZH emerges from the water before them. Are you going to save him with me? Hurry. By this time, the water had become shallower, and the 4 individuals urged Jiang Yao to the shallow area. Jiang Yao leapt down, abandoning the raft, grabbing her belongings, and running alongside her companions. Anyone who stumbled was swiftly pulled back up by their friends. At long last, after several chaotic moments, the group reached the shore. In that instant, the 4 girls were utterly exhausted, devoid of any remaining strength, collapsing onto the sand, gasping for breath. At this very moment, the waters had turned crimson with the blood of the shark. Are we dead? No, we are alive. Is everyone here? If anyone is absent, speak up. We are all here. Wonderful. The girls closed their eyes, seemingly lacking even the energy to blink. Surviving such a harrowing ordeal stirred emotions that brought tears to their eyes. LZH exhaled deeply. He attempted to rise, but soon realized that his own strength was nearly depleted. To escape this peril, he had exerted tremendous effort and energy. He stood up, gazing at the four fatigued girls, who were gasping for air, and finally felt a sense of relief. The tide will rise soon. This place will be submerged. What? Let's rest for a while, then head to the forest. I can hardly move. Don't even mention walking. I doubt I can crawl. LZH had no choice but to carry the supplies first. After resting for about 10 minutes, the tide lapped at their toes. LZH pulled them all up, and the five of them assisted each other as they made their way to the forest's edge to sit down. This area, far from the tide's reach, should be quite safe. Fortunately, there were plenty of coconuts here. LZH collected a dozen or so, using a stone axe to crack them open and share with everyone. Each person drank 3 coconuts just to quench their thirst. They tore off the coconut meat and devoured it. After lingering there for half an hour, everyone's spirits and strength began to revive somewhat. Jiang Yao sighed. We truly escaped death. Tang Xiaoguo remarked. This should not be called Volcano Island. It ought to be named Shark Island. Ning Shu glanced around. Hey, where's that flight attendant? Lin Qianqian said. We veered off course to reach this island. She must be on the other side. Jiang Yao added. Shouldn't we head over there now? I can hardly move. Tang Xiaoguo weakly stated. Neither can I. LZH shook his head. Everyone has exhausted too much energy. We need time to recover. He looked at his watch. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. We shall spend the night here, rest well, gather our strength, and tomorrow we will explore this volcano island together. Chapter 64. Discovery of the unusual. LZH's proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Indeed, they were far too fatigued to traverse half the island in search of others. The most rational course of action was to find something to eat and ensure they survived the night, planning to address the search for others once their strength was restored. Thankfully, they had some coconuts, and with fresh water and carbohydrates no longer a concern, they merely needed to procure some protein. With this thought in mind, he said, I will go to the beach to gather supplies. You all should tally what we have left. LZH, can you still manage to walk? Do not worry about me. But you all must be cautious of snakes. You take care as well. LZH wandered along the shoreline, contemplating deeply. Earlier, in an effort to fend off the shark, he had discarded the can used for starting the fire, thus losing the pot and the means to create fire. The spear he had used to scare off the shark was also lost, and he would need to make a new one. Otherwise, he could attempt to start a fire with batteries. It would be splendid if he could find a lighter. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he might stumble upon a box of instant noodles as well. LZH walked 300 or 400 meters along the beach without finding a can, but he did come across some litter. There were plastic bags, worn-out flip-flops, bags from foreign brands of instant noodles, chip bags, aluminum cans, water bottles, and plastic straps from cardboard boxes. When he squeezed the instant noodle bag, it felt as though something was inside. Peering within, he discovered a small blue pouch, seemingly full. Is this seasoning? He felt a surge of joy, quickly pocketing it without examining it further. Continuing, he pried off a few barnacles from the rocks. While they were plentiful, removing them was somewhat laborious. He also collected a piece of kelp and a crab the size of a fingernail. LZH considered that these items could provide the protein his body required. Returning to camp, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian had also completed their inventory. Their books were sealed in plastic bags, keeping them dry. The original contents of their backpacks remained intact, but the spicy strips had been consumed 3 days prior. While they had a little over 10 pieces of gum left, the few remaining tissues were soaked and unusable. LZH nodded. It's fortunate that we haven't lost anything. What about other food? My stone axe is still here, albeit severely worn. The slingshot and small knife are also intact, and I found an additional Western-style knife. Lin Qianqian remarked, there are no fish jerky left, and the bottle has half a block of honey. But the sweet potato vines are broken. Upon hearing that the sweet potato vines were broken, LZH felt a chill in his heart. However, a few sweet potatoes could still be consumed today. Broken vines typically do not lead to death. He could gradually replant them later. Ning Shu inquired, LZH. What did you find? Just some litter, bottles, plastic bags, and a few barnacles, crabs, along with sweet potatoes. These will be our protein source for tonight. Raw? Without fire. We can only eat them raw. Lin Qianqian said. I'm a bit unaccustomed to the taste of raw barnacles. Ning Shu lazily remarked. If only we had some vinegar and horseradish, I wouldn't mind eating them raw. LZH recalled the seasoning packet he had found and pulled it out to show them. Look what I found. He felt proud, for with this packet of seasoning, at least their dinner would not be too monotonous. However, the girl's reaction surprised him. What is this? Ning Shu repeated the word twice, suddenly realizing something. Her expression shifting instantly, but she quickly cleared her throat. LZH, did you pick this up? Indeed. Surprising, isn't it? We will find a use for it shortly. A use for it? Ning Sh glanced at her friends and then at herself, asking in astonishment, "Are you certain you still have the strength?" Lzh casually nodded. "I'm managing." However, she thought to herself, perhaps this was understandable. After all, a normal guy would likely have some peculiar thoughts in the presence of 4 beautiful girls dressed lightly. So, who did Lzh want to share this with? Or did he intend to use it with all 4? She pondered silently, hesitating to ask. Just then, seabirds appeared by the shore, and Lzh again felt the urge to hunt them. Yet, his precision had not improved, and he had yet to catch a single seabird. Time was of the essence. While his strength had returned, he needed to seize the opportunity to catch a seabird. Thus, Lzh dashed to the beach in pursuit of a seabird. Chapter 65. The Duty of a Girlfriend. Hearing Ning Sh, Jiang Xiaoguo felt a bit awkward and shifted her stance, she's sacrificing herself for everyone. After all, Jiang Yao nodded and rose, saying, "If anyone must take on the role of Lzh's girlfriend to keep him in check, I believe no one is more suitable than I. After all, we were classmates in high school and partners in the figure skating club." I oppose this. Disdainfully pointed at Jiang Yao and exclaimed, "Look at Yao Yao's appearance." The trio turned their gaze toward her. Jiang Yao sat there resembling a little duck. One strap of her dress drooping to the side, her small mouth pursed, her disheveled hair framing a pair of eyes brimming with grievance, exuding an undeniable charm in every gesture. Lin Qianqian sighed, supporting her forehead. "Yao Yao, I cannot bear to see you like this, let alone Lu Zhe." Tang Xiaoguo declared. "In any case, Yao Yao absolutely cannot." Ning Shu nodded in agreement. "Yao Yao cannot, Gui'er cannot. It seems that only I, as the class monitor, can step up." "You?" Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo chimed in unison. "The class monitor is even less suitable." Ning Shu, puzzled, asked, "Why am I even less suitable?" Jiang Yao replied with a hint of melancholy. "Well, when it comes to such matters, who better understands than the class monitor?" Tang Xiaoguo nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Constantly indulging in inappropriate literature must lead to improper thoughts." Ning Shu retorted angrily, "What is improper about me? I am quite innocent, merely knowledgeable." Jiang Yao sighed deeply. "If that's the case, I fear you might lead Xiaozhu astray." Tang Xiaoguo shook her head vigorously. With Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao ruled out, and Ning Shu also deemed unsuitable, Lin Qianqian timidly suggested, "Since none of you can, I shall take the lead." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "It's a good opportunity to rectify some of my peculiar mentalities." "What do you mean? Want Lu Zhe to help you change your preferences? This way, you all would be safer." In short, Qianqian cannot either. At that moment, Ning Shu suddenly proposed a plan. "How about we take turns?" "Take turns? Starting today? Each person will serve as Lu Zhe's temporary girlfriend for a day, responsible for supervising and restraining him. The others will oversee the temporary girlfriend to ensure boundaries are respected and to keep his inappropriate urges in check." A temporary girlfriend, that sounds feasible. Tang Xiaoguo snapped her fingers. "Wait, what constitutes crossing the line?" "At most, holding hands. Any actions beyond that would be considered crossing the line." Jiang Yao recalled a previous night when she had rested her head on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Speaking of which, those past incidents surely crossed the line. Survival-related matters do not count. Jiang Yao nodded. "Then I think this plan could work. What about you, Qianqian?" Lin Qianqian blushed and pursed her lips. "I have no objections." Ning Shu nodded solemnly, gazing into the distance. "Ladies, I hereby declare the second operation to save classmate Lu Zhe officially initiated. Why are you all lying down again?" The 3 girls languidly replied, "We are too tired." Ning Shu shrugged. "Since you are all exhausted, I shall take on the role of the first temporary girlfriend, setting an example for you all to understand the workflow for future endeavors." "Any objections?" Tang Xiaoguo reminded. "Remember what you said, class monitor. No crossing the line." "Do you not trust me?" Jiang Yao sighed. "As a professor-level old flirt, it is indeed a bit concerning." "What are you saying?" Lin Qianqian weakly waved her hand. "Class monitor, I am cheering for you." Meanwhile, on Lu Zhe's side, he attempted to shoot a frigate bird with a slingshot but struggled to find sufficiently round stones, resulting in erratic trajectories. Fortunately, stones were plentiful. After more than 20 attempts, he finally struck a frigate bird. To be precise, he aimed at one but ended up hitting another nearby. If one disregards the process, the outcome was quite satisfactory. He quickly pulled a piece of grass rope from his pocket and bound the wings and legs of the unfortunate bird. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new source of protein, the red-footed booby." It turned out this creature was called a red-footed booby, which explained its vividly colored webbed feet. Subsequently, information about the red-footed booby flooded his mind. This species is abundant in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Due to its delicious meat, low intelligence, and ease of capture, It has been heavily hunted by some islanders, and in certain countries, it has become a protected species. Edible and tasty, what more could one ask for? Who cares if it is a protected species? Did not teacher Luo say that when one cannot survive in the wild, one should eat whatever is available? Of course, this is only feasible if one can catch it. In any case, obtaining the booby was a cause for celebration. The challenge now was how to cook it. As he lacked fire, never mind, I will figure it out later. Lu Zhe carried the booby back to the campsite, where the girls gazed at him, wide-eyed. Ning Shu exclaimed, Lu Zhe, you really caught one. Lu Zhe boasted modestly. For me, this is just a beginner's task, exceedingly simple. As he spoke, he hung the booby from a tree branch. Hey, Lu Zhe. What is it? Noticing the four girls looked somewhat troubled, Lu Zhe felt a spark of curiosity. What is the matter? Please sit down. Lu Zhe, somewhat perplexed, complied and sat down. This feels rather formal. It is indeed quite formal. Ning Shu coughed twice and added, It concerns you. Me? What about me? To ensure harmony and stability in our island life, as well as the cohesion of our survival team, I have decided to initiate a mutual support activity. Lu Zhe looked utterly perplexed. What on earth is that? In brief, I will serve as your temporary girlfriend today. Wait a moment. Lu Zhe was even more confused. Temporary girlfriend? What does that mean? I will be responsible for supervising you, while also protecting you. Why does it need to be a temporary girlfriend? Each person will take a day. Lu Zhe began to imagine the scenario, his eyes lighting up. What is going on? Can you please clarify? Starting today, each of us will take turns being your temporary girlfriend for a day, limited to care, understanding, and mutual assistance to overcome unfavorable survival emotions and peculiar thoughts. Lu Zhe considered this. For class beauties, taking turns as temporary girlfriends sounds wonderful. However, he added, wait. Since we began this survival endeavor, I have been thinking solely from a survival perspective. It has been you all with the odd thoughts. We have no such thoughts. Then why do you have that? Ning Shu, with a triumphant expression, brandished a small blue package in front of Lu Zhe. Chapter 66. Igniting fire with unusual items. Lu Zhe was about to declare it a noodle seasoning packet when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with astonishment. What the heck? This is not a seasoning packet, but a condom. What a mix-up. Yet could this be blamed on him? Who would have thought someone would stuff it in a noodle bag, especially unopened? In hindsight, it made sense why the girls wanted to talk. They mistakenly believed he intended to use it on them. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Zhe. He looked at the sky and felt a surge of excitement. Give it to me. What are you going to do? Ning Shu hid the item behind her back. No time to explain. Just hand it over quickly. Oh. Although Ning Shu was confused, she still handed the item to Lu Zhe. Holding it, he consulted his survival manual in his mind. In the wild, there are several primary methods for starting a fire. The bow drill method, flint method, utilizing natural fire sources from lightning or magma, and using a convex lens to concentrate sunlight to ignite fire. The most time-efficient and safest method among them is undoubtedly the use of concentrated sunlight to ignite fire. The challenge lies in the difficulty of procuring a convex lens or a suitable alternative. However, now, filling a TT with seawater serves as a perfect convex lens. Glancing at the time, it is already 5 o'clock. Soon the sun will set. Although the evening sun is not as scorching, it still provides ample light. If he acts quickly, he might just ignite a fire. He hastily tore open a small pouch and indeed took out a new TT. The four girls, upon seeing this object, huddled together in fright. What is Lu Zhe planning to do? Stay calm. Is he preparing to use it against us? Lu Zhe, don't put others in a difficult position. If you want to do something, just come at me. Ignoring their concerns, Lu Zhe gathered some twigs and shredded dry grass. Lu Zhe, are you not listening to us? No time for that. He then rushed to the seaside with the TT and a bottle, returning shortly after. In his hand was a large water sphere, adorned with an adorable little figure. He placed the twigs and shredded grass on the ground, using the water sphere to catch the last rays of sunlight. A bright point focused on the dry grass. Only then did the four girls realize Lu Zhe's intention with the TT. I think I understand now. He intends to start a fire. Class monitor. Didn't you say? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. The four girls exchanged glances, feeling utterly foolish. Indeed, he was merely using the TT to kindle a fire. It was they who had conjured a plethora of lewd scenarios and absurd notions like a duty girlfriend. The four girls sat awkwardly, watching as the bright point transformed into a dark spot, then into a black hole, which began to emit smoke. With a gentle breath, Lu Zhe coaxed a flame from the black hole. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly find more twigs. The girls, realizing their earlier misjudgment, responded with a collective "oh" and reluctantly began searching for more, returning shortly with a small pile. This wood was sufficient for Lu Zhe to ignite the fire. though it would not burn for long. Just then, the sun dipped below the horizon. It was too late to chop wood in the forest. They could only gather some sticks nearby as night fell. The fire crackled warmly, providing comfort and solace to everyone. Lu Zhe prepared the fish, plucking its feathers and skewering it over the flames. So, you used the TT to start a fire, Ning Shu said, her face flushed with embarrassment. What else would it be for? Lu Zhe chuckled coldly. Tell me, who is it that constantly thinks of strange things? The three girls all pointed at Ning Shu. With a face full of shame, she replied, We thought. Oh, I can't continue. It's all the class monitor's fault for leading our thoughts astray. Suddenly, Lu Zhe posed a probing question. I vaguely recall someone saying, If you come for me, who was it? Jiang Yao shrugged. Not me. Tang Xiaoguo shook her head. Not me either. Lin Qianqian sighed. Not me. Ning Shu, blushing, waved her hand. Hey, I thought you might be acting on some primal instinct. After all, we are classmates. I couldn't bear to see you harm another girl, nor could I watch you go astray, so I thought I'd sacrifice myself to save you. It's just one of us that would suffer. Lu Zhe chuckled. Aren't you afraid I might actually come for you? Ning Shu blushed. Who's afraid of whom? Tang Xiaoguo pointed at Ning Shu, disdainfully exclaiming. It sounds like you have a great sense of responsibility, but really, class monitor, you are the most scheming one here. Jiang Yao nodded. Now I'm actually worried about Lu Zhe. Misunderstandings, it's all misunderstandings. Ning Shu nudged Lu Zhe with her elbow and said, Lu Zhe, let us just consider it a joke, okay? Don't be angry, all right? Angry? Lu Zhe chuckled, playfully draping his arm around Ning Shu's shoulder. How could I be upset when you offer me such a beautiful girlfriend? By the way, since the class monitor is with me today, who is on duty tomorrow? Ning Shu was puzzled, huh? The three girls gasped in horror. No way. What's wrong? We're worried you might behave inappropriately, which is why we decided to take turns as supervisors. Supervisors? Jiang Yao explained. Yes? As a way to keep an eye on you under the guise of being girlfriends. Lu Zhe nodded. So you're worried I might act lasciviously and want to manage me as a girlfriend? I can't quite grasp your thought process. If you don't understand, then don't. In any case, this is something only best friends would do for you. Please don't take it seriously. Not good. In truth, Lu Zhe wasn't taking it seriously, but he thought that sneaking around to sign in was rather inappropriate. If there were a designated sign-in partner each day, wouldn't it be much more convenient? However, he feigned an injured expression. Twice I've tried to start a fire, and both times you've misunderstood me. Is this what best friends do? I'm so sad. The girls panicked, feeling a strong sense of guilt that left them flustered. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. Then what do you suggest we do? I don't know. I'm sorry, Lu Zhe. I need some effective emotional support. Lin Qianqian suggested. How about I sing you a song? Lu Zhe shook his head. Jiang Yao offered. I could give you a back rub? Lu Zhe again shook his head. Tang Xiaoguo stretched out her little foot. How about you just touch my foot? Lu Zhe frowned. Tang Xiaoguo, can you act normally? That's not what I call emotional support. Tang Xiaoguo shrugged. Then what do you suggest? Of course, you must take responsibility for what you said. Ning Shu pondered. Are you suggesting we continue our shifts as your girlfriends? Lu Zhe snapped his fingers. Exactly. You all discuss a duty roster and bring it to me later. I'll check if the fish is done roasting. With that, Lu Zhe cheerfully got up to tend to the fish, leaving the four girls exchanging glances. Class monitor, you've led everyone into this amusing predicament. Chapter 67. The 8th day, searching for a new island. The tantalizing aroma of roasted fish, glazed with honey and oyster sauce, wafted through the air. Though it was a bit hot to handle, there were also fragrant sweet potatoes. Lu Zhe savored the moment before using a knife to carve the thigh, breast, and ribs. To enjoy such a meal when utterly exhausted was sheer bliss. Dividing it into 5 portions, he placed his share on a broad leaf, distributing the rest among the 4 girls. Ning Shu handed a notebook to Lu Zhe, saying, Here's the schedule. Monday is Yao Yao, Tuesday is me, Wednesday is Qianqian, Thursday is Guo, and Friday to Sunday is shared equally. Aren't you on duty today? Why do you still get Tuesday? Today only counts as an internship. Lu Zhe nodded. Oh, what is the basis for the schedule? By size order. Oh. Lu Zhe glanced at the girls' chests, appearing suddenly enlightened. It dawned on Ning Shu what was happening. You naughty Lu Zhe, what are you thinking? She reached out to pinch him, while Lu Zhe looked bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Let us see if you dare to be so reckless again. Lu Zhe feigned innocence. What do you mean by being reckless? Ning Shu enunciated clearly. I meant by age order. Lu Zhe blinked. What else could it mean? You. Ning Shu was so exasperated she lost all temper. Say that again. Being a girlfriend is fine, but no hand-holding allowed. Kissing is out of the question too. Of course, that's not allowed. During the previous encounter, Ning Shu made a remark. All right, just a light touch. No French kiss. Hee, you seem to know quite a lot. The aroma of roasted skipjack tuna wafted through the air. Tang Xiaoguo inhaled deeply, astonished that such delectable seagull could be found on a deserted island. This is skipjack tuna. Look at how plump this drumstick is. Once more, this is skipjack tuna. Why are its feet red? This is the red-footed booby, a seabird prevalent across various islands in the Pacific. Lin Qianqian pondered. I know, in the South China Sea, there exists a rarer blue-footed booby, classified as a national second-class protected species. Tang Xiaoguo replied, whether it's a protected species or not, it looks easy to catch. That flight attendant shouldn't starve, right? Lu Zhe shook his head. You think it's easy to catch because I caught it. Why don't you give it a try? As the companions chatted, they consumed an entire skipjack tuna, 5 sweet potatoes, and, still not satisfied, indulged in some coconut meat for dessert. Fully nourished, they reclined beside the fire to rest. They lacked the energy to construct a shelter, so that night, all 5 lay closely together on the sandy grass, drifting into a deep slumber. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees, illuminating Lu Zhe's face. He stretched languidly and sat up, glancing at his watch. It was 6:30 a.m. on June 17th, the 8th day of their castaway ordeal. Observing the sea, waves lapped against the shore, leaving behind patches of foam. The distant coastline stretched endlessly, monotonous enough to induce despair, with no sign of rescue teams in sight. The group had recovered their strength overnight, though their arms and legs were sore from the previous day's exertion. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian prepared breakfast, consisting of roasted coconut and seaweed crab soup. The 5 shared a simple meal to satiate their hunger. Lu Zhe contemplated the need to explore the island further in search of sustainable freshwater, while also looking for the flight attendant. He inquired, Yao, how is your ankle? It's nearly healed. I can manage as long as I don't run or jump. Lu Zhe nodded. And you, what about me? Weren't you bitten by a snake? Tang Xiaoguo wiggled her toes. I've fully recovered. I'm super agile. And you, class monitor Qianqian? I've been perfectly fine. So we can all go together. Jiang Yao cheerfully approached Lu Zhe. Hi, dear. Don't forget, I'm your duty girlfriend today. Ning Shu interjected. Hey, girlfriend rule number 3. No overly cheesy nicknames. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Got it, class monitor. Xiaozhe, what are your plans for today? Lu Zhe contemplated. This time we'll act together. Heading to the eastern coastline to search for both the flight attendant and sustainable freshwater resources. After breakfast, we'll set off. With the mention of an outing, the 4 girls became animated. After finalizing their plans, Lu Zhe packed supplies into a backpack, then chopped open coconuts, crafting a small funnel from one to help the girls pour coconut water into bottles for easy transport. The coconut water needed to be consumed the same day, lest it spoil. Jiang Yao assisted Lu Zhe in organizing the larger items and noticed the campfire. What about the campfire? Are we bringing it along? Lu Zhe shook his empty water container. This journey might be a bit far. Carrying the fire would be impractical. As long as we have sunlight and seawater, we can still use this to start a fire. Jiang Yao nodded. If we weren't stranded on a deserted island, I would have never known this little thing had such utility. You're not aware, huh? Lu Zhe explained. In the wilderness, its uses extend beyond that. It can serve as a tourniquet, life jacket, water storage bag, cooling bag, trap, oxygen tank, and even a slingshot. Jiang Yao acknowledged. I've been quite uninformed. It seems that in the wild, its primary function is the least relevant. Yao, is this considered driving? Jiang Yao pouted. Of course not. For girls, can it be called driving? In less than half an hour, everything was ready. Lu Zhe donned his backpack, grasped the newly crafted harpoon and stone axe, extinguished the campfire, and led the 4 girls along the beach towards the southwest. They joked and gathered supplies, feeling as if they were on a picnic. Jiang Yao held Lu Zhe's hand, facing the sea breeze. At that moment, she felt as though she possessed the entire world. I think this is far more enjoyable than a picnic. You can't find such intriguing things on a picnic. Tang Xiaoguo discovered a child-sized water squirt gun. Although somewhat rudimentary, once filled with water, it surprisingly worked. The little girl was overjoyed, gleefully squealing as she squirted water. Lin Qianqian picked up a complete glass jar, cleaned it, and happily placed it in her bag. This could be used for pickling vegetables. Scavenging could be quite entertaining at times. In the city, it would be embarrassing to do so. What is this? Jiang Yao spotted a black cloth, shook it out, and discovered it was a pair of men's athletic shorts. Although slightly worn, it was intact. Normally, she would have scornfully avoided such an item, but now she happily ran over. Xiaozhe, why don't you try it on? Lu Zhe chuckled. How am I supposed to try it on at this moment? True, Jiang Yao nodded. These have been soaked in seawater for quite a while and are covered in seaweed. They're rather dirty. I'll wash them for you later, let them dry, and then you can wear them. Sounds good. Jiang Yao neatly folded the shorts and placed them in a plastic bag. Tang Xiaoguo pouted playfully. Look, she's already starting to care. Ning Shu sighed. Indeed. Then she shifted the conversation. When we return, I'll open a recycling station, and everyone can come work for me. We'll reminisce about our hardships and spend our days scavenging on the streets. Tang Xiaoguo declared. Class monitor. If you dare to open it, I will dare to join. Jiang Yao gave a thumbs up. Graduating from college to collect recyclables? Class monitor, you're truly talented. In chapter 68, they found the flight attendant's camp. Lin Qianqian cheerfully remarked, only on this deserted island can we joyfully collect items. Back in the city, it would seem rather dull. Tang Xiaoguo nodded in agreement. True. Lin Qianqian was filled with aspirations for the future. We need to study hard. Then take the graduate entrance examination together and find good jobs. Jiang Yao hesitated. Hey, Lu Zhe, do you plan to take the graduate entrance exam? Lu Zhe, what are you doing? As they chatted casually, they noticed Lu Zhe had run ahead into a cluster of large rocks. What has he found? Something good. Come take a look. The girls gathered around. Each rock was covered with peculiar shellfish, densely packed, which would make anyone with a fear of clusters uncomfortable. Yet, Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Yao squirmed, frowning. Why are there so many oysters? My fear of clusters is acting up. These creatures typically grow in clusters on the rocks, and locals often avoid eating them. They had simply not stumbled upon a significant oyster gathering before, but now they had. This is splendid. This will last us quite a while, Lu Zhe affirmed. With these oysters, we 1T lack for protein, and once we have a pot, we can even make oyster sauce. This vast expanse is truly remarkable. Regrettably, there is a lack of garlic, vermicelli, and small chili peppers. Otherwise, I could indulge in this daily without growing weary of it. Should we gather some to eat? Lu Zhe shook his head, stating that today's primary mission was to locate a water source and find survivors. Later, we can establish a temporary camp not far from here. And then we can feast as we please. How about naming this place Xinghao Tan? That sounds splendid. Lin Qianqian noted the location of Xinghao Tan in her small notebook and continued onward. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, they finally stumbled upon signs of human activity. Look, coconuts. It is not unusual to find coconuts on the beach, but seeing over 30 arranged in an SOS formation on the sand is certainly noteworthy. Ning Shu could not help but exclaim, look at them. They are quite resourceful, utilizing coconuts to form a distress signal. The group hurried over. Lu Zhe observed that not only was the distress signal made of coconuts, but also scattered nearby were several more coconuts beside a protruding rock. Upon closer inspection, almost all the coconuts bore signs of being struck, yet only a third had been broken open. It was evident that the survivors had exerted considerable effort to open these coconuts. However, these coconuts alone were insufficient to confirm that the flight attendant had washed ashore here. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xiaoguo discovered a snack bag. Look at this. Lu Zhe took it and noted it contained Lay's potato chips, tomato flavor. The faint scent of chips lingered inside, yet there were no remnants to be found. Lu Zhe remarked, if this came drifting from the ocean, the scent would have dissipated completely. The presence of a scent indicates it was consumed recently. Jiang Yao observed, see, they even turned the bag inside out and licked it clean. Ning Shu pondered, it must be that flight attendant. She raised her voice, calling out, is anyone there? Is anyone there? The other girls joined in, calling out as well. Lu Zhe, however, remained silent, continuing his search, but received no response. He then discovered something more compelling, a blue flight attendant's wheeled bag. Opening it revealed empty bread wrappers, beef jerky packets, sausage casings, chocolate wrappers, a 2L bottle of airline mineral water, and an empty 2L orange juice bottle. It was uncertain how much was left previously. Lu Zhe distinctly remembered that on the plane, the flight attendant had filled Ning Shu's space cup with water from such a bottle. Additionally, the orange juice was the type served to passengers in standard packaging. Lu Zhe felt a slight relief. It seemed her survival situation was far better than his own. However, these food supplies would soon be depleted. What then would happen? Would they last for 8 days? He then found her wallet in the backpack, which caused his heart to tense. At that moment, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, everyone, come and see this. The group gathered around to find traces of a fire among some stones, with a large shell resting atop, containing some unidentified objects that had been cooked. The fire had long since extinguished. The contents of the shell attracted a swarm of large ants. Lu Zhe deduced that the thin wisp of smoke he had seen earlier likely emanated from this fire. Seeing this, Ning Shu exclaimed, how amazing. They managed to start a fire. Lu Zhe picked up a nearby broken phone battery and a half-eaten chocolate wrapper. Fortunately, the flight attendant's phone still has power and hasn't been soaked by seawater. The only question is whether she managed to make a call. Tang Xiaoguo asked, where could the flight attendant have gone? Lin Qianqian speculated. Could she have gone to fish or to gather food in the forest? She touched the now-cold fire pit, expressing her concern. But this fire seems to have been extinguished for quite some time. If she were searching for food, there would have been no need to put out the campfire. Jiang Yao considered. Could it be that she found a better place for survival and relocated the camp? Tang Xiaoguo suggested. That is possible. We have relocated our camp before, haven't we? Lu Zhe hoisted Wan Bing's backpack. If we were to relocate the camp, would we discard this backpack? The girls gasped. Oh my, this is definitely the flight attendant's wheeled bag. Lin Qianqian remarked. This is a crucial survival resource. We cannot discard it under any circumstances. Jiang Yao hypothesized. What if the rescue team arrived and took her away? Perhaps she thought the bag was no longer useful and left it behind. Lu Zhe shook his head, revealing Wan Bing's wallet. What about this? The group fell silent. Opening it revealed her identification card, work ID, and bank card. While other items might be discarded, these could not be left behind. Ning Shu suggested. Could it be that when the rescue team arrived, she fainted and they did not notice this bag? Lu Zhe scanned the beach, shaking his head. I see no signs of any foreign vessels docked or any other footprints. Just then, Lu Zhe noticed the items being cooked in the shell. They were mushrooms. Lin Qianqian also recognized the food. I know, that looks like Pleurotus ostretus. The mushrooms resembled ordinary Pleurotus ostretus, but had warped and deformed due to cooking. Lu Zhe reached out, pinching one of the already moldy mushrooms between his fingers. Information surged into his mind. Ding. Hazardous substance. Naked cap mushroom. Contains neurotoxins, hallucinogenic. Lu Zhe immediately discarded the mushroom from his hand. Subsequently, a wealth of information regarding this type of mushroom flooded his mind. Toxic, hallucinogenic. In many places, criminals even cultivate these mushrooms as a substitute for narcotics. The fact that the mushrooms were cooked in the shell indicated that the flight attendant might have consumed them. Could it be that the flight attendant had met her demise? Chapter 69. The flight attendant's method of opening is awry. What on earth? So that is the case. What is it? This is a naked cap mushroom, a toxic mushroom that can induce hallucinations. In the medical field, it can be used as an antidepressant, but excessive consumption poses a life-threatening risk. Criminals have even turned it into a drug. Jiang Yao gasped in horror. Are you saying she ate a toxic mushroom? Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, it is highly probable. Isn't that dangerous? Given the current circumstances, she must have consumed it, but how much remains uncertain. What do we do? At present, we must find her as quickly as possible and consider assisting her in inducing vomiting to expel the toxins. Lu Zhe understood this was merely a stopgap measure. If too much time had elapsed, most of the toxins would have been absorbed, significantly diminishing the efficacy of vomiting. However, there was another possibility Lu Zhe refrained from voicing, that the flight attendant, after consuming the toxic mushroom, might have experienced hallucinations, believing that a rescue team arrived from the sea and then ran into the water to feed the sharks. Alternatively, she might have ventured into the jungle, lost her way, and ultimately perished there. Yet, Lu Zhe also reminded himself to be mentally prepared, to be realistic. While the flight attendant was a decent person, she was still somewhat distant from them. Their journey to the volcanic island was not solely for her sake, but for a better living environment and more valuable resources. As for her, it would be wonderful if they could save her. However, if they could not, they must come to terms with the fact that she simply did not have the fortune to survive. To be even more pragmatic, if it were a man, Lu Zhe might not even wish for him to survive. It sounded cruel, but there was no other choice. Resources were limited, and there were 4 beautiful young women to consider. In the absence of legal and moral constraints, it would indeed be peculiar not to have any thoughts. On the deserted island, the primary concern must be the safety of oneself and one's companions. However, at this moment, Lu Zhe is eager to ascertain her whereabouts. Even if she has already succumbed, he wishes to understand the circumstances of her demise, as this knowledge would greatly aid him in comprehensively understanding the island. Unable to search the sea at present, Lu Zhe resolves to explore the jungle in hopes of uncovering some clues. This location serves as a temporary camp, and he instructs everyone to stay put while he ventures into the forest to see if she has entered it. After some contemplation, Lu Zhe expresses his concern about the dangers of the tropical jungle, filled with venomous insects, snakes, and ants, and suggests that only one person accompany him for assistance. Jiang Yao volunteers, declaring herself as the on-duty girlfriend. Lu Zhe shakes his head, emphasizing that this is not an adventure, but a matter of survival and rescue. Furthermore, he notes that she and Guer have not fully recovered from their injuries, and their footwear is unsuitable for navigating the jungle. Jiang Yao reluctantly agrees to remain behind, asking for TT to attempt to start a fire. Lu Zhe hands it to her. Tang Xiaoguo inquires if she too is to be left behind, to which Lu Zhe confirms. Lin Qianqian offers to accompany him, and Ning Shu suggests that should they encounter the flight attendant in a state of unconsciousness, someone must ensure their safety. Lu Zhe considers the group and agrees to allow both of them to join, but cautions that they must wear proper footwear to avoid stepping on poisonous creatures and instructs them to stay close to him once they enter the jungle. Adhering strictly to his commands, he reminds them to use sticks to scare away any snakes they might encounter, advising against provoking them, as they may climb up the stick to bite. After equipping themselves with coconut water, Lu Zhe, Ning Shu, and Qianqian venture into the thicket. They soon discover that the flora on this volcanic island is far more diverse than that on Danhuang Island. The plants they encountered on Danhuang Island, such as junkianzi, fish mint, raspberries, purslane, thorny bramble, and banana hemp, are all present here, in addition to true bananas, whose ripe fruits are edible. Even if the fruits are not mature, the core, flowers, and roots of the banana plant can provide sustenance. Those knowledgeable about these wild vegetables would not risk foraging for mushrooms when stranded here. However, Lu Zhe's focus is not on gathering these plants. He cautiously navigates deeper into the jungle, armed with a spear in one hand and a stone axe in the other. Lin Qianqian, having never seen such a dense rainforest, clings to Lu Zhe's clothing, a flicker of fear in her eyes. She asks if there are tigers, lions, or wolves lurking within. Lu Zhe reassures her, stating that such large carnivorous animals are typically absent from island ecosystems. Qianqian exhales in relief, but Lu Zhe warns that while there may be no lions or tigers, smaller predators such as servals, leopard cats, and omnivorous wild boars or bears could pose a significant threat, potentially more dangerous than tigers. Ning Shu shudders at the thought. Acknowledging the situation is far from simple. When Qianqian asks if there are even more dangerous creatures, Lu Zhe confirms that in the tropical jungle, venomous snakes, parasites, and various insects can be far more perilous than carnivorous mammals. Yet, he withholds mention of the pythons, fearing it might frighten the two girls. These enormous serpents, often found in Southeast Asian islands, possess the strength to crush a human chest and swallow a fainted individual whole. On the flip side, the presence of pythons typically indicates the availability of freshwater resources. After cautiously traversing over 100 meters, they stumble upon a bamboo grove, which brings them joy. Bamboo is a vital resource for survival, serving not only to create various tools, but also to store freshwater. Bamboo leaves can replace toilet paper, and the shoots offer nutritious sustenance. Clearly, they have made a fortunate discovery. Qianqian asks about its usefulness, and Lu Zhe explains that if they had crafted a bamboo raft on Danhuang Island, the hollow bamboo would have provided greater buoyancy, allowing them to arrive here 2 days earlier. Qianqian diligently notes this down, prompting Ning Shu to smile, jesting that she resembles a panda, finding such delight in bamboo. At that moment, a peculiar voice reaches their ears, crying out for help. "Mommy, Daddy, save me." The voice, tinged with distress, emanates from deeper within the bamboo grove. Lu Zhe, Lin Qianqian, and Ning Shu simultaneously gasp, exclaiming, "The flight attendant." Something feels amiss as Ning Shu furrows her brow, questioning why anyone would call for their parents at this time. Qianqian shivers, noting the child's tone. Gripping his stone axe tightly, Lu Zhe insists they investigate the matter further. Chapter 70. When did you have a daughter? The three hastily follow the sound, sprinting approximately 20 meters before they encounter a woman in a dirty flight attendant uniform, helplessly sprawled on the bamboo floor. She wears one high heel, while the other lies discarded nearby, and with a quivering voice, she murmurs to herself. It is indeed Wan Bing. Just 5 meters away, a 7 to 8 meter long python is slowly slithering toward her. The sight sends a chill down Lu Zhe's spine. Had they arrived moments later, this young lady would have faced a grim fate. They shout in unison, "Danger! Run!" However, the python, with its poor hearing, is unresponsive to their cries, and astonishingly, Wan Bing remains equally oblivious, appearing like a helpless child calling out for her parents. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe thrusts the spear into Qianqian's hands and charges toward the python with his stone axe raised. "What are you doing?" She gasps. "Don't worry about me. Just find an opportunity to pull her away." He closes in on the serpent, swinging the axe toward its neck. He understands that a successful strike could save the day, while a miss could invite peril. Should the snake ensnare him, he would be in grave danger. Fortunately, his blow lands precisely, but the blunt axe blade fails to sever the python's head entirely. In pain, the serpent coils defensively, its head retracting into its body like a twisted mass. Lu Zhe attempts another strike, but it is now beyond reach. Thankfully, the python is too preoccupied to notice its prey. Ning Shu and Qianqian seize the moment to drag Wan Bing away. "What now, Lu Zhe?" He contemplates the urgency of retreating from the snake. "Let us head back to the camp." As he spoke, he handed the axe to Ning Shu, turned around, and hoisted Ruan Bing onto his shoulder, retracing their steps. Lu Zhe, slow down. We cannot keep up, came the voice of Lin Qianqian. All right, but you must hasten as well. Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu closely followed behind Lu Zhe, not daring to lag, even a step. The three of them ran for 10 minutes until they reached a rocky clearing, panting heavily. It was then that Lu Zhe noticed the legs and shoes of Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were soaked. They had both frightened themselves into wetting their pants. In this moment, who cared about such matters? As long as their legs were still sturdy, they could commend the two young ladies. They hadn't managed to catch up. Did you see anything? Lu Zhe gasped. It's severely injured, so it shouldn't pursue us in the short term. Nevertheless, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian remained anxious, leaning back against each other to keep watch in different directions. How could there be such a creature in the jungle? It terrified me to death. If we had been a moment later, Sister Bing might have become a snack for the python. By the way, how is she? Lu Zhe gently laid Ruan Bing on the stone, only to find her face pale and weak. In terms of beauty and physique, she was a remarkably exquisite woman, different from the other four girls. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed a maturity and intellect. Yet at this moment, her gaze reflected a childlike innocence. Noticing her name tag, which read Huaxia Nanfang Airlines, Ruan Bing, Lu Zhe softly patted her cheek. Sister Bing, it's us. Wake up. Ruan Bing blinked her large, watery eyes at them and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, Daddy, Mommy, Sister, you finally came. The big snake wants to eat me. I'm so scared. She then threw herself into Lu Zhe's embrace, leaving the three of them utterly astonished. The former flight attendant now behaved as if she were an innocent child. Lu Zhe scratched his head, bewildered. What is happening? She doesn't recognize us. I think it's more serious than that. She must be at least 25 or 26, yet she perceives us as her parents? Lu Zhe pondered gravely. It's definitely the poison of the naked cap mushroom, causing her hallucinations. We need to find a way to induce vomiting. However, at that moment, she clung tightly to Lu Zhe and Ning Shu, crying like a little child. With danger lurking in the jungle, it was not an appropriate place to induce vomiting. Let's comfort her first, and we can address it once we are safe. Lu Zhe lifted Ruan Bing into his arms. Be good, Bing Bing. Daddy and Mommy are here to protect you. The scene was so absurd that Ning Shu forgot about her earlier fright and let out a laugh. Lu Zhe, can you please stop teasing me? Lu Zhe maintained a serious demeanor and whispered, I am trying to create a heartfelt moment here. Please be serious. Ning Shu waved her hand dismissively. I apologize, I simply couldn't help it. After a while, seeing that the python did not pursue them, the three of them returned to the camp with Ruan Bing. By this time, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo had managed to start a fire using a TT water balloon and were gathering branches for fuel. Quick, we found the flight attendant. Oh my god, we really found her. Thank heavens. Wow, you guys are amazing. The two girls quickly set aside their tasks and used their clothing to create a space. Lu Zhe laid Ruan Bing down, but when he attempted to stand, he found her gripping his fingers tightly. Bing Bing wants daddy. The moment those words left her lips, Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. What is going on? Tang Xiaoguo feigned anger. When did you have a daughter? Lu Zhe pointed to Ning Shu. You should ask the squad leader. She's the child's mother. Jiang Yao placed her hands on her hips. Humph. What have you two been up to behind my back? Ning Shu frowned. Don't be ridiculous. Lu Zhe said it was the toxic mushroom that affected her mind. Besides, even if she were to have a child, it shouldn't be one several years older than herself. The age difference is quite significant. We need to induce her vomiting quickly. Lin Qianqian inquired, how do we do that? Lu Zhe supported Ruan Bing's shoulder and spoke seriously. Little Bing Bing, you ate something bad. Now you need to throw it up, all right? Ruan Bing obediently nodded, attempting to gag a couple of times, but pitifully shook her head. Bing Bing can't throw up. Let me try. Ning Shu extended her finger and poked it into Ruan Bing's throat, causing her to cry out. This isn't working. Jiang Yao sighed. Why is this happening? Lu Zhe contemplated. Having been alone on a deserted island for 7 or 8 days, facing hunger, thirst, cold, fear, and even death, a person is most likely to think of those they can rely on. She ate the naked cap mushroom and, overwhelmed with longing for her loved ones, hallucinated that we are her family. What should we do now? Ning Shu asked anxiously. Lu Zhe consulted the survival manual. Using something foul-smelling to stimulate a companion can induce vomiting. Foul-smelling? If we had fish or shrimp that had been left out overnight, that would work. What about using feces? Who among you wants to go number 2? The 4 girls simultaneously shook their heads vigorously. Lu Zhe sighed in exasperation. This is absurd. We need it precisely when it's unavailable. Chapter 71. An odd yet effective first aid method. Lu Zhe did not resort to actual feces. He noticed a sea urchin stranded on the nearby beach. He pried it open with a knife. Fortunately, there was still quite a bit of roe inside. The sudden nauseating stench wafted up, indicating that it had been dead for a while. It was inedible, but it would surely suffice for inducing vomiting. Tang Xiaoguo approached teasingly. Little Zhe, what are you preparing? Is your daughter causing trouble again? Lu Zhe shot back. What could be worse than your antics? He scraped the roe from the sea urchin and declared, watch me handle this. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao were patiently coaxing Wan Bing to vomit. She continued to whimper. Bing Bing can't throw up. Please don't make me do it anymore. Lu Zhe nodded. All right, come here, Bing Bing. Listen to Daddy and hold this in your mouth, and I want to make you throw up. Wan Bing obediently opened her mouth and took Lu Zhe's finger into her mouth. It stinks. Lu Zhe nodded and smiled gently. That's right. This is your Aunt Gua's feces. How disgusting. Tang Xiaoguo's eyes widened, and she playfully bit Lu Zhe's arm, leaving behind a row of shallow teeth marks. Ouch! When Wan Bing caught sight of this, her distressed face contorted in agony, and then she suddenly vomited, expelling a chaotic mess onto the ground. Jiang Yao couldn't help but exclaim, Little Zhe is truly talented. He can even fabricate feces. After vomiting, Wan Bing began to wail, Daddy is being mean. Daddy made Bing Bing eat something dirty. You're a bad daddy. Ning Shu, with a wry smile, patiently consoled her. Don't cry, Bing Bing. Daddy truly loves you. He just wants you to expel the bad stuff. Wan Bing nodded understandingly. And as she cried, exhaustion took over, burying her face in Ning Shu's embrace. Perhaps overwhelmed by fatigue, she soon fell asleep. Ning Shu leaned against a tree, cradling her. While the other three girls helped change her soiled clothes, Lu Zhe examined the contents of Wan Bing's vomit, which emitted a foul odor. He needed to ascertain what exactly she had consumed. However, given the current state of things, it was difficult to discern what was what. Yet, he possessed a unique ability. His fingers delicately swept through the pile of vomit. All touched items emit notifications. The remnants of Ding wild chrysanthemum, raw banana, and bear cap mushroom, along with the debris of Hawaiian volcanic bamboo fungus, indicate that the flight attendant has consumed an array of peculiar substances, including the hallucinogenic bear cap mushroom. What is more, there is Hawaiian volcanic bamboo fungus. Upon investigation, it appears to possess aphrodisiac properties. One can only wonder if the substances expelled will mitigate the toxins affecting the body. Subsequently, he detected traces of chocolate and chips, suggesting that Being G has been rationing snacks to endure longer. At that moment, Lin Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, what a large lump on the lady's arm. Hearing this, LZH promptly rose to inspect. Typically, in the jungle, it is commonplace to have small welts from insect bites, but this lump was unusually large, with a small white spot at the top that seemed to rise slightly. The girls were left feeling uneasy. What on earth is that? LZH placed his finger on the lump, and information flooded his mind, causing his heart to sink. It is a horsefly. What is a horsefly? Does it bite humans? LZH shook his head. It is a parasitic fly that does not bite directly, but lays its larvae on mosquitoes. When the mosquito bites a mammal, the eggs fall onto the surface, burrowing into the body, and upon maturation, they emerge as a second form. Jiang Yao speculated. Does the mosquito feel violated when it lays eggs? Is that even the point? Ning Sh interjected. Just thinking about a worm beneath the skin makes my scalp tingle. Hurry, we must extract it. Not yet. LZH pondered the survival manual, which contained the most scientifically sound method for handling horsefly larvae. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, monitor, do you still have a bottle of Vaseline hand cream? Just wait. Ning Sh rummaged through her bag and produced a 100 milliliters bottle of Vaseline hand cream, the maximum amount of skincare product permitted on the plane. It had not been used since the first inspection of supplies. What do we need this for? LZH scooped some with his index finger and evenly applied it to the lump. Ning Xiaoguo inquired, Are you giving it a beauty treatment? As he applied, LZH explained, While it is possible to extract the horsefly larvae directly, it may cause the larvae to struggle, leading to ruptured bodies and the release of biological acids into the bloodstream, inflicting greater pain on the victim. Applying Vaseline can seal off air, leading to the larvae's demise, making extraction safer later. Ning Xiaoguo nodded, so it needs to breathe. Of course. At that moment, Lin Qianqian remarked, LZH, she's bleeding. Is it her period? No, it's her calf. LZH looked and indeed saw that the stocking on her calf was torn, with blood still flowing from the wound. It was a fresh injury, likely sustained in the jungle. Upon removing the stocking, they discovered a wound approximately 5 centimeters long. Although not very deep, blood continued to flow profusely. We must bandage it quickly. The wound was too long. Sutures would be necessary. But we need tools for that. We can use Qianqian's long hair and Gu Er's earrings. Wait, I have a better idea. He suddenly had a thought. Don't bandage it yet. Yo, press on the wound for me. I'll find something. What are you looking for? LZH had already dashed off, scouring the area where they had boiled shells, searching meticulously until he found what he sought. Ants. He picked one up. Ding. Acquired the Hui's army ant. Below is an introduction to this species of ant. Aggressiveness, medium. Biting force, high. Size of mandibles, medium. While not as effective as the African soldier ant, it would suffice. He placed this ant into a bottle and caught over 10 more. Done. LZH. What have you been up to? Catching some ants. What do you need ants for at this moment? You will find out soon. He poured some coconut water to cleanse the wound. Jiang Yao said, I'll pour the water. Fresh coconut water washed over the wound. Now pinch the skin tight. Hold it for me. I'll do it. Lin Qianqian quickly offered her assistance. LZH picked up one ant and placed it on the wound. The ant detected the scent of blood and opened its mandibles to bite down. In that instant, LZH crushed the ant's neck. The head and mandibles remained embedded in the wound, causing it to close tightly. Chapter 72. Everyone must take a bath. LZH discarded the remaining body of the ant, leaving only the head and mandibles firmly clamped on the wound. He proceeded to use a second and third ant. After employing 7 ants, the wound was securely clamped shut. Lin Qianqian asked, what does this mean? Using ants to suture the wound. A method employed by African natives. This technique results in smaller scars and can sometimes be more reliable than needle and thread. Learn from it. Jiang Yao looked bewildered. I never imagined I'd learn such strange knowledge. Vaseline suffocating horseflies, ants suturing wounds. Tang Xiaoguo mused. I bet the horsefly never dreamed it would perish from lack of oxygen. Ning Shu added. The ants would never have imagined they possessed the ability to sew. Lin Qianqian let out a sigh of relief. Is it good now? Still not enough. LZH shook his head. I cannot be certain if there are other parasitic larvae on her body. To eliminate any potential risks, a thorough examination is necessary. Every inch of skin must be inspected. Ning Shu pondered. So, does that mean we must remove every piece of clothing from the lady to check? LZH nodded. Precisely. Therefore, I must entrust this task to you. Qianqian became excited. I want to let you down. The other 3 girls, envisioning the sensation of little maggots crawling beneath the skin, nodded in agreement. Let us start while she is asleep. The girls hurriedly assisted Ru Bing in removing her clothing. Jiang Yao suddenly expressed concern. What if she wakes up and thinks we've gone mad and want to eat her? Ning Shu frowned. Yo, can you think straight? The girls began their meticulous examination, and fortunately, they discovered that Ru Bing had only the one horsefly parasite on her arm. Jiang Yao sighed. I can't believe she SNF. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. How enviable. Ning Shu helplessly remarked. Can you both focus on something normal? Look at Qianqian. Hey Qianqian, what are you looking at? Lin Qianqian was fixated on Ru Bing's thigh, murmuring. I found a suspicious little red dot. The 3 girls turned to look and instantly blushed. Qianqian, your focus is even stranger. You're looking there? LZH said to check every inch of skin. I was just looking, and this area seems a bit suspicious. If it is indeed there, it would be tragic. But is it? It was truly difficult to discern. This is my first time observing from this angle. Is it a horsefly egg? Should we ask LZH about this? I think we should let LZH confirm. This spot is a bit too delicate to discuss. The girls were mired in indecision. But ultimately, it was Ning Shu who made the decision. I believe we should let LZH identify it. Saving a life is more important than anything else. Lin Qianqian nodded. I agree. Treating LZH as a doctor, the patient should not conceal anything from the physician. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo exchanged approving glances. Lu Zhe, come here. What is going on? Lin Qianqian gestured towards a certain direction. Upon turning, Lu Zhe felt a sudden rush in his head, and his nose nearly bled. As a virgin, he was reluctantly forced to witness such a brutal scene. You are truly heartless. I'm sorry, Lu Zhe. This is all for the sake of saving someone. Consider it a test. Passing it would prove you to be a true gentleman. Spare me. I am no gentleman. I am just a normal boy, capable of feeling shy. Shy. Ning Shu burst into laughter. Don't speak so innocently. Lu Zhe felt his cheeks flush. How adorable. All right, enough of the teasing. What is the situation? There is a little red dot. Not sure what it is. Wait a moment. Lu Zhe paused, reciting an ancient text to divert his attention. The late emperor had barely begun his enterprise when he met his tragic end, now stranded on a deserted island. What am I to inspect? He sighed, uncertain if it was a maggot. He extended his finger to touch the red dot. Ding. Discovered a birthmark. He exhaled in relief. This is no maggot. It's merely a birthmark. How did you only realize that after touching it? Feel if it's a maggot or not. A few girls breathed a sigh of relief. After all that, it's just a birthmark? Lu Zhe nodded. Indeed, but I still commend your meticulous attitude. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. So, have you had your fill of sights? I only focused on that little red. I didn't see anything else. Jiang Yao smiled faintly. I believe you. Enough. No need for explanations. We all understand. Ning Shu shifted the topic. Let us get her dressed. Not just yet. Why is that? Lu Zhe explained. Her clothing may still harbor eggs. It needs to be thoroughly cleaned and sun-dried, or baked for 6 to 7 hours before wearing. I see. Ning Shu pondered. Then let her wear Qianqian's jacket? That won't do either. I'm not sure if her body has any lingering eggs. It must be cleaned first. The girls exchanged glances, realizing Lu Zhe's concerns were not unfounded. What should we do then? I suggest we wash her from head to toe, being careful not to touch the surgical areas, and thoroughly clean her clothes as well. Lu Zhe added. Furthermore, since we have all come into contact with her, theoretically, we could also be harboring maggot eggs. So, we should wash our clothes and take showers to ensure we are free of any eggs. Ning Shu gasped. What? Does that mean we will have to be completely honest with each other? Jiang Yao mused. I strangely feel a bit of anticipation. What are you thinking? With so many banana leaves around, we can fashion temporary dresses or shorts to get through the night. Once we dry our clothes tonight, we can wear them tomorrow. The 4 girls looked at each other and agreed. All right, let us do that. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo went to gather clean seawater for washing. Jiang Yao and Ning Shu carried Ruan Bing's clothes to wash by the rocky shore. Hey, Lu Zhe, take off your clothes and let us wash them. Lu Zhe felt warmth in his heart, but declined. Not yet. I'll go find some wild vegetables for dinner first, then I'll wash. After finishing with Bingjie, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo wrapped her up with banana leaves. Lin Qianqian said to Tang Xiaoguo, let us head to the oyster beds and gather some meat. We can all eat together later. After showering and washing our clothes, it won't be convenient to go far. Tang Xiaoguo eagerly agreed. I was just thinking about that. Let the class monitor and Yao Yao watch over Bingjie. The 2 girls took plastic bags and headed towards the oyster beds. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe prepared to venture into the woods with a spear to gather wild vegetables. Just a few steps into the grass, he halted. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. 15 meters away, a massive python, severely injured on its neck, was glaring at him with predatory intent. Indeed, it was the very python he had wounded, now seeking revenge. Blood flowed from its neck, exposing raw flesh, a truly gruesome sight. The python, sensing Lu Zhe's presence, was equally wary, its head fixated on him, filled with malevolent hatred. Now, a standoff ensued between man and serpent, neither daring to advance. What to do? Lu Zhe realized that while he might have the strength to slay the python, he also risked injury. If he fled with the class monitor and the others, who knew if the creature would return in the dead of night to hunt them down? Clenching the spear, he contemplated his strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He bit down on the spear, loosened his trousers, and began to remove them. Throughout this, he dared not avert his gaze from the python. He understood that the moment he looked away, the beast would likely attack, coiling around him, leaving him no chance of escape. The python, confused by Lu Zhe's actions, saw only the stick held in his mouth and remained fixated on him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhe safely shed his trousers and began to swing them in circles. The python, unable to comprehend this behavior, stared at the trousers in a daze. Suddenly, Lu Zhe hurled the trousers at the snake's face. The python instinctively bit down on them, immediately beginning to coil around the fabric, a natural reaction it could not control. At that moment, its weakness was fully exposed, the cloacal vent. Lu Zhe aimed the spear at that spot and thrust it fiercely. The python quivered violently, its body convulsing, and it lost the strength to retaliate. Lu Zhe discarded the spear, lifted a large stone weighing over 100 pounds, and brought it crashing down onto the serpent's head. The sound of impact echoed, blood and viscera splattering everywhere, creating a pit in the ground. While the python's head was reduced to a pulp, its body continuing to twitch uncontrollably, Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. After a moment, he pushed aside the stone. The python's head was destroyed, leaving no chance of survival, while its body continued to spasm. He picked up his trousers, now stained with blood and dirt, unsightly yet destined to be washed anyway, and casually draped them over his shoulder. What to do with the massive python? Lu Zhe felt a pang of worry. If left to rot here, it would soon emit a dreadful stench. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a new source of protein, python meat. Ah, I almost forgot it can be eaten. He decided to drag it back to camp. As he did, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao were washing clothes, with Wan Bing lying behind them, covered by banana leaves, sound asleep. They then saw Lu Zhe approaching, trousers over his shoulder, clad only in his boxers, straining to drag something behind him. What is Lu Zhe pulling? I don't know. It looks colorful and rather intriguing. Let us go take a look. As the two girls got closer, they finally saw the entire python and were nearly frightened into flight. The piercing screams persisted for a full 3 minutes before finally subsiding. Ning Shu, irritated, exclaimed, "Hey, Lu Zhe, how did you manage to catch it?" Jiang Yao also shouted, "Quick, get rid of it." Lu Zhe tossed the massive python onto the beach and stretched his back, assuring them, "Do not be afraid. This creature was making its way toward our camp, likely seeking revenge, but I have already turned the tables on it." "What?" Jiang Yao cried out. "What do you mean you turned the tables? Look, it's still moving." Lu Zhe glanced back, observing the python occasionally flicking its neck. With its decapitated head hanging limply to one side, blood splattered everywhere. Indeed, it was merely a muscle spasm. Its head was utterly destroyed and posed no threat whatsoever. Ning Shu, gathering her composure, queried, "Lu Zhe, what on earth were you thinking bringing this creature back to the camp? What do you intend to do with it?" Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "What else? We are going to eat it. A specimen of this size can provide sustenance for quite some time." The two girls were left dumbfounded. Eating a small snake was one thing, but could they really consume such a large python? Perhaps it was a legendary creature like by Su Zhan. Jiang Yao, trembling, asked, "Dear, please tell me you are joking. I assure you, I am quite serious. This creature is edible. It is a Burmese python, also known as Nanshi, Qinshi, or the double-banded python, a subspecies of the Asian rock python and one of the 6 largest snake species in the world. Its skin is the finest material for crafting the eru, and its meat is fit for culinary purposes, suitable for making smoked delicacies and sausages." The two girls were at a loss for words. "My goodness, how do you know so much about this creature?" Ning Shu exclaimed. "Do not forget, I am a man who has watched countless episodes of Y." With that, Lu Zhe removed his shirt, grasped an axe, and began to chop at the python's head. Blood splattered across his fair, delicate face, creating a stark contrast. Before long, he severed the snake's head and proceeded to dissect its body. The python's skin was tough and resilient. Lu Zhe struggled to cut through it with a small round knife or a kitchen knife, ultimately resorting to the stone axe. Yet, it still proved ineffective. With no other option, he spent a considerable time sharpening the axe against a rocky surface by the sea, and finally, its edge regained its sharpness. This time, he successfully opened the python's body. The two girls stared blankly, questioning if this was truly the Lu Zhe they knew. The handsome young man from school seemed a world apart from this rugged figure. Yet, despite the apparent brutality, there was something reassuring about him. They felt that only with a man like him could they hope to survive. Lu Zhe exerted considerable effort, slicing the python's flesh into manageable pieces, laying them out on the rocky beach to dry. The chunks of python meat still twitched slightly, their patterned skin rippling like waves, sending shivers down their spines. Jiang Yao widened her eyes and shouted, "Why is it still moving after being dismembered? It is merely muscle memory spasming, rest assured. It is completely dead. Also, the term dismemberment seems rather inappropriate. It makes me feel like a deranged killer." Ning Shu pointed at his blood-stained face and exclaimed, "You certainly look the part." "Do I?" Lu Zhe replied, and Jiang Yao observed, "It does resemble that, but more importantly, when will all this meat stop moving? I'm worried it might run away." "It will cease shortly. Freshly killed beef behaves similarly, which is a sign of freshness. I have heard that in the beautiful country across the ocean, chefs place roasted Burmese python meat on pizzas, which is said to taste quite delightful." Ning Shu immediately envisioned the disturbing image of writhing chunks of meat atop a pizza, lamenting, "Oh no, I now have a phobia of pizza." In truth, Burmese python is more nutritious than rat meat and is quite palatable. Once cooked, you will come to love it. The two girls shook their heads in unison, absolutely not. Chapter 74. The true identity of the flight attendant. Lu Zhe acquired approximately 40 pounds of python meat, which was merely the tender part, as there was no need to store an excessive amount. The remaining meat and scraps, along with the snake's blood, were discarded in a shallow water pool, serving as bait for catching sea fish. However, without a refrigerator, this 40 pounds of python meat would be impossible to consume all at once. Oh, he could smoke the remaining meat over a fire to prolong its shelf life. Smoked meat can be preserved for a week to 2 weeks, and if kept in a dry, ventilated place, it can last even longer. To ensure long-term food preservation, Lu Zhe threaded the meat onto tree bark twine, hanging it over a pile of firewood to smoke, while leaving a piece on a stone to roast. At that moment, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo returned. bringing back half a pound of oyster meat, which they claimed took over an hour of striking with stones to procure. Eagerly, they showcased their labor's fruits to Lu Zhe, only to be met with the sight of 2 full rows of strange meats hanging at the campsite. The girls felt a wave of insecurity upon seeing the half-bag of raw oyster meat in their hands. However, upon learning that the row of meat was from the enormous python that had almost devoured the flight attendant, they trembled in fear. Subsequently, they gathered some seaweed along the shore, drying it to create crystalline flakes that they sprinkled on the python meat. These white crystals were mannitol with a touch of salt, serving both to replenish electrolytes and as a natural seasoning, also recognized as a remedy for eye health. At this point, the flight attendant awakened. "Let us eat first. We can wash up afterward." Lu Zhe handed a generously prepared piece of python meat to Ai's sister, its aroma wafting enticingly. She cautiously took a bite, then began devouring it hungrily, burning her mouth in the process. "Goodness, how long has it been since I last ate?" The 4 girls initially hesitated to try the meat, but seeing her relish it so heartily, they exchanged glances and, after a moment's contemplation, tore off a piece to taste. To their surprise, the meat was remarkably tender and springy. Aside from its unappealing appearance, it bore a resemblance to the flavor of sole fish. Instantly, a new culinary world opened up for them, and their survival menu now included an extraordinary dish, roasted python meat. After satisfying their appetites, the time was already past 3 in the afternoon. Half an hour later, with most of their clothes washed, it was time for a bath. Ning Shu pondered. The boys and girls should not bathe together, right? I have no issue with it. However, in the spirit of chivalry, I can move to a more distant spot. "No way," Jiang Yao blushed, saying, "There are sharks in the water. If you move away, we won't feel safe." Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. "But it would be quite awkward for boys and girls to be so candid with one another. How about this? We remain in the shallow waters, keeping a distance of 10 meters? With our bodies submerged, we won't see much of anything. Besides, Yao, you cannot swim. I will wash on the shore." The girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They entered the water, submerging all but their heads, and began to remove their clothing piece by piece. At this moment, Lu Zhe realized he had made a slight miscalculation. The water was far too clear. In the murky depths, he could indeed discern the figures of the girls. Fearing that he might bleed from his nose and attract the sharks, he quickly turned around, silently reciting the memorial of the troops. Yet, he caught sight of Jiang Yao standing on the shore, completely unclothed. At that precise moment, Tang Xiaoguo playfully splashed water onto Lu Zhe. He adopted a mischievous expression and declared, "Ah, you have awakened my beastly instincts. None of you shall escape." Tang Xiaoguo feigned terror, exclaiming, "Ah, little Zhe is going to eat us. How frightening." She hid behind Ning Shu, stealing glances in their direction. Ning Shu chuckled and turned back, playfully tickling her armpit, causing her to burst into laughter. Once again, she dashed towards Lin Qianqian, who promptly embraced her with a beaming smile, saying, "Xiaoguo, I have captured Gui'er for you." Lu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. "Good, help me tease her a bit." "No way." The shrill scream of Tang Xiaoguo echoed across the sea. After more than an hour, everyone finished washing off the salt water, scraping it away with cards and fashioning makeshift skirts and tops from banana leaves. They laid their wet clothes over the fire to dry. It was surprising how, after a good wash, the girls looked rather enchanting wrapped in banana leaves, resembling flower fairies to some extent. After a hearty meal and a refreshing sea bath, Lu Zhe donned his banana leaf attire and fashioned a grass skirt reminiscent of a traditional Dai style. After checking on Shen Bing's arm, he received the notification that the horsefly larva had perished. It seemed that it could die within 6 to 7 hours, and typically one would wait 24 hours to ascertain its fate. What remarkable luck he had. "It's time for surgery. Gui'er, hand me your earring." "All right." Using Tang Xiaoguo's earring, Lu Zhe skillfully extracted the larva, which was about 1 centimeter long and bore a striking resemblance to a maggot, though it was no longer wriggling. Its white body adorned with black specks made the girls shriek in disgust. Lu Zhe remarked, "There's no time to craft fishing gear. Otherwise, this could have served as bait." He then contemplated the construction of their campsite. Nearby, he chopped some long branches to serve as the framework for their shelter. With prior experience in building a refuge, this task proved considerably easier. The group collaborated to erect the structure, tie together the grass ropes, and lay out the banana leaves. Before darkness fell, a simple shelter was completed. While it was less sturdy than the previous one, it would suffice for the night, with plans to reinforce it the following day. Throughout that day, Lu Zhe discovered the 6th survivor, hunted a python, and successfully performed a surgical procedure. Ultimately, he also encountered a series of thrilling incidents. However, he had yet to complete one crucial task, signing in. He contemplated testing the newcomers, but out of respect, he refrained. Yao Yao, what's wrong, Lu Zhe? Lend me your hand. What for? Jiang Yao blushed, but extended her hand to Lu Zhe. Gently, he took her hand and placed a soft kiss on her knuckles. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in, Agility 1. You have signed in for 8 consecutive days. Strength, 13, Stamina, 11, Physique, 10, Agility, 13, Perception, 11. Indeed, it was confirmed. Simultaneously, Lu Zhe discerned a pattern. Touching Ning Shu resulted in an increase in strength. Touching Jiang Yao enhanced agility. Touching Qianqian improved stamina, and touching Guer augmented perception. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate design? Lu Zhe remained uncertain. However, his physique had yet to see any improvement. What to do? He was unsure. Regardless, he had accomplished his tasks for the day, enhancing his abilities, and was now ready to rest. Hey, is that it? Jiang Yao tilted her head, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed him softly on the lips, saying, I can't be at a disadvantage. Lu Zhe chuckled. I'm off to sleep. Jiang Yao nodded. Good night. Lu Zhe entered the shelter early and fell asleep on the banana leaves spread across the ground. At that moment, Ru Bing exhibited the emotional volatility of a child. Ning Shu managed to lull her to sleep, and the 4 girls carefully placed her beside Lu Zhe, who was fast asleep, causing a wave of sympathy to swell within them. He had done so much for his companions that day. He must be utterly exhausted. They gently positioned Bing Jiao on Lu Zhe's other side, and then surveyed the campsite. Finding no potential dangers, they returned to the fire. With darkness having fallen and temperatures dropping, the girls gathered around the fire, its light and warmth dispelling the cold and darkness, providing solace to their souls. Jiang Yao expressed concern. Oh, Xiao Zhe worked so hard today. Lin Qianqian added sadly. I feel we have been able to share so little of his burden. At that moment, Ning Shu had a thought. Are we all tired? A bit, but certainly not as much as Lu Zhe. I feel the same. I'm all right too. Given they were not lacking fresh water or food for the time being, she suggested, how about we decorate the campsite nicely tonight to surprise Lu Zhe tomorrow? That's a splendid idea. I second that. I also agree. This time, let me take the lead. As the girls busied themselves outside the shelter, the woman within was lost in dreams, reflecting on memories from 10 days prior. Shen Bing, police badge number 105-385-8646. During this mission, she assumed the identity of Ru Bing. Codename, Turn. Her task was to disguise herself as a flight attendant, cooperating with the captain and other comrades to transport Sun on flight CZ-125 to Australia, where he would be handed over to the Australian police. Throughout the journey, they were to avoid alarming other passengers, causing any societal unrest or inciting panic. Due to Sun's possession of substantial evidence against his criminal organization, they anticipated potential interception by his gang. To ensure the successful completion of this mission, arrangements were made with the airline to cancel 5 passengers from the previous flight, creating the illusion that they had already arrived on a preceding journey. All escorting personnel were advised to exercise utmost caution and prioritize safety. Chapter 75. A woman surviving alone in the wilderness. Shen Bing believed this should have been a straightforward task, as no matter how reckless criminals might be, they would not resort to blowing up an aircraft. The Australian police awaited their arrival at the airport, and once disembarked, the mission would essentially be accomplished. Perhaps she could even take advantage of the return trip to visit nearby outlets for some light luxury shopping on behalf of her colleagues. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when the situation escalated beyond her imagination. Mid-flight, disaster struck, and she was ejected from the aircraft, landing on a deserted island. Fortunately, she was caught by branches and survived. Moreover, she had some personal items from the cabin that had fallen with her, beverages, snacks, and a mobile phone. When she attempted to call for help, the line was dead. Initially, she believed that with the scattered supplies and survival knowledge acquired from police academy training, she could easily endure until rescuers arrived. Yet, confronted with reality, she found it far more challenging than anticipated. The first night, she endured solitude and fear. By the second night, with her phone battery dwindling, she resolved to undertake something meaningful. Using the phone battery and chocolate wrappers, she managed to start a fire and construct a rudimentary campsite. This decision meant she had severed her last link to the outside world. That night, she spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts, reflecting on her sister, her father whom she had no idea was still alive, the innocent passengers on the plane, and the colleagues who had accompanied her on the mission. She cried for a long time. Afterward, she resolved to fight for her survival. On the third day, the fresh water was completely consumed and food was scarce. She discarded several drift bottles and began to crack open coconuts. After 4 arduous hours, she managed to open one coconut. yielding only a few sips of water. This despair is beyond comprehension for anyone who has not personally experienced it. With no food left, she ventured into the jungle to search for sustenance, only to realize that the survival theories she had once learned were utterly ineffectual in this setting. The real plants bore some resemblance to the pictures in books, yet there were also significant differences. Relying solely on her memory, she sought out edible flora and prepared them for consumption. By the 5th day, confronted with loneliness, fear, thirst, and hunger, despair began to envelop her, true despair. Do not be misled into thinking that real wilderness survival is an exhilarating endeavor. Certainly, if one embarks on such a challenge with the promise of future comforts, lying in bed, savoring roasted duck, sipping red wine, and counting rewards, watching videos of Dagu crying like a child from prolonged hunger might inspire perseverance. However, if you find yourself utterly alone, with the world believing you to be dead, no one will come searching for you. The coming decades, perhaps even a lifetime, would be spent in this endless solitude and despair, and you would come to understand the profound agony of existence. She longed for someone to share a few words with her. Even a murderer would suffice. Yet, there was no one. Only loneliness and fear accompanied her. Thoughts of suicide crossed her mind. However, unlike her colleagues who were armed, her role was merely to maintain communication with the crew. She tied her belt to a tree branch and attempted to hang herself, but ultimately relinquished the idea upon discovering a type of mushroom she recognized: poisonous, hallucinogenic, and illicit. Perhaps consuming it could allow her to forget her troubles, or perhaps it might offer a blissful death, or even a final vision of family and friends. Thus, she ingested the mushroom. Following that, it felt as though she entered a dream, one where she returned to her childhood, innocent, carefree, and joyous. She frolicked in the woods, and during her last venture into the jungle, she encountered a massive python. Injured and unable to flee, she could only cry for her parents. In her utmost despair, a miracle occurred. Her father appeared, wielding an axe, driving the snake away, and then her mother and sister came to rescue her. Awakening in a daze, she found herself lying on a large bed adorned with crimson festive characters. Could it be that everything prior was merely a dream? Or was she still dreaming now? Then, she noticed a man sleeping beside her. His face was indistinct, but there was an elusive sense of handsomeness about him. Who was he? Her husband? She could not recall having ever been married. Suddenly, she felt her breath quicken, with an urge to embrace the man. After all, if it were merely a dream and he were her husband, why should she hesitate? Meanwhile, Lu Zhe also found himself dreaming. Indeed, he was an ordinary young man. And after such a day filled with experiences, it would have been truly strange not to react. He dreamt of Jiang Yao, the first girl he met after moving in with his adoptive parents. They treated him well, though they were often busy, sending him to a government-run kindergarten. There, he met Jiang Yao. He was fearful of the unfamiliar environment and reluctant to speak. Yet this little girl incessantly chattered, urging him to wash his hands, telling him stories, and even applying fragrant lotion on him. Eventually, he learned that they lived in the same neighborhood. By coincidence, they attended the same elementary school, were placed in the same class, then the same middle school, where they briefly became desk mates. They continued to the same high school, where, due to their shared commutes, classmates mistook them for a romantic couple, leading to a lack of suitors for Jiang Yao. Eventually, they found themselves at the same university and even in the same class, becoming dance partners in the dance club. This fate made Lu Zhe feel as though he might never part from her. At times, he pondered the prospect of marrying Jiang Yao, though at that time, she did not seem to share the same sentiment. They interacted like close friends, with neither daring to take a step forward. It was only after being stranded on a deserted island, serving as her duty-bound companion, that Lu Zhe felt his heart stir for Jiang Yao once more. In a daze, it seemed as if a girl leapt towards him. "Yao Yao, stop it." As dawn broke, Lu Zhe opened his eyes. His first words were, "No way, did I just sleep with Yao Yao?" Then, he discerned the identity of the person before him. His scalp tingled. At that moment, Shen Bing was also awakened, her eyes fluttering open. In an instant, both were bewildered, instinctively pushing away from each other. Shen Bing scanned her surroundings, confusion etched on her face. Lu Zhe rubbed his head. "What the hell?" Shen Bing glanced down, realizing the banana leaves draped around her had fallen away, hastily wrapping them tighter around her chest. "What is happening?" She felt a throbbing headache, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Struggling to shake off the fog, she slapped her face, feeling the sharp sting of pain. "What now?" Grasping her head, she felt as though it might explode. Lu Zhe, equally perplexed, muttered, "What is going on? I wanted to ask you the same. I saved you. You're that university student?" "No way, sister, you finally remembered." At that moment, a girl's voice rang out from outside. "Wow, How beautiful. Xiaozhe will definitely like this. Humph, after working all night. If he doesn't like me, I'll make him. Both of them, intrigued, parted the leaves to peek outside. The campsite had been meticulously cleaned, clothes dried, and salt rubbed off, while Jiang Yao neatly folded each piece. Surrounding them were barriers made of stones and branches, adorned with vibrant purple flowers. Even the firewood by the fire was stacked in an orderly fashion. What was once a rudimentary campsite now possessed a hint of fairy tale charm. Shen Bing stepped outside, puzzled. Who are you? The girls paused their tasks, casting curious glances in her direction. Has she woken up? She won't call me mommy anymore, will she? Shen Bing rubbed her forehead, the chaotic images from earlier replaying in her mind. Ning Shu stepped forward. Hey, do you still remember us? Jiang Yao chimed in. We are all first-class passengers, you know. Lin Qianqian added. Speaking of which, we owe you thanks for upgrading us. Tang Xiaoguo joined in. But we also saved your life. You are the 5 university students who were switched flights? Yes, exactly. Oh my god, let me take a moment. Shen Bing crouched down, gently massaging her temples. In an instant, countless fragmented memories coalesced in her mind, finally forming a complete and continuous picture. You saved me, Tang Xiaoguo declared proudly. Indeed, remarked. We originally found ourselves stranded on another island, but the resources there were exceedingly scarce. Upon receiving your message in a bottle, we hastened to this island. Much to our surprise, we found you nearly devoured by a great serpent, and we promptly rescued you. Shen Bing let out a sigh, a convoluted emotion surging within her heart. At that moment, she yearned to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 76. Welcome new friends in this instant. She finally comprehended that the world before her was the true reality. She had been saved by a young man and 4 spirited young women. After gathering her emotions, Shen Bing inquired, Did you not encounter a rescue team? Tang Xiaoguo shrugged, replying, No, we didn't catch a glimpse of even a shadow. Shen Bing glanced at the banana leaves draped over her. Why are we wearing this? That's a long story, Jiang Yao interjected. Right, the clothes are dry now. Everyone should change into their own. Ning Shu added, Breakfast is ready, and you should share your story with us while we eat. The dried garments, though still a tad coarse, were warm and dry, providing Shen Bing with immense comfort and solace. Indeed, the week of terrifying solitude on the desolate island had brought her to the brink of despair, especially at night. The howling wind echoed like the mournful cries of famished beasts. During those times, she longed for a companion to face the ordeal with her, even if it were someone old and unattractive. Observing the 4 lively and charming girls before her, along with a boy who appeared somewhat melancholic and detached, an indescribable sense of relief washed over her, and she couldn't help but break into tears. As for Lu Zhe, he was hardly melancholic or indifferent. He was troubled. How could he have unintentionally given his first time to a woman 7 or 8 years his senior? Wouldn't that drive anyone to despair? He had thought it was Jiang Yao, his childhood friend, and thus hadn't resisted much. Why hadn't he compared the most obvious features? Furthermore, would the girls not discover this? If they learned of the incident, the consequences would surely be severe. And then, she was crying. Why was she crying? Was it because of what transpired last night? Dear lady, you were the one who climbed over to me while I was peacefully asleep. Suddenly, he remembered that he had been alone when he went to bed. How had she ended up beside him in the dead of night? It was peculiar, too peculiar. The check-in is complete. My physique has finally reached level 11. Xiaozhe, your new shorts are dry. Give them a try, Jiang Yao said with a smile, handing over the shorts. Oh, Lu Zhe put them on. They were warm and fit him perfectly. Lin Qianqian beamed as she showcased their campsite. Aren't we all well-behaved? Lu Zhe surveyed the refreshed campsite, indeed. Tang Xiaoguo joyfully exclaimed. Xiaozhe, you have new shorts. This pair will belong to me permanently, right? Can I keep this for a change? Quick. No way. Ning Shu looped her arm through Lu Zhe's, frowning as she asserted her claim. Mind the boundaries. Xiaozhe's girlfriend is present. Jiang Yao whispered a reminder. There are outsiders. Let's not make a spectacle of the duty-girlfriend situation. Indeed, you make a valid point. Once they had changed, it was time for breakfast. Ning Shu grilled python meat, dried coconut, and prepared skewers of oyster meat and small fish. Come, ladies, try a skewer. Shen Bing took a fish skewer, wiped her tears, and felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. How did you manage to procure so much food? Tang Xiaoguo replied proudly. This is nothing. We've even had roasted chicken. Ning Shu corrected her. That was a bonito. Bonito? Shen Bing recalled her task code and couldn't help but chuckle. How did you catch it? It was Lu Zhe who caught it. Lu Zhe. Shen Bing was taken aback. Was that the name of the boy? She stole another glance at him, feeling a strange sensation. He was indeed quite handsome. However, she never imagined that she would relinquish her youth, which she had guarded for over 20 years, so unexpectedly. Was it fair to blame him? Last night, she had acted on an inexplicable impulse. Reflecting on it, she shouldn't have consumed that wretched poisonous mushroom. What would they think of her? A promiscuous woman? Goodness. Life was unbearable. Miss, why is your face so flushed? Lin Qianqian asked curiously. It's nothing. Ning Shu handed her wallet. Air hostess, is your name Wan Bing? Shen Bing took out her ID, examined it thoughtfully, then lifted her head and suddenly smiled faintly. No, I am Shen Bing. You may call me Bing Jie from now on. With that, she tossed the ID into the fire. The girls exchanged glances, puzzled. Why? Shen Bing smiled indifferently. Just following my family's surname. Lu Zhe sensed that this woman had a story to tell. Your name is Lu Zhe, right? Yes. How old are you? 18. Shen Bing sighed with relief. She felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. Thank you for saving me. Lu Zhe, somewhat absent-minded, replied. We're all compatriots. It was nothing. Shen Bing looked around. Impressed. Remarkable. 5 individuals surviving could acquire such resources. I must inquire about your methods. I would never burn my ID, even if it were useless. It could have many uses in the wild. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shen Bing remarked, is that so? Indeed. Lu Zhe sampled some python meat and added, Bing Jie, I have a question for you. Go ahead. You made a phone call after being stranded. What was the outcome? Shen Bing shook her head, her tone turning serious. I dialed no less than 60 or 70 times, 110, 119, as well as calls to my colleagues, aviation, and emergency rescue services. Yet, there was no signal. None of the numbers went through. Lu Zhe nodded. This place is still too far from the mainland. It's no surprise that the signal cannot reach here. Shen Bing asked, where was your original island? Lu Zhe pointed in a direction. Over there. The island was too small, lacking in resources, and invisible. What are your plans now? I wish to gather all pertinent information about this island to survive better. Shen Bing chuckled helplessly. This island is not particularly rich in resources. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo exchanged glances, arriving at the same conclusion. Is this what you call scarce? Compared to Dan Huang Island, this is akin to a bustling marketplace, almost abundantly supplied. Lu Zhe queried further. Have you discovered any freshwater sources? Shen Bing shook her head. I've been searching, but have yet to find any. Is there any here? Where there are pythons, there should be freshwater, possibly hidden or sourced from underground. Shen Bing, intrigued, asked, how do you know so much about survival? I have a keen interest in it. Ning Shu interjected. Not quite. He has read 100,000 wise. Shen Bing observed Lu Zhe, who appeared both handsome and somewhat fragile, and chuckled. You don't look like it. There are many things that appear different. For example, you don't quite resemble an air hostess now. Shen Bing tilted her head and smiled. Is that so? The girls exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Your aura does seem somewhat different. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Bing sighed. To speak honestly, I am a police officer, disguised as an air hostess for a mission. Wan Bing is my alias. Several young women simultaneously opened their mouths in surprise. Lu Zhe felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, it is as such. Ning Shu exclaimed in astonishment. I say, this matter should not be disclosed to us, should it? While discussing the task was certainly inappropriate, regarding my own affairs, Shen Bing pondered for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. I wish to conceal nothing. Chapter 77. Do not be disheartened. You are not at a loss having lived alone for 8 days, confronted with solitude and fear. She longed for a companion to converse with. Now, she had 5 youthful and charming university students by her side. She truly wished to reveal everything. It turned out not only was she a flight attendant, but also a policewoman. Ning Shu expressed her amazement. In any case, the mission had concluded, and she had already perished. Jiang Yao scrutinized her. Miss, you seem to be thriving, do you not? I suppose, back on the mainland. A memorial service for me and my colleagues from this mission has already been held. I am indifferent, though I wonder if they will be honored as martyrs. Indeed. The plane met with disaster and sank into the ocean, and after 10 days, has anyone found it? Rationally considering, it is highly unlikely. Shen Bing pursed her lips and exhaled. Apologies, these past days alone have been rather stifling. Expressing some thoughts might lighten my mood. You wouldn't mind, would you? Lin Qianqian sweetly replied. Of course not. Tang Xiaoguo nodded. I can relate immensely. Jiang Yao languidly remarked. Gui'er, having been stranded on this deserted island. I see no signs of you being stifled. In fact, you seem even more exhilarated than usual. Gui'er pouted. Who said that? When I first arrived on this deserted island, I cried several times. Moreover, Shen Bing learned from Lu Zhe and Ning Shu that all aboard the plane had perished at sea, including several of her colleagues disguised as ordinary passengers. Each one of them was an elite member of the police force. She sniffled. I already knew. Then she sighed. However, with this knowledge, my heart feels at ease, no longer burdened. After their meal, the young women were utterly exhausted and retreated to the shelter for some much-needed rest. Lin Qianqian cautiously tugged at Shen Bing's arm. Sister Bing, would you like to sleep a little longer? I have slept quite enough. Ning Shu yawned. I shall wait a while longer, too. Very well then. Lin Qianqian entered the shelter with a hint of disappointment. Lu Zhe, what shall you do today? I shall accompany you. Lu Zhe observed her dark circles and pinched her cheek. You look this way. You should really rest a bit. I told you, it's nothing serious. Ning Shu patted Lu Zhe's arm and chuckled. Come on, what shall we do today? Shen Bing glanced at the striking young man and woman before her. A sense of envy and inexplicable melancholy stirring within her. So, are you two a couple? Lu Zhe smiled. It is merely a jest. Ning Shu wrapped her arm around Lu Zhe. Indeed, talk of couples is just a joke. In reality, we are dear friends. I see. Shen Bing nodded. Sister understands. Stranded on this deserted island, one must have some amusement. Otherwise, one might suffocate. Ning Shu shook her head. True enough. Shen Bing smiled gently. By the way, do we have any plans for today? I wonder if I might be of assistance. Certainly. Having rescued individuals, it is time to consider the next steps. Lu Zhe contemplated. We have food and coconut water, as well as shelter and a campfire. The next step may involve exploring the jungle in search of sustainable freshwater sources and arable land. However, delving into the jungle entails confronting unknown dangers, thus necessitating an update of our tools. Ning Shu inquired, where do we begin? Lu Zhe handed her a steak knife. Class leader, please sharpen this knife carefully. The goal is to refine the tip and blade. Ning Shu took it and examined it. This is a trivial task. Leave it to me. And what about me? Lu Zhe passed her a stone axe. If possible, could you help sharpen this as well? Make it a bit sharper, but not excessively so. Shen Bing lifted it. Astonished. My goodness, you actually crafted a stone axe? How did you manage that? This is a simplified version, not particularly durable. I can teach you step by step later. But I have my own tasks to attend to now. Next, he needed to create a stone pestle. What is this for? Considering the multitude of mosquitoes in the jungle, along with the potential threat of horseflies, he needed to seek out some herbal insect repellents to mash together and apply to his skin. This stone pestle would serve to grind the herbs. He began by selecting an oval-shaped pebble with a diameter of 20 centimeters. He drew a circle the size of a bowl on one side of the stone with a pencil. Using a nail, he tapped small pits along the circle. And with a strike, a small portion broke off, leaving a relatively smooth surface. Next, he polished the rock further for a smoother finish, then proceeded to carve a pit into the semicircular stone, thus creating a grinding bowl. This task required some effort. He needed to secure the half-round stone between several other rocks, using a rough stone to rub back and forth within the circle. As he rubbed, he poured seawater to wash away the stone shavings, gradually forming a shallow pit on the flat surface. At this moment, Shen Bing approached. Hey, what's the matter? Your little girlfriend has fallen asleep. Lu Zhe turned around to find Ning Shu, her half-sharpened knife resting on the stone, drooling as she slept. Indeed, she had been busy all night yesterday and was utterly exhausted. Seeing her in this state, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of compassion. He realized that the girls had begun to occupy an increasingly significant place in his heart, yet it was becoming increasingly complicated. He noticed his feelings for each of them deepening. Setting aside the knife, he lifted her and carried her to the shelter, gently placing her beside Jiang Yao. The sight of the girls sleeping was particularly endearing. Watching them slumber, a faint smile appeared on Lu Zhe's lips. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps continuing to live here was not such a bad idea after all. Returning to his task of crafting tools, Shen Bing sidled up beside him. Do you mind? Not at all. Lu Zhe smiled, sensing that Shen Bing wished to engage in conversation. I feel that the four young women are quite taken with you. While polishing, Lu Zhe casually remarked, it is merely mutual dependence and assistance in a dire situation. If relationships become strained, only intrigues will arise. Which one is your official girlfriend? Lu Zhe shook his head. None. Shen Bing hesitated before asking. Have you ever engaged in such activities? What kind of activities? Shen Bing cautiously chose her words. You know? Last night, the two of us. Lu Zhe paused momentarily, shaking his head. Actually, our relationship is quite pure. So, you are a novice? Yes. Haha. How amusing fate can be. Shen Bing observed the slightly bashful young man and patted his shoulder. Yet you are not at a loss. Sister is also a novice. Lu Zhe recognized that she might have been influenced by the yellow skirt, for a rational woman would never behave in such an uncharacteristic manner. But how should this matter be resolved? What do you wish to do? Naturally, you are to take responsibility. Just so you know, sister may not be able to marry when we return. Shen Bing chuckled. Never mind, I was just joking. In fact, I owe you an apology. What for? I must have consumed a toxic mushroom. I merely wish for you to believe me. I am quite reserved and not that kind of person. Lu Zhe nodded. Indeed. Can you forgive me? This time, Lu Zhe did not pause his work. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. Shen Bing nodded, truly believing that this boy before her was quite commendable and that he had not acted with intent. Then let us agree that this matter shall remain between us. No one else must mention it, all right? All right. Lu Zhe still wore an expression of hurt. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, he felt immense joy within. Why? He feared the potential adverse consequences of this incident. Whether it led to entanglements or if several girls learned of it, it would be troublesome. As a man, disregarding the matter after it occurred would only seem callous. However, her initiative to keep it under wraps was exceedingly gracious. Despite this, Lu Zhe continued to feign a melancholic demeanor. He nodded, responding with a contemplative hum. This weighed heavily on Shen Bing's heart. It seemed he was not yet ready to accept this reality. Perhaps, in the future, she could gently guide him to understanding. Chapter 78. Entering the Stone Age. Fortunately, they had said all that needed to be said, and there was no need to linger on the issue any longer. In Shen Bing's view, although she had lost her first time, she had gained 5 companions who would share both joy and hardship in desperate circumstances. That was invaluable. The key was that he was a pure-hearted young man, making her feel as though she had not lost out. Some matters, once openly discussed, could be laid to rest. Overthinking was futile. One must lift their spirits and live courageously. She took up the stone axe and began vigorously sharpening it. Lu Zhe continued crafting a stone pestle, his strength allowing him to deepen the shallow pit in the round stone gradually. He then placed some sharp stones within the pit, using one end of a wooden stick to press down while twisting it side to side. The powerful friction produced more stone shavings, making the pit deeper. After 2 hours of relentless grinding, Lu Zhe had created a small pit roughly 10 centimeters deep, about the size of a bowl. He polished the inside with a handful of sand, cleaning it thoroughly, and thus the pestle was complete. The remaining steps were simple. He found a piece of wood and carved a pestle stick with a small round blade, smoothing it with sand, culminating in a perfect stone pestle. During this time, Shen Bing had sharpened the stone axe and honed the knife to a fine point, leaving her shoulders sore from the effort. How does it look? Lu Zhe asked, inspecting her work. Not bad, he acknowledged. Let me see yours. Lu Zhe handed her the pestle bowl. Shen Bing could not help but exclaim, my goodness, how much strength does one need to carve such a deep pit in stone? What did you study before? Finance, he replied, and I also enjoy soccer, swimming, and figure skating. Oh, I would never have guessed. Just looking at this bowl, I would think you were a weightlifter. Shen Bing then remarked, by the way, Lu Zhe, would you be interested in learning martial arts? I could teach you. Not interested. To Lu Zhe, with fresh water still uncertain and no land secured, he had no mind for such pursuits. Perhaps when things stabilize. He set the pestle bowl aside, took 2 plastic bags, and headed toward the forest. Hey, where are you going? Just nearby to gather some mosquito-repelling herbs. Otherwise, I will be covered in bites. Shen Bing considered this and said, well, I have nothing else to do, so I will join you. All right, the more we gather, the better. Upon entering the forest, Lu Zhe discovered several wild mint plants. This herb was edible and effective against mosquitoes and itching. He collected several leaves. At that moment, Shen Bing caught a whiff of a peculiar odor. It was neither distinctly pleasant nor unpleasant, merely strange. Following the scent, she stumbled upon a cluster of small white flowers. Hey, Lu Zhe. Do you know what kind of flower this is? Lu Zhe reached out to touch it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered wild stone heather. This flower has mosquito-repelling properties. As he spoke, Lu Zhe began to pluck the blossoms and place them into the plastic bag. Shen Bing pondered. I have heard this flower is rather pungent. Could it be? She suddenly covered her nose. This wouldn't be the smell associated with boys, would it? Lu Zhe sniffed and nodded. Indeed, the scent is similar, but this is even stronger. Shen Bing chuckled. So, have you smelled it yourself? Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly. Curiosity is natural, you know? Shen Bing suppressed her laughter. Are you certain you want to apply this fragrant flower on several young ladies? I believe applying it on ourselves is the correct choice compared to being bitten by mosquitoes or allowing horseflies to construct shelters beneath our skin. Besides, we could add some wild mint to mitigate the odor. At least we would smell more pleasant as humans. If it means constructing shelters beneath our skin, I trust your judgment. Shen Bing helped Lu Zhe gather the herbs, appreciating that this boy was not only focused and capable, but also possessed an intriguing spirit. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Zhe placed the stone heather and wild mint into the pestle bowl, added some coconut water, and began to pound it incessantly with the pestle. Shen Bing observed him. No wonder he could lead 4 girls to survive on a deserted island for so long. He truly possessed formidable survival skills. How wonderful it would be if he were just a few years older, or perhaps if she were a few years younger. She sighed wistfully. Before long, the stone heather and wild mint had been ground into a light green paste. Lu Zhe applied the herbal mixture to various parts of his clothing. Would you like some as well? Shen Bing did not hesitate. Of course. She scooped a portion with her finger and applied it evenly on herself. Sister, could you help apply it to the others? Also, make extra mosquito repellent. I still need to craft other tools. What else do you plan to make? A stone knife. But you already have an axe. However, the priority for survival remained finding a stable water source. To seek out water, one must venture into the jungle, where one would inevitably encounter overgrown weeds and obstructive vines. Thus, a knife capable of cutting through thicket was essential. The axe was suitable for chopping wood, but not for clearing paths. With clarity of thought and a correct direction, Shen Bing nodded, feeling that even if the most capable colleagues from the police station were to arrive on this deserted island, they might not surpass the prowess of this young man. It seemed that showcasing her lackluster survival skills would be futile. Collaborating with him was the wisest choice. Very well. I will continue to prepare more mosquito-repelling herbs. Lu Zhe then focused on searching for materials to craft the knife. He needed to select flat stone shards from the diverse array of rocks. The best method was to locate layered stones, break them apart, and find a solid layer to shape into blades. This task proved challenging, and Lu Zhe spent over 2 hours scouring the beach before finally discovering suitable stone materials. It was a rock slab about 2 feet wide and half a meter long, resembling a peeled rock layer, with one side thin and the other thick. Measuring around 3 centimeters at its thickest point, ideal for making a stone knife. He dragged the slab ashore and used a pencil and ruler to outline the shape of the blade on the firm part of the stone. Then, with a sharp nail, he pressed firmly along the lines, creating deep grooves. He proceeded to make small pits by striking a wooden stick against nails every 3 to 4 centimeters. This task is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. If one is not careful and fails to control the force, the entire stone may be ruined. It took Lu Zhe almost an hour just to carve a circle of small pits. After completing the circle, he gently struck it with a stone axe. And in no time, the excess material was chipped away. Thus, Lu Zhe obtained a stone slab measuring 30 centimeters in length, approximately 10 centimeters in width, and 25 centimeters at its thickest point, with a slight curvature. The next step was polishing. He poured seawater over the rock and meticulously ground the thinner side. After 3 hours, one side had been honed into a blade. Considering the strength of the stone knife, he dared not sharpen it too finely. The final step involved crafting a handle. He chopped a half-meter-long, slender branch, removed the twigs, peeled off the bark, and then split it on one side to insert the small stone slab. He pressed it tightly and bound it securely with hemp rope. In this manner, a primitive stone knife was created. Chapter 79. Seeking cleaning supplies regardless of the hardships endured. Lu Zhe had transformed from a state of utter lack into possessing a complete set of primitive tools: a sharp dining knife, a small round blade, a harpoon, a stone axe, a slingshot, a stone pestle, and a stone knife. Although the process of creation was arduous, these tools would play an immensely significant role in his future survival endeavors. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was already afternoon. Lu Zhe roasted some banana hearts and coconuts to eat. Food would not be a temporary shortage. It was time to consider elevating his standard of living. Bamboo leaves could serve as toilet paper, he mused. There was an abundance of bamboo here, so he could gather some leaves. Shen Bing was still busy crafting mosquito repellent, so he decided to venture into the bamboo grove alone to collect bamboo leaves and enhance the campsite. Lu Zhe chopped several sections of bamboo and gathered a bundle of leaves, preparing to carry them back to the campsite. Just then, he spotted a small creature crouching not far away. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a bamboo rat, an excellent source of wild game, providing a wealth of protein and fat. He quietly drew his slingshot and loaded it with a projectile. At that moment, the creature sensed danger and darted away. Unwilling to give up, Lu Zhe hurriedly pursued it for over 30 meters, yet the bamboo rat swiftly vanished into a burrow. A tinge of regret washed over him, but he was more delighted than disheartened. His current meat supply was sufficient. If he did not catch it now, there would be future opportunities. As long as this species existed on the island, it would eventually make its way onto the menu. He decided to return. As he turned around, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Important resource discovered. The Melia azetarak tree. Looking up, he saw a large red-barked tree not far away. Curiosity piqued. He approached it. As his fingers brushed against the bark, information about the tree flooded his mind. Lu Zhe was elated to discover that this tree was none other than the legendary toothbrush tree. This species is widely distributed across the globe. with many indigenous people in Africa and India using its branches to clean their teeth. The resin contains fluorides, which, when chewed, can strengthen and whiten teeth. This explains the bright smiles of many individuals from those regions. Lu Zhe broke off a few branches and, with bamboo in tow, returned to the campsite. At that moment, several girls at the campsite awoke and rushed over to see what Lu Zhe had brought back. Wow, Lu Zhe, what treasures have you found this time? He set down his findings, explaining, these are substitutes for commonly used items. Shen Bing picked up a bamboo leaf, saying, I know. Bamboo leaves can be brewed into tea. They are good for clearing heat and promoting urination, treating kidney deficiencies. With a knowing smile, she added, but why gather so much? Are you looking to replenish your strength? Lu Zhe chuckled, you are not wrong, but the reason I collected so many is that they serve a more important function. What function? Shen Bing inquired. Our toilet paper is running low, and dried bamboo leaves are a safer alternative. They are less irritating to the skin, albeit narrower and of slightly inferior quality. Until we find a more suitable substitute, we can use them as toilet paper. After a brief pause, Lu Zhe continued, of course. If you wish to use them for tea, that is also an option. Shen Bing looked taken aback. Apologies, but I have no desire for that right now. Tang Xiaoguo picked up a leaf and examined it. It's so narrow, it might get dirty. Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. At this point, let's not be picky. Having something is better than having nothing. Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. Specific, I give it a thumbs up. Jiang Yao picked up a branch. Curious, what is this? It looks quite pretty. Lu Zhe revealed a branch of the Melia azedarac. This is our toothbrush. A toothbrush? The girls exchanged glances, and Tang Xiaoguo blinked in disbelief. It doesn't look like a toothbrush at all. It's a branch from the Melia azedarac tree. People in Africa and India use it for brushing their teeth. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took a branch, chewed one end, and transformed it into a brush-like shape. And what about toothpaste? He asked. Lu Zhe picked up a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, ground it with a stone, and applied the resulting powder to his teeth. Bamboo charcoal is a natural teeth-cleaning agent, you know. Watching Lu Zhe create a dark froth in his mouth, Shen Bing and the other girls were taken aback. Shen Bing remarked, even if bamboo charcoal has absorptive properties, is this method truly hygienic? Indeed, it looks quite unappetizing, another added. If you keep this up, I might refuse to share a water bottle with you. It may appear dirty, but bamboo charcoal that has been burned is free from microorganisms and bacteria, making it an exceptionally hygienic cleaning agent. Just be cautious not to brush for too long, as it can harm the gums. 3 minutes later, Lu Zhe had brushed his teeth thoroughly with the Melia azedarac branch and felt satisfied. He took a small sip of coconut water, puffed out his cheeks forcefully to wash away the charcoal residue, and spat it out. Observing his teeth, they had become remarkably clean and white. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, wow, this actually works. Of course, would you like to give it a try? Lu Zhe offered the Melia azedarac branch to the girls, who instinctively recoiled. What's the matter? Don't you want to brush your teeth? Ning Shu replied, the results are impressive, but bamboo charcoal is a bit hard to accept. Of course, you don't have to try it. Even without brushing, survival is not affected. However, a few weeks down the line, your teeth will turn yellow and develop tartar. And in a few months, you may end up with a set of coffee-colored teeth. Several girls gasped in shock. Oh no, I can't face that. Shen Bing, however, took the initiative to grab a branch, declaring, I think it's necessary to try. She chewed a section of the Melia azedarac branch, then took a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, ground it, and applied it to her teeth. Mimicking Lu Zhe, she rinsed her mouth and spat it out. Like magic, her teeth transformed into a brilliant white. This is even better than using a real toothbrush and toothpaste. The other girls marveled in envy. Indeed, over the past 9 days of survival, they had been preoccupied with securing fresh water and food, leaving little time for dental hygiene. Chewing gum could only temporarily eliminate food debris between teeth. It was merely a stopgap measure, and there were few pieces left. It seemed that if they wished to maintain a bright smile, this was the way to go. Upon witnessing the graceful and beautiful female police officer, the girls pondered what their hesitation was about. They mimicked her actions, chewing on twigs, applying bamboo charcoal, and then picking up a bottle of water. Finally, they chewed on a sprig of mint, and indeed, their teeth became bright and white, and their breath freshened significantly. This, they realized, was the correct approach for young maidens. At that moment, Lu Zhe discovered that the stone pestle he had just crafted was placed on the fire, containing water within. What is the situation here? He inquired. Tang Xiaoguo smiled coyly. We're cooking something. This is a stone pestle. I see. I was just exploring a new method to see if it could serve as a pot, he replied. However, Tang Xiaoguo crouched down. After so long, why isn't the water boiled? Ning Shu glanced over. I said it wouldn't work. It seems to maintain a constant temperature. Lu Zhe sighed. The idea is commendable. But the pestil's mouth is too small for a large flame, and the stone walls are too thick. The heat dissipates before it can reach the water. It appears we shall not be enjoying any soup. Shen Bing smiled gently. It's not that we can't have soup. I have a solution. As she spoke, she picked up a small stone from the fire with a twig and tossed it in. The water instantly began to boil. Chapter 80. What to do when sanitary pads are running low. Although it seemed a bit unsanitary, they could simply use a clean stone next time. Wow. Thanks to Miss Shen Bing for this innovative use of the stone pestle. Impressive, isn't it? I learned this at the police academy, she said, glancing at Lu Zhe, seemingly awaiting praise. I can't believe it can be used this way, Lu Zhe remarked, astonished. Shen Bing was somewhat taken aback. She thought it was a rather rudimentary survival technique. Lu Zhe was indeed surprised, but it was not merely Shen Bing's method that astonished him. He suddenly conceived a third innovative use for the stone pestle. Regardless, they could once again prepare some seafood for dinner. Ever since the iron pot went missing, I haven't had a warm seafood soup, he mused. Lu Zhe stood up. Even though python meat is delectable, we cannot feast on it indefinitely. I'll check the stone hole where we discarded the python bones to see if anything substantial is trapped there. You all prepare some clean stones and roast them over the fire. We will use them to make fish soup upon our return. Ning Shu volunteered. I'll accompany you. You all can keep Shen Bing company. Lin Qianqian smiled sweetly. All right. Lu Zhe nodded. Bring the spear, a small knife, and a plastic bag. Understood. The two made their way to the sea hole. A cluster of rocks where a larger sea hole approximately 2 meters deep and over 30 square meters wide stood, exactly where Lu Zhe had disposed of the python carcass the previous day. Remnants of the python drifted in the water. After a night's tide, the once blood-stained sea hole became crystal clear. Several bones of the python floated in the transparent water, with remnants of flesh between the bones appearing somewhat eerie. I don't see any fish below, Lu Zhe noted. The water was too clear. They were likely hiding among the rocks. Wait for me to dive down, he said, shedding his vest and shorts, leaving only a pair of swim trunks, and jumping into the water with the spear in hand. Ning Shu bit her lip, gazing nervously into the depths. Lu Zhe held his breath and submerged, carefully gliding the spear beneath the rocks. In no time, he emerged with a large fish. The fish darted about, disoriented and unable to find its way back to the ocean, attempting to slip between the rocks. Lu Zhe, with remarkable reflexes, anticipated its movements and speared it deftly. Clang. A new protein source acquired. Yunwen stone grouper, 18 kilograms. Goodness, that's quite a catch, Lu Zhe exclaimed, tossing the fish onto the shore. The large fish flopped wildly on the sand, and Ning Shu was both startled and delighted, rushing to grab a plastic bag. I can't hold it down, she cried. Secure it. There might be more below. Hey, be careful. Lu Zhe dived back into the water and soon caught another fish weighing over a pound, along with 3 smaller ones and an eel. Ning Shu beamed. Haha, it seems we can really start a Douyin account now. This haul is the result of the entire python carcass. Normally, these fish wouldn't venture here. Lu Zhe pointed at the python remains. In reality, the protein we've expended far exceeds what we've gained. We merely switched up our menu. Well, that's still quite all right. Are you coming up? There are still some other things below. Let me retrieve them first. What is it? There are a few sea urchins down there. As he spoke, Lu Zhe dove again and discovered clusters of khaki-colored objects on the stone wall. His eyes lit up. Could this be? He touched it and heard a chime. Discovered sanitary sponge. Below was an introduction to the sponge. It is a simple multicellular marine organism, also the prototype for SpongeBob. The household sponges made from foamed plastic polymers are designed based on the principles of this sponge. This is a true natural sponge. The Mediterranean Sea is the highest quality source of sponges globally, exhibiting a pure yellow hue. In fact, the quality of these Southeast Asian sponges is not inferior. They simply lack the appealing color, which is why they don't attract much attention. Nevertheless, they are quite useful for bathing, dishwashing, personal care, and even for bathing infants. It is the most natural, clean, and safest bathroom material. However, those freshly harvested from the sea may carry some bacteria and microorganisms. They can be pried off with a small knife. He collected a dozen sea urchins and several pieces of sponge before surfacing. Ning Shu, curious, asked. I recognize the sea urchin, but what is this creature? Lu Zhe gasped for air. What? Haven't you seen SpongeBob? Huh. Ning Shu picked one up and felt as if countless tiny creatures were wriggling in her palm, causing her to drop it in fright. Oh my goodness, it's alive. Yes, it is alive now, but it won't be for long, and then we can use it. Lu Zhe squeezed a piece of sponge in his hand, causing a significant amount of seawater to be expelled. Upon releasing it, the sponge became soft and fluffy. Indeed. Want to try again? Ning Shu carefully accepted it, feeling a tingling sensation in her palm, yet finding it quite amusing. Once she understood it, her fear dissipated. Ning Shu even began to enjoy holding the sponge, describing it as a stress relief artifact. Ning Shu and Lu Zhe squeezed the sponges dry, returning to the campsite with their bounty. Upon arrival, Ning Shu couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, look at what we caught." Holding a bag full of treasures, she was met with the sight of her companions with pouts and tears in their eyes. "What is wrong with you all? Did you have a fight?" Both girls remained silent. Lu Zhe was equally perplexed. "What is wrong with these young ladies?" Tang Xiaoguo spoke up. "Lu Zhe, this doesn't concern you. Class monitor, please adjudicate." Shen Bing shrugged in resignation, pulling him aside to explain. "Here's the situation. Guo has her period, but Jiang Yao used all the sanitary pads, leaving only one remaining." "One remaining?" Guo felt quite disheartened as she found herself without any usable supplies. Qianqian inquired, "Lu Zhe, can you make sanitary pads?" Lu Zhe was momentarily speechless. Was there a section in the survival manual about this? Making sanitary pads? Would De Yi or Bei Yi know how to? Even Joshua and Matt would be bewildered. From a male perspective, simply airing them out seemed to be the best solution. However, that would attract insects. This was certainly not a place for them to visit. He needed something to provide protection. Suddenly, Lu Zhe appeared to recall someone, Jiang. She was quite a formidable woman. If memory served, she had once crafted sanitary pads. Yet, would those made from hay, moss, and tree bark be safe for the delicate skin of women? Chapter 81. Island Edition Sanitary Pads. Such materials were undoubtedly unsuitable. Compared to Jiang, he now possessed superior materials, sponge. Using it as the primary component, along with bamboo charcoal and cotton fabric, could be worth a try. However, the sponge needed to be completely dead before use. A living one would squirm, and the sensation of tiny insects crawling beneath would surely distress the girls. Even if they remained composed, Lu Zhe would never allow such a thing. That area was sacred and inviolable. No living creature, save for himself, was permitted to approach. Ahem. Back to the topic. In fact, the retrieved sponge would soon perish, drying out and becoming rigid. Once submerged in water, it would regain its softness. Thus, its properties were contrary to those of certain spongy materials. If kept at a certain moisture level, it would remain soft and elastic. Before discovering a better alternative, it was perfectly reasonable to experiment with this. However, using it directly would still harbor bacteria and microorganisms, jeopardizing the delicate pH balance there. Once this balance was disrupted, the youthful fragrance of the girls could vanish, replaced by an unpleasant odor reminiscent of middle-aged women. The thought of several beautiful girls emanating such a scent made Lu Zhe feel quite uncomfortable. This was unacceptable. The microorganisms and bacteria must be eradicated. But how to accomplish this? The simplest method would be boiling water? That wouldn't work either. Although high temperatures would kill bacteria and microorganisms, they would also destroy the internal structure of the sponge, rendering it unusable. Lu Zhe had devised a solution, the renowned pasteurization method. It sounded sophisticated, but the principle was quite simple. By maintaining a temperature of 50 to 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, one could eliminate 99% of bacteria in food without compromising its nutritional value or flavor. This method is typically employed for sterilizing eggs and milk, proving to be remarkably effective. What, then, could be used to maintain a stable temperature? Indeed, it was the stone pot. This represented Lu Zhe's third innovative application of the stone pot for pasteurization. He began to prepare, first constructing a small fire rack to control the flame size, then filling the stone pot with coconut water for boiling. The gentle heat would not penetrate the thick walls of the stone pot entirely, yet it would allow the water within to maintain a constant temperature for an extended period. After a short while, Lu Zhe tested the water temperature with his hand. It felt slightly warm but not scalding. A sip confirmed it was approximately 60 degrees. After waiting a bit longer, he tested again, and the temperature remained consistent. This was it. Next, he placed several pieces of sponge into the stone pot and set a timer for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, he began searching for additional materials. His backpack contained several old garments he'd salvaged, one of which was a cartoon tank top made of pure cotton with a tear. Judging by its size, it seemed to belong to a young girl, possibly discarded by her mother due to its damage. This could be used to encase the sponge and bamboo charcoal. The small garment could withstand high temperatures. After thoroughly cleaning it, he boiled it in a can to sanitize it and then laid it out in the sun. 30 minutes later, he retrieved the sponge, which had long since perished, with most bacteria and microorganisms eliminated. While rapid cooling post-sterilization would yield better results, he had to make do with the circumstances. Upon squeezing it, he found it still retained its elasticity. However, a sponge that was too soft would undoubtedly be uncomfortable between the legs. To provide the girls with the most optimal experience, it needed to be made thinner. Yet, slicing it too thin would affect its absorbency. No matter, Lu Zhe gathered some bamboo charcoal to place between two sponge layers, enhancing their absorptive capacity. He then cut the girls' clothing into strips about 20 centimeters long, tightly wrapping the sponge and bamboo charcoal within. This ensured it maintained absorbency without being overly thick and uncomfortable when worn. When placed in their undergarments, it would serve its purpose perfectly. Lu Zhe crafted 5 sets, which should suffice for the time being. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo both refrained from using the last sanitary pad. The group had transitioned from their initial disputes to concessions, and now to brainstorming solutions, all centered around one pressing question: how to cope in a world without sanitary pads. Some suggested using hay, others fabric, some proposed rinsing with seawater, while others argued that leaving it unwashed was no great concern. Yet, upon reflection, none of these options seemed viable. Just then, Lu Zhe returned to the campsite. Upon his arrival, the girls lowered their heads in silence. After all, it was rather embarrassing for boys to learn about their feminine troubles. However, they underestimated Lu Zhe's straightforwardness. What's the matter? Is it because there aren't enough sanitary pads? Both girls' faces flushed crimson. Jiang Yao sighed. While that's true, being asked directly by a boy still feels a bit odd. No worries, the problem has been resolved. How? Lu Zhe proudly displayed his creation. With this, Ning Shu blinked in confusion. What is it? Philosopher's exclusive, Island Edition sanitary pads. Qianqian gasped. Oh my gosh. You actually made it. Ning Shu was in disbelief and then loudly queried. How could you possibly create something like this? The other girls stared wide-eyed, equally astonished. It's all for you, Lu Zhe declared with pride. After all, women have their complexities, and as the only man in the team, I should help you tackle the challenges you face. The 4 girls exchanged glances. What was there to be happy about? They felt utterly awkward. Shen Bing awkwardly picked it up, squeezing it. Hey, this actually resembles something usable. What materials did you use? Sterilized sponge and bamboo charcoal, both of which have strong absorbent properties, combined with a sterilized cotton shirt. This ensures effective absorbency while being gentle on delicate skin. More importantly, this fabric serves as a cotton pouch that can be sterilized and reused. All that's needed is to replace the inner sponge and bamboo charcoal. Clean, hygienic, and comfortable. It won't hinder daytime activities, and there will be no leaks at night, providing you with considerate care and the utmost protection. Once he finished speaking, the girls gaped, utterly speechless. Tang Xiaoguo finally asked, Lu Zhe, are you serious? Of course. Stared in disbelief. Lu Zhe, please don't tell me you learned this from Wan Go Wei Shin Mi. Lu Zhe wanted to concoct another excuse, but could not think of one. So he simply nodded. Yes. Which version of Wan Go Wei Shin Mi teaches this? That is not important. What matters is that it can indeed address the issues you will face in the future. Even if we have 10 packs, they will be used up quickly. This was reasonable, but being educated about such matters by a boy made her feel uneasy. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe was not a stranger. Although Shen Bing felt somewhat helpless, she understood that if they stayed on the deserted island for an extended period, these were problems they would inevitably confront. She squeezed the item again and found its softness and comfort quite satisfactory. A thought struck her, despite its unassuming appearance. It might truly resolve the significant challenges they were about to encounter. Chapter 82, the 10th day. Exploring the jungle. Shen Bing squeezed it once more. I think we can give it a try. Why don't you all test it out? Are we really going to try it? We can't just leave it sitting here. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo exchanged glances. Since it's made by Lu Zhe, let us be guinea pigs. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo each took one, went behind the shelter, and fiddled with it for a while before coming out, both blushing. Lin Qianqian curiously asked, how does it feel? Jiang Yao tilted her head and pondered. To be honest, it's not as hard to accept as I imagined. Tang Xiaoguo pursed her lips. After all, it's Lu Zhe's creation. It's quite comfortable to use. Ning Shu nodded. Regardless, this is the best substitute for sanitary pads we can use at this stage. Lu Zhe, you truly are a talent, capable of creating such things. Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly. One must grow through practice, like a brother, being earnest and eager to learn, and observing carefully. One can attain a more comfortable life experience in harsh environments. Is that boasting? It certainly sounds like it. Shen Bing curiously approached the stone pestle and noticed the tools Lu Zhe had used to create these items, suddenly realizing the principle behind the sterilization. In reality, he was truly impressive. Hey, how do we handle all these fish? Lin Qianqian's voice came from over there. We can kill 2 for fish soup and turn the rest into dried fish slices. They'll last longer and serve as snacks. Wow, dried fish slices. That sounds exciting. Can you do it? It's simple. I'll teach you. Is this also from Wan Go Wei Shin Mi? Stop talking nonsense and pay attention. The survival manual has clear instructions. Lu Zhe picked up a dining knife and began working. Kill the fish, gut it, then deb one and skin it. Spread the meat on a stone while using a bamboo tube to extract moisture and roast the stone. Since the sea fish is already salty, just apply a bit of honey and press while roasting to remove all moisture. By evening, everyone finally had fish soup and over 2 pounds of dried fish slices. Summarizing the achievements of the 9th day, they had created 2 crucial stone tools, marking their official entry into the Stone Age. They had also improved their living conditions by utilizing resources such as bamboo leaves, neem branches, and sponges. The rescue team still had not arrived, but life was gradually returning to normal. However, the most pressing issue remained unsolved. They had yet to find a sustainable freshwater source. On a deserted island, the absence of continuous freshwater meant they could never escape the threat of death. June 19th, Sunday, sunny. At 6:30 a.m. It was now the 10th day of being stranded on the deserted island. Lu Zhe had a piece of python meat, 2 sprigs of fish mint, and 2 pieces of roasted coconut meat for breakfast. He replenished carbohydrates, vitamins, protein, and fats. He planned to venture deep into the jungle today, searching horizontally along the mountain forest. His sole objective was to find a spring, stream, or lake to relocate their camp nearby. He prepared some tools, a stone knife for clearing the way and a slingshot for hunting. He wrapped pebbles in clay to form rounds and hardened them by roasting over fire. These rounds were far more accurate than ordinary river stones. He also fashioned a simple compass from a magnetic card. Additionally, he applied mosquito-repellent herbs on himself and carried Ning Shu's backpack, which contained 2 bottles of coconut water and some jerky. Lu Zhe initially intended to go alone, but everyone opposed him. Shen Bing expressed her concerns. Lu Zhe, while I may not know as much as you about other things, it is extremely dangerous to venture alone in the wild. I had no option before, but now that we have the means, it would be best to bring someone along. Lu Zhe thought having a girl accompany him would be nice. She could help carry some tools, and they could chat. Most importantly, it was an opportunity to complete his check-in. All right, but just one person. The most suitable companion was Shen Bing, as she was familiar with the terrain and could serve as a guide. However, her calf injury had not yet healed, and a long trek might exacerbate the condition. Wei had just gotten her period, and Yao Yao's was still ongoing. Only Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were in a position to move freely. After some deliberation, it was decided that Qianqian would accompany him into the jungle. As today was Wednesday, and she was the designated girlfriend. Qianqian, you are the one I trust the most. Remember, the designated girlfriend must prevent him from getting too frisky. Ning Shu earnestly reminded her. Qianqian smiled and nodded. Don't worry, squad leader. Lu Zhe helped Lin Qianqian apply the mosquito-repelling herbal ointment, and by 8 a.m., the two entered the jungle together. Once inside, they ascended the slope, reaching a point about 300 meters from the coastline, and began traversing laterally along the mountainside. The path was challenging, yet it was the easiest route to discover freshwater. Beneath the tree canopy, the air was filled with the sounds of unknown insects, which grew somewhat irksome. Faintly, they could hear birds chirping and beasts growling deep in the forest, but the species were unidentifiable, causing Lin Qianqian to feel a bit frightened. Lu Zhe led the way, continuously swinging the stone knife to clear the thorns ahead. Lin Qianqian followed closely behind, chatting to alleviate her fear. Initially, Lu Zhe thought Qianqian would only focus on the flora and geological information. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Qianqian suddenly asked, Lu Zhe, do you like Bingjie? Lu Zhe was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a question. Why do you ask? I feel like when you talk to her, it gives off a vibe that your relationship is quite special, Lin Qianqian said, frowning slightly. That's not true. Stop saying nonsense. Lu Zhe thought to himself. Could it be that girls really have a sixth sense, or did Lin Qianqian notice something that night? He joked. What, are you jealous? Lin Qianqian chuckled. Not at all. In fact, I quite understand you. How so? Because I also enjoy looking at cute and pretty girls. Sometimes I think if I were a boy, I would be just like you, a flirtatious rogue. It was rare for her to be so candid. To be honest, among the girls, Lin Qianqian was the most beautiful. But who would have thought that such an adorable girl could have such a peculiar side? If you like girls, would having you as my designated girlfriend make you uncomfortable? Lin Qianqian shook her head and said, being your on-call girlfriend brings me immense joy. It allows me to feel like a normal girl. And what about that? Lin Qianqian blushed and pouted. You are the only boy I don't dislike. Should I take pride in that? Of course. Lin Qianqian playfully tossed her hair. I understand that Xiao Zhe likes beautiful girls. And I quite appreciate you just as you are. Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. You like me? Lin Qianqian followed closely behind Lu Zhe and earnestly stated. I believe I might feel jealous. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Seeing the boy I like being affectionate with a girl he likes fills me with inexplicable happiness. Qianqian, you seem off. Although Lu Zhe maintained a calm facade, he was utterly astonished. It was the first time he realized such a girl existed in the world. Should I offer some guidance? Wait, why should I? From my perspective, there's nothing wrong with this. At least she isn't like Tang Xiaoguo, who gets jealous over trivial matters. Now, the question arises. If you encounter such a girl in your life, would you guide her? Chapter 83. The Scorpion Incident. As they walked and chatted, they unknowingly traversed over 4 hours without finding a water source. Not a river or stream was to be found, nor even a drainage ditch or muddy puddle. Isn't it indicated that this island has fresh water resources? Lin Qianqian expressed her concern. Lu Zhe, have we wandered too far? Lu Zhe surveyed their surroundings. Through the gaps in the trees, he could vaguely see the ocean in the distance. Have we circled to the other side of the island? He observed the sun's position through the foliage and sensed something was amiss. He took out a half bottle, poured in some water, placed it on the ground, and positioned the magnetic compass on top. As the ripples settled, the magnetic needle ultimately pointed in one direction. To ensure accuracy, Lu Zhe tried 3 different positions, each yielding the same result. He frowned slightly. What's wrong? Lin Qianqian inquired. Like the campsite, the reverse side points towards the ocean. Isn't that normal? Not normal. Lu Zhe shook his head. Having walked this far, we should have reached the side or back of the island. Yet we find ourselves still on the same side as the campsite. This indicates that this island is extraordinarily large. Lin Qianqian surveyed her surroundings. It does seem quite expansive. She initially believed the island was larger than she had anticipated, and upon closer inspection, it could easily span over 10 square kilometers, nearly the size of a small town. An island of this size should have fresh water. Perhaps the dry season has persisted too long, Lu Zhe replied. Squatting down to closely examine the geological structure beneath their feet, he noted some dry moss, which typically thrives in moist environments, while other patches of moss were flourishing. Look here. What is it? Lu Zhe pointed to some moss. If I'm not mistaken, there was once a small stream here, but it has dried up for too long, allowing plants to grow. Lin Qianqian had not noticed initially, but examined the area closely after Lu Zhe's observation. Indeed, there was a distinct path of vegetation that differed from the surrounding areas, suggesting it was the trace of flowing water. It's a shame it has dried up, Lin Qianqian remarked. The temperature fluctuations here are quite pronounced. Theoretically, there should be ample rainfall. Lu Zhe pondered this problem as well. It should be the case. Perhaps this island possesses some unknown climatic characteristics. What shall we do? Lu Zhe contemplated. Continuing to search like this isn't feasible, even if we walk into the night. We may not find anything. We need to find a way to reach the highest point on the island to survey the entire area. Perhaps we can locate a water source. But I'm feeling a bit tired. Should we skip the summit today? Of course, Lu Zhe scanned the surroundings. To reach the mountaintop, we need to prepare more adequately. Given the estimated size of the mountain, entering the jungle now with our current provisions is insufficient. What else do we need? A hammock, more fresh water, and preparations for an overnight stay in the jungle. Overnight in the jungle? That sounds too dangerous. But if the rescue team doesn't arrive, these are experiences we must endure. Let's rest for a while, have something to eat, and call it a day. With that, Lu Zhe unloaded his backpack to fetch coconut water and jerky. Lin Qianqian sighed and found a rock to sit on. At that moment, she failed to notice an uninvited guest lurking on the stone. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her. Ouch! What happened? Lin Qianqian's face was filled with fear. I got stung. What? Lu Zhe rushed over, gently helping Lin Qianqian to her feet. To his shock, he discovered a flattened scorpion at the spot where she had been sitting. Lu Zhe was taken aback. This scorpion was a staggering 10 centimeters long, entirely black with a vivid red tail. Lu Zhe's heart raced. This creature certainly looked formidable. Lin Qianqian was on the verge of tears. Oh no, I've been stung. He quickly picked up the deceased scorpion, recalling information about it. The Malaysian red-tailed rainforest scorpion can be medicinal, and, as a pet, its venom is generally not lethal, though it can cause swelling, pain, and mild muscle discomfort. It looks alarming, but it turns out not to be particularly venomous. Interestingly, scorpions differ from other venomous creatures. Those from cold climates and deserts are the most toxic, while the majority in tropical rainforests have relatively mild venom. Thus, despite its fearsome appearance, this scorpion primarily relies on its large pincers rather than its stinger. Lu Zhe sighed as he held the scorpion. This poor fellow was just sunbathing when a little beauty sat on him. Realizing the venom was not severe, Lu Zhe felt relieved. What should we do? What should we do? Try to move as little as possible. It's all right. The scorpion's venom shouldn't be too potent. Despite Lu Zhe's reassurances, he remained anxious. If Qianqian was truly injured, it would be a significant problem. Chapter 84. carrying Lin Qianqian back to Camp Qianqian. Don't move. Lu Zhe, what are you going to do? Consider me a doctor. Let me check your injury. Lin Qianqian shyly turned her face away, nodding in agreement. Lu Zhe closed his eyes momentarily, his mind racing with information. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, slight scorpion venom wound. Itching for 3 days, can heal on its own. Lu Zhe felt a wave of relief. It's nothing serious, just a minor sting. It will itch for a few days before healing. Can you take your hand out now? All right. In the jungle, Lu Zhe stood while Qianqian sat. Both too shy to meet each other's eyes, creating an awkward silence. Ultimately, Lu Zhe broke the ice. How are you? Can you walk? I still feel a bit uncomfortable. But it's not a big deal. Though she said this, her furrowed brow revealed she had not fully recovered. Let us eat something. Then we'll head back to camp. Okay. Lu Zhe pulled out some grilled fish slices, python jerky, and coconut water, and the two shared a simple meal right there. Lu Zhe stood upon a stone, surveying the surroundings. Returning via the same path seemed both arduous and pointless. Let us first reach the beach, and then we can make our way back from there. We might even find some treasures. Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. I have no objections. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, despite their determination, Lin Qianqian felt discomfort from her injury. It still hurts a bit, doesn't it? Yes. Any friction causes a twinge of pain. Then allow me to carry you. Lin Qianqian paused for a moment before nodding. Lu Zhe secured the stone knife at his back and, with a graceful motion, lifted Lin Qianqian into his arms. She nestled against him like a delicate bird. I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Lu Zhe smiled nonchalantly. If you were a boy, it would indeed be troublesome, but with a girl, it's manageable. His strength and stamina had significantly improved, making Lin Qianqian feel as light as a kitten in his embrace. Is carrying a cat troublesome? Not at all. Lin Qianqian hesitated. Could you please keep my scorpion sting a secret from the others? I don't want them to worry. No problem. Then when we reach the camp, can you let me walk back by myself? Lu Zhe understood that Lin Qianqian was the type of girl who disliked being a burden. She would never allow him to carry her unless absolutely necessary. That request is not unreasonable. Very well. However, carrying Lin Qianqian meant he could not collect anything along the way. Yet, completing the sign-in became effortless. As he leaned slightly, his lips brushed against her hair. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Sign-in complete. Stamina 1. You have signed in for 10 consecutive days. Data panel. Strength. 13. Stamina. 13. Physique. 11. Agility. 12. Perception. 11. Indeed. The system's notion of randomness did not imply true randomness. Perhaps it began as random, but once established, an individual would be bound to a specific ability. In an instant, Lu Zhe's stamina was fully restored. He strode purposefully along the beach, still carrying Qianqian. 2 hours later, they approached the campsite. He was certain that under normal circumstances, he could never have carried a girl for 2 hours. Yet even so, Lu Zhe found himself slightly out of breath, his cheeks flushed. He gently set Lin Qianqian down. We're almost at the camp. Can you manage to walk back? Qianqian bit her lip. Yes, thank you for your effort. Meanwhile, in the camp, Shen Bing was learning to weave hemp rope with Ning Shu, while Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao were preparing food. In less than 2 days, Shen Bing had integrated well with the other girls, becoming their confidant. Seeing that the sky was darkening and Lu Zhe and Qianqian had yet to return, Ning Shu expressed her concern. Didn't Lu Zhe say he would return before 2 o'clock? Why are they so late? Perhaps the path is difficult, Jiang Yao replied. I know Lu Zhe well. He manages his time effectively. Ning Shu pondered. Do you think something might have happened to them? Could they be in danger? Tang Xiaoguo asked anxiously. Ning Shu shook her head. I trust Lu Zhe's ability to handle crises. I'm referring to a different situation. Jiang Yao understood immediately, shrugging. What could happen? Qianqian doesn't even like boys. Not exactly, Tang Xiaoguo mused. I remember during school, more boys pursued Qianqian than me, but she always politely declined, keeping her distance. Yet since arriving on the island, I've never seen her treat Lu Zhe that way, not even a little. Ning Shu reflected, indeed. When she is with Lu Zhe, she seems to behave like a normal girl. Shen Bing, overhearing their conversation, chuckled. Let me clarify. From a psychological perspective, this falls under bisexuality. Most syndromes exhibit an overt attraction to the opposite sex while maintaining a covert attraction to the same sex, appearing no different from normal individuals until specific circumstances trigger it. Qianqian, however, is the opposite. She displays overt attraction to the same sex and covert attraction to the opposite sex. Having spent ample time with Lu Zhe on this deserted island, she naturally recognizes his excellence, prompting her latent attraction to surface. Ning Shu gasped. Goodness, Bing Jia, you know so much. As a people's protector. I studied psychology in police school. I have some understanding, Shen Bing replied modestly. Tang Xiaoguo frowned. So, Qianqian is the most dangerous one. Jiang Yao pondered. Remember how she mentioned wanting Lu Zhe to help her change some peculiar habits? Ning Shu worriedly asked, could they have engaged in something inappropriate? What are you thinking? Shen Bing laughed lightly. I believe both Lu Zhe and Qianqian are not the type to act recklessly. As their friends, you should know them better. Upon hearing Shen Bing's words, Ning Shu nodded. That is true. Tang Xiaoguo contemplated and then asked, what if they really did something? Can we tell by some details? Of course. Shen Bing replied confidently with a smile. I am a professional. Ning Shu inquired. Then could you share some insights, Bingjia? Well, since you're not children anymore, it wouldn't hurt to discuss it. Shen Bing thought it wise to use this opportunity to teach the girls how to discern people's behavior, helping them navigate life as complexities. You can observe from several aspects. The three girls leaned in closer. First, this kind of thing tends to exhaust boys more than girls. Observe if the boy is sweating excessively or slightly out of breath. Typically, any activity lasting under 20 minutes will leave noticeable signs that are hard to conceal. For instance, if his shirt clings to his skin or his hair appears tousled. Second, are either of them shy or blushing? Even if the event has passed, observe how they look at each other. They may blush, and one will feel a heavy heart. A girl like Qianqian, who cannot hide her feelings, is particularly easy to discern. Third, pay attention to their posture when walking. This is especially evident in girls. Those who have not experienced such situations will likely walk awkwardly after their first time, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. As she spoke, Shen Bing inadvertently adjusted her own posture. If her walking differs from usual, such as keeping her legs tightly together or moving slowly, then something has likely occurred. The three girls listened, astonished by this revelation. Bingjia, you're incredible. You understand all this. Shen Bing smiled nonchalantly. Don't forget, I deal with criminals daily. Reading people is my specialty. Oh, look, they are back. As she spoke, Lu Zhe and Lin Qianqian appeared in the distance. Chapter 85, Shen Bing's Insights. Coconut. Hurry and chop one. The moment Lu Zhe returned to the camp, he grabbed a coconut and cracked it open. His shirt was drenched in sweat, clearly indicating he had recently engaged in physically demanding activity. In contrast, Lin Qianqian's face was flushed, suggesting she harbored some secret. Lu Zhe, despite his greater stamina, appeared more fatigued, while the delicate Lin Qianqian seemed less worn out. After finishing with the coconut, Lu Zhe offered it to Lin Qianqian. Here, have some coconut water. Lin Qianqian blushed and shook her head, softly responding, you've worked hard. You drink first. Once you're satisfied, you can share some with me. The three girls widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Shen Bing was taken aback. The man sweats, and the woman blushes, their mutual concern evident, yet somewhat unnatural. Perfectly aligning with every point mentioned by Bingjia. Sisters, can there be more blatant evidence than this? Ning Shu's voice trembled slightly. Lu Zhe approached and inquired, hey, what are you discussing? Ning Shu adjusted her tone. Lu Zhe, what were you and Qianqian up to? Of course, we were searching for fresh water. Did you find any? Lu Zhe wiped his sweat and shook his head. No, we didn't find anything. Can you believe it? We barely reached the other side of the island. Jiang Yao, with teary eyes, lamented, of course, we couldn't find anything. Our energy was spent on other matters. What do you mean? Tang Xiaoguo, her cheeks flushed, asked, let's be honest, Lu Zhe and Qianqian, did you do anything? Lin Qianqian immediately recalled the scene of Lu Zhe checking the scorpion venom, her face reddening further, her legs tightening, and her expression growing more flustered. No, we didn't. Then why does Lu Zhe look a bit tired? Well, walking such a long distance, wouldn't you be tired? Lu Zhe replied irritably. But why does Qianqian look less fatigued? He thought of Lin Qianqian's desire to keep that matter private and casually replied, she has good stamina, okay? Is Qianqian's stamina better than yours? Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed incredulously, if I recall correctly, you're on the school soccer team. Jiang Yao added in annoyance. She is a member of the dance club, a level 2 swimmer, and even participated in the city marathon during her college graduation, completing the full course in 3.5 hours. You say Qianqian has better stamina than you? Shen Bing, blushing, remarked, this guy is quite impressive. All right, enough of that. Ning Shu composed herself. I saw you both return from the beach. Didn't you collect anything? In truth, they had encountered some useful supplies along the way, but holding Lin Qianqian made it difficult to gather them. Lu Zhe, feeling obligated to keep his promise to Qianqian, replied, we didn't see anything useful. Something feels amiss. Something is definitely not right. Tang Xiaoguo suddenly cried out. You two really went into the thicket, didn't you? What? Into the thicket? Qianqian's face turned crimson. No? We didn't. It must be true. Look, Qianqian's face is even redder now. Lu Zhe finally understood what they were implying. Ladies, your imaginations are running wild. How could you think that about Qianqian and me? Shen Bing interjected, believing that exceptions exist, even if Lu Zhe and Qianqian seem to fit every circumstance. Wait, what is this? She extended her slender fingers and plucked a long hair from Lu Zhe's neck. Among all the girls, only Qianqian had such long hair. Well, it appears you truly need to explain yourself. Indeed, they had ventured into the thicket. He didn't even take me with him. Jiang Yao, with red eyes, began to sob. What a terrible idea to have a duty girlfriend. Lu Zhe forced a smile. This misunderstanding seems to be escalating. At that moment, Lin Qianqian felt that not telling the truth would unjustly implicate Lu Zhe. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You all really misunderstood. Lu Zhe carried me back." "Carried you back? Why?" Lin Qianqian's face flushed. "I got stung." "Stung by whom? Lu Zhe?" "No, it was a scorpion." Upon hearing this, the girls grew tense. In times of crisis, their concern for one another was palpable. "Qianqian, you're not lying, are you?" "No, I'm telling the truth." Qianqian was not one to frequently tell lies, and her steadfastness made it difficult for anyone to doubt her. "Where were you stung?" "On my bottom." Lin Qianqian's voice was barely audible. "What is there to be shy about? We are all girls. Come on, speak up." "Ah, she already said where." Shen Bing said, "Come on, let us check. If it's really venomous, it could be dangerous." Of course, their concern for their friend was one reason, but they also wanted to verify if Qianqian was lying. Seeing everyone was saying this, Lin Qianqian reluctantly nodded. Lu Zhe still wanted to eavesdrop when Ning Shu handed him the squirt gun Tang Xiaoguo had picked up. "Go over there and play for a while. Don't look this way." Then she added with a stern glare, "If this turns out to be false, you're in big trouble." Huh. Meanwhile, Qianqian was experiencing another moment of social embarrassment. With tears on her face, she gazed at the blue sky and ocean, letting her friends examine her. This feeling would be etched in her memory forever. "Oh my, you really were stung. Qianqian, does it hurt? Have you treated it?" "Don't worry, it doesn't seem too serious. Rest assured, the sting isn't severe." Furthermore, Shen Bing sighed in relief. Lu Zhe and Qianqian really didn't do anything inappropriate. "How do you know, Bingjie?" Shen Bing lowered her voice and quietly remarked, "Qianqian is a virgin. How can you tell? Look here." A 2-minute academic discourse left the girls with a wealth of knowledge. "Bingjie, you understand this too?" "Humph, Bingjie is quite the expert." "No, it's actually due to work." "Work?" The girls looked at her in confusion. Shen Bing smiled wryly and shrugged. "You wouldn't believe where female drug traffickers hide their drugs. There are places inconvenient for men to inspect, so we female officers have to check them. Having seen enough, one naturally learns. We didn't understand it the first time." Shen Bing, curious, asked, "Who else have you seen?" Recalling the incident when Shen Bing fainted and they searched for maggot larvae, the girls exchanged awkward smiles. "Just ourselves?" "In the mirror. Looking in the mirror." "You all looked in the mirror?" Jiang Yao giggled awkwardly. Curiosity is only human. After learning that Lin Qianqian and Lu Zhe had not engaged in anything inappropriate, the girls felt somewhat relieved but still worried about Qianqian's condition. "Qianqian, where were you stung?" "In the jungle." "What color was the scorpion?" "Black, with a red stinger." Shen Bing sighed again. "Don't worry. This is a Malaysian rainforest scorpion. Although venomous, it is not highly toxic." Shen Bing examined the sting site closely. "It's fine. Just avoid strenuous activity for a couple of days, and it will heal soon." "Can I lift it?" Lin Qianqian blushed in embarrassment, feeling as if her life was about to reach its end. "I'm sorry, Lu Zhe and Qianqian. We wronged you. It's just that your behavior at the time and what Bingjie said were too similar." "Yes, Bingjie, aren't you the expert?" Shen Bing awkwardly rubbed her forehead. "Actually, even seasoned hunters can misjudge." Lu Zhe feigned displeasure. "Squad leader, it's one thing for others to misunderstand. But you shouldn't have." All right. This time it's all my fault. Punish me however you like. But please don't bring up my past mistakes." "Okay, let us not blame ourselves anymore. From now on, let's be more discerning in our judgments and not hastily suspect our companions. In the future, let us face challenges together. Shall we?" The words of the personnel were always imbued with a positive energy, and the girls all nodded in agreement. "By the way, Lu Zhe, did you discover anything during this jungle exploration?" Earnestly remarked, "We have traversed quite a distance along the mountainside, yet we have not reached the opposite side of the island. Along the way, we encountered several parched streams, but found no viable water sources. Are the streams completely dried up?" Shen Bing speculated. "Could it be that this island has not seen rain for several months?" After contemplating for a moment, Lu Zhe replied, "Judging by the growth of the moss, these streams have been dry for nearly 2 months." Chapter 86. A new survival plan in island that has not received rainfall for 2 months clearly indicates a severe scarcity of fresh water. Lu Zhe then inquired, "By the way, how many coconuts have we consumed in the past few days?" Ning Shu answered, "We have mostly finished the coconuts we picked earlier. The ones we gathered later have about 1/3 left, but the rest are out of our reach." Lu Zhe nodded. "At this rate of consumption, we will exhaust the nearby coconuts within a week." Ning Shu asked, "Where else are there plentiful coconut trees?" Lu Zhe shook his head. Relying solely on coconuts is not a sustainable solution. Even if we were to utilize all the coconuts on the island, they would not last us for more than a few months. Shen Bing also nodded in agreement. Each coconut contains very little water, and some are completely devoid of it or spoiled, making them undrinkable. Ning Shu added, "Moreover, relying on coconut water alone could lead to health issues." Tang Xiaoguo chimed in, "Absolutely. After drinking coconut water for the past few days, my stomach feels uneasy, and just the smell of coconuts makes me want to vomit." Jiang Yao said, "I feel the same. I'm almost turning into a coconut myself." Lu Zhe empathized with the sentiments of the girls. He too felt that coconuts could never entirely replace fresh water. Furthermore, we need to cultivate land and must find a sustainable source of fresh water. Shen Bing turned to Lu Zhe. "What are your plans moving forward?" "To truly venture into the jungle and ascend to the highest point of the island in search of water sources," Lu Zhe asserted. Ning Shu questioned, "Don't you consider today as truly entering the jungle?" "Not quite." Lu Zhe shook his head. "Today, Qianqian and I traversed the mountainside merely to locate streams. But given the current state of affairs, it seems they are all dried up. Continuing this search will likely yield no fresh water." Shen Bing asked, "Will entering the jungle lead us to find some?" Lu Zhe pondered, "I cannot guarantee that we will find it, but at least it offers more options. We can devise a way to climb to the island's highest point, from which we can survey the entire island. If there are lakes or rivers, they should be visible from there. Additionally, we can search deeper into the island for underground water." "Underground water?" Jiang Yao inquired, puzzled. "Even if there is underground water on an island, would it be fresh?" "Yes," Lu Zhe affirmed confidently. "Have you ever heard of the term freshwater lens?" Shen Bing contemplated. "I think I've heard of it somewhere." The freshwater lens, also known as the Geiben-Herzberg lens, is a unique geological formation found in coral islands. Qianqian remarked, "I believe we studied it in high school, but after entering university, I've forgotten much of what I learned." Ning Shu nodded. "So have I. Please elaborate." "In coral islands, there are areas that are thick in the center and thin around the edges, where tiny cavities in the coral create a filtration layer. This layer retains rainwater, allowing fresh water to float above the seawater without mixing. Due to the appearance of this geological phenomenon resembling an underground convex lens, it is referred to as a freshwater lens." Lin Qianqian's eyes brightened. "I remember now. Our nation's artificial island, Yongshu Island, drilled many wells during its development, and over 1/3 of those wells discovered fresh water. Scientists found that this phenomenon of lenses was responsible for that." "Exactly," Lu Zhe nodded. "This volcanic island is even larger than Yongshu Island. While it may not be a coral island in the strictest sense, certain areas possess the structural characteristics of coral islands, suggesting similar geological formations may exist." Ning Shu exclaimed, "I never imagined you were so knowledgeable about geography, Lu Zhe." However, Jiang Yao expressed concern. "But I just heard Qianqian say that despite drilling so many wells on Yongshu Island, only 1/3 found fresh water. Therefore, this might be a matter of luck." "Certainly. Given the prolonged dry season or the volcanic geological structure, it is possible to dig deep and find nothing. This is quite normal," Lu Zhe candidly stated. "However, doing nothing guarantees a zero chance." Shen Bing reflected for a moment. "It seems imperative to enter the jungle. When do you think we should set off?" Lu Zhe considered. "We should wait until your leg injury and Qianqian's sting injury have healed." Ning Shu inquired, "So, should we all venture into the jungle together? Shouldn't someone stay to guard the camp?" Lu Zhe nodded, "Yes. Within a week, the coconuts here will be depleted, and we will need to relocate. Instead of that, it would be better to enter the jungle together, establishing a camp directly where we find a sustainable water source, thus eliminating the need to return and inform those left behind." Ning Shu looked at Jiang Yao. "Exploring the primordial jungle together sounds exhilarating, doesn't it?" Lin Qianqian remarked. "But if we camp in the jungle, it will be inconvenient to visit the seaside." Tang Xiaoguo added, "We won't be able to collect treasures from the sea or scrape barnacles either. One must make sacrifices for us at this moment. A sustainable source of fresh water is far more crucial than the supplies found at the seaside." The girls exchanged glances, although there was a sense of regret among them. They understood that Lu Zhe's judgment was undoubtedly the most accurate. After a moment's reflection, Lu Zhe continued, "However, there is no need to worry excessively. Perhaps once we locate fresh water, we will find it is not far from the coast, and we can still visit the shore daily to gather treasures. Shen Bing asked. If all 6 of us enter the jungle, we will need to prepare many supplies, right? Lu Zhe contemplated for a moment and nodded. Let me outline a few essentials. First, each of us should prepare at least 5 bottles of fresh water. We also need to carry ample food so that we won't have to expend too much energy searching for sustenance in the early stages of our jungle expedition. Second, we must ensure proper protection, as there will be far more insects in the jungle than by the sea. Each pair of us should have a bottle of insect repellent. Third, sleeping directly on the ground in a tropical jungle is quite perilous, so we should gather additional ropes to construct hammocks while camping. Shen Bing nodded. We can substitute fresh water with coconut water. As for food, we currently have enough reserves. It seems the main concern is the ropes. Today, Ning Shu and the others taught me how to weave ropes from banana fibers and tree bark. We can produce more ropes while we recuperate in the coming days. The girls all expressed their agreement, albeit regretting the loss of their lovingly arranged cozy camp. All right, let us finalize the plan for now. We won't expend any more energy maintaining the shelter during this period. Instead, we should focus on diversifying our fresh water and food supplies, preparing for our jungle exploration. Lu Zhe glanced at the clock. It's getting late. Let us eat something and retire early so we can start preparing for our journey into the mountains tomorrow. That night, they went to bed early. The next morning, Lu Zhe opened his eyes to find Tang Xiaoguo looking at him with an adorably innocent expression. Big sister, what are you doing? Tang Xiaoguo pouted. Didn't the book say that when boys wake up in the morning, the most they wish to see is their lovely girlfriend gazing at them tenderly? Today, I'm your duty girlfriend. Lu Zhe ruffled his disheveled hair and chuckled. But you can't scare me like that. It's too lacking in romance. Though Tang Xiaoguo initially wanted to protest, she hesitated and surrendered. I've made up my mind. Today I will be the most obedient and caring girlfriend, so whatever you say today, I won't get angry. As she spoke, she presented him with a prepared breakfast. Chapter 87. Do not diminish the perfect flavor of the adorable rabbit. It was quite rare for Guo to be so considerate. And Lu Zhe was genuinely surprised. Upon unwrapping the leaves, he discovered 2 sea snails, several sprigs of fish mint, half a bottle of coconut kelp fish soup, and a slice of grilled fish. Though the quantity was modest, the cooking was impeccable, and the presentation was exquisite. Yes, it provided protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins. He picked up a sea snail and noted, "Ah, you've even removed the shell and the liver, how thoughtful." Tang Xiaoguo beamed. Aren't you going to praise me? Oh, you made this for breakfast this morning? Indeed. He tossed it into his mouth and chewed. Not bad at all. Tang Xiaoguo's expression fell. Is that it? Lu Zhe thought to himself that it wasn't easy for the young girl to prepare breakfast so early, and the flavor was quite pleasant. A compliment wouldn't hurt. He immediately furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. You know, the initial taste was rather ordinary, but after a few chews, the flavor truly emerged. Upon further savoring, I must say, it's delicious, absolutely delightful. The cooking is spot on. With that, he tossed another into his mouth. Tang Xiaoguo, pleased, pouted her lips. Humph. You should appreciate who made it. Lu Zhe glanced around. By the way, where are the others? You mentioned needing a lot of ropes. The class monitor and Bing Jia went to gather tree bark and jute. As your duty-bound girlfriend today, I waited for you to wake up. I see. Still no word from the rescue team? Humph. What news could there possibly be? They've likely forgotten about us. Lu Zhe nodded. It seems they are indeed seriously preparing for the next step. He then smiled gently. Thank you. Seeing Lu Zhe's sincere attitude, Tang Xiaoguo was quite satisfied. Since you're behaving so well, I've decided that wherever you go today, I shall accompany you. Really? I promise to be on my best behavior today. Lu Zhe pointed at her toes. Are you sure? Of course. As long as we don't go into the water, I'm fine anywhere. Lu Zhe pondered. We need to secure some fresh water first. Still coconut water? Coconut is easy, but we need to find other sources of fresh water. In Lu Zhe's view, not only could it diversify the taste of fresh water, but obtaining additional sources could also yield potential points. Where to find it? Bring a bottle and follow me. All right. Lu Zhe led her to a bamboo grove. In addition to coconuts, some bamboo species also contained fresh water. They needed to identify these bamboos and extract the bamboo core water. I know. I've seen it on Douyin. Some even produce red wine. That's pre-filled. It's all a scam. Such a bore. Lu Zhe took a stick and gently tapped the bamboo joints, producing a hollow sound. Listen to this sound. Tang Xiaoguo squinted and listened for a while, but couldn't discern much. This one is hollow. Oh, he tapped another. This one is also hollow. Perhaps the dry season has lasted too long. After tapping around 30 joints, finally, one bamboo produced a solid sound. This one. Get ready with the bottle. Okay. Lu Zhe took a nail and pierced a hole in the top of the bamboo joint, then another at the bottom, and clear bamboo water began to flow out. Wow, this is really bamboo water. Here, try it. Tang Xiaoguo sipped a bit. It tastes like pure water at first, but upon savoring, there's a glutinous fragrance. It's even better than coconut water. They filled half a bottle with bamboo water and continued searching. The two of them scoured an entire bamboo forest and collected only 5 bottles of bamboo core water, but it was still quite satisfactory. At that moment, Lu Zhe leaned against a somewhat dry bamboo and suddenly received information. New protein source discovered. Bamboo worms. Potential point 1. It turned out there were bamboo worms inside this bamboo. Bamboo worms are the larvae of bamboo weevils, residing within the bamboo joints, plump and white, rich in protein and amino acids, with nutritional value 5 times that of beef. Though eating insects might be hard to accept, this resource was too scarce. It was said that in some places, this delicacy was considered high-end cuisine, and they had to acquire it. Lu Zhe picked up an axe and swiftly made a notch in the bamboo. With a snap, the bamboo broke off and fell onto another. Although the break was somewhat messy, that wasn't the purpose of cutting the bamboo, right? Tang Xiaoguo stared in astonishment. Wow, Lu Zhe, do you have a grudge against this bamboo? There's good stuff inside. Upon hearing good stuff, Tang Xiaoguo hurried over to take a look, only to scream in fright. What good stuff? It's clearly maggots. To be fair, calling them maggots wasn't entirely incorrect. In some regions, people referred to this as bamboo maggots. Do you know what they're used for? Tang Xiaoguo suddenly thought of something. For fishing, absolutely for fishing. Such a premium item. How could it be used as fish bait? Lu Zhe, while collecting the bamboo worms, said, to be honest, we will eat these. They can be deep fried or grilled. If conditions are dire, they can even be eaten raw. Want to try one? Tang Xiaoguo turned pale. Xiao Zhe, we aren't lacking food, are we? Indeed. We currently have ample food. Then why should we eat such things? In a deserted island, ensuring food diversity is crucial for providing comprehensive nutrition to the body, making it easier to resist diseases. Tang Xiaoguo covered her mouth. No way. Don't worry. Although they can be eaten raw, now that we have fire, it's better to roast them. Lu Zhe collected over 30 bamboo worms and placed them in a bottle. Just then, the bamboo's fracture seemed to have startled the local residents. A bamboo rat peeked out curiously. Lu Zhe's heart raced. Having let one escape last time, he wouldn't allow it this time. Since the bamboo rat was so close, any sophisticated hunting method would be less effective than a swift kick. Holding the bamboo worm bottle, Lu Zhe kicked the bamboo rat. The little creature flew like a football, letting out a squeak before crashing into a tree and falling down. Motionless, Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhe, you killed a rabbit? This is a bamboo rat. You actually killed a rabbit? Let me repeat, while in the wild, one must ensure a variety of food sources. Tang Xiaoguo was momentarily speechless. I've been craving rabbit for ages. Lu Zhe nearly twisted his waist. Gwr, can you think normally for a moment? Also, this creature is called a bamboo rat. Rabbits have long ears. Are you sure? Lu Zhe approached, lifted it up for inspection. Absolutely certain. In the wild, its value far exceeds that of a rabbit. A rabbit contains only 3 fat, while bamboo rat fat can reach 20. Living in the city, low fat, high protein is healthiest, but on a deserted island, high fat, high protein is the way to go. Tang Xiaoguo glanced at it. Indeed. Ever since we ended up on this deserted island, I've missed the dompa pork from our restaurant terribly. I used to dislike greasy food. Today, we gathered bamboo water and caught a wild delicacy. Next, I need to procure some salt. We don't seem to lack salt, do we? Eating fish, shrimp, crabs, and seaweed by the seaside generally suffices to replenish the body's salt needs. However, once they ventured into the jungle, replenishing salt would become challenging. Thus, before entering the jungle, they needed to produce an adequate supply of edible salt.